All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in beautiful Washington, D.C. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, it's day 2. We're going to be sending 32 players to the Pro Tour and 2 people to the World Championship. How you doing, man, and what else are you looking forward to?
I'm feeling great, enjoying D.C. I went to the Washington Monument yesterday.
Yeah,
seeing it
is
there
that the
on
second
the
time you went there, right?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
My son is enjoying it very, very much, and very, very happy to be back here and watch some great Magic. We got some cool new innovations on deck list, which is awesome. We got players amped up. Nothing like those later rounds where players are just elated to make top 8, or even just make top 32, make their first Pro Tour, or get back on the Pro Tour. Gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. All 285 players that are still remaining in this tournament have already accomplished goal number 1. Make it to day 2 and be able to, continue playing Magic. Goal 2, some of these players, it's just to make it to the Pro Tour. Some of them have been to the Pro Tour plenty of times before, and they're looking to win this event.
Yeah, you know, a lot of money, and of course those Worlds invites, big deal.
Absolutely. So we are not the only commentators that you'll be hearing from all weekend. We also have Ailey Loney and Reed Duke, who will be bringing in the other half of the rounds. So it's going to be a lot of fun here. But Jim, what format are we playing?
We're playing some standard, of course, 60-card deck, 15-card sideboard, 50-minute rounds, best of 3, and of course standard is the rotating format in Magic, the premier format in Magic, and it's currently very large. The biggest it's ever been. 16 of the most recent sets are in standard right now, giving players a whole bunch of tools to build with. We're seeing a lot of cross-pollination from cards that came out a few years ago in Lost Caverns of Ixalan with new Secret Strixhaven cards, so a lot of variety and a lot of cards to work with.
Yeah, cards that were literally lost. People forgot about.
Yep.
We were starting to see them on the broadcast. A lot of really cool decks. If you didn't see day number 1 coverage, make sure to go back and watch that VOD, as it was an absolute blast to watch. So let's look at this, take a look at the schedule. So day number 1 gone. Get it out of there, Jim. Cross it out, okay? Will you work on adjusting this graphic?
I'll get my Sharpie and can cross it off the monitor.
Perfect. Okay, so that is gone. Everybody that is advancing, they have those 18 match points or more to be able to make it in. That is a 6-3 record. Now we're starting day number 2. Coverage meeting has coverage has begun. The players meeting is in progress. It's kind of that calm, you know? It's that calm. Maybe the nerves are a little high. The caffeine's still kicking in, and these players are getting ready to go to play 6 rounds of Swiss. The top 8 will be advancing to that single elimination playoff, and then of course the top 32 is also a big number we're looking for. What are other numbers we're looking to deal with here, Jim?
How about 5 figures up top? That sound nice?
Yeah, not bad.
$20,000 to first place, $10,000 to second place, but it's almost secondary. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's great.
Yeah.
Those 2 World Championship invites are a big deal. The premier event in Magic the Gathering, playing in a World Championship is a dream come true for any Magic player. And of course, once you're there, you have a chance to maybe be the world champion.
Yeah.
You know? So there is no higher accomplishment in Magic. So that's very, very exciting. For our top 32 players, we have a Pro Tour invite. We have money going down as well. And for top 128, some bit of cash, which is great. And another qualification to the next regional championship to try and do it all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. About half players will, not make this pay cut here that advanced to day number 2. So you gotta, within these 6 rounds, if you're 6-3, I mean, what you gotta go like X1 to be able to get to the Pro Tour. That's probably sounds about right.
About right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
I think there might be some tiebreaker heartbreakers in there, but
yeah, because this is one of the bigger ones that we've had. You know, this is a gigantic tournament, something like 1,200 players to begin. Yep. So this is no easy tournament by any means. So let's actually shift towards round number 10 here. Here is the standings. We have Alexander Kant in first place here, as well as Nico Ferrigno here, as well as our 2 9-0 players. Alexander Kant on an absolute heater. Just took second in the Arena Championship last weekend, Jim.
It's so funny how that works, you know, where like you talk about like momentum, you know, jokingly in sports.
Yeah.
But when you're running well, you're playing well, you're running hot, you just feel great. Things just kind of flow. You get in that flow state, and you kind of just do your thing. So love to see it.
You've been in those flow states a few times in your career?
Maybe once.
I remember you going 12-0 at a Pro Tour, so that's a pretty good flow state. But I'm with you, man. When you're playing well, you win a tournament, it's like you see the ball go through the hoop once, and you're like, all right, I can keep doing this. There's no better feeling, that's for sure. So Alexander Kant fell in the finals of that really cool historic event, and is already qualified for Worlds, qualified via that tournament. So Nico Ferrigno is going to be his opponent here to start in the morning. Also, fresh off a top 8, maybe not fresh, but RC Portland top 8'd that one as well. So no stranger to the feature match area. Ryan's Mullen in 6th place as well. That's Burnt Taco online, a really, really solid player. Anybody else you want to call out here on this top page?
Yeah, John Puglisi-Kark.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I know, right? Of course, no stranger to our top tables. Playing Is It Elementals, which is great. And we see a decent amount of prowess here, but a good variety. Just Elementals, Golgari, Landfall. But Landfall and prowess, as usual, top dogs in the format.
Yep. And Is It Prowess did win the tournament across the way. So let's take a look at the second page of standings. All right, we got any other big standouts here? 7-2s going down all the way to 32nd and beyond.
Yeah, we see now some real differentiation in the standings. 22nd places now are 8-1s. We got a few 7-1-1s, and then a whole sea of 7-2s. And these are the players that really have a lot of work to do. They got to win basically every round to have a shot. And of course, but they are playing for that Pro Tour invites too. So some good variety here. Is it Fling? Demiris Rushiator we saw on camera yesterday a few times, looking pretty good as well. So Azorius Momo, got some good stuff going on. Omniscience as well. So some good variety here on day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a really sweet day. I'm looking forward to it. So let's shift focus here to our round 10 feature match. Let's look at Nico Ferrigno's Mono Green Landfall, one of the big bads of the format.
Yeah, going back to Mono Green here, kind of in response to the control decks. And I love the sideboard here. Main deck's pretty standard, sure, but 4 Mossborn Hydra and 4 Sapling Nursery. 2 cards that say Landfall on them that have extremely different plans. One goes fast, one goes slow, but you got both angles covered.
Both kill your opponent, though. That is the commonality between those 2 cards, that's for sure. So now let's take a look at Nico's opponent, Alexander Cons. And man, I'm going to be just straight fanboying over him because I was so impressed with his play last weekend, and everything I've watched from him so far this weekend just screams one of those players that's about to just explode onto the scene and, be an absolute crusher. So Celestia aggro, but yeah, some really interesting spice here. Let's pull that deck list back up and talk about it a little bit because this is interesting. We see the Gear Hulk package. We see no Badger Mole Cub, but practice offense in there.
We got the Cubs. They're hanging out.
Oh, with the I'm blind. Okay.
But yeah, this is a really cool mix between Matt Ness's deck from the Pro Tour and some of the Celestia and Stompy decks we saw yesterday, where it's going much more streamlined. It's not trying to do anything super fancy. No rhythm package of a sideboard. This is just beat down, adding Leatherheads and Surox to really shore up the control matchup.
Yeah.
But where most of those Stompy lists were playing Ouroboros, playing the Gear Hulks from Matt Ness's deck. So adding a bit of variety to the deck as far as some flexibility with removal spells, Melt Striders, and Seam Rip you can tutor up. The one Shard Mage's Rescue is cool too. So kind of keeping that utility alongside this more streamlined aggressive plan looks really good and has obviously played out well for Alex.
It's been incredible. I mean, I watched the last match yesterday and Alex just played a Gear Hulk on like turn 3, searched up, Melt Striders Resolve a Pixie, played the Resolve, Pixied back the Resolve, and then Resolved again, killed 2 creatures, and this was turn 3. Like, the deck did some absolutely nutty things, and it really impressed me yesterday.
Yeah, I like how it's doing the tutor box stuff,
yeah,
but still doing so in a streamlined, aggressive manner with practiced offense and these cards that are good against control, because Matt Ness's deck was pretty poor against control.
It sure was.
So having Leatherhead, having Surok, awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely love it. So let's find out who's going to be the only 10-0 player here in Washington, D.C. Players are ready. Let's head on down to the feature match area. All right, here we are. Getting ready. We got Nico up top, cracking a land immediately. Alexander Cons on the bottom. Starting it off with a shocked Temple Garden. Nothing like Magic bright and early in the morning with high stakes, huh?
Love it.
I absolutely love it. Jim and I live for it. There's Gene Pollinator coming on down. Absolutely gorgeous forest here from Nico. Nico made the top 8 of Portland, playing Sultai Reanimator in Standard. I believe that was the one you didn't join us, Jim, because you were too busy playing in the Pro Tour.
Yep, testing cows, getting ready, so sad to miss it.
Yeah.
I almost came, but figured Need that Pro Tour prep.
Yeah, and I mean, you get to be in a testing house with, some of the GOATs, so that's just a fun experience in itself. An experience people would pay a lot of money to do, and you somehow just got to do it for free, huh?
I know, right? Yeah. You got to osmosis some of that, for the Pro Tour.
All right, so there is a hell of a start. Alexander Cons vomits his hand onto the table. Turn 2, 6 permanents, is about to untap and have just a cool, 10 mana. With a land drop?
I don't have that many fingers. It's so many.
Yeah, Jim, you do have that many fingers.
No, I lost one last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my right hand pinky, it just kind of came off.
It's gone,
yeah,
okay.
We're on 9 fingers now.
Wow, you should go to the ER, man, instead of being
I got to be here with you, Corey.
Okay.
The show must go on.
Your dedication to your craft is truly honorable.
Thanks. Yeah, this is interesting because Alex's deck, normally you'd see this draw and you think, oh my god, we're going to get Crater Hoof next turn or something like that, or Boroid. But this is more of a stompy deck. So 10 mana, there isn't always much to do with it. Without practice offense, going this wide isn't as big as kind of being a little more of a stompy deck. So very powerful draw, but not going to be the finish you're used to seeing.
Yeah, but I mean, even if we just had one Gearhulk, it's basically Crater Hoof. You Gearhulk, you resolve in Pixie, you kill 2 creatures from Nico, and you have just this giant battlefield. Now, naturally, of course, it's not Behemoth as the game's not immediately over, but man, that Mousestrider's resolve here from Nico was probably game-saving, huh?
Yeah, for sure. That was a 4x Stone Rain?
Yeah.
So,
no big deal. Yeah, Badger Mole Cub is just a hell of a card, and looks like this might be the weekend of the Cub here for us. Is it Prowess? In the tournament across the way, I believe, put 5 Is It Prowess players into the top 8, right?
I believe so, yes.
And it was Is It Prowess in the finals?
Yep, and Prowess was the most played deck here by a good amount, but not at the top currently.
Not currently. All right, so just a good old Leatherhead that should have a counter of some variety on it, and we're going to pass back after we play a tapped Abandonair Temple. Abandonair Temple does have its awkwardness at times.
Yeah, very powerful. Leatherhead, is a card that's great against control. Not going to be as good here, kind of just as like a 5/4. Trample's cool.
Yep.
Hexproof is not super relevant in this matchup. So
it's going to be sided out for sure, right?
Yeah, just kind of big dumb idiot. And that's kind of what this deck is doing. It's kind of just a big dumb idiot stompy deck where you're just playing big guys and sending them sideways to practice offense, which is clearly a pretty good plan. It's working well.
No, I mean, and this is awesome. Seeing this kind of evolution in this late in a standard format is really awesome, especially because, I mean, once again, Alexander Cons was busy last weekend.
Yep.
Like, where do you have time to test for this? What were Decla's due, Wednesday, right?
Yep. Yeah, the Arena Champs was historic.
Historic, yeah.
It's kind of a format that requires a lot of dedication and a lot of digging to kind of figure out what's going on because it's a format that's played on Arena but not played in Premier events usually. So
yeah, no, it was pretty much uncharted territory. But the one thing Alexander Cons decks, really shares with that historic deck, 4-mana artifacts that are very powerful. He's casting often. In this tournament, Bright Glass Gearhulk. Last tournament, Juggernauts.
Juggernaut Peddler's awesome.
Yeah. So we have Earthbender Ascension that came on down, animated one of these lands, and here comes the land drops, the plethoras of them. These turns for mono green landfalls, they're long when they involve Ice Till Explorer, and if they don't have the 4-drop. Harmonizer. If they don't have the Harmonizer, you do not win on this very turn. You just try to basically do as many kickflips as possible and try to amass the biggest board as possible to defend against Alex's deck and dig for cards like Esper Origin and Harmonizer. What a flip. Was that just a blind flip and we have no cards in hand? I think we have at least one, but either way, that was an incredible mill.
Harmonizer on that too, yep.
Yeah, so now Harmonizer is just going to be put into hand. Now Nico can disguise it by putting the Forest on top too, but will not. We'll flip this up and say, hey, this is coming next turn, Alexander. You better have a heck of a turn.
Yeah, I don't hate trying to hide it.
Yeah.
You're not sad to draw the Forest anyway. I guess you have the Ice Till, so.
Yeah, I just think, and I'm like, oh, from Alexander Con's turn, what is he going to not play the Gearhulk now?
Yeah.
I don't think there's much bluff equity in this matchup. Players have to do their things. They have to be as mana efficient as possible, and they have to just go as big as possible.
That's a good example of Magic players wanting to be tricky.
Yes.
You know, and that happens a lot where it's like, I'm going to make this deceptive play. It's like, well, to what end?
Yeah.
Like, you are being deceptive, but, like, is it actually accomplishing anything?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, yeah, I feel good because I'm being deceptive.
That is cool.
I'm being tricky.
But, yeah, at the end of the day, you know, if Alexander Khans was able to deal with a couple of creatures, and now you just drew an unnecessary forest, like, you know, doesn't gain you a ton. So, as it stands, this is Alexander Khans deep in thought here, figuring out what to do. As this is definitely the crutch moment of the match.
Yeah, things are going to go a little wild next turn. Counters, trample, double everywhere. Multiple land drops with a fetch land still in play. So we're talking, you know, a bunch of, I can't even count that, as previously noted. Trample, doubles, counters. And size-wise, I mean, Nico's board is currently just bigger than Alex's board.
Yeah.
You know, there's the one big guy on Alex's board. Doesn't really do a ton here. If it could somehow get through, it could remove the counter and destroy the Earthbenders, but that seems tough too.
Yep, that is fair. So it looks like Alexander is asking a question.
He's gone, yeah. I glanced at this thing. Oh, he's gone. Okay. So he's just not there anymore.
Yeah, so I wonder what it is. I mean, it's probably something to do with Leatherhead being able to kill the enchantment. Like, where does it go? Maybe?
Could involve like double strike and like removing 2 counters from it, maybe to kill multiple enchantments.
Okay.
With practice offense, but we're gonna
find out.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a quick live looking at one of our matches here. He's just back in time. All right, we'll see what's going on. There's John Puglisi Clark. Very, very powerful Magic players, along with his brother, Joseph. Playing, is it Spelementals up against a deck that I feel is a fan favorite, the Jim Richardman playing the Mardu discard. I have not seen it a lot this weekend.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where like it has its strong proponents.
Yeah.
But you gotta really love and believe in the deck to play it.
You really do. And you gotta play it extremely well. Like, if you make one little mistake with that deck, throw away a resource when you shouldn't have, you are kind of toast.
Yeah, hard to do. Hard to manage your number of cards in hand as well as everything else in the game.
And it's just hard to see Jim's deck. It's so gorgeous and foiled. Like, it would just blind him. You know, might need some shades.
I hope he is wearing shades.
That would be cool. It just cuts to him wearing 2 sets of shades.
Cool, but rude.
He's got shades on and he's holding a full pizza. All right, we're going to jump back to our main match here. It looks like Alexander Khans has made a play. And, hey, it's Gear Hulk. Whenever you're thinking, you're probably doing that. And no matter what, this represents 2 fight spells on oh, God, okay. This is absolutely gas. So you can go Melstrider's Resolve. You can kill the summon the Badgermole Cub by pixieing it and putting it back. And then if you can connect with the Leatherhead, I guess there's no way to get all 3 creatures. I was thinking you could get all 3, but I think you can only get 2.
Yeah, the Ice Tail is quite large.
Yeah.
It's currently 7 toughness. So.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you can fight the Ice Tail and then remove the Resolve or something.
That looks like the plan here with the Seam Rip.
Okay.
So maybe it's just Seam Rip the Melstrider, fight the Ice Tail, and then, I mean, with the toughness boost on the Leatherhead, now it could possibly attack.
Yeah.
So.
And it can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So that's actually awesome. You automatically would get to destroy an enchantment if you resolved. But no, he just Seam Ripped here. Oh!
Obvious.
But the Cub's there now.
I mean, that was actually a metaphorical look in at the tournament. Badgermole Cub invading Washington, D.C.
Yeah, was that
somebody called the Secret Service.
Was that Cub there when you were visiting yesterday? Was there just Cubs running around?
Large and in charge.
Wow, okay.
So we're going to see, Seam Rips on the Esper Origins.
Okay.
So that does have a mana value of 2.
Oh, I bet I know what Alexander Khans was saying. If I bounce Seam Rip, what happens to the Esper Origins? Does it just go on the stack? And I would ask the judge that for sure as well. We'll see if that ends up happening.
I don't think it does. I think it just goes away.
You think it just goes away?
I'm not positive, but I think it just goes away.
Yeah,
you don't.
I actually have no idea.
You don't play the card. You just try and return it. It can't return, so it just goes to the graveyard.
It can't return because it's not a permanent on the front side. Okay.
Right.
And it doesn't have a finality counter on it or whatever, where it just goes to exile then, right?
I don't think so. 'Cause a non-permanent can't receive a counter like that. So.
Yeah. Wow. Leatherhead destroying the Melstrider's Resolve and not the Earthbender Ascension?
Well, so this is weird. So the Melstrider fought the Ice Tail, but non-lethally.
Yeah.
And then Khan's attacks. And I guess there really isn't any block that works there, because if the Ice Tail blocks, it just dies. And then if it doesn't block, it also dies. So heads up play from Alex.
Wow.
Great setup.
That was a really great set. I mean, this is it. This is why he impressed me so much last weekend. And that was a line with one Gear Hulk and a Paw Patch recruit. I didn't think he could remove the two most important threats there, and he sure did, but it might not matter.
Yeah, I mean, Harmonizer's here, but now there's, I guess there's a passage play from hand, too, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 carry the 1, three doubles plus counters. I mean, that's probably a lethal attack if I had to guess.
But what about first strike?
I think we're over that. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's going to have at least 5 toughness.
Okay. Yeah, it's up to 4. Yeah, we got one more Fable. You can even Bossing say it. Yeah, doesn't seem...
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's got to be enough.
Got to be enough. 2 more land drops. So, double.
Your refreshment.
Looks like they're just making sure everything's right. But, yeah, this looks like it's over in favor of Nico, right?
Yeah, I mean, this has to be probably 30 to 40 power of trample here.
Yeah.
So, really cool play from Alex on the prior turn, but all for naught, it would seem.
So, this is 4 doubled.
Yeah, so 16, and now then add a counter to 17, double
to
17.
18 to double 18 twice.
Right.
So,
what is the core?
36, 72? Attack for 72?
3, 7.
I'm going to say...
game's over. I don't got to count anymore, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to...
Just packed it up.
I'm going to say it was 72, but I could see being wrong. It is far too early in the morning, so
more than 50,
we shall see.
Less than 100.
Yeah, either way, really cool play for Alexander Khan to put himself into a spot where it was possible to not die, but ended up still losing that one. So let's take a look at the sideboard here. We have 2 Bellstrayed Worm, 2 Erode, 1 Gold Vein Hydra, 1 Rest in Peace, 3 Restoration Magic. I've seen more of that card this weekend than I really thought I would.
Yeah, response to the control decks.
Yeah, really cool stuff. We saw from Jerry T yesterday. Now we see it from Alexander Khan's as well. 4 Shelter by Ghost as well, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, and 1 Zach Fair.
Yeah, some removal spells got to come in here, to try and keep this board. We saw Alex work so hard in that turn, actually kill a few things. It'd be a lot easier for us to an Erode or a Shelter by Ghost. Erode, of course, has some awkwardness in the matchup. Giving your opponent a land and their landfall deck is a little weird. But I think Alex needs to be as aggressive as possible. If the game goes long, as we saw that game's lands for days, give Nico time to find the Harmonizers. So kill some stuff and get in and do a lot of damage as fast as possible. I
love it. Recipe for success. And then from Nico's side, we got 2 Defend the Rider, 4 Mossborn Hydra, 4 Sapling Nursery, 3 Soul Guide Lantern, and 2 Torpor. What do you like here, Jim?
I think the nurseries, they're kind of the more grindy defensive, mid-rangey card. Yeah. I can see them coming in. I think that more that angle than the Mossborn Hydra angle for sure, with Alex bringing in more removal spells. So Nico, just try and kind of just do the thing and stay alive, put bodies in play. Nursery does that pretty well, but yeah, it's kind of just stay alive, and you have the inevitability, so play the longer game. If Nursery helps that, great. If that's not necessary, that's totally fine too. Yeah, there's no 1-mana creature that destroys a enchantment like they've played before in this list from Alexander Khan. Insidious Fungus. There you go, yeah. So I guess there's Leatherhead to deal with those, but I would bet they come out from Alexander, wouldn't you think? Yeah, I can see leaving 1 in, I think it's a little utility, but I think Legend Rule you really don't want to draw a second copy, and they're not even that good anyway. So it would depend on what's coming in. But yeah, and then Surrock is also pretty awkward too. Yeah. So the Surrock Leatherhead package definitely not for this matchup.
Yeah, there's going to be more interaction coming in for sure. So, all right. Well, if you are watching all weekend and you're like, dang, I wish I was at one of these SCG events. Well, you can be here for our very next one. We're about a month out, June 26th to the 28th. It's going to be a really awesome spotlight event. This is going to be team limited. We haven't had one of these events in a very, very long time, so expect this to be a large tournament. Expect players you have not seen in years to show up with their buddies. Jim, are you pumped for this one?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I love seeing the old guard come out of the woodworks.
Yes.
You know, players who are just, legends of the game who just, move around to other things, whatever it might be, family, jobs, and so on, and seeing them, team limited. All right, I'll be there for that.
I can just show up and we can play with our friends like the good old days. You know, people are going to be pumped.
Just bring a deck box and sleeves and you're good to go.
Yeah, you best believe if I wasn't teaming up with you to talk Magic, we would have to find a third. Yep. And start battling, that's for sure. So StarCityGames.com/SCGCon if you want to come and play some Team Limited. Hey, there's a lot of other events out there too if you don't want to play the main. So come join us. These SCG cons are an absolute blast. And Jim and I are always having a blast playing some Mystery Sealeds, playing some pre-modern. We played some modern tournaments. We do it all here.
Yeah, a lot of fun things to play if you're not playing in the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a live look in while these players shuffle up. Play is going to slow down today, wouldn't you think, Jim?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of a line here. Players, you can't slow down too much.
Yeah.
Because draws can be pretty rough as far as your final record goes. But yeah, players playing for a lot. You're going to try and really figure it out.
Look at this. Our reigning RC champion, Zachary Amy here, just the youngster here, the wonder kid, if you will, that just took down Cincinnati, was playing control in Cincinnati, playing as a prowess here, Jim.
Yeah, showing some range and trying to go back-to-back. Has some work to do at 7-2.
Yeah. Really impressive stuff to see someone accomplishing so much, being so young. We've seen some of these players come up and turns out when they get some experience after playing at such a young age, they become incredible. Nathan Stoyer being one of them we used to see at the GP days. So Zachary Amy could be doing the same. But let's get back to our main match. We'll keep an eye on this one and let you know how it goes. But looks like our players have begun, and they're ready to game here. These players are not trying to be slow about it. They know their decks go fast. They know what their decks do. They're trying to get it done.
Yeah, this is not sped up. Our players are just going.
Yeah.
And interesting to see, the Hydras did come in.
Okay. Yeah, I like Hydras. They cannot be seam ripped. They have to be Melstriders resolved really quickly. They can get sheltered by Ghosts, but man, it's a must-answer threat. So I'm here for it. I think it's good in other green matchups as well as Elementals. I think those are the two matchups you want it.
Yeah, that was a lot of removal on the board. The 4 sheltered by Ghosts and the 2 Erodes and the Melstriders and everything else.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely the kind of thing where if you show it in game 2, you might board it out in game 3. Kind of like put the fear of God in him a little bit. But
I'm a little on the other side there. I was like, it's all creatures. You gotta fight through the removal at some point. And Alexander Khans also can't bring in that much removal. You completely delude your deck. So we shall see. So I think Alexander Khan's hand is just Leatherhead and Gearhulk and land. So you get to pick one of your 4 drops here. And looks like he's exactly doing that, rifling between them. Not great, though.
Yeah, that's tough because if the Hydra does get huge, then it's down to only sheltered by Ghosts.
Yeah.
I guess, or a road to deal with it, so.
Yeah, if Cub dies here, too, like if we go like fetch land and we fight Cub, and now next turn Alexander Khans can play Gearhulk but can't play anything, I think I actually would have liked Gearhulk to come down this turn to get your removal package. And that way, if you lose your Cub, it's not as bad because you'll still get to like fight with the Gearhulk. So I think I would have played the other one, but it's close.
I see multiple passage in hand for Nico.
That's oh my goodness. Are we can't be done, right? This is just a value one. So double on the stack. Jim, get your math ready. So counter double on the stack. We're going to fetch. So this is 4 doubles.
So we have 2, there's the 4, and then it's just 16 or?
So this is It's 4 to, it is 16, yeah. So,
which is significant.
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing is, the cost of this, of course, is warping the Harmonizer. You're not actually putting something in play.
Yeah.
So you're doing a lot of damage, but not actually adding anything meaningful more to the board. So if Alex is able to untap and deal with this Hydra, which he can do.
Yeah.
Just Gear Hulk for a Meltstrider. So
this leads me to believe Nico did not have another play, right? Because I'm with you. I wouldn't play that unless it's over. I think he has another Harmonizer and lands in hand. No, there was a Mossborn Hydra and a Cub and a Llanowar Elf. There's a plethora of options.
Wow, could have actually done everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done this then. Because now your eggs are all in one gigantic green Hydra basket.
Well, I think it's not even that gigantic. It's only a 4/4.
Yeah.
You know, the power was high for the attack, but yeah, I think putting a second Hydra in play and kind of diversifying it a little bit here. Alexander's not winning the game next turn.
Yeah.
You know, so.
That being said, we're going to see the Gear Hulk tap. We're going to see another pain damage from starting town, almost assuredly to play whatever Gear Hulk gets. And then there is a Badgermole Cub that gives a 1/1 haster. You know, Khans is getting close to just the chip shot damage killing him, so he'll have to be a little defensive here, but, I mean, a little patient is all he has to be and just not, you know, attack with the Cub, attack with the Stalker, and kind of risk it, but... Yeah, I did see Shelter by Ghost in there when he was fanning through and practiced offense, so he did bring in a ton of removal.
You got to show those cards. What do we get? Don't put us all in suspense.
I like it. Fight, 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 fight. Double Melstrider's Resolve looks excellent here. Melstrider's Resolve almost assuredly being put on that glass Gear Hulk. I love that card, by the way.
Bright Glass Gear Hulk?
I love it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
This deck I was a huge fan of watching Matt play it at the Pro Tour. Really innovative, and I just think Gear Hulk is an incredibly powerful card.
Yeah, the 11th hour innovation.
Yeah.
Just Matt Nass and Noah Ma played it. They both did very, very well.
Yeah, and Matt really getting out of his comfort zone and brewing a deck up.
Yeah.
He's not one to do that, right?
It's funny because, I mean, he's obviously known as a brewer, but usually it's like wacky combo decks, not just like efficient beatdown decks, you know?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I remember I watched him play the mock showcase with the deck, and he top 4'd it, and was just like, dang, I hope I didn't give away this deck, you know, right before the Pro Tour and give away this spicy tech. Nobody picked it up, and then he naturally did make a lot of changes going into the Pro Tour. The Sage of the Skies weren't in the main, for instance. Basically, that final hour changes. It was before that. But really cool stuff. Utilized his second top 8 in the last 2 years. So now we have Hydra, we have Llanowar Elf, we have Cub, we have Escape Tunnel.
Yeah, this turn now being more awkward because last turn was such a poor development turn.
Yeah.
You know, where last turn development was put aside in favor of damage. You know, deciding to, hey, I'm going to push you to 3 rather than develop my board. But now what? You know, there isn't really a board anymore. Alexander had the answer. There could be combos of here, you know, Badgermole, play a Hydra, and pump it, you know, but is that going to be enough anymore in the face of his face-up Meltstrider's Resolve in Alexander's hand?
He has an Escape Tunnel as well, so something like Cub playing, I like Cub, play Hydra, play the Fabled Passage, play Llanowar, just spew your hand onto the table, hold that Escape Tunnel, and then you can give something unblockable and double it with the Harmonizer next turn to sneak in those last couple damage. Double a 2/2, that's unblockable, that's just enough here.
Yeah, not too shabby.
That's what I'm trying to set up if I'm him.
Yeah, so
I do it. The only thing I'm not doing is putting that Harmonizer into play. You cannot risk it dying.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hydra here, just kind of bait.
Yeah.
Which is cool to see.
So the 1 green floating, you can play Llanowar and you don't have to crack Fabled Passage here, which is great because you might need that to double next turn.
Yeah, this is all looking pretty good.
Yep, that's exactly what I would have done. I like this play quite a bit. And now it's, can Alexander Khans kill more than 1 creature? Like if there's a Pixie, you know, that's going to kill 2 creatures. Is that enough? Because the 2 creatures you want to kill is the Hydra and the Cub anyways.
It might not even be, you know. So the thing is that, like, even though the Harmonizer is face up, you know, the hidden important piece of information here is the Escape Tunnel. That's a kind of a unique effect that you would not expect from a mono green deck, is the unblockable. So it's not one you necessarily factor in. So that is the key piece of information that Alexander needs to figure out if, next turn is going to be the turn or not.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Like, you just go Harmonizer, play Escape Tunnel, double a Llanowar Elf, and then sack the Escape Tunnel to give it unblockable. You got to do it in that order. And then sack the Fabled Passage, double a 2/2's power attack for 4 unblockable. I'm still seeing lethal next turn, even if Cub and Hydra die this turn.
Yep.
But if there's more than that, and, we've all been just focusing on controlling the battlefield from Nico. Let's all look up. Nico's at 11. Like, there could be try to find a lethal from Alexander as well.
Yeah, practiced offense, plus Strider or something like that.
Practice offense just has to be GG, right? Practiced offense with the Crocodile getting double strike, that just has to be. That's 12 damage alone.
It usually is.
Yeah. Because you can do it twice, right? Like.
Yeah.
Just over 2 minutes left.
How about another Gear Hulk, Jim?
I mean, it's not bad.
I don't think it's going to be enough.
But I agree. It's
taking a picture.
And again, it's just so hard to place that last card's Escape Tunnel.
Yeah.
Like.
Minutes left in the build process.
Now, if he could get a Sheltered by Ghosts, that would be great.
Oh, or he'd be disqualified from the tournament.
That too, so that would be a little difficult. But now, as it stands, Jim, I think Alex has 2 pieces of removal. I don't think it's going to matter where he puts those removal spells. And I think Nico is going to win 2-0 next turn, is what I'm seeing on the surface value.
Yeah.
Or surface level, I should say.
So there's 5, 9. So there's 11 power in play, but I guess so. If Melchor takes out the Hydra, the Steam Rip takes out the Cub, the Llanowar Elf is forced to block. Now that's enough where the attackers have been mitigated, so you can't have an attacker but also cast the Harmonizer before playing the land.
I would agree with you if the starting town wasn't there, because that puts him to 2, and then it's still enough. So it's all the starting town. The starting town lost Alexander Khan's the game, is what I'm seeing. Like, he did a great turn. He did this. He can force the blocks. But then the flip side is the 1 card in hand. Alex has to just hope, well, God, I hope it's not Escape Tunnel.
Yep.
It's Escape Tunnel.
In both games, Alexander has been kind of right on it, but just has been, just not been able to break through what Nico's had.
Yeah, and that turn of attacking for 16, it looked kind of silly to us, and but I mean, he put himself into this position where he's able to get chip shot damage for 2. So what do we know, Jim?
Yeah, it's curious. It would have been a very different game otherwise. It might have still resulted in a win as well with 2 Hydras.
Yeah.
But.
All right, so let's see. All Nico has to do is just make sure he gets it right. Escape Tunnel, double Llanowar Elf. 1 + 1 is 2. Escape Tunnel makes an unblockable threat. And here comes an attack, which would have been for 4. And that's going to do it. And Nico Ferrigno advances to 10-0 and is the leader of the tournament, putting himself in a fantastic position to get back to the top 8 here, Jim.
Yeah, really showing the power and flexibility of this landfall deck.
Yeah.
Where it has the ability to kind of, really grind through, create a lot of card advantage with the lands and stuff. But also able to secure really quickly with Harmonizer, able to apply a lot of pressure, able to go kind of large, just really able to do a lot more than most mono green decks are able to do.
Yeah, nope, that was really impressive. Alexander Khan's played great as well, but just was not enough. Mono green ends up taking it down. Nico played fantastically as well. And going to be fun to watch these 2 players keep it going throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't think Alexander's going anywhere. Deck looks fantastic. Played very sharp. And yeah, don't think, 1 loss ain't so bad. 9-1 still pretty good. And, 5 rounds left. Plenty of Magic to play. Hopefully we'll see Alexander in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will get our second match ready to go. We got so many players that have great records here in the background. A lot of 8-1s. So, but first, of course, let's talk about Vegas here one more time. Make sure to join us there. And Dallas is going to be the one after that, Jim, which I know you are absolutely pumped for.
I am Gandalf.
Are you?
Gandalf is me. Wait,
can you even grow a beard?
A little, not a Gandalf beard, that's definitely for sure. But yeah, going to be really fun. Spotlight the Hobbit. Going to be an awesome event. And we're looking forward to that one. It's going to be really, really cool.
Yeah, I would love to see you with a full Gandalf beard.
I mean, I was Gandalf for Halloween last year.
Yeah, but it was your natural beard, though, right?
I grew it out for one day and then shaved it all off, yeah.
You never cease to impress me, Jim, so. Yeah, it's going to be really a lot of fun. You know, I'm not as big of a diehard fan as you, but man, when I watched those movies the first time, I was like, okay, I see the hype. They were quite good, that's for sure. And I do not have a very long attention span, and they're long movies. And I was still quite engaged, so.
Extended, right?
Oh, yeah, watch it.
All right.
You made me.
I made sure.
You made me.
I made sure. Don't worry, folks. I got everyone in the audience. You watch the extended versions.
Yeah. So I don't even know what the original version is.
You shouldn't.
So
those aren't real to me. I'll be on a flight sometimes, and I'll watch like the regular version, and I'm like, this is just missing something, man.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Not right. Yeah. I did enjoy watching the movies after seeing all the Magic cards, and I was like, ooh, that's a card. That's a card.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
I really was right there. All right, sounds like our backup match is ready to go. Let's jump on down and see what we got cooking. All right, so in the early stages of the game, we got Dan down below. We got Jordan up top. Oh, it's sweet. Oh, we came at the perfect time. We came at the perfect time. Now all we need is the Daydream for the turn 2 Riddler to stay and play. Oh, yes. Do it.
That's still pretty good.
That's probably better, actually. Against a Cub, I mean, you kind of need to stop what Dan's doing.
I could never resist the allure of a 5/7 on turn 2.
Sorry. No. Riddler on turn 2 is just absolutely amazing. So, all right, looks like we got Golgari Landfall. And now I saw a little bit of this. What does Season of Loss do?
I was literally just thinking the exact same thing. We can get Season of Loss on the screen. It is the Bloomborough, like, pop print.
It is,
sorcery,
Yep.
But I cannot exactly recall what the text of that card is. So
come on.
Let's take a look at Season of Loss here. A full 4 copies in the main deck. And
it's a heck of a card. You know, yeah, you pay 5. You choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. And 1 paw is each player sacks a creature, so it can be 5 mana. Sack 5 creatures, or you can do 2, draw a card for each creature you control that died this turn. I guess works nice with Earthbending, sacrifice lands, and then each player loses X life, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard.
Yeah, this is, I have never seen this before.
Yeah.
Not only is this card being played in the deck, it's not like a one-of on the sideboard. There are 4 copies of Season of Loss in the main deck of what otherwise looks to be a very normal Landfall deck, and it's clearly working for Dan.
Yeah. Or he clearly just hasn't been drawing it a lot and still just playing Mono Green Landfall. So I remember hearing Reed talk about it yesterday, and it's just like, yeah, normally when you splash in your monocolored deck, you splash for something, you know, that is 1 pip.
Right.
Like not a double black card splashed in your mono green deck. It is very, very wild, so. But here's Momo doing Momo things. Sage of the Skies coming down. And we haven't seen a lot of Momo on camera, at least you and I haven't at all. Momo against Mono Green, kind of a rough matchup for Momo usually, right?
It's a little rough, yeah. The Momo deck is very, very good at beating the prowess decks.
Very. Like Sage of the Skies, case in point, right? Like attack, Slingshot, show off into that, I dare you.
Right. Sage of the Skies, though, not so good against Mono Green. Momo's just not really fast enough to stop the green deck from doing what it does. And then, as we've seen, from when green gets going, it really gets going. So, got to be tough. Going to put a lot of pressure on Jordan to have a good draw here. These Seasons of Loss, though, you know, it's interesting having the Swamps in the deck, and the Season of Loss will slow the deck down a little bit, maybe giving Jordan a little more time. So far, I mean, this game, Jordan's looking great. So the Momo deck has a pretty high ceiling. Its best draws are really, really good. But here's Ice to Explore, one of the premier cards from Landfall, in kind of getting that grindy engine going.
Yeah, and there is Saz's Chocobo as well. Get some triggers and get it going. So this version from Jordan is playing the Daydreams, playing a couple practice offense. So basically looks pretty identical to the Momo list that won across the way.
Yeah, and practice offense is a huge addition to his deck because it does actually increase the clock.
Yeah, just lets you actually close the game.
Right, that's a card that's going to be very important in the matchup, allowing Jordan to kind of say, hey, you know what, you're just dead. Let's stop with this whole Ice Tail Explorer thing and just end the game.
Yeah, because I mean, that was, I would say, a disadvantage to the Momo deck, but let's get real. It's a feature of the deck is you never really would kill your opponent. You just bury them in card advantage and eventually attack with Riddlers and stuff, but when you're playing against decks that go way over the top of you, which there's a plethora of in Standard, you need to have an I win button. Otherwise, you can play 3 Riddlers, draw 6, 7, 8 extra cards than your opponent, and still just die to a 86-4 trampler, you know?
Yeah, and then adding the counters under those flyers too helps a lot. You know, turning them from dinky little 2-power flyers into 3 or 4 power flyers, double strike. A great place to be, and the evasion is great too, where you can kind of go over these ground blockers and really just end the game. So, practice offense, key card for Jordan for sure.
Yep, totally agree. So big things here from Jordan, big things from both players, as it's a huge match, 8-1. You got one match of wiggle room, right? You can lose one more, 8-2, 8-2-1, getting into the top 8. That's kind of the line. You know, 8-3 or X-3 at this large of an event, kind of no shot, right?
Yeah. Can I offer you a fish in these trying times?
I think you can. Yeah, why not? 1 fish for Dan. Parting Gust, a nice versatile card. Any card that can blink Riddler and do more things, you know I'm on board.
Oh, we do. Now, what Dan's looking for right now is a land in the graveyard. I'm sorry, the Ice Tail's gone.
Yeah, Ice Tail gone. It is parted.
It's a fish now.
Yeah.
I saw a fish and I was like, oh, it's Ice Tail the fish. My favorite kind of fish.
Exactly. So let's see what the follow-up is, because Dan definitely needs a big turn here. Otherwise, Jordan, it feels like he's going to begin to start burying Dan in card advantage.
Yeah, Dan does have these demolition fields, so kind of landfall triggers at the ready.
Yep.
RC players, Noah Wood.
As far as basics, you know, players will be checking that out, and oh, never mind, there is Ice Tail, but...
Just like I was saying, want to find some lands in the graveyard.
Yeah. We got one. Demolition Field to destroy Hollowed Fountain. There's a plethora of basics. So nothing too bad about that. Flip. Ooh. Oh!
Or a 5-mana black sorcery.
It makes sense.
Same thing.
Yeah. I mean, how on earth was he casting that?
Not yet.
I mean, I guess we're going to search now. There's got to be some swamps in there, right?
There are 2 swamps of it.
2 swamps, okay. So going to find Swamp 1. Demolition Field puts him in untapped. So, I mean, that's fair. If he has it next turn, you can just Demo Field again.
Unfortunately, Jordan has to cooperate and provide a target for the second field, so.
Yeah, no kidding. So if Jordan has that insight to not give that to him, then he could just prevent playing a land. But as for Origins into the yard, that's some nice value that Dan has ready to go for next turn. And Fish and Bird, get on in there.
Not a land, though, unfortunately, to kind of keep the Ice Tail rolling.
Yeah, that would have been better to have land and then Origins.
Yep.
But, of course, not a perfect world.
And now we're starting to see what we were saying, where Jordan's doing cool stuff, drawing cards, playing some flyers, getting some value, making a copy or 2, but Dan is just, going into full overdrive, counters everywhere, still at 10 life, still feeling pretty comfortable. Not a bad spot for practice offense.
Practice offense lethal.
Yep. As a reminder, if you look around, there's amazing humans in blue shirts.
Practice to offense is lethal. Let's see. Okay, there's the non-basic land that turns on Season of Loss. 4 of in the main deck, huh, Jim?
I have never seen it before. I want to see what it does.
The last time when, Jim and Ailey were casting this, Dan won, just never drew them. So I was wondering, I was like, is this a typo? I didn't see them anywhere, but hey, there they are. It's on the screen.
Yep.
Here is Quantum Riddler, draw 2. But now Dan only has the 2 mana, or excuse me, the 1 mana.
You have 50 minutes.
Yeah, Riddler's great, but a little bit of life buffer here is not too shabby, gaining 4 life off these Sage of Disguise.
Yep. Quantum Riddler, my favorite card in Standard by far.
Oh, we know.
What's your favorite card in Standard?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay.
I need to think about it.
Okay.
Put a little thought into it.
Maybe have some whimsy in your life, Jim.
I mean, I have some personal favorites that I always brew with that aren't very good.
Okay.
The card Piggy Bank.
Piggy Bank, huh?
That card is.
It's like a 3/2, right?
3/2 from Duskmoor. When it dies, it's an artifact creature. When it dies, get a treasure.
Okay.
I put that card in so many brews. I think that card's honestly great, but
Yeah.
you know, it's not really a player in the metagame, unfortunately.
Not yet.
It's. I mean, Standard's only getting bigger.
Exactly.
So.
That's it. Well, then the bank keeps getting fuller.
That's true. That's true. Got to cash those checks.
Gotta cash those checks. So Dan made an interesting play here. He had the option to either play a 1/1 Pixie. Jordan made an interesting play of had the option to just play a 1/1 Pixie or play a 2/2 and pick up the drum. The one reason I think I would have liked to just keep it as a 1/1 is I'm pretty sure Jordan's at 2 cards in hand now, so his draw step is going to yield him 1 card now instead of 2.
It does provide lethal attacks without the Riddler. I don't know how that would matter exactly. It's 6 damage across the 3 flyers that aren't Riddler. But, like, there isn't really a way to block or remove the Riddler anyway, so...
Yeah, but it was already lethal without the Riddler, too, because of the Momo, right?
Oh, Momo, right, sure.
Yeah.
Momo is not a mana dork. It is actually also a flying creature.
Yes,
Correct.
yes. It does it all, just like Piggy Bank.
Right. Cha-ching.
Okay, so looks like Dan is just doing Esper Origin stuff, but all right, I mean, the life gain changes the clock. Now Riddler still needs to get in there.
This is a player announcement.
Dan's going to go up to 8. Blind flip. Bingo.
That's not too shabby.
It's usually the best draw.
Yep.
Let's see if it is the case here.
I mean, that's a decent amount of counters on a Chocobo, but 23 is a lot.
Yeah. Chocobo is going to be big. It's going to be swole. It's now 6/7, now 7/8. And can be, I think that was our second land drop, right? So at most it can be the 8/9.
I think that was the second land drop.
Okay. So 8/9, and then a demo field can make it a 9/10. That's great, and then has the great joy of dying to Riddler on the crackback.
Yeah, 10-11 too from the landfall, bringing the field back.
Oh, yep, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was a land drop. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to contradict you, but I wasn't exactly sure. But the problem is it's big, but it ain't quite big enough.
No, it's just not big enough. There's no way. Yeah, Harmonizer's the card, right? If Harmonizer was here, it was over, but there's no way it's in hand anymore.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Trying to flip over another Esper Origins to stay alive, maybe?
Still wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
All right, time to jam.
Fish is in there.
Yeah. A fish, a bird, and an elf walk into the red zone. Oh, I'm sorry, and an insect from space.
All right, space creature blocked space creature. Bird to elf. Fish and bird come on through.
Yeah, and Jordan can just happily take a lot of this. There's no giant growth or might evokes or anything here, you know. So
yeah.
The numbers on the board are the numbers on the board, and Jordan can happily go to even 1 and win the game next turn. So
I like that block that Jordan had lined up. That's 14 damage that he's going to take, and that's a mere flesh wound for him.
Right. Take it right on the chin.
Yeah.
No problem.
And you got Sage of the Skies that are building back, but at the end of the day, you just got to think, how on earth in game 1 is there any defense at all from Dan? And there's only 1 card. It's Season of Loss, and it's uncastable. So Dan does not have any way to get out of this, and I think Jordan will eventually come to that realization. But, you know, the math and your brain gets a little foggier, you know, being this early in the morning to start a tournament and with this much on the line and your first match of the day. It all, you know, combines to be kind of brutal, right?
Yeah, there's a very strong desire to not screw up.
Yes.
You know, like to not, you know, in your head, you know you have it, you know you're close, to not let it slip away.
Yeah.
So players in winning positions often take that extra second, and all right, let me make sure I'm not missing anything, and there you go.
Okay, so one thing that is for sure a factor here is Dan is able to put 3 lands in play at instant speed. with the demo field. Okay, only 2 lands because you can't demo field another. So he has 2 +1/+1 counters at instant speed. So I think Dan's hoping for a bad block. Like, you know, it might be the best for Jordan to just, you know, not put any card in risk. Like the Riddler on the 2/4, I think that's pretty safe. But Pixie to Ice Till.
Okay. That's a chump block, so why not chump block the Burb?
It has trample.
Good reasoning.
So it's the same amount of damage, to be honest. So it would be the exact same,
right? I mean,
no matter what. All right, so demo field, and just not enough. Dan was hoping that, you know, essentially Jordan got way too aggressive with blocks, put a Riddler in front of the big Chocobo, played scared, essentially.
Right.
That was Dan's only out there. But you know what? I love that attack from Dan. Normally, if you're in a playtest game or whatever, you'd be like, all right, you win. It's over. But you're at the highest stakes. Pressure's on. People will come up with reasons within their head why they should make a misplay when the pressure's on.
Right, you never know what your opponent's thinking.
Yeah.
You know, let them make their own mistakes. And this is not a particularly slow matchup either, so the clock not really that much of a risk. So.
All right, so we're going to take a peek at the sideboards here, starting off with Dan. We got some spice here. Disruptive Stormbrood, 4 Mossborn Hydra, 2 Requiting Hex, 3 Sapling Nursery, 2 Scrap Shooters, 2 Shoot the Sheriff, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. What do you like?
Sapling Nursery is so hard for the Momo deck to beat.
Oh, God, you're right.
So hard. 3/4 Reach Factory. You know, 1 or 2 of those tokens in play, and it's so hard. And then, of course, that extends the game, and there's only more tokens coming. So Sapling Nursery is a card that Jordan definitely does not want to see. That's a pretty scary one. Otherwise, it's interesting to see actual removal spells in a sideboard for Landfall. Requiting Hex and Shoot the Sheriff. I mean, those look pretty good. I don't know how much Dan wants to like dilute the main plan of a deck, because it is a pretty good matchup, I think, on paper. And the nurseries are also definitely coming in. So I can see some amount of removal spells coming in, but the nurseries absolutely for sure are the ace in the hole.
Yeah, I feel like those removals definitely are going to be, you know, game breakers in the Landfall Mirror. I bet they're awesome there. I will be interested to see if they come in here. If anything, maybe just Shoot the Sheriff so you can kill Riddlers, but we'll see.
Yeah, and Season of Loss is like, it's just such a weird card. It's hard to really quantify.
It's so hard. Do you think he leaves it in? I don't know.
I don't know, honestly. So, nursery for sure. Maybe some removal spells. Leave it at that.
Okay, sounds good. We're at a loss for words with Season of Loss. So then Jordan's side, we got 2 Avatar's Wrath, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Enduring Curiosity, 2 No More Lies, 2 Pyretic Strike, 1 Requisition Raid, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Seam Rep, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spider Sense.
Yeah, a couple counter spells here are kind of cool. Kind of take a little more of like a flash roll. Avatar's Wrath can also be pretty potent. But I think for the most part, Jordan needs to be as aggressive as possible. Lean on, practice offense. I think a key counterspell or 2 could be a kind of thing that would put Dan off balance. So could see like No More Lies kind of coming in, things like that. But for the most part, anything Jordan can do to keep the game plan as aggressive as possible is where he wants to be at.
Checks out to me. So maybe not a ton of Strixhaven cards within these 2 decks, but Strixhaven is a really awesome set here. So if you are interested in ordering Secrets of Strixhaven, we can show you the information here. Go to starcitygames.com/MTG-SOS to order this really sweet set. Jim, after we've been done, I've eaten dinner, and I'm up to 3 boxes for the weekend in the Arena Directs. I'm balling.
Out of 14 buy-ins?
Out of 5, okay. It was a modest. It was a modest.
That's a pretty good rate.
And right now, I'm 6-1 in the match. I have to go play my second box match at some point.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's exciting.
You want to come battle after our shifts?
I'll bird that, sure.
Okay, sweet. It's a really fun set to play in Limited. Also, really great for Constructed. So order that now from Star City Games, y'all. All right, here we go. Let's get it going. Game number 2 here from Dan and Jordan. Momo on the play. Gotta love it.
Yeah, it sounds silly to like overstate, but having Momo on turn 1 for this deck is very important in general, but extremely important in this matchup where you must go fast.
Momo or Drum, right? They're interchangeable. Like,
I mean, Momo far better together, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, but.
Yeah, if you don't have Momo or Drum on turn 1, you best be seam ripping an elf.
Yep. Or it's mulliganing.
Yeah,
Just look for a better hand, you know.
And I mean, Riddler, maybe that's why I love Riddler so much, because mulliganing, bad, okay?
Yep.
More news at 11, but with Riddler in your deck, mulliganing, not as bad.
Yep, for sure.
So I actually mulligan every once in a while, and here we go. Is it the turn 2 Riddler? We're in the warp zone. And it's the Daydream! Quantum Riddler comes into play, and it's staying into play. Oh, it's my favorite play in Standard right now.
Yeah, it's just Corey daydreaming about Quantum Riddler.
I know.
Yep.
It might pinch me real quick. Ow, okay. All right. I'm awake. Quantum Riddler on turn 2, a 5/7 into play. God, I hope Dan just goes land, shoot the sheriff. Oh, not the case, but hey, this is one way that says, hey, you're drawing a lot of cards and you're doing some cool stuff. I'm going to kill you.
Right. Best card advantage is making your opponent die with 7 cards in it.
Yeah. That is so true. So Hydra goes up to 2. It's going to go up to 4 whenever. Pressure's on for Dan to deal with that. If he deals with it right now, he's in a great position. If he doesn't, the game could be over.
Yeah, or it's spot out for Jordan too, because now Jordan can spend this mana to interact. You know, with 6 power already in play, kind of just like, okay, now I can deploy things at a slower pace and make sure I kill your Hydra, maybe counter a spell, just keep you off the thing you want to do, because now I've done the thing that I want to do.
Yes. Jordan did the thing I want to do as well. So. All right, so here is a Plains and the Seam Rip coming down, getting rid of Cub. That's not the problem, though.
And Hydra is Lumen.
The Cub already did what it needed to do, and that was generate enough mana so you could play a Hydra before you played a land drop.
Yeah, so as far as ways to kill this Hydra, a couple Parting Gust,
Okay.
a couple Fire Strike. That's really, there actually are not that many ways to remove this thing.
And are there any ways to protect the creature from Dan's side? Because if Jordan sees that there's ways to protect, he would fire it off right now. If there's no ways to protect, he's going to wait.
Yeah, there is not. There's no room for any sort of like, Snakeskin Veil-esque effect when you're playing these black cards, so no protection.
So that is a piece of advantage that Jordan is going to mentally keep track of when it comes to killing this Hydra, which, hey, it's going to be 16 power now, so this is probably going to be the time to do so. If he does have it.
There won't be many more times to do so
Yeah.
at this rate, so.
He might offer him a fish in these trying times, though.
Yes. I see you have monstrous Hydra. Can I offer tiny fish?
Yes. How about one fish and throw those dice away? All right, here is representing lethal. If I'm Jordan, I would have kept the hand off Momo and Daydream alone, but has it. Parting Gust turns that 16 power creature, which would have been a 64 power creature, into a 1/1 fish.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy. It's like, do you mind if I give those counters to my little fish? Plays the extra land from Fabled Passage, but now got to restart. And that's huge for Jordan.
Yep. 2-turn clock in the air. Hopefully Jordan has some more interaction. Jordan has drawn a lot of extra cards off that Riddler, so.
Yeah, even if he has one more piece of interaction, this should be enough. Pending no season of loss. Season of loss, I mean, sack 2 creatures, and I don't know, close your eyes and pick some of the other modes. Looks pretty good here.
It is not a card that I thought we'd be talking about this weekend.
No.
Which is why Magic is awesome.
That is awesome. I'm not going to lie. When I saw the deck list and I saw there was a 3 colorless, 2 black card, I thought it was the draw 2 cards, lose 2 life every turn.
Paradigm?
Yeah. I was like, that makes sense. You refuel yourself. Maybe you can aim it upstairs. Like, you can draw 4 cards, lose 4 life, and then just win the game most of the time. I was like, that's cool. That makes sense. And then it was Season of Loss, and I was like, what does Season of Loss do?
Paw Prints.
All right, so there is Sage of the Skies. So now if we do have the card, Season to Loss, sack 3 creatures, and draw a card for each creature you controlled that died. I mean...
it's not a swamp.
Not yet.
Thought Dan was
We got another land.
Yeah, I thought Dan was getting the swamp there. Yeah.
Slow roll. It would be a bad time to slow roll, because if you lose the Ice Till, then you don't have the swamp. So the swamp's in hand.
Okay.
Along with 2 other lands, and didn't look like a black card.
Yep.
I think he was all in with the Hydra, Jim.
Yeah. Keep searching.
Esper Origins, anyone?
So there's 5, 6, 7, 8 power showing for Jordan. Could be a lot more with more flyers or a land drop for the air temple. So pretty tough here for Dan to get out of this.
Yeah.
At a lowly 4 life.
So the double fetch, thin the deck. If his whole plan is Esper Origins, I don't think it's enough. And is that a fail to find? It cannot be, right? Did he put a land into play? I must have just missed it.
Yeah, I think he was stacking the...
Gotcha.
So.
Okay, and just a cub and 3 lands. Jordan takes it down with Azorius Momo in not close games at all.
Yeah, that was cool. I do love his Momo deck.
Me too. Me too.
I think the deck is so sweet. It's had its ups and downs for sure.
Yeah.
It's had some pretty bad tournaments. It has also won a number of tournaments too.
Yeah.
So kind of a weird, wide range of possible outcomes. But the deck looks super fun and powerful, and I like Riddler too, Corey.
Yeah. You do?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Finally, you've come to the dark side. I was just gonna tell you how much I like Piggy Bank as a creature. So
What if we play?
I was thinking the same.
Riddler.
We got a brew cooking here. Put the money in the bank there. We're ready to go. So that's going to do it here for round number 10. We're going to take ourselves a very short break. On the other side, more high-stakes Magic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everyone. Welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, we're really starting to heat things up here in this tournament. Round 11. We got 5 rounds left to Swiss.
Yeah, first round's done. Players have kind of shaken up the cobwebs a little bit.
Coffee's kicked in.
Yeah, breakfast is digest. Now everyone's awake and ready to battle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's take a look at the day 2 metagame, see how we did as far as day 1. Well, Is It Prowess was at the top with 25%, and then it was Control. Jim, I can't spot Control's fallen so far. All the way down to 4th place.
Do you need glasses?
It's
right there.
It's right there. All right, I was trying to make a point that Control doesn't seem like it's doing well. You want me to give you this boring cookie cutter?
I mean, it didn't fall that far.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
I think the interesting thing here is the Mono Green Landfall. So Mono Green and Selesnya Landfall together yesterday were like 11%,
Yeah.
5% of the field.
Yep.
Mono Green Landfall, which was only like 6-ish%, has jumped up to 13%.
Yeah.
So looks to be our big winner so far.
I mean, hey, it makes sense. It's looked great. You know, it is our 10-0 player so far. So really awesome. Demir Excruciator, the other big story, that one came from the ashes and rose up thanks to the help of Superior Spider-Man, and is now putting 19 players into the top 8. Marty Discard seems like it did have another solid weekend as well. Other big notes, Azorius Prison, I think, went down a bit. Lesson seems to be really falling off here as well, Jim. Any other big stories for you?
Yeah, Omni as well. I think Prison, Omni, Lessons are all losers have sunk down a little bit. And Selesnya or Board, I mean, that's kind of a little bit of a dark horse coming in. Not exactly, the Matt Ness deck, or the more beatdown focused deck has looked really good on camera so far.
Yeah.
So, it's good stuff.
Yeah, sounds great. And other stuff here coming up from the other Ashes here. Looks like Bant Airbending, Bant Rhythm. Those were firmly not on the page, so they're doing okay, which is pretty cool stuff as well. And then Teamer Omniscience, maybe not that great as well.
Notably, both Bant decks have a very good matchup against Landfall.
Yeah.
So those are the decks that, if they hit the right pairings today, can possibly go far.
Sounds great. So let's take a look at the standings here after 10 rounds. We got 5 more to play for. Players are very much feeling it. We got Nico up top with Mono Green Landfall, 2nd place. Matt Sinking Johnson from Minnesota, really strong professional Magic player as well, playing Mono Green Landfall. And looks like we have 9-1s all the way down to 12th place. John Puglisi as well. Clark there with Is It Spelementals. Any other big stories?
Yeah, good amount of variety here. Celestia Allegro, Momo, even though Omniscience didn't have a great conversion rate, we still have a player in 12th place in Brock Sorensen, and then Demir Excruciator. A deck that, is definitely a lesser deck in the format as far as popularity. 2 copies in the top 16, not too shabby.
Yeah, honestly, and in that draw bracket, I wonder if Darren played against a bunch of control decks in that draw bracket. That actually seems like a solid one. So we'll take a quick look at our 2nd page of standings, see how we're doing here. Looking down to 32nd place if we can. All right, so 8-2 for everyone here. See Jackson Knorr there in 31st place. Took 2nd at one of our events with Teamer Breach. Absolute killer when it comes to professional Magic. So now let's get ready and take a quick peek at our deck list here as players are going to be ready in the feature match area. And let's see what we got cooking. We got Jake Beardsley, Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings champion there in Barcelona at his very first Pro Tour. Pretty nice stuff.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Not bad.
When your first Pro Tour, But yeah, Mario Discard. You see this deck, this is, again, kind of like you really got to believe in this deck.
Yeah.
But if you do, and you play it very, very well, you can be rewarded with a deck that feels more like a modern deck than a standard deck. Very aggressive. Nothing too crazy here. Cool but rude, the white splash, kind of the usual, thing. Big pickup here is practice offense.
Yeah.
Being able to discard that early on and flash it back later for value is really cool.
All right, Jake Beardsley, the Roanoke native there. We play at the same LGS all the time, play against him quite often. Let's see who his opponent is. We got Michael here with Is It Prowess.
Yeah, this is very similar to the list that Nathan Stoyer was playing yesterday.
Looks very close.
Not bad place to be. A lot of one-ofs here. 1 Get Out, 1 Octopus Form, 1 Prismari Charm, 1 Secret Identity, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Vibrant Outburst. They could all open deck with special of, you figure it out. figure out what to play around, you know. But aggressive and powerful and prowess is, you know, our current top dog in the format, so not a bad place to be.
It's the dark horse, I guess, with Color Storm Stallion being the signature horse in the deck.
That's not the dark horse, it's the colorful horse.
All right, that's the pretty horse.
Yeah, the rainbow horse.
Players are ready in the feature match area. Let's see who's going to take it down. The really cool Mardu discard deck, or is it prowess? Let's check it out. You know, Jake Beardsley, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker specialist, is like, God, just give me Fable in this deck. God, would it just tie the room together? My God, would that card be good in this deck?
I think Fable of the Mirror Breaker's entire career is tying the room together.
It really is.
There are so many decks that look kind of iffy, and it was like, nah, Fable fixes everything. It makes artifacts, discards cards, makes mana, you know, smooths your draws out, just did
Does your taxes,
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first year that we were back, it won every Pro Tour. Yep, starting with our colleague Reed Duke winning in Phyrexial will be one in Philadelphia, I want to say, right?
That's correct. First paper Pro Tour back.
That was a cool one. My first paper Pro Tour commentating was special. So Michael as well, I've seen him around quite a bit, a very strong player in his own right. Jake Beardsley, of course, the Pro Tour champion. And been around for a while on Team Heavy play, as we can see. We see a sea of purple shirts usually at the Pro Tours when it comes to all those players.
No.
Oh, no.
Speaking of one-ofs.
The Prismari charm to do the best forked bolt impression.
Look at the grin on Michael's face.
Yeah.
Ear to ear.
Had it.
Oh, and even sets up a flow state, too.
Oh, and a flow state that's online. I mean, Michael Simonetti here is absolutely crushing it.
Wow. Prismari charm doesn't get to do that very often.
No.
But when it does, holy moly.
Yeah, there's not a lot of X1s really in the metagame, but the one deck that produces a lot of X1s is the Mardu discard deck.
Yep.
How do you like the matchup here, Mardu discard against Scissor Prowess?
It's just so the Mario discard deck is just it's so hard to answer back because it's so polarizing.
Yeah.
I don't know how good is their draw.
Yeah.
You know, is it not going to function as game or is it going to be something else? So it's just so hard to say.
I'm totally with you. I was if you asked me that question, I'd be like every deck with Mardu discard is 50-50,
right,
depending on if the deck allows.
Well, it could be 30-70.
Yeah.
It could be 70-30. I don't know how many blood gas did you draw, or whatever. How many discard outs you have? Does your mana work?
Step one to making this Mardu discard look good is you have to know your deck inside and out. If you play it very well, you see all the lines. Like if you miss one little interaction, that can be the thing that costs you the game. And Jake Beardsley, being the world-class player he is, not going to miss a lot.
Yeah, I think also your mulligan decisions are extremely important in this deck.
Yeah.
You have a lot of pieces to put together, but at the same time, the number of raw cards you have is also very important.
Yes.
Because every card in your hand that's a piece of cardboard is a tool you can use to discard and power up your other cards too. So it's a really fine line to walk between making sure your deck functions and having enough resources. It's tough.
Yeah, and that's the one reason that I don't love it, because that deck mulligans horrifically. Like if you ever mulligan, it's bad. There was versions basically before this Mardu discard deck became such a thing that was playing blue for Riddler to restock monuments. And there was that kind of stuff going on. I tend to really like that version just because you get that long game, but this Mardu discard deck isn't looking to play into the long game.
You like the version that just splashes Quantum Riddler?
You don't have to point out every time that I'm adjacently loving Quantum Riddler. I'm trying to make a great point here, and you keep bringing it back to Riddler, Jim.
I keep bringing
Quit bringing up Quantum Riddler, okay? It's not even in either of these deck lists, Jim.
I'm clearly obsessed with Quantum Riddler. And I need to stop.
Yeah, God. It's Quantum Riddlers and piggy banks with you. That's all we're getting.
You think anyone of this entire tournament was playing piggy bank?
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Maybe we'll see if Nick Miller can crunch the numbers on any piggy banks that we could see.
Yeah.
So Slickshot Show-Off is plotted, ready to go on Michael's next turn. And here comes math from Jake. Practiced offense.
Yeah, that's some practice offense math.
Okay, practice offense. There's also Blood Gas. Nobody's at 10 yet, so it doesn't have the old hasty combo.
Can come back from the graveyard, though, for the effect on the academic.
So now the Flyer has this. Practiced offense.
Yeah.
Is discarded, brought back. That puts the counter on it from it coming back, and then a counter on it. 5 double strike. That's 10. This doesn't look like lethal yet. It looks like a force block on the Otter, if I'm seeing right.
Yeah, and then a bunch of life gains too on the Hardened Academic. So
Yep.
yeah, unfortunately, you can't first strike damage and then my Bug S has haste. He's gonna come in too.
Yeah, yeah, that's not how it works. But does look like Jake gets to gain 10 life. And we'll see if Slick Shot can do enough. See if Jake has anything left in the tank. I don't think it was any interaction, so it's, can this show off? Count to 19.
I mean, it's not completely outlandish.
No, definitely not. Sleight of hand, solid start. Michael, a man of culture here with those VV sleeves. R.I.P.
And Crab, not a bad pickup. Crab could allow, and that's tough.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, you'd have to leave the Slick Shot back.
Yeah, or like have a rule self for one of the other creatures, which are kind of hard to kill. You know, Bloodghast, if it's killed, can just return.
Yeah.
4 toughness on the Cecil, 4 toughness on the Flyer.
Yep, that is fair. So would need Crab plus a blocker. You can't main phase the Crab because then, of course, you don't get the tap down on Jake's turn. Right now we got 3 damage. Both players getting out their graphing calculators. Beep, boop, 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 boop.
I mean, that works.
Yeah, that does work. Okay, now you can even attack with the show off. Because if you can't attack with the show off, you're going to lose anyways.
Right.
It's the playing not to lose instead of playing to win type thing. So I love this play from Michael.
Yeah, need to spread this damage out.
Get rid of the only creature that doesn't have haste. How about that Hardened Academic that's coming down, though? Is that good?
Off top?
Yeah, he had it in his hand before the draw step.
Had it.
I think that was the last card, but needed the white source for practiced offense.
That will do it.
So now he's thinking, now there has to be Burst Lightning plus Crab.
If there are no bounce off in the deck.
Okay.
So Burst Lightning or Best. Actually, I guess Octopus form untaps, right?
I believe you are right, yep. Let's see, it's got to be there. I see Sleight of Hand, but Octopus form from the top ropes, the Elemental Crab. Wow, both players just feel like they just nut drew each other, right? Now tap down the life linkers. Sleight of Hand was the last card in hand from Michael, I believe.
Yeah, and 14 should be too hard to do from here.
Yeah. Discard the Madness spell. What does this one do?
Carnage returns a creature from the graveyard. It comes back, it like has to attack, and then when it deals damage, it like goes away again. But we are or are we still in combat?
Post combat,
Yeah,
I would imagine. Yep.
Okay.
Just mayhemmed it out. Essentially madness.
Mayhem is not madness because you need to play it with its timing restriction.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So if it was madness, this could have been done in combat.
Fair.
But
Yep. Just imagine if that Prismari Cham wasn't there to deal with the Mako and the Moon Shadow.
Oh my God, yeah.
All right, so Moon Shadow gets some of its counters removed.
That is 2 blockers though, for the Crab.
That is true.
So
has to be Slick Shot doing it all on its own. And I think there's Sleight of Hand to start from Michael.
yeah, there's definitely big combo draws here of like, you know, spell, find another Crab, find another Slick Shot.
Slick Shot. I want to say the other one was Boomerang Basics. It was a quick glance, so I didn't get a perfect view, but
Thought I saw land.
you thought he saw land? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, that's not great.
We'll never know.
We'll see who has the better vision.
Now it's kind of just a math problem, right?
Yeah. Slick Shot. Boomerang Basics. Get your eyes checked, Jim.
Well, I think he had the basics and drew a Slick Shot.
What?
Off a sleight of hand, he took the Slick Shot.
Oh.
Had the basics.
Oh, so we were miscommunicating. I was saying the last card in hand was basic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I meant on the sleight of hand.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay,
Wrong
so
hand.
we were both right.
Yep, that's a rare scenario.
Yeah. And what is that? Is that exactly 12? 10, 11, 12? I think that was too short. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so I think that was Jake winning this, you know, as long as the dice represents how many pumps it was. Because it would have been Sleight of Hand, Boomerang Basics, and Storm Chaser's talent, that would be 3 spells, but the Slick Shot would only see 2 of them.
Right.
So that would be 12 damage.
7 to 5, yep.
Yep, 12 damage. Jake Beardsley wins a crazy game 1. We see some games where both decks are like operating on medium efficiency, maybe some bad draws. That was not that game.
Yeah, fireworks.
Both decks just drew perfectly. It was just Jake being on the play and both players playing extremely tight.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. And also cool to see Jake come back from that ridiculous Prismari charm blowout.
Yeah.
Which was...
Yeah, anytime you get a 2-for-1 on turn 2 in Standard, that's usually too much, you know? But here we are. We're heading to the sideboard here. Let's take a look at Michael's sideboard from the Is It Prowess deck. 2 Bounce Off, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Eddie Merc Crab, 2 Elusive Otters, 1 Get Out, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Roaring Furnace, 2 Slag Storms, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Wild Ride. What do you like?
Yeah, anything tempo-y. Bounce Off, Eddie Merc Crab sound great. Could even go lower with the Otters as well. Definitely a race, and you want to make sure you have the best tools to race, and the bounce spells and the tap effects do a very good job of that.
Okay.
The graveyard hate stuff like Ghost Vacuum seems kind of meh. You know, I think a Blood Gas is fine and all, but there aren't that many things in there as far as that goes. So I think it's mostly just a race. Make sure Michael has the proper tools to interact and kind of just keep a little bit of tempo. And, you know, if that game was so close, you know, 1 extra bounce off, 1 extra tap effect would have probably done it. So
Yep.
That's where he's at.
Totally with you. All right, the other side from Jake, 1 Carnage Crimson Chaos, 2 Case of the Crimson Pulls. A lot of Crimson stuff going on here. 1 Deathmark, 1 Doorkeeper Thrall, 1 Inti, 3 Seam Rip, 3 Strategic Betrayal, and 3 Voice of Victory.
Yeah, it's interesting from Jake's side because Jake's deck is such a machine. It's such a moving part kind of thing where all the cards have to work together in a certain way.
Yeah.
Anyone you remove really weakens the deck. You know, Voice of Victory seems kind of cool as a threat that kind of makes Crab not nearly as good.
That's actually awesome, yeah.
You know, Seam Rip could also have some play too, but I don't think you can overboard if you're Jake. So it's hard to say. You know, these discard decks tend to play like 4 or 5 main deck removal spells because you can't really play much more than that.
Yeah.
So like how many more can you bring in? So it's a tough song and dance to walk, but again, speed's the issue. Want to go fast, kill a few things, and try and get the job done.
I like it. So if you want to get the job done when you are buying your Magic the Gathering accessories, head on over to Heavy Play and pick up some of their fantastic products. We got the ETB playmats, RFG deck boxes, those magnetic dice boxes, all that stuff's really cool, as well as the curved sleeves. And they are sponsoring the Commander Celebration area, so if you are into 100-card formats, come on down to one of these SCG cons. There's always a plethora of people that are playing Commander. We see them right outside our curtain right now. They're gaming. They're having fun. And if you want to join them, head on over to starcitygames.com/heavy-play-. You can't forget that last dash.
Yeah, and don't tell anyone, but I've walked through that area to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Vibes are immaculate.
Yeah.
Players are having a great time.
They are vibing out. Yeah, we don't even have a Commander Celebration badge, so we're not allowed to be in there.
That's why I said don't tell anyone.
You just told everyone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we will get you reported immediately for that.
Oh, man. I'm going to get kicked out of the event.
Oh, look at that token. Is that an old school pro player Jerry Thompson token, or does he have like antlers or something?
I guess one Jerry Thompson's still in the tournament.
Yeah. Jerry, of course, did start off pretty solid, 3-1. Then no longer is playing in the event.
Yep, then decided to drop.
Yep. But played a really cool green-white deck as well. That was awesome. So it's nice to see him once again. Buddies with Michael, I assume. So let's take a look at one of our other live matches here. See what's going on as these players get ready to go. We got Sam Bogue down below up against Michael Miller. Demir Excruciator versus Mono Green Landfall.
Excruciator's doing well in this tournament.
He really has been.
You know.
Do you think it's a lot to do with that first card in the graveyard there, Ancestral Recall? Like, I still don't know if that's like a good card in the deck, but damn, does it look fun.
Emeritus?
Yeah.
I think it's very good in the deck.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice tool in that it is just a powerful card. It's kind of a good mid-range threat. And the fact that it's another way for you to like combo kill after Doomsday.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to have too many like silly mill cards in your deck. So having a card that is inherently quite powerful and then also win the game after a Doomsday is great.
Oh, speak of the devil, Emeritus is here. Ancestral Recall is there. It has to be prepared. We learned this from the Pro Tour. You gotta announce that. You know, maybe rules are a little more lax here at this event, but at the Pro Tour, you had to very much remember every prepared thing.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not a trigger.
Yeah, it is something you could miss at the Pro Tour.
Really?
Yeah.
It says it enters prepared, not when it enters becomes prepared.
Maybe it is some of the other ones, but I know there was a lot of judge calls with prepared.
Sure.
For sure in limited, you know, and it bled over into standard. So it is something
sure.
you have to remember. Competitive events, you got to really remember all your stuff.
Yep. Got to keep it PC.
So here is Emeritus. It's ready to go, but
Uh-oh.
Sam's doing the thing. He's going double-double. That's 16. And royal treatment. Okay, so that changes. It's double-double of 10, or double-double of 5, so 5 to 10 to 20.
That's not 22.
That isn't 22, but life totals must have been wrong. Yeah, I do see the life total. It looks like 16.
Yeah, Demir doesn't really gain life, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that looked like a lethal threat. I mean, it would make sense if it was 16, right? Because the Sirach would have gotten 1, and then attacking for 20, there was a 4/4 blocker. It would have been Xaxes. So
Right.
Sambo gave him the royal treatment. Not bad. Content creator here at these events, going around doing some cool stuff.
Yeah, make some cool videos.
Yeah.
I like his stuff a lot.
Yeah, really energetic, really fun, and just a really nice person to be around. I want to say did you test with him for one of these tournaments? No, he wasn't on. Okay. Must be thinking of something else. Okay, so Jake Beardsley up a game here. Michael with the fastest mulligan possible.
Oh, that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Didn't even look at the cards.
Yeah.
Just mentally decided, I'm going to mulligan this game.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
I have seen Michael around quite a bit. He usually goes deep in these events. Definitely a player that knows what he's doing. Jake Beardsley, of course, the same. I played so many matches against Jake's at store championships, local RCQs, and not only is he a great player, his younger brother comes to play, and he does pretty well. Even his dad plays. Ted Beardsley might even be watching here, so shout out to the family that games together.
That's pretty sweet.
It is cool.
Really,
yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, I want to say Ted taught them all to play, taught the kids how to play, and then, you know, seeing your son win his very first Pro Tour in Barcelona was a very special moment. I mean, for me, and had to have just been insanely special for that entire family.
Yeah, it is hard to, as a dad, to imagine how awesome
Yeah.
that would be.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I would cry for sure if my
Right.
daughter won a Pro Tour. It'd be the proudest moment of my life.
Right.
Michael taking a peek here. I think one of my favorite moments from that Pro Tour, as we take another mulligan here from Michael, one of my favorite moments from that Pro Tour is Jake playing against Kelk. And Thought seizes him with a Dothian play. Kelk just throws an Ulamog at him. It's like, yeah, you're going to take this one, and you're going to beat me with it.
Yeah, the calculator. Not going to lie, you know, I love Jake. Jake's great, but
Yeah.
I was really rooting for Calc in that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've known Calc for 15, 20 years, you know, playing him back in PTQs at Neutral Ground
Yeah.
a long time ago. And I love the calculator. I was really rooting for him.
You know, I think out of all the support, you know, if we were to pull all the support in that match, I think Kelk would have gotten a large percentage of it, especially because Jake was playing what was kind of a new deck at the time, which was using Grief to evoke it and then cast something like Not Dead After All on it and bring it back, which, needless to say, gained some traction in the format.
Certainly evoking a lot of grief.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, tough scenario where you have, like, you know, kid playing his first Pro Tour with his dad watching versus fan favorite Calcano. It's a win either way.
Yeah, and then you got the villain Jim, like, you know, rooting against the first timer in the top four. I mean, come on.
I'm saying both, either outcome was fantastic. You know?
Oh, there we go. Jake just slowly rotated that dice to 4 there. I love it. I love it. You know, most of the time you're like, yeah, bummer, man. I hope your 5's better. But going the other way and saying 4, 4, 4, 4, that's another way you can take it. I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you know your opponent you're playing against. But if I'm playing against you, I'm chanting 4 directly at you.
I'm here for the Jake Beardsley heel turn.
Yeah.
All right? I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm in. The nicest guy you'll ever talk to turns evil. I'm in.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Game time. Michael down a game. starting with a little otter, only has 3 other cards, and heading to the Pro Tour champion. Tap Sacred Foundry, right back to Michael. Crunch. This better be a plotted slick shot, huh, Jim?
Yeah. If you're down this many cards, you just want to win fast. So.
I mean, another thing to do is just, you know, try to start turning on flow states, get the card advantage to unmulligan there. Players are having fun.
Oh! Man, that was some really good aim.
Oh, that was good aim. That 2-drop was snared. The most aggressive spell snared I have ever seen.
But it landed right on it.
Yeah.
That was risky, too.
That was.
If it ends up in Jake's lap.
It's his now.
Yeah.
Of course, these players seem to be good buddies, joking around, having some fun. And at the end of the day, hey, we're playing for a lot of stakes between these players, but you still just got to look at the grand scheme of things. You know, in these players' shoes, you get to play Magic all day. You know, ignore the daily aspects of life and just have fun, hang out with your friends, and maybe win some money, maybe head to the Pro Tour and the World Championship. There's nothing better.
Tournament Magic is awesome.
It's so awesome.
It is it's a great place to be.
I absolutely love it. And nothing like that day 2 vibe when you walk in. It's like there's so many less people. It's not that GP style feel anymore. It is much more intimate of an event on day 2.
Hardcast Carnage.
Okay. So you get to return the creature to the battlefield. It's going to attack each combat of Able. And then whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, get rid of it.
Yeah, so
sacrifice it. If it was destroy, you could actually keep it alive, right?
Correct. But this spot's great for Jake because Jake's happy just like putting this in play and blocking with it. You know, Michael's so low on resources that any trade 1-for-1 that Jake can make is great. And this is not a 1-for-1. This is the Carnage is in play too. So
yeah.
If both of these were to trade with both otters in play, that would be a monumentally good exchange.
Oh, for sure.
Just kidding.
All right. So it's not Prismare, but it is a kill the Carnage, tap the Iron Shield Elf. Great.
Yeah.
Michael loves Is-It cards that point at 2 things. Huge fan.
That being said, still pretty low on resources. Would love to cast a spell there, get a little more prowess on.
Yeah, he would absolutely love to have 2 more cards in hand, that's for sure. Discards Blood Gas at end step, heads up play. As you're going to get that one in the graveyard anyway. Most of the time when you have these free ways to do something, you want to wait. Not with Iron Shield Elf, as it, of course, taps down your creature.
Uh-oh.
Here's old Blood Gassy. It's when it deals damage, though, it sacrifices, right?
If you double strike it, that will be a problem, yes.
Yeah, right? Because you lose first strike?
Yeah, well, it's not going to matter, but
okay.
Correct.
So, I mean, hey, this is looking great. That was an effective bounce off. It does shut off the parameters of it, of if it deals damage, you know, sacrifice it, that is gone.
Right, it's back to being a real card, but this game isn't about cards. Michael's was down to 5 anyway, so Michael wants to just close this thing out as fast as possible. And is in a good spot to do it. Blood Gas can't block, of course. So.
Michael has a not-so-bad turn at the very worst. Level up the talent, get a Boomerang Basics. It's fine.
Yeah. When
you're this low on cards, line up a big turn next turn. I mean, if I just have like a sleight of hand in hand, I'm getting the Boomerang Basic back 100%.
Yeah, I'm feeling a crab here. You know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you say go, it's face up. Turn the crab upside down.
Right.
Jake has to know about it. But crab is better than leveling up talent here, so I'm with it for Michael.
Put that body in play, and then with Blood Gas being unable to block, you should be able to tap all the blockers. Ooh.
Yeah. Jake has to think that this is a pretty face-up crab, but just clearly doesn't have any other great options, and all of a sudden this multi-5, it's looking like it's online. Sleight of hand.
Oh, bounce
off.
That's it.
Boom. Bounce that out of here. Michael, Simon Eddy here, just won on a multi-5 pretty easily.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was awesome.
The tempo cards really showing their worth against practice offense. Being able to bounce in response or tap in response really time walks Jake.
Yeah.
Where Jake spent all of his mana for this big effect and just didn't get it. And then loses out on the attacker block as well.
Yeah, wow, really nice stuff there from Michael. Players are evened up at 8-2. they're at that point where if you want to make it to the top 8, you very much have to lose that third round later.
Yep.
So your tiebreakers are better. But hey, you know, this might be a Pro Tour invite that both these players need. Jake's kind of on and off. He comes to these spotlights, these RCs quite often, and kind of bounces on Pro Tour, queues for a few, maybe comes off. So might need the invite, and same could be true here from Michael. Let's talk about the sideboards. Any other changes?
Nah, same idea.
Okay.
You know, like we were saying in the previous break, you know, tempo is extremely important, as you saw in that game. Bounce off looks super clutch. The crab looks super clutch. So get in the board, kind of get ahead, put your opponent off balance, and close it out before they can do anything.
All right. So if you're seeing one of these decks that you really like, but you're like, dang it, I don't have any store credit, but I have all these extra cards. Jim, what should they do?
Turn those cards into store credit.
Ooh.
You can sell your cards to StarCityGames.com. You can go to sell your cards StarCityGames.com, or if you're ever at an event, just walk right up to the booth and say, "Hi, how's it going? I want to sell some cards." And you can get cash. That's great. You got to pay your rent or whatever else you might use cash for. Cool. But if you're smart, like me and Corey, take that 30% trade-in bonus. So it's a huge upgrade on your card sale in. Keep your tab going, and then you get to buy cards and keep on playing Magic.
You know the meme where it's like the first one is like a brain but like low light activity. The next one gets more.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like, all right, if you're smart like us, sell your cards. And then the next level, sell your cards but get the trade-in bonus. And the one after that, sell your cards and then spend Jim's tab to then buy more cards. That's the next level.
I'm going to have to get like a second tab.
Yeah. Jim's the first person that, for store credit, needs a 2-point authorization.
Yeah, it's jam devious, you know, store credit. And, you know, I'll keep $1 or $2 on my main account so you have something to play with so you don't worry about it. And then keep the main credit on the Jam Devious account.
Yeah, there you go. I think Piggy Bank would be a better account, but whatever.
I got the Jam Devious Piggy Bank. I want to find out. We'll talk to Nick Miller and see if there's a single copy of Piggy Bank in this room.
That sounds great. All right, well,
there are 1,200 players.
There's got to be one.
Right.
There's got to be at least one copy. So while these players are shuffling up, let's take a look at some of our backup matches if anyone's in one of these. I do love those Final Fantasy sleeves, though. Those are pretty cool. Is that supposed to be the Final Fantasy theme song?
Nope.
Okay. Because I was like, you can actually sing that one. You will not get DMC strike because that was so far off. We got Nico up top. We got Alex down below. Nico is our tournament leader. Oh, man.
Against Landfall again.
Yeah. Mono Green Landfall, the Celestial Aurora. Nico just won this matchup. Must be switched.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this one must be switched here because, no Gear Hulks there from Nico, but Nico on the bottom. That is our 10-0 player. Alex up top at 9-1.
And Nico just doing the harmonizer thing again.
Yeah.
It's worked so well for him all the other rounds.
He was counting to 20 pretty aggressively last time, and Saza's Chocobo is going to go up double. Then you're able to, bossing say on the escape tunnel, 2 more land drops. You can stack it in such a way where it's already 4 power. Get 2 more counters, that's up to 6, 12, I count 18? But, we're jumping in. There might have already been land drops, so it's a little loose to try to guess that math, but that's what I got right now.
The bird is the word.
Yeah, it looks a little short of lethal.
It's also a Gear Hulk there who could step in, possibly. The problem is that, with only a Gear Hulk in play, even if it's not lethal this turn.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, we're fixed now. Okay, sorry. It's not like Alex is.
I know, it's tough. It's tough, yeah.
I was like, wait, no, wait.
All right, looks like our players are ready. Let's jump on back. We'll keep an eye on our tournament leader to see how Nico's doing there, but let's get it started. Now we got Jake on the play. No 1-drop, but Iron Shield Elf. Got to be the best 2-drop in the deck, right? It just facilitates everything.
Yeah, the ability to discard a card whenever you want for no cost, instant speed is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, that bit of value is amazing. And here's this combo that is really what Standard has been revolving around since the Avatar set came out. Boomerang Basics back, Storm Chaser's talent is incredibly powerful. Storm Chaser's talent's just got to be the best card in Standard, right?
It is, yeah. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of Fable the Mirror Breaker-esque, and it can really just holds the room together in a lot of different decks. Just really, really potent.
Really great card. Makes sense. A lot of these decks are utilizing it, and the Prowess decks, I think, are really starting to run away with it. You know, as far as taking down a lot of tournaments, you know, the win percentages are getting high. Like, these decks are getting fine-tuned, and they're just becoming these well-oiled machines.
Yeah, you know, the 1 mana for a 1/1 Prowess isn't that far off.
That's great, yeah.
We see the Elusive Otter seeing play on and off. It's, you know, 2 copies of his sideboard. We see some of the main deck sometimes, but it's not that far off. And the talent is that plus, you know, I don't know, 14 more lines of text.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yeah, you can almost scratch off the last one these days in these configurations. Like, it does not come up very often. Maybe like once a day for these players, you know?
I mean, with Control being a bigger factor of the format, you know, it is somewhat relevant.
Yeah, yep, that's fair. But either way, even just the first 2 modes is incredible. So now we have Voice of Victory that resolved. The Mako comes down. Prismari Chime would be awesome. There's 2 X1s, but they can both live by discarding 1 Lonely Bloodghast. So Prismari Charm not as cool this time around. Can we still just call it Is It Charm now? Are we close enough away from Strixhaven? It can just be Is It Charm now?
No, there already is It Charm.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, don't register Is It Charm.
Yeah.
Prismari Charm.
Yeah. I'm not here for this Prismari erasure.
Yeah, all right. My bad. When you learn Is It Golgari for so long, you know, it's tough to tough to switch.
Can't teach an old Corey new tricks.
Yes. I am indeed old. You're right. All right, big things from Michael. Also, Michael's got some incredibly cool tattoos, I must say.
Yeah, lots of work through here. Pretty hard to attack into this board. Voice Victory makes things awkward, too.
Slick shot, show off. Comes on down. A crunch for 3. And 3 otters.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, honestly. Yeah. You know, get some damage in. Jake's taking a lot of damage from his lands already. Yeah. So, not too shabby. We have a 3rd otter on the way.
3rd otter coming. Look at that. Look at that cute little guy. I love those tokens.
Yeah, now, I think if Michael has the next step, has, you know, bounce off. Not there on Crab just yet, unfortunately, but some sort of, like, you know, cheap interaction, you know, Vibrant Outburst, something. It's going to go a long way next turn, and Jake's got to be very cognizant of that. Yeah, God, it's just been so funny. Game 1, both players operating on max efficiency. Game 2, both draws kind of mid. Michael's draw was good, but mulliganed. And then Game 3, looks like both draws are just great here. And here we go, we're cooking. Strategic Betrayal removes the Boomerang Basics from the yard, cleans up 1 little otter. I think this has to speak to an Eroder Hex in Jake's hand. This attack is extremely aggressive otherwise. Yeah, I mean, in the face of a Slick Shot and 2 Prowess creatures. That's true. That's true. You don't need that many spells. So here comes the humans. That's 3, 6, 7 damage. Could be more at instant speed, but not enough to be relevant where we're going to see Jake discard anything that doesn't have the card text of Bloodghast. We got a reader. Looks like it's do we sack him at combat or end step probably is the. There's your X, yeah. Okay. So a little blight action, gain some life, pretty cool. Okay. Looks like Jake is like, all right, kill me if you can. 15's pretty tough. Yeah, in the versions that we're playing, pump spells, monstrous rage, full bore, whatever, sure. But in these more standard versions, you know, 15 is it's a lot. It's gonna have to start with a wild ride. Yeah, and there's one of those. I mean, Slick Shot spell is 5. Slick Shot, Wild Ride, Opt. I feel like that's the max you can do. Right. And I don't think that's even enough. What? That's 5. That is, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Yeah. 3, 5, 4, 11. 6, 7, I count 14. I count 14 with that line. Yeah, I count 14 also, actually. So. The gaining of life from Requiting Hex. Yep. I don't think we're bringing in Wild Ride in this matchup either, though, for what it's worth. Yep. Flow State coming down. Anticipate.
Michael's got range with his islands. One from the draft box, one that is one of the nicest ones historically. I like it. Flow state, head in hands. The very common John Finkel-esque play. I feel like he pioneered the hands on your head play.
He pioneered a lot of things.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. One of the absolute goats.
2 of 7. You have 50 minutes. Please begin.
Yeah, this is tough. You know, Michael's board is it's not looking too great, and Jake's board's only getting better.
And you gotta, right now Michael's thinking like, okay, if I attack, and Jake does have practiced offense, am I completely dead? I think that's probably the math he's doing, because I think Michael did have land, vibrant outburst, so had that to play defensive, but he said, you know what, that's playing to not lose. I'm going to try to be aggressive here and try to win with that vibrant outburst next turn. And let's see if it's possible. Oh yeah, there's Voice of Victory is in play anyway, so no playing that defensively.
Yeah, big question there was to boomerang offensively or defensively.
Yeah.
You know, where can you want to bounce your own thing, draw a card, get some value, another otter, or bounce the Iron Shield Elf and try and delay your opponent's board.
Yep.
And go on offensive here.
And now the question is attack for 3 or 6. How much do you want to hold back? Decides to hold back 2 otters.
That's tough because these otters don't block particularly well.
No, they don't.
It is cute to block the Iron Shield and at least force a discard.
Yeah.
So it's still a 1-for-1, but
yeah, I think this is the classic, like, all right, I don't die to practiced offense plus requiting Hex now, you know.
I mean, I don't think practice offense is beatable regardless.
I think it probably is, right? Because you can only give one creature double strike.
Wait.
You can't do it within combat where...
You just lifelink.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
So you just gain some life, like buffer your life total, deal a lot of damage, and most importantly, pump your board permanently.
Yeah.
So they're all big for next turn, too.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I guess I like not attacking with the otter, though, because Jake has 7 power on the battlefield, and all he would need to discard is a permanent to give Mako the win, and then clear one otter. So basically, Michael would have left himself dead to 1 removal spell if he did attack for 3 there. But hey, that could have been the turning point of the match where maybe Jake didn't have it, but now Michael's missing some damage on the crackback,
right,
and then loses because of it.
That's my question is, like,
can you beat a removal spell anyways, right?
Is Michael playing to win or not,
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe you stay alive that one turn, but is the single otter you have left going to get the game over with? It's tough. It's a tight game here.
Okay, down to 9. This is a tight one. The jokes have ended between these two players.
Yeah.
This is business time. Time for Jake to get cool, but a little rude. And now how far can Jake go? Doesn't look like Jake has any kind of lethal attacker. But, Jim, walk us through the interaction with Iron Shield Elf and Cool But Rude when it's leveled up. This is pretty nasty.
Yeah, very powerful. So Cool But Rude Chapter 2 says, discard a card and your opponent takes 2. With an Iron Shield Elf in play, every card in your hand's a shock.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, it's so important to have his free discard at instant speed. It means you can just do the thing over and over and over again. So discard on attacks, and then any card in hand is a shock. That's a lot of damage coming across.
So here was the attack trigger to discard draw, puts a counter on Mako, puts 2 damage to Michael here. I believe Michael's at 6, right? I don't know. Did that get updated? I swear we were doing math that he was at 8, so I think he's at 6.
I agree. And then the question here is how many cards does Jake have in hand?
Yep.
At least 1.
There's 2 more. So that should be, what, down to 1? Does he not have another card?
Yeah, now the problem is that any card drawn is it.
Wild Ride! Oh my goodness, and that looks like lethal. Michael wins the match at 1 life in game 3. Oh my goodness. Jake got so very close, but turns out playing to not lose, Michael's attack was absolutely perfect. We were both jaws dropped. That was a match.
Yeah, so that was the factor we were missing, was that we were like, will he have enough with only 1 otter?
Yeah.
Wild Ride completely changes that math.
Yeah.
Wow, that was awesome.
That
Great setup.
That was wild. And I mean, Cool But Rude was so close to taking it down. Jake had to have just had the one card when he played it, right?
Correct,
like,
yes.
Yeah, because otherwise you discard anything, and Cool But Rude, it's not like it has to be a permanent with Cool But Rude. So
Right.
if he just had the extra card, the game was over. So incredible.
That was really cool. Great setup. The one wild ride coming in. Awesome.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, why play more than one when you just need that one to close out the game?
Yep.
That was indeed a wild ride. So we're going to get our backup match ready to go. We got more high-stakes competitive Magic here for you, so let's jump on down. All right. Looks like we got the names mixed up. We got John Clark on the bottom. And we got Lucas up top. I believe John is on Spelementals, though, right?
Yes. He is, yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So we're going to have mono green landfall at the top. Is it Spelementals down below? With, I think, still John up a game, but unsure. Saz's Chocobo. And an opt. Got to be a good matchup for John, right?
Yeah, lists look pretty standard, honestly. So Thunderflock's not too shabby.
All right, second opt coming on down. 9-1 for both of these players. So, and I gotta say the Puglisi brothers, excuse me, are phenomenal players.
Yeah.
They are really good. Both of them got what it takes, both John and Joseph. They're making it onto the Pro Tour. They're making splashes there. And they both took second at back-to-back RCs.
Yeah, I had dinner with Joseph in Cincinnati 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, okay.
Smart dude.
Really smart, yeah.
Really, really cool chat with him. Definitely a really good mind for the game.
All right, so here's Flow State. And just a sad Chocobo there that went to the graveyard.
He's got a floating in no man's land over there.
Yeah. Lives in the red zone.
Yeah.
Chocobos live and die in the red zone.
Yep. They are bloodthirsty creatures.
Yep. But either way, everything really going exactly the way John wants it to go. Playing the third land, getting Flow State on turn 3 to draw 2 cards. And just doing the thing. There's Eddie Merc.
Yeah,
this is what you draw up, right?
Yep. Yeah, fantastic.
And the flip side from Lucas, a really bad start.
Yep.
No turn 2 play at all. Presumably Fabled Passage, is probably either your last land or, maybe you have a forest here and no 2-drop and you're about to play Earthbender Ascension. But regardless, Lucas has some holes in his plan.
Yeah, the Spellbunter deck plays a lot of the same cards as Prowess, but unlike Prowess, does not get on the board in the first few turns. It just kind of has these set up.
Yeah.
Where each opt, each sleight of hand, each removal spell is a setup. Once you get to 5, now you're turned on. All your threats can come down, so that Crab go to hand, and then Thunderflock to follow is pretty backbreaking.
Yep, but good news for Lucas fans, I would say, is, John's on the play, so had to have lost game 1, so would assume Lucas is up a game. All right. Earthbender Ascension. Hit one of those lands. I'm not a big white-bordered land fan, but out of all the white-bordered lands, those are pretty cool.
Yeah, those are 5th edition basics. And
Okay.
buddy of mine back in the day loved those. Always played them in all his decks.
Yeah.
I have a special affinity for them. I like them a lot, too.
Yeah. I'm coming around to white-bordered cards. I used to be an absolute hater.
Yep.
Mystery Booster Seals has changed me. There's so many white-bordered cards in those. All right, there's the Hydra.
Yeah, so that is an elemental, so no Thunderflocking there.
There is.
So the big challenge for Lucas right now is to try and get that thing up out of burn range.
Yep. Now that being said, no Thunderflock. We do see Thunderflock available, so if John's whole plan was to just tap down Thunderflock and then there's no more Eddie Merckx or anything like that, you know, there's going to be some world where he would not play Eddie Merckx here to prevent this.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, that's Snakeskin Veil. So 1 damage upstairs, and then Snakeskin Veil deals with it, but no follow-up land.
Yeah, however, it does add a counter, so it does kind of get that ball rolling on the doubling.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
But another Prismari Charm here from John. And you can deal the 2 damage just to Hydra, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that feels like where you want to start, right? I just do not want to have... That's the scariest card for me.
I'm sorry, you can't.
You can't?
Yeah, it's one to two different things.
Okay.
Apologize.
I'll be like, I'll deal 1 to the Mossborn and 1 to the Hydra, please.
Yeah. 1 to that head and 1 to this head.
Yeah, there's like 11 heads there on that card,
Yep.
so that would make sense.
All right, so Lucas. Here comes the Hearth Elemental, and definitely wants to get things going here. Sunderflock can mop things up, which is nice, but this Hydra, once the Hydra gets out of burn range, it's going to be pretty hard to stop barring a bounce spell. Passage comes down, take 2. I got to reach over and find these cute little land markers. I like these a lot, pretty cool.
And pretty funny, kind of ironic here. John won the spotlight in Richmond. You know, both the brothers, they took second at 2 different RCs, and then John won the spotlight playing Landfall. Took the whole thing down and was like, you know what? I'm not going to play Landfall this tournament. Let's play some Spelementals. Players that just have this range in them, even though they win a tournament, they're not married to the deck, and then are able to jump off and have success. That's just a sign of a world-class player.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's gone crabbing. The little upkeep crab tapping down the land, a little Rashad Port action.
Love it.
And then again, though, that the Hydra is getting big and scary. Sunderflock can't stop it, so...
Yeah,
maybe.
What about 2 of them? No. Okay, Prismari Champ can bounce, though, right?
Yes, that is the key thing. So a charm, as long as there's a way to answer the Hydra, the question is, do you just do it now?
Oh, do it now for sure.
And play around a Snakeskin Veil. In fact, the issue is that then he gets to replay. Lucas gets to replay it and possibly play some lands if you try to do it in combat. But yeah, you got to go for it now.
Just do it now. Like
too far ahead to wait.
Yeah, Hydra is just going to do a lot of blocking at this point, and there was another Prismari Charm in hand. So this looks to be very close to the list that we saw from Max Komanowski from the top 8 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven not too long ago. Played 4 Prismari Charm in his list, and they look great. I mean, that is just a nice, versatile card.
Yeah, Thought Scour, just mill 2 draw is pretty good in this deck. Set up all your stuff. So,
but it's not that; it's preordained.
Well, I'm just saying, like even if you just bin 2 cards every time, like that's still great.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, and that's the one of the modes of it. It can of course just find you gas and keep it. So preordain at instant speed, bounce something, or of course Fork Bolt is a nice little duality when it comes to the cards. So players evened up here. 1 game apiece. So let's talk about our newest limited time offer that we have right now. These usually end at the end of the day. So if you want to get an order right now, either for standard, you got our newest set that's going to be coming into play soon, so you can pick up some standard cards to get ready for that. Or of course, it's Modern RCQ season, and Modern's kind of taken hold of the competitive Magic scene here for a little bit, I would say. You can order a bunch of your cards here and get free shipping on the Lower 48. StarCityGames.com/sale for more information. You get excited for Modern season?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I know you do.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I am getting pretty pumped. I've loved standards churning and different iterations. It's been an absolute blast. But I love both Modern and Standard, as well as Limited. So
It's cool to see Modern with the changes that have happened.
Yeah.
Recent bans and unbans.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm sure Umezawa Shite will dominate the tournaments.
Yes. I mean, speaking of that, I played a Modern 1K, and I sat down round 1. I was playing Grixis Death Shadow with Riddlers in it. Pretty fun. I went 2-2. I did not do that great. But I sat next to Nathan Goldberg round 1, and I was like, I wonder what you're playing, as he won our last regional championship with Amulet. He's been a diehard Amulet player. And I was like, I wonder what you're going to be playing. Starts with Amulet Go. And I'm like, I thought they got rid of that deck. And he's like, oh, no. And then I was like, and he's like, but I want to check out the museum. So if I lose a match, I'm probably heading out. I later look and I see his trophy picture from winning the event. So I'm like, okay, that's pretty funny.
You just can't stop the Amulet Masters.
You just can't stop. And he is a master. But oh my goodness, we got stuff going on here. So Earthbender Ascension comes down. Here is the Hydra. Get out. Thankfully cleans that up because there was a fetch land going. Saz's Chocobo is going to get big. Earthbender Ascension is going to head up to 3. And what a draw from Lucas Birch here.
Yeah, that was the Prismari Charm bait. Where if you say, that's fine, let's Prismari Charm them. Fetch land comes down, now you can't do that anymore.
Yes.
We respond with the fetch, so.
Yes, yes.
Clutch get out for John.
Really was great. There's not a lot of those in John's deck.
Just a reminder, of course, also we've got Lucas on top. And John, no, they're fixed now, right?
No, nope. Lucas is up
right.
top. John is below.
Right.
Both 9-1. And of course, game 3 here.
Uh-oh.
It's the nursery time. Do we have a second get out? Doesn't look like it. Are these that big of a deal, though, with Thunderflock around?
Correct. These are tree folks. They might feel like they should be elementals, but they are tree folks.
Yeah.
So they all get set up in the flock.
All right, there is Hearth Elemental and just a tap Steam Vent. So we saw John's deck just firing on max efficiency kind of when we got here.
Oh, my God.
He is not doing that now. And now instant speed 3/4s are pretty nice, but it looks like Lucas is hellbent.
Yes.
So as scary as this is, it's, would be a lot more scary if he draws an Ice Till or something.
Yeah, as long as there's a fetch land available, and the Thunderflock can happen, but then a fetch can happen after that, remake the tokens.
Yeah.
Pretty good for Lucas.
So I see 2 lands, Get Out, and the Thunderflock. So now he's just thinking, can I wait? Can I wait with the Thunderflock? If I do it now, what does it even do? I think Thunderflocking now is not what we're going to see. I think it's going to be either a pass. I mean, there's some world where he, tries to get out back. Wow, I'm kind of shocked by this.
Yeah, I mean, it puts the body in play.
Okay, I actually like this for one specific reason. The Get Out just bounced the Thunderflock when Lucas inevitably kind of goes ham on these tree folks.
I mean, the thing is, if Lucas is patient and just kind of keeps that Veil Passage hanging out, almost
Miss Trigger. Miss Trigger. Judges getting involved. He put a spell on the stack. Therefore, he essentially missed it. No new information has changed, though, so we'll see. More than likely able to do back, but looks like did the classic. Would you like to allow him to do that? John says no. Top deck Spire Bluff Canal. So right now John has 3 lands and a Get Out in hand, so absolutely flooding out. Has the sorcery and the instant in yard, so any flow state or anything would be amazing. But when one player's flooding, and if both players are flooding, the person with Sapling Nursery usually is having a better time.
Yeah, and the person with 3 Sapling Nurseries is having a great time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, as long as Lucas is careful here,
yeah,
it's going to be very, very hard for John to punch through.
Yeah, if I am Lucas, I'm not sacking that Fabled Passage until you deal with these ones in front of you.
Just ever.
Ever, yeah, basically.
Just like
unless I'm about to win the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to stay there. That's the insurance policy. And you're in a spot where, you draw a spell. Awesome. You draw a land.
Yep.
Awesome.
I don't think John has any moves right here. You can, get out and start to do the other side of Hearth Elemental, but I think John just has to be patient, and Bossing Say means that you inevitably will have this. That had to have been the best draw. Now you have Fabled Passage every turn.
Yeah, that is...
He's like, what a draw.
The Ents are going to war.
That they are, and you see a little head shake from Lucas. Missed the Earthbender Ascension again. Now, this game is going to be won by miles instead of inches, but, you get to the spot at 9-1. You don't want to make any kind of mistake at all, and, hey, Magic's hard.
Yeah, I definitely... Listen, you got to play tight Magic for sure, but focusing on the things in the game that are important.
Yeah.
Which are going to be managing these tokens, managing against Thunderflock. And, I mean, this will clean them up once.
Yep.
There's plenty more to be seen.
Yeah, what do you do with the Fabled Passage? Do you sack it or not? I mean, it's minor. Either way, more news from the hand. Drew another Spire Bluff Canal.
Yeah,
John has 3 lands in hand.
I kind of like this choice of just putting it back to hand. You know,
Yeah.
it's just 6 more Tree Folk. So
Yeah.
take a small hit here, you're 20, no big deal. And then it's all coming back.
Okay. There is a bunch of triggers.
Yeah, it's the exact same state, too, where now you're just bossing, say, the Fabled Passage again. And now
Yeah.
you're just in this game state where I'm going to produce 6 Tree Folk every turn. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, no kidding. And I just don't think it's possible. So Sapling Nursery, not an amazing card against the deck because the Tree Folks get picked up by Sunderflock. But when you have this inevitability to just keep doing it, it looks a lot better. And John picked up a Spell Snare, which doesn't look great. And now the difference is Lucas can proactively sacrifice this Fabled Passage and then have it ready to go next turn and start just attacking in here. I don't really see a way out for John, do you?
No, this is looking fantastic. You know, the fact that they have reach means there's no sort of like, you know, cheaty flyover.
Yeah.
There's so many of them that tapping down with a crab wouldn't really do it either. This is kind of like the hard lock, you know, like
Yeah.
really got things going good.
The Ents are definitely going to war, huh?
Yes.
Is this how the show worked out? They just attacked a bunch of birds
I think
in large numbers?
I think there were some elementals in Isengard. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not.
I'll do my research before our Hobbit Spotlight, okay?
Sounds good. The Hobbit movies are not as strong as the Lord of the Rings movies.
Okay.
They have their moments. But
Okay. Another Earthbender Ascension. Animating a land. Getting a land. 10 power into play for every forest.
man,
What a time to be alive. Yeah, and if you're going to make any mistakes, you know, let it be when you're 9-1 and you forget just to minorly move up your dice and miss 2+1/+1 counters when it's not going to matter at all. And hey, that might be the slight small mistake that makes it so Lucas is just absolutely dialed in and locked in, ready to go, and you know, goes on to win this event. And that's going to be a lethal attack. Lucas Birch here advances to 10-1 over really one of the superstars here of these events, John Puglisi Clark.
Yep.
Really impressive stuff.
yeah, I think it's a thing where it's an easy mistake to make because you're not thinking about it. Because Lucas understands what this game is about. This game is not about minuscule counters. It's about setting up the end game to beat Sunderflock, make sure I'm managing my resources properly so I always have Tree Folk in play. That's the game plan.
Yeah.
These counters don't really matter that much. Should do the triggers for sure.
Yeah.
But I'm just it goes to show the focus that he had on the game, focusing on the right things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to go back to the Sapling Nursery. Like, you know, it's not a card that I initially think to bring in, but man, I don't think any other card was going to do what it did.
Yeah, that was really cool. The card's really good. You know,
Yeah.
it's the kind of card. It is a little bit slow.
Yep.
But once it gets going, holy moly, as you saw there.
It did the thing.
Yeah.
Each forest representing 10 power is pretty dang good, that's for sure. So that's going to do it here for round number 11. We're going to take ourselves a short break. And on the other side, round number 12 with Jim and I. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship in Washington, D.C. I'm Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 12, and we're very much knocking on the door. We got 4 rounds left. You win a couple at the top of the standings here, and you can think about that draw.
Yeah, and again, like we often say in these events, there's multiple goalposts too.
Yep.
Top 8's the big one. You know, we're watching table 1. We're going to see players trying to battle for top 8. But even if you take that loss or two, you're still in contention for that Pro Tour slot too.
Yeah.
So very exciting. A lot of players playing for a lot of good things to play for.
Absolutely. We're not quite at the winning in for top 8 yet, but this could very well be for these players that we're going to watch at X and 1. Let's pull up the standings as we talk about this. For the players at X and 1, this very well could be a win and Pro Tour in. This could be a PTQ for these players, right?
Yeah, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
So cool to see for players who maybe it's their first Pro Tour. That's an unbelievable moment and achievement. And for players who've been to the Pro Tour before, hey, you want to go back? You know, like,
yeah.
There it is.
If I never played in another Pro Tour again, I would be sad. There's nothing like sitting down for that draft right at 9 a.m. It's very special. So, big story here from the last round. Nico ended up taking the first loss here, so as a co-leader with 6 other people right in the hunt. You know, how do you change mentally after you're like, all right, you're the one up top, and then you take a loss? Like, you know, you kind of start to panic a little bit, or how do you feel?
Ideally, you don't.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
Ideally, you know, you kind of just keep playing, but that definitely is a letdown. You can feel, you know, you feel unbeatable, and all of a sudden, now that mentality of, well, I'm unbeatable has been shaken because I've just been beaten. So,
yeah.
You can't let it affect you. Obviously, that's an easy thing to say, not an easy thing to do. We are human beings, but hopefully Nico can keep on rolling.
Got to be someone I'm rooting for there in 6th place. We got Jordan Selznick in with playing that Azorius Momo deck. You got to love that. So let's take a look at the second page of standings and check out all the players that are still well and truly in the hunt. We see all the way at the bottom there. Whoa, Corey Burkhart always at these events and we're always reading his name somewhere. So Corey Burkhart, Nathan Stoyer still around. These players still at X and 2. And a plethora of some other good stuff. Sam Bogan 20th as well.
Yeah, and a lot more prowess on this page. That first page, we have a lot of variety in our 7 leaders of a tournament, which is great to see.
But here comes the birds, huh? And the otters.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right, so yeah, some nice stuff there for sure. Let's get on ready for our feature match. Sounds like we have deck lists. Let's take a look what we're going to see. And let's start with Alex Hoaxie on Celestia Ouroboros here.
It's so interesting to see the variety between, you know, what threats these Celestia decks are playing. This one much more like Matt Ness's deck from the Pro Tour, though.
Yeah.
So it has the Gearhulks, has the Ouroboros, it has Sage of Disguise main deck, 4 copies. Excellent card against prowess. Most Celestia lists we've seen so far this weekend are not playing Sage of Disguise. They're playing more copies of Leatherhead or Surrock, cards that are better against the control decks. This is the more classic version, looking to beat up on prowess and kind of do the thing. Gonna have a weaker matchup against the control decks, but still very potent overall.
Yeah, this looks like basically copy-paste Matt Nass style deck, right? Like maybe small other changes, but we see that Nature Rhythm Behemoth package in the board, which ends up being very viable in about half your matchups, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. The main deck, Sage of Disguise against prowess. The sideboard, Rhythm Plan against landfall. Everything else, just whatever. Play some creatures, win the game.
Okay.
Know? But good place to be against top 2 decks in the format.
That is fair, but well, one of those top 2 decks is not what Alex is going to be playing against. So let's take a look at the opponent here. Bradley Schleisinger here playing Jeskai Elementals. Oh boy, this I see only 2 Sunderflogs though. I was going to say this could be a really bad matchup, but only 2 of that card is a big deal.
Yeah, interesting to not see the remaining 2 in the board either,
yeah.
You know, because that card is such a polarizing, powerful card. Yeah, this is kind of old school. This is similar to the decks that we saw at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. That kind of just fell off, you know.
Yeah.
The Spell Melted that came up and kind of was the better Sunderflock deck, and that's kind of taken over. But very potent, very reliant on Flamebraider and Ashling on turn 2. This deck is night and day when they have those cards on turn 2. When they don't, when they do, they get turbocharged. They're playing these huge 5-drops on turn 3.
Yeah.
When they don't, they can be a little bit slow.
You know, as much as I do love Quantum Riddler, I see 2 of those in the board. You gotta think having those as Sunderflocks in a metagame where there's green cards and Cubs everywhere, that's a definite choice there to make that exchange, right?
For sure, yeah. But 2 copies there, and there are cards like Ill-Timed Explosion. And it also has the capacity with Roaming Throne to really kind of go nuts, where if this deck can stick a Roaming Throne and gets to untap with it, it can do some really crazy things with multiple triggers kind of going everywhere. So there's a lot of power here, maybe a little bit less consistent than Spellmentals, though. Got the yeah, that one base or two base also in there. Just looks kind of silly in the sheet. You just see islands and mountains and white cards. But you know, Cavern of Souls, Flamebraider can get it done.
Yeah, Flamebraider and Ashling both can just kind of cast it pretty easily. So yeah, really cool stuff. Players are still getting ready in the feature match area. So let's take a look at the metagame here one more time for day number 2. And well, let's see, Jeskai Elementals.
Nope.
Still in the other category, huh?
Yep.
I love seeing other decks that are, you know, still playing for Pro Tour invites, playing for the top 8 slots.
Yeah, and honestly, not a bad conversion for our other categories. So
yeah.
15% on day 1, dropping down to a little below 14% on day 2. That's obviously a dip. But typically, when you look at any sort of spreadsheet of, you know, win rates from events,
yeah,
the other category gets obliterated. Because
yeah.
it is, you know, it is of course the decks that are either, you know, not metagame relevant, or maybe dark horse candidates, or players just kind of playing their brews and having fun.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's always
absolutely.
a factor too. So seeing that only a slight dip in the other category is quite heartening.
Yeah, no, that is really cool. So sounds like our players are ready in the feature match area, so let's head on down for round number 12 and see which players are going to be very much knocking on that top 8 door and might just lock up a Pro Tour invite here with this really awesome match. So Alex starts it off. It's iconic, Jim. It's a turn 1 Llanowar Elf.
Forest Llanowar Elf couldn't ask for more.
Burst Lightning the Elf, as we always say. Bolt the bird. Get that one out of there. You gotta. I mean, that's just a good lesson to have. And oh no, the elf was the second land drop, it looks like, and now just a rabbit and a pass.
Yeah, so two big things here. No land for Alex. Does Bradley have the 2-drop accelerator?
No, okay.
Big sigh of relief from Alex.
Yep, big deal to not have that, but now, I mean, we need the land, right? Like, this Celestia deck needs to really go wide, and you gotta think, how many cards did we have? And probably how many Badgermole Cubs are in hand, some other powerful 2-drop, huh?
I'm going to guess 2.
Yeah. But hey, playing against the Jeskai Elemental deck, it's actually not that risky of a keep. There really are only the 3 Burst Lightnings. So a 3-outer to lose your elf or 2 bounce off to kind of tempo you off. So a calculated risk, and Bradley ended up just having it.
Yeah, again, though, for Alex, a bit of a sigh of relief again, where we see this Winter Night Stories. Just a card draw effect, no big setup, no mana dork, you know.
Yeah. Kind
of still just a little wheel spinning, giving Alex time to hopefully draw a Temple Garden.
Yeah. See, for me, it doesn't, close enough.
Close enough.
For me, when my opponent's having this medium draw and I took a risky hand and got punished, you know, I'm always just thinking, God, if I just had a slightly better hand, I would have run over this draw. Not like, oh, you know, they're not having that great of a draw. I have time to claw back in. But here's the Badgermole Cub animating the forest, and now we're online.
You gotta think positively, Corey.
That's true. That's true.
So it's a very glass half empty outlook, you know.
Yeah. All right. You're right. I got to adjust my state of mind when I'm playing.
Yep.
It's a whirlwind up there when we're gaming, you know.
Most of the time, it's a whirlwind. Yes, I know.
Yes. All right. So the Cub is down, and we see the courtyard on Elemental. Everything's going to be named Elemental here. And here is the ill-timed explosion. Draw 2 cards. As long as we have absolutely anything. The land's going away, but then coming right back.
Yeah, that's a one of.
Yeah. Yeah, one of in the main looks pretty good. Gets rid of Roaming Throne and the Flamebraider. 4 damage to everything.
Yeah, this is definitely not the pace of the game that Alex wants to be seeing.
No.
Alex wants to get things going. Longer the game goes, even though there are only 2 Sunderflocks, longer the game goes, the more you can find them. And Bradley has kind of that big end game advantage.
Yeah, now we're at the state where, like, sure, Alex is going to play this, but we're in the territory where Bradley can untap and cast Vibrance, kill that, gain a land, can Wistfulness do some stuff too. Like, this was a great turn and all, but now Bradley can really just start casting haymakers. The 2-drops are so important on this deck because it doesn't do a lot on 1 through 3. 4 through the rest of the game, bang, 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 it's haymakers.
Let the record state that there were 2 Badgermole Cubs.
Well, you know, he could have just drew one now, so the record can't be confirmed.
He had it.
Okay.
Drew the Verge.
Okay. We'll give it to you.
Yes.
Could have, you know, held the Verge. All right, probably not. Gets Cavern of Souls here.
Don't take this away from me, Corey.
Can't let you get too high up, you know?
That's right.
All right, so Keen-Eyed Curator, though, is a heck of a card here. Land 4 almost assuredly has to represent that it's getting buffed. And honestly, with a Roaming Throne in Yard, it's pretty clear that you could probably do it off just 3 lands, huh?
Yeah, pretty sweet. Exiling an artifact creature at the same time. You get that Winterhead Stories also, and then maybe a land. But yeah, second Curator does not eat the stories preemptively.
Yeah, I think if I'm Alex there, I'm tapping those 3 lands. I'm attacking for 7. I'm going to eat the Winternight Stories, the Roaming Throne in an instant. Get in for 7. Like, I feel like that's better than this, you know, like. Now you lose the creature you played anyways. Otherwise, Vibrance wouldn't have done a lot.
And no exile of the stories in response. So now Bradley can go stories off the Summoning Stick Vibrance, draw more cards, and it's just really cooking here.
Yeah, no kidding. We really had to do that now.
Yes, now there's no more priority windows because next time Bradley have priority, can cast the stories.
Well, all right, he's got a chance.
All right, go into combat.
Eat it now. Bradley's trying to give you all the opportunities to do so. And, I mean, I think if I'm Bradley, yeah, I'm definitely doing this. I'm content with my opponent attacking me for a good amount. And there's the free Winternight Stories that was gifted to Bradley.
Yep, so obviously once it's being cast, can't be exiled anymore, so.
Okay, now you get to eat something and a little bit cheaper for the Keen-Eyed to get boosted. Roaming Throne is where I want to start since the stories is gone, right?
Yep, it's 2 types in 1 card, not too shabby. Of course, the Curator wants to see Delirium, basically 3 different types among the cards. 7/7 Trample is quite large.
Yeah, 4 different types, right?
Oh, so, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
4 different types can be 3 cards because of the two
go.
types on 1 card.
There we go. A really powerful card.
Yeah, it's great.
Who would have guessed? Some good cards came out of that Bloomborough set, huh? That set was just all bangers.
Yeah. What's the band count on that set? I think there's 2 cards, 3 cards, 4 cards, something like that.
Heartfire Hero for sure. Monstrous Rage probably.
The Rage is from Eldraine.
Okay, yep. Maybe it was just that. I'm not 100%. That feels like there's another one. But
lot of good cards, though.
yeah, very powerful. Very synergistic. Speaking of the synergies, Seam Rip here and then putting down Sage of the Sky. That's great. If there's a Sunderflock, though, nothing matters anymore. But only 2 in Bradley's list, as we were saying in the intro.
Bradley's drawing a lot of cards, though.
Yeah.
2 full resolve Winterhead Stories, and it's now turn 7, so a lot of natural draws as well.
And this is where the Elemental players are just in their zone. They are loving it. Like, which gigantic, devastating creature can I play here? I guess I'll go for Sunderflock. And that's going to clean it up here in favor of Bradley. Kind of a non-game with Alex missing some land drops.
Yeah, tough game for Alex. You know, the keep, it's easy to look back on the keep, hindsight-wise, to be like, oh,
yeah,
keep a 1-liner, what are you, crazy? But you're totally right. There's only 3 Burst Lightnings.
Yeah.
And you also have the redraw of, like, if they have the Burst Lightning, you can still just draw land.
Exactly.
You know,
so 2 things had to go wrong.
Correct.
Yeah. And who knows, might have already mulliganed. We didn't see for sure if he was already down to 6 or something like that. So now from Alex's side, we got the hoof package, the Crater Hoof plus the 4 Nature's Rhythm. That's always a big question mark. If that comes in, 3 Erode, 1 Insidious Fungus, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 3 Rest in Peace, 2 Spider Manifestation.
Yeah, so normally Rest in Peace is really, really good against your Sunderflock decks because they're based on the graveyard.
Yeah.
Grabs, Hearth Elementals. So normally that's kind of the anti-Sunderflock card, but not here with this kind of classic version of Elementals. I think the River package seems very bad here. It just doesn't really play very well into the Sunderblock flan. Erode's kind of nice. Not a ton to do here, honestly. It's unfortunate these Rest in Peace aren't really that live when they normally would be. So.
But to be fair, I mean, that's really a credit to Bradley Schleisinger's deck choice.
Yep.
Jeskai Elemental is not really a thing, like you were saying, you know? Like, the people that are playing Sunderflocks, 99% of them, all right, maybe that's a little high, but 80% of them are playing the Spelementals package, as it seems like it's a better deck on the surface. But, hey, a tournament like this, when everyone's gunning for the air quotes better deck, and you play the second best Elemental deck that's not being targeted by any hate, maybe you are the better Elemental deck for the tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then other side, we got from Bradley, 2 Broadside Barrage, 1 Dauntless Scrap Bot, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Ill Times Explosion. Ooh, I like those. 1 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Pit of Offerings, 2 Quantum Riddler, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Snare, and 1 Yeager, Eater of the All.
Yeah, the Ill-Time Explosion are very nice. So if you're Bradley, you definitely wish you had 2 more Thunderflocks on the board. But Explosion is not a bad cleanup. We saw the one of in Game 1 have a huge impact on the game. Adding 2 more copies of that seems great. A couple other removal spells. I mean, Broadside Barrage is fine to kill some of the larger creatures. You know, but for the most part, kill stuff, stay alive, play Thunderflock.
I like it. I really like it. And you know what else I like, Jim? I like our newsletter. I like being in the know. I like knowing when different tournaments are happening, as we see SCG Con LA. That's going to be happening later in June 26th through the 28th. That's awesome. I love knowing when the new sets are coming out, sales, all that kind of stuff. So I'm, of course, signed up for the newsletter, and so should you be. StarCityGames.com/newsletter.
I am.
I know you are.
Oh, you mean them?
Everybody else. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully they are too.
They really should be, absolutely. So, newsletter keeps you updated here. These players at 10-1, one of the 7 players still going. But let's take a live look in here on one of our matches as these players get to sideboarding, get to figuring out their plans. So, we got Lucas Birch here on Mono Green Landfall. We have Alexander Kahns playing Celestia Aggro. And here we go.
Both on pretty good draws, too.
Both on good draws. Now, Alexander Kahns did pick up a loss, was one of our 9-0s, lost to Mono Green Landfall, picked up a win after that, and now up against Landfall again. So, Alexander's hoping that this Landfall match is not that bad, or maybe just doesn't draw as well as his opponent did at the start of the day.
I mean, that's a pretty good start.
There was no Sheltered by Ghosts in the post-board games. In our first match of the day, so boom, Sirach is very sheltered. How do you kill that card from this state? Like, that is a tough one.
It is definitely difficult. Yeah, Alexander's deck looks awesome.
It's so awesome.
Really think it's great. You know, slight hiccup, of course, in round 10, but I think a great chance to make top 8 and do some serious damage if he gets there.
Yep, and reminder, he just took second at the Arena Championship last weekend, so qualified for the World Championship already. Qualified for the Pro Tour via that, so.
Oh, my.
Okay. The Cubs are out. The Cubs are definitely here. Looks like our main match is starting, though. We'll keep an eye on this one and let you know what happens. But, wow, that is explosive. Okay, so Alex starting off with Llanowar Elf.
Is this a replay of Game 1, or is this
Yeah, right.
Apparently it is.
Wow, it does definitely look like it. Same exact aspects here. Now, let's see if there is land 2. All right, it's a different game.
All right, not Groundhog Day. It's Badger Mole Cub Day.
Yes. Oh, Badger Mole Cub, you are absolutely running rampant in Standard right now. Gotta be. I mean, Storm Chaser's Talent, Badger Mole Cub, the top 2 cards in Standard, and it feels like on a given weekend, they kind of go in front of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. These cards are fantastic and really, really linchpins to multiple strategies for each of them, which is the important part. They're not just, one-trick ponies. We see them across multiple decks, really anchoring archetypes.
Yeah, just both incredible. Well, here's another incredible 2-drop. Ashling Rekindled coming on down. Get to do a little rummaging, but says, no, my hand is busted.
Perfect.
My hand is broken. I want all these cards, says Bradley.
And no help necessary.
That's the classic Fable, the Mirror Breaker Chapter 2. Be like, I'll skip this one.
Yeah, I'll stand.
Yeah. Okay, so big news. Bradley will be able to flip that next turn thanks to Starting Town and cast a 4-drop. So Alex wants to either prevent that. I see a Nature's Rhythm in hand, so the package is brought in. I like that, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, on the play, it's kind of sweet.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe, I don't know. It's weird because, like, the Elemental deck is just different than Spell Bundles in so many different ways. Where there's just less actual spot removal. So, and with only 2 Thunderflock, maybe you can just try and race. Seems reasonable.
I think I do like it just because I'm thinking, like, okay, is Gear Hulk good? Not really, right? Like, do I want Gear Hulk against the Elemental deck?
That's fair, yeah.
And, like, I mean, it's Gear Hulk, Ouroboros. Ouroboros also is, like. So your 4-drops are not amazing. I feel like you need a big over-the-top aspect. And this Nature's Rhythm representing a Crater Hoof I mean, can happen pretty quickly. I never start saying, oh, in a couple of turns or whatever. There's probably a way that we can get it next turn off this much mana. I mean, what? We have 7 lands. We're about to have 8. And then tap a cub is 9, 10. And you need to count to 12.
Yeah, it's very close.
Yeah.
You know, one more way to find one more cub, and then you're doing things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or even like, what, a Gear Hulk? You know, Gear Hulk taps for 4. Yeah, we'll just see with Alex. But it's always possible in this Celestial Ouroboros deck. All right, here's Ashling doing some flips. So if I'm Bradley, I'm like, I need to control the battlefield or I need to control your hand. Looks like we are choosing the hand. There's a Road, Llanowar Elf, and a Verge.
All dressed up with nowhere to go.
Yeah. Probably still taking the Road, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, Rhythm in the Bin obviously is the payoff, so Alex keeps land elf, gets to play the land, play the elf, and then kind of rolled up for the following turn.
Yeah, you can Bossing Say on a land to turn that into a mana creature as well.
Absolutely.
That's nice. Bossing Say is so good.
It is fantastic.
It's such a good card.
So is the Air Temple. I mean,
yeah,
that's a big draw to these Celestia decks. They don't quite get the mana fixing of some of the other decks.
Yeah.
Because of how the allied versus enemy colors work. But 2 unbelievable utility lands.
Very, very true. Definitely the best 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So on Elemental, Bradley presumably thinking, which creature would I kill? What other pause would you kind of be at here? Okay, here's 2 mana. Vibrance. Lightning Bolt.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
This turns that Rhythm in the graveyard to a bit of a non-factor for the next few turns.
Yeah. I'm with you. So now, instead of Bossing Saying lands, which still might be a play, you know, you can always Air Temple, but oh no, we drew the beautiful, powerful Ouroboros here. That's so much better than every other play.
A little over tap though, right?
Yeah, play that Llanowar. We tap 6 mana.
Yeah, I think not recognizing the Badger Bolt doubling, so just get a Boroid and pump it up.
Yeah, could have got that Llanowar Elf in there. Really no reason not to, except playing around Ill-Time Explosion. But regardless, you could have gotten an attack for an additional 2 points there.
All right, but the Boroid is here. Reaching out into literal space.
And now Sunderflock not available, right? Because we have, what, an Elemental that counts for 2. Yeah, just can't get close, right? You can get close, but...
Oh, okay.
Okay. That was huge.
Yeah, very clutch of Bradley being able to deal with the Ouroboros.
Still 2 mana of some variety floating to cast big things.
Yeah, as you saw last turn, that mana can evoke the elementals, even though you're not paying it for full cost.
Yeah.
It is still a card that costs 4 more, so you can cast it, just like this.
And we'll see. You got to float the mana, like, early. So clearly we did blue. Went with the draw. A free little draw 2, discard 1. No big deal.
And the Ouroboros did also leave behind the counters. That's the one big thing about Ouroboros is you have a bunch of dorks in play. You play the Ouroboros, you get that one big pump.
Yeah.
It's like practice offense, you know? And then the Boroid dies, but now there's, you know, a couple 2/2s and a 3/3 in play. That Air Temple can pump up as well, so...
And if it lives, your opponent dies.
Right.
Yeah.
if it lives, you win the game on the spot, so...
Yeah, that's a heck of a card. Not really played that much besides these Celestia Ouroboros decks. You can label it Celestia Gear Hulk, you know. It's kind of went through different phases as far as the deck, but this is very much the Matt Nass special that he brought to this last Pro Tour.
It's interesting in that it is not great against removal. So if your opponent's playing a bunch of sweepers and removal spells, it's also not very good against landfall or rhythm decks where it just sort of, you know, not big enough where you're going to make some 4/4s or 5/5s and they're going to have a 64 power trampler that kills you with Harmonizer.
Yeah.
You know? Or they're doing some other big thing that kind of goes over the top. So very powerful card, but definitely format contingent.
Here's the big thing. Nature's Rhythm for a cub.
And this time using all the mana. Could have gone Rhythm for another Ouroboros, right?
Yeah, so had
4.
6 mana, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, could have rhythmed 4/5 at the very most. So you're right, could have been an Ouroboros there.
So going for the mana speaks to possibly having drawn a big extra Rhythm or some other big threat in hand.
Sure.
Although Thunderflock now is looking decidedly delicious.
It's been delicious for a while.
But
and
I mean,
now, can we cast it? We still can't, because we didn't make a land drop last turn.
yeah, Thunderflock one-sided upheaval is
Pretty good.
bounce all those lands too.
Pretty good.
That is time in the round.
And that's why Thunderflock is better against rhythm decks than it is against Landfall. Landfall creates so much material. It creates just lands, though, that are not always earthbent. When it comes to playing against the traditional rhythm-style decks, they turn your lands into creatures, so you have to rebuild, and you lose so much in the exchange.
Right.
And that could be as early as next turn.
Yeah, one of the most lopsided matchups in Pro Tour history was Spellmentals against Rhythm decks at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse.
Yeah.
23-1. I have never seen anything remotely close to that in Pro Tour.
You know that person that was that one.
Yeah.
Still walking high, like, still strutting down the street.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
I was the one.
Yes,
I beat
yes.
Spellmentals.
Badly.
Who wants to touch me?
And
Here I am.
that's the thing is, none of those players converted that into the top 8 because they didn't necessarily have the best limited records.
Yep.
So the story kind of got buried unless you were really paying attention. And let me tell you, the people at the RCs, they're paying attention.
Yep. All right, so Thunderflock could be online next turn. Now, of course, Bradley missing land drops means a handful of spells, so has a lot of action available.
This is 7 mana available. Cubs have been coming in, but Cubs have been going away just as fast. Another rhythm would do some nice work.
Yeah, the question now is what is the card Alex is building towards, and is it big enough to be cast still?
Yeah.
Or is that second Cub necessary?
Yeah, and you got to think that other Cub could have been an Ouroboros that would have lived through Vibrance, so Bradley, of course, could have had an answer to that, but Ouroboros was on the table like you suggested last turn.
That's 7.
Okay. Okay, this is another rhythm. For 5? 5 doesn't make sense, right? Because there's no... I mean, like, you can put a Wistfulness or... I mean, excuse me, you can... 5 doesn't make a lot of sense. So probably 1 floating here.
Yep.
So Gear Hulk able to fight down the Vibrance. That's nice. That prevents Thunderflock more than likely.
Yeah.
Because Thunderflock still does get the cost reduction from Ashling. So it costs
It goes from
7.
9 to 7, yeah.
So with a land, can actually cast it,
That is
right?
true, yeah.
Yeah. But Seam Rip comes down. Uh-oh, that 5. And I mean, Thunderflock is good to go if you don't kill Vibrance.
Yeah, if there's a way to kill the Vibrance and the Ashling, that would be a great turn for Alex.
Yeah.
Would require another mana, though.
Mm-hmm.
Alex has got 1 green floating. Gonna get a Paw Patch Recruit.
Okay. Leads me to believe that the fight spells maybe are not in the deck.
Yeah.
The resolves. Because Paw Patch is like the card you get when you're like, I already depleted myself of resources. It's fine. It's a great card, but at this stage of the game, getting Pixie.
All right, so going to spend the green on the Llanowar Elf.
Okay.
And what is the next step, Alex? It's just to say go and say, please don't Thunderflock me.
Had the option to Seam Rip Ashling as well by floating white mana. There was still, it was a rhythm. So, we had 6 mana. You just leave that Air Temple untapped and then Seam Rip.
Yeah, could have floated a white or green.
Yeah.
But it's time for the flock. I imagine it would be on the table already, given that it is literally a one-sided upheaval.
Yeah.
So.
No kidding. And the 2 mana's floating to green.
So Wistfulness could kill the Gear Hulk. Draw
Okay.
some cards, not too shabby.
Yeah, floating the green, you got to think that it is not time for the old Thunderflock. Cavern, Elementals, Wistfulness with the 2 modes, green and blue. Do some drawing, blow up a Gear Hulk. Okay, but that being said, it's about time to start counting to Hoof, right? We have 8 mana, 9-10 with the Cub, 11, 1 land away from Hoof as far as I count.
I also count 11. The problem is you need to also have attackers too. So you can Hoof, but all the dudes are tapped from it. You know, you tap the Cub to the Rhythm and all the mana dorks.
That is true. So what? It would be a Hoof getting +6.
Yeah, so it would be only 11.
Yeah. Okay.
Barring blockers as well. So.
Sure. A puny 11. So it looks like Seam Rip and Paw Patch are the revealed cards.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Alex can keep dodging his Underflock,
Yeah.
can certainly build towards something.
And a big deal, Bradley only playing 2. Card that just ends the game here. Basically immediately. A frisky little attack coming in.
Interesting.
The pure definition of a cheeky attack.
Yeah.
I think that was saying, I want you to lose this Llanowar Elf. I have another Ashling anyways. That's what that attack would scream to me if I was Alex.
Yeah. All right.
Could have just blocked with just the Cub, though, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
But the 1 damage, like, this deck wins by miles, or,
I
you
just,
know.
I just don't see much downside to the Cub block.
Yeah.
Like, what could possibly go wrong where 1 extra damage would matter that much? No, like fire magic or something like that, you know, so.
Nope, I'm with you. I see absolutely nothing.
Most importantly, that Cub is, it's not gone, it's back in hand, so it can be recast. It can,
Yeah.
It can, you know what it is? I think Bradley has a Thunderflock, but wants to go for the flawless sweep.
Yes,
So he said, I'll just bounce your Badger Mole. Why don't you Earthbend on that Air Temple?
Yeah, why
all right?
not? Why not?
You know, just.
Here's the Cub. Is it on the Temple?
I mean, it's got to be at this point, right?
Yeah.
I don't think bouncing all but 1 or all of your permanents is going to matter that much.
I got a Temple.
Yeah.
And honestly, it would be so aptly named, though. The Abandoned Air Temple.
Yeah.
Every other land abandons them.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't go for the Abandoned Air Temple. Alex has been close to counting to 12, which is the magic number with Rhythm from the Yard.
Yeah, and not bending the temple is, you know, a loss of mana. Actually, there's 2 more mana, or I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I guess 1 extra mana, but
6 mana. Paw Patch's Offspring should be 3 floating. Double Paw Patch. Okay, with Seam Rip in hand, so I mean, what, we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The problem is we're still not online for Hoof. Okay, now we're online for Hoof next turn, which will be Mega Lethal. So Mega Lethal Hoof is ready to go, but man, Bradley has seen so many cards. This Ashling has been around for the last 10 years.
hasn't been flipped though.
It hasn't been flipped because his hand's too busted. Okay, here it goes. It's flipping.
I want to see flip it and then no discard.
Yeah.
I'm flipping this just to let you know my hand is so good I would not discard a card even if I wanted to.
It's the guy from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Hey, Dad, I'm calling just to let you know I'm going to win $1 million. I don't need any help, but 2 red floating. That's not the mana to cast Thunderflock. And could have drawn it, though.
Oh.
Because you got to kind of declare it beforehand. Ill-timed explosion.
That'll play here.
That will play. That will play.
These rabbits are like, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
What do we get ourselves? What do we get ourselves and our children into?
I believe that is a rabbit in the picture of Ill-Time, just getting absolutely wrecked. 4 damage to everything. Wistfulness is going to stay. Everything else is gone. Those lands will stick around, but they are, of course, their counters are gone. Alex is hellbent.
Man, irresponsible parents. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Bring your children to a war zone.
And now this is definitely Bradley's game to win. We were looking for one of those spells from Bradley's side to be able to close this out, and he found it. And to be fair, those ill-timed explosions, they're in the slot of Thunderflock, I bet. Like the same matchup, you know, so that looked just as good. Close to just as good, I will say.
Yep.
Okay.
The Lonely Boroid.
Lonely Boroid, Lonely Seam Rip in hand, where the damage is done with Ashling.
Modern players, your parents are now live.
Now let's see if Ouroboros can take over a game. It still can, if there's no answer for that, but you just got to think Bradley's got gas in the tank now, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a rhythm in the graveyard, right?
Yep.
So even just like rhythm for, you know, 1 or 2, like, you draw a land, rhythm for Badger Mole, landfall, pump everything up, +2.
Yeah.
You know, like boss things there also, so.
Yeah, maybe even just bossing on a land and then make things grow, and then that following turn set up the behemoth and actually look at a lethal attack. That could be possible.
Limited championship qualifier competitors, I would like to welcome you to round 3 of 7. You have 50 minutes.
Bradley been playing very, very deliberate, making sure to not make a mistake at this stage. Been playing some tight Magic. Bounce off, sends that away, and Beza, 1 card, I get to draw. I'm ahead in every other metric though, Alex, so that's the problem with Beza sometimes. It's just when you're so far ahead. It's only a 4-mana 4/5.
Oh no, stake 2 buttery.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
That's like thought seizing your opponent and they have all lands and be like, ah, dang it, I missed. But you got all lands.
Yeah.
Okay. Ouroboros coming down. 3 cards in hand now from Bradley. Drew a fresh 2 off the Beza.
Alex
Crunch.
also at 7 though, so.
Chump block.
Yeah.
Get it out of there.
I mean,
and this deck doesn't play from behind like that.
if you're forced jump block, you probably just should Bob Sing a land and block with that, right?
Yes.
So.
Competitors, if you are still making your
Seam Rips online.
please raise your hand.
Discard, draw.
Hand's no longer perfect, so.
Yep. And starting town, passes back, and probably Alex's last turn, and that's going to do it. Bradley Schleisinger advances to 11-1 with 3 rounds left. You know, you think even if you lose 2, you could probably draw in and be able to go to the Pro Tour. Sunderflock still had all these here at the very last moment. Just found the flock there right at the end off the Ashling. And to be fair, he was digging for it the entire game, and if he found it anywhere earlier, you know, I mean, it was going to be an even quicker game, but pretty clinical from Bradley.
I kind of wanted to see the one-sided upheaval. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, pick up all your cards. We're still playing.
Yeah.
But pick up all your cards.
Exactly. Leave that 1 air temple, but the rest of them, they're going to your hand. So, all right, we got more Magic. Let's jump on down to another feature match. Let's see what we got cooking here. We got Austin up top, more Celestial Ouroboros. This deck is coming to play here in day number 2 against Ashkan playing Dimir Excruciator.
It's kind of our 2 breakout decks of the event, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, 2 decks that have really been out performing their expectations, and it's great to great effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So joining this at the very beginning, looks like we're seeing a Deceit. I want to see, yeah, it's in the graveyard there. So Deceit picking out a card. Llanowar Elves looks to be in play. Practice to offense.
Wow.
Is that Sirach? Yeah, it looks like a Sirach.
Takes the Paw Patch over Sirach or Badger Mole Cub. Very interesting. I would think turn 2 Sirach would be pretty good. I guess maybe you just, if you have 1 spot removal spell, you'd rather just like not have the multiple Paw Patches down, but.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Looks like an Oil Deep Gear Hulk.
I love that card.
That card is sweet.
Yeah.
That's a 1-up in the deck list.
Okay. So here's the sewer, little surveilling. How about put Ancestral Recall with legs into your graveyard? I'm cool with that.
Are those legs?
I think so.
Something.
I don't know. Whenever I cast it, I'm floating. So I think the Emeritus is probably floating too. As that's maybe one of the most fun cards to cast in Standard or Limited if you have the great joy of casting it there. So here comes Sirach. Here comes Llanowar Elf. And now with practiced offense there, it's scary. You know, like that can be dealt with pretty cleanly. And here's the reason to allow Sirach, I suppose, is you're going to Bitter Triumph it, and you can't Bitter Triumph 2 creatures with the Paw Patch. So I think I like this a bit. Discard a card, preserve the life total, take 1, give Austin an extra card.
Yeah, not a great exchange on resources. Going down a card, your opponent goes up a card as well. But you know, got a plan here, got big things to do.
Sirach is never very kind on your opponent's resources, that's for sure.
Yep.
Kind of the whole point of the card. It does some nice work. Incredible looking forest and beautiful Llanowar Elves there. Austin's got good taste.
Yeah, that's kind of it for Austin, though. Practice offense and one other unknown card.
Practice offense is a heck of a card, though.
Yep.
So let's see. I think I saw Requiting Hex in Ashkan's hand, which I feel like you want to cast that one earlier.
I kind of like this, actually.
Okay.
The offense is going to target. It's not like there's going to be a Crater Hoof or something coming out of his deck.
Yeah, I guess just a...
what's 6 mana do for you? So
just Gear Hulk stuff. But yeah, I suppose you're right.
let the offense target the larger creature and then hex it.
Yeah.
So
which one do we think got boosted up? I mean, if I'm Austin, the Cub is the one I'm not putting it on, right? I'd be putting it on the Forest. I guess it's less damage, so maybe it was.
did I just see a Harvester of Misery, or my eyes deceiving me?
I didn't see it,
That
but
was a Harvester for a second, then it was a hex.
we're going to see it immediately if it is a Harvester of Misery. I'll tell you
Right.
that. Oh, it is.
I did, okay.
But no land.
Oh, that stinks.
Oh, that does stink. So there's the Oil Deep Gear Hulk. There's Excruciator.
But we have Cavernous Souls on Elemental.
Oh, no. No.
That's rough, buddy.
That is rough, buddy. So now this one's going to get boosted, and now the Harvester is out of range. You know, to hold onto it, wrath the whole board, that's gone. So now taking 6 just has 2 uncastable big creatures. And yeah, it made sense. You had to Cavern on the Deceit early to be able to cast that on 2. Totally get it. But man, is it not looking great here for this turn. Let's see. That's a stock up.
I mean, great card.
Yeah. If we find a Requiting Hex or something, this is still pretty nice.
Correct. Got to be Hex or land plus 2 mana removal spell.
Oh, what do we got?
Thought I saw an Edict.
Edict is not bad as long as you find untap land 5 with it.
Yep.
And then the Cavern also preventing you from casting the Daemon next turn.
Yeah, Cavernous Souls is certainly a powerful tool in this deck. It makes the control matchup much better, but it is really awkward in a lot of spots.
And to be fair, if I was playing Dimir Excruciator, I would expect Control this weekend to be on the rise. So I think that is a smart call to include some of those cards. You know, Uncounterable Superior Spider-Man, let's go. But it's going to have some collateral damage here. So Strategic Betrayal and Swamp were found. We know that because the other 2 cards are still Deep Gear Hulk, Oil Deep Gear Hulk, and the Excruciator. So best top deck off the top, definitely Superior Spider-Man. And cast Ancestral Recall.
Guess the recall is pretty nice.
Okay, but yeah, that being said, 4's coming in, putting him down to 3. Now you don't really have the luxury of playing that. Now the Gear Hulk looks, you know, like your only option.
Yeah, 4/4 lifelink here is quite good, honestly, you know, and if there is some sort of follow-up for Austin, we'll take a look at that. So
yeah, let's pull Oil Deep Gear Hulk up on the screen.
Little Vendilion click effect.
Yep.
Got lifelink, ward 2. Take a peek at the hand. You can't target yourself with this.
Yeah, to kind of loot away a card, so does not care about Seam Rip. But yeah, let's get Oil Deep Gear Hulk up here, and you do draw a card if you take something, though, right?
Yeah. So it's kind of Vendilion click style, where a lot of times you just don't take a card.
Yeah.
You want to keep the perfect information. So Ashcan here saying, nope, your hand's fine. You can keep that.
Yep. I don't want you to draw something gigantic like a Gear Hulk. Gear Hulk's got to just be GG.
Yeah, Gear Hulk's great draw. Erode. Practice offense is still
pretty good. Yep. So it's kind of got to be one of those. And honestly, even Gear Hulk is not perfect because it's a fight where you do get to gain some life. So Gear Hulks bouncing off each other. Love that. This has got to be, I mean, Bright Glass Gear Hulk, #1 best Gear Hulk, not close. And Oil Deep, I guess, not bad. I don't remember a lot of the other ones.
That's probably a good reason why they're not that good. So
okay, there's Sirach and the Cub going wide. But now at what point can you kind of attack through this Gear Hulk? And then Ashkan's at that really tough spot of, okay, I can't attack, but if I'm just trying to block, like, I'm not doing enough here. And I count lethal on the crackback from Austin. I think Austin has this pending something crazy. There's Superior Spider-Man off the top, but man, it looks a little too late.
I mean, there's a lot of risk on Austin's side, where if Ashcan just plays Lancisco,
Yeah.
Now if Austin attacks, if there's a removal spell, it's a disaster.
True.
You know, Sirach
true.
goes down, Gearhulk blocks, gains 4 life. It's a mess.
You kill Llanowar Elf, gain 4. Yeah, because if there is a removal spell, you get rid of Sirach. But it's not even a nightmare because you still get to draw a card off Sirach. So this is an easy attack all. I don't think Ashkan has it. And that's going to be game number 1 here for Austin. In pretty impressive fashion. But, man, if that Cavern was not on Elemental, I think Ashkan could have won that game.
Yeah, I want to point out also that Seam Rip, which was just totally dead in the matchup.
Yeah.
Kind of what this this Doomsday deck is doing, where it's really not operating on the axis that most of the decks in the format do.
Yeah.
So a lot of those cards like Seam Rip that are really good against most matchups are just stone dead against it, which is a great place to be in a metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting off with sideboarding here, let's talk about Ashkan's list. 1 Ancient Vendetta, 2 Annul, 1 Deadly Cover-Up, 1 Decorum Dissertation. That's a nice one. I like that card. 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Harvester of Misery, 1 Negate, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Shoot the Sheriff, 1 Strategic Betrayal, 1 The End. That's actually a card that's not just the end of the sideboard.
I am glad it is at the end, though. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious.
It's just alphabetical, so it's just a total coincidence.
It's just perfect.
That's great. Yeah. I mean, what cards kill things? Bring those in. Deadly Cover-Up, Shoot the Sheriff, you know, to keep things under control. Flash Freeze is kind of a nice answer to Gearhulk because they don't get the cards off it, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And there are some Leatherheads in the deck that also are kind of hard to answer. That Flash Freeze can answer. However, there are also 3 copies of Voice of Victory between main and board for Austin. So bringing a card like Flash Freeze in has some pitfalls. So it has some really high upside, but some low sides as well. But yeah, extra kill spells, Harvester of Misery, Deadly Cover-Up, Shoot the Sheriff. Kill things, stay alive, do your thing, which Ashkan was not able to do that game.
One of my most hated cards, Voice of Victory. I very rarely play decks that contain it, and I lose to it often.
It is really good.
It's so good. Yeah. It is so good. So, all right, from Austin's side, we got 1 A Road. There we go. He's like, I need to see some of these cards that I have not heard the names of in a long time. And hey, a lot of one-ofs, that does get to start playing in your mind when you're sideboarding, when you're playing against a deck like that. So back to Austin's sideboard. 1 A Road, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 1 Pyretic Strike, 2 Rest in Peace, 3 Restoration Magic, 2 Sage of the Skies, 1 Seam Rip, 2 Shelter by Ghost, 1 Voice of Victory.
Yeah, not a bad spread here, honestly. You know, a card like Leatherhead's great. It's very, very hard to target. Definitely want to bring in some kill spells that can kill the larger creatures. These Seam Rips, of course, have to go. But, you know, you can augment the 2 main decker roads with an extra road or Fire Strike or 2. Restoration Magic is pretty cool. It's kind of weird because it's a protection spell. It works against some things and not others, so it can stop a Deadly Cover-Up. But it can't stop a Harvester of Misery for saving your whole team. It doesn't stop a strategic betrayal, so it doesn't stop, it's actually for a bounce. But it's just like not going to hit all the things you want to hit. I think you can be a little risky having too many cards like that against a Thoughtseize-esque deck with the Deceits. So some number of those, some removal spells and some threats, and kind of tailor out the main deck cards, and it looks so good.
Okay, I love it. If you're watching this broadcast and you're really wanting to join us at one of these events, well, you should, because they're an absolute blast. And our next one is going to be Las Vegas here, and this is going to be one of the most hyped events of the entire year. It is going to be Team Limited. Bring 2 of your friends, head on down to Las Vegas, have yourself a good weekend with your buddies, and maybe you can send your entire team to the Pro Tour. I mean, that's nothing better than that, is being able to just qualify you and your 2 buddies, and you get to all go to the Pro Tour then after you just crushed an event. I mean, come on. That's a storytale ending, huh?
Avengers Assemble. Assemble your superhero team and take the whole thing down.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be a lot of fun. So, StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. Bolt the Bird. Requiting Hex the Elf. Close enough. Second Swamp. You think Ashkan took out the Cavern?
Took it out. Just like,
get it out of there.
Forget this thing.
Yeah, I'm not drawing this.
Rather be Mana Screw than draw Cavern.
All right, definitely not going to do that. But Badger Mole Cup is gone. Austin playing with a revealed, something we see very common. Player testing matches kind of thing. I personally hate to do it at high stakes. I like to hold my cards.
I strongly agree. But it looks like Austin mulligan here because extremely low on cards.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, 2 of them got destroyed immediately, but yeah, you got to think this was multiple mulligans. Austin on the draw, it had to have been like 5, right?
Yeah, we got 8 cards here total on turn 3, so yeah.
Okay, so multi 5 there from Austin. Unfortunate. Ashcan, though, coming on down. Superior Spider-Man with Deceit.
Oh, boy.
You know, if you're Austin, you're like, at least have your nut draw here when I multi 5. Have a little bit more of a chill draw for the next game.
Right, yeah, you actually love this. You're like, you know what? You wasted it.
Yeah.
You didn't need it.
I was like, I think if you play Oil Deep Gear Hulk, I'm losing the game. So here we go, Forest. Ba Sing Se. Earthbending this land. I do see Gear Hulk in hand. And a Disdainful Stroke, it looks like, at a quick flick there.
I think I agree, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, there's the 1 Stroke and the 2 Flash Freeze. Stroke also is a card that can answer Gear Hulk pretty cleanly, and Leatherhead.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a reason to bring it in over Flash Freeze. All 3 must be in.
And that being said, this isn't a Gear Hulk deck. This is an Ouroboros deck, right? Unless I'm missing something. This is...
You're correct. I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, just Ouroboros, just Leatherhead. So, yeah, not a lot of targets.
Yeah, 2 Leatherhead and 4 Ouroboros. You're correct.
I mean, Ouroboros is a heck of a card, but yeah, that's a interesting one to bring in, to say the least.
Yeah, I think we've seen so many Gear Hulk decks today, and they're all so slightly different. I think it's a clean way to answer Gear Hulk because it's a way to kind of stop the 3-for-1. But yeah, without Gear Hulks, it does seem a little bit worse.
Are the green-white decks getting into the same thing as the Izzet decks? Temple Garden and Steam Vents both just has this duality just everywhere, and they're able to just play such a different variety of closing cards. It's kind of impressive to watch.
I would say that if green-white was still the de facto landfall deck.
Yeah.
Now let's move back to mono-green a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Badger Mole Cub is quite a versatile card.
Speaking of versatility, I think Ashcan just used the dice as his pen for the stylus. Must have lost that one.
That's hilarious. Listen,
Yeah, there we go. That's awesome.
It's round 12. Some things have been lost along the way. You got to keep the journey going.
You got to keep fighting. Even if you're losing your stuff, use what you got around you. Pretty funny stuff. Harvester comes down, air quotes, cleans up the land. And, yeah, so far, not really close games.
Great strategy from Austin.
Yeah.
You know what? You're going to mulligan to 5 and have an almost non-functional draw. Do it the game your opponent's operating on all cylinders.
Yeah, no kidding. Ashcan Picar's draw there looked really, really good. Any changes there, Jim?
I don't think so, post-board. Yeah, I mean, just removal spells coming in, not too much is changing. So, I mean, I could see, the counter spells seem a little worse, play draw maybe, but for the most part, no.
Yeah, all right. I'm kind of with you there. So, all right, let's talk about another really exciting event that we have going on here. And this is going to be in Dallas. This is September 4th through the 6th. We're going to be playing Modern. All the participants are going to be getting some really cool exclusive promos. And, of course, kind of the same thing we've been seeing before, that top 28 players will receive the foil version of this exclusive promo. Same amount of prizes we've seen at other spotlights, that $50,000. And, of course, all top players will earn direct invites to that Pro Tour. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure to join us, StarCityGames.com/SCGCon if you're interested.
Spotlight the Hobbit.
Oh, yeah.
The road goes ever on and on. Down from your doom.
Is that also Zelda, or?
No, that was not Zelda.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Come on, Corey.
All right, Llanowar Elf is down, and it lived, and it brought down some rabbity friends. Going 1-3 with Llanowar Elves, we've been doing that for years. Kibler's been doing that his entire life.
Yeah, this is huge because doing this on the play against these black decks, when they have their super cost 5 and not 4, it's a monumental difference play draw.
What about Day of the Black Sun?
That works.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's pretty good.
I don't know if we have it, but...
There is 2 copies, you're correct.
Okay.
Yep, so...
Let's see.
That would be a good cleanup here.
It would be pretty good. Clean up all these 1-drops, clean up all firebending allowed. It would do the thing, but oh my, just an animated the land. Austin's playing right into it, it looks like. Let's see if it's there. I see shoot the sheriff. It's probably not there. If you're going to shoot the sheriff on a poor little Poor little rabbit. God, I hate trying to answer these rabbits with spot removal when they just grow the other creature. Like, one of the most annoying cards to play against.
Yeah, the card's great.
It is good.
It's a really, really good card. So that removal spell didn't remove any power from the board.
Yeah. It just made rabbits stronger.
Baby rabbits all grown up.
Yep.
It's like Batman.
Yeah.
See your parent killed, you get strong. Gotta go avenge him.
Isn't Batman's superpower just being rich though? Like,
maybe the bunny is rich.
okay.
How would you assume the bunny's not rich?
I don't know.
His factory selling carrots.
Okay.
I don't know.
He's monopolized the carrot game. Okay. So, Bitter Triumph, discarding not a big creature, which is not what you want here. Getting rid of just an extra land instead of taking 3. The rabbit spreads the wealth a little bit, makes the forest a little bit larger, and now we're in a Voice of Victory world.
Yeah, and again, not much power to remove the battlefield here. 3 cards used for action, and just, it's still there.
Yeah.
You know?
And that, yeah, 2 cards have been played. They've dealt with 1 card from Austin, and the Bossing Say has created the other bit of value. So Ashcan has definitely used a lot more resources than Austin has had.
Yeah, even just like land, activate Bossing, getting for 5 looks pretty good here.
Yeah, maybe diversify a little bit and use a Llanowar to like send a separate forest in. Might be smart, but no, you're right. We're going full bore on this forest. Crunch. Here comes a 5/5. I see a Disdainful Stroke in hand and some other removal spell, it looks like.
Yeah, so let's go big. I was thinking go wide.
I was thinking go wide too. Yeah.
Have a 3 and a 2.
I like that better as well.
Still not a bad exchange though. Interesting, a land for a removal spell.
All right, top deck something has Disdainful Stroke and it's just saying please cast an Ouroboros, and I would not be shocked if Austin took those out. I wouldn't be that shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to have some good amount of like big top end threats. I think I think shaving is totally reasonable.
But yeah, when you have a Disdainful Stroke that's for one specific card that your opponent might take out, that usually means you shouldn't bring in the card, I would think. What is that other black card? Probably another removal spell? Shoot the Sheriff or something?
I think it's going really fast.
Yep.
Really testing us here.
Okay. Here comes some more Bossing Say, and man, how many games are just dictated by that powerful land just saying, hey, I bet you have some interaction. What if I didn't do anything besides activate this land that just deals 2, then 4, then 6? You know, I mean, it scales up so well. The fact that it's just 3 mana, 2/2 haste attacker is just so good.
Yeah, and going shields down here on Keen-Eyed Curator, which is totally fine. Nothing in the bin.
Yeah.
It's very tough for Akshan to kind of like discard a card and do the whole thing at once. So, and then Air Temple is all still hanging out too. You can just untap, pop the Air Temple. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plenty of damage.
Looking really, really brutal for a Dimir Excruciator player. Just awkward draws game 1 and 3. Did the thing in game 2. And hey, that's kind of Superior Spider-Man in a nutshell. Okay, if Superior Spider-Man was in hand and you got to flip something, it would be so sick. But it's not in hand and we didn't flip anything. Less sick.
Yeah, and it's easy to say that Akshan's hand was awkward this game.
Yeah.
Austin's draw deck building cards made it awkward.
Yeah.
You know, the Paw Patch, then the Voice of Victory, the Bossing, just like, I just don't want to use my kill spells on these particular things, but I have to. You know?
And honestly, if Austin had more gas in the tank, had more 4-drops to play, would probably play into this Ashcan, but maybe just has a less than ideal draw. And it's like, well, I'll Bossing Say, and that happens to be the best possible thing that he could do against Ashcan's draw.
I love this is a motley crew.
Yeah. Okay, so playing the Gene Pollinator is no longer on the one powerful activation from the land, going for the other powerful activation of Abandoned Air Temple. How do you like that? It's more power, but it's less threats.
I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
I think this is great.
I think it's very close, regardless.
Threaten lethal into a kill spell. Assume as a kill spell on the Curator, you get to deal 5 damage. Pump the Gene Pollinator, have lethal next turn.
Yeah. I guess you already had lethal if you Bossing Say, but there's no way you could present enough threats where one removal spell doesn't keep Ashcan alive. So, all right, one last big draw step and kind of running out of what it could be because that should be 5. Ashcan down to 2. One big Emeritus or something like that isn't enough. It's Superior Spider-Man.
That's nothing in there, right?
No. All we get is pictures of Spider-Man, and that's going to be enough as Austin's not going to be able to get it done. And that's going to be GG. Austin's going to be advancing to 10-2. Big congrats. Ashcan, of course, at X3, not eliminated from contention for the Pro Tour slots. Might have been the loss that kind of set him out of contention for the top 8, though.
I enjoyed your picture of Spider-Man joke.
Thank you.
That was good.
I appreciate that. That's going to do it here for round 12, and that's going to do it for Jim and I for a little bit. On the other side, we'll have round 13, and Ailey Loney and Reed Duke coming on in to bring you these really intense matches here of Magic the rest of the way out here. It's going to be winning in for top 8, basically starting next round.
Yeah, which is super awesome to see. Dreams are made. Dreams are shattered. Stay tuned.
That's true. We'll see you soon.
morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. We have basically obliterated most of the players in the contest, and we have but a few left vying for the top 8 spots. I'm Eleni alongside Reed Duke. And Reed, we've got some action here to look forward to.
Home stretch, yeah, we're in round 13 out of 15 Swiss rounds. So, as you said, the number of players that are still eligible for top 8 berth is getting smaller and smaller with each round, and we're going to follow some of the ones that are making that kind of deep run.
They are indeed. Let's take a look at our standings to see which players are still in contention for that top 8 spot. That's a word. Bradley Schlesinger, Lucas Birch, Jordan Selesnik, all sitting at 11-1, co-leaders of the tournament thus far. What do you make of the variety of decks at the top of the standings here?
Well, it's just that. It's a variety. You know, it was a... we had Is It Prowess as the top deck coming in with a whole smattering of, call it tier 2 strategies that players are using to try to get a leg up against Prowess and against one another. And people are proving successful with a wide range here. Of course, Is It Prowess and Landfall, these are the staple decks of the format that show up over and over again. But you see Spellmentals, Momo, Elementals, Selesnya, Dimir Excruciator. So there are a lot of ways to do it in Standard. And if you come prepared with a good list, you know, there's no rules.
Yeah, let's take a look at our other 10 and 2s, if there are any, on the page 2 of our standings, just to get an idea of where our cutoff might be. And it looks like Corey Burkhart and possibly Darren Rucker, if the last 3 rounds go well for him. You know, all these players up to 23 are still in with a shot.
Yeah, exactly right. So what kind of record are we looking for after 15 rounds? I would say traditionally anyone who reaches 13 wins, they're in for sure. And then what's up in the air is like, could 1 or 2 people make it at 12-3, or how many people will be able to intentionally draw the final round? But, you know, the big milestones are the 12th or 13th win or the 3rd loss. The 3rd loss, you know, definitely puts it in question whether you're still going to be eligible for that top 8 slot.
Yeah, so the players that we're going to be watching definitely want to keep their destiny in their own hands, as it were, and make sure that they can lock up that top 8 spot on their own terms. So let's take a look at our feature match for this. We mentioned Corey in the standings. Here is Corey Burkhart, or as Corey Baumeister would say, the good Corey, the good Magic playing Corey. I don't know, something along those lines.
Corey B or Corey B?
Yeah, this Corey B. Playing Is It Prowess. So this we've seen a whole lot this weekend. We're going to see it a whole lot more until something really shakes up the metagame. Any weird little inclusions here of note?
No, you know, I hung out with Corey Burkhart last night, and he said, you know what, I just kept it as simple as possible. The most basic list of the most basic deck. It's actually very, very similar to what my teammates and I played at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, but we liked it then. I like it now, and Corey has taken it all the way to 10 wins so far in the first 12 rounds.
Hell yeah. All right, Corey. Steven Snelson is his opponent. Let's take a quick look at his deck list. Our players are ready to rock and roll. So this is the Spellmentals Is It list. This is playing our big idiots like Hearth Elemental and Sunderflock, just to, you know, try and overrun the opponent with these big creatures and then wipe the board as soon as they can. Playing a lot of similar spells, but yeah.
Yeah, if you blinked, you might not realize that we have an entirely different deck on the screen here, because there's a lot of blue and red, a lot of these cantrips and burn spells. But Spellmentals does have a different suite of threats and a slightly adjusted game plan. Overall, the way I would frame it is that this Spellmentals deck with the super powerful Sunderflock is better set up against the variety of green creature decks in the format. If you ask me, I give a slight edge to the plain old Prowess deck in the pseudo Is It Mirror, but we'll see if the feature match proves me right on that one.
Well, our players are ready, in fact, for that feature match, so let's head on down and get this round underway. Steven Snelson at the top of your screen there. A good luck fist bump there from Corey Burkhart, who kicks things off with a sleight of hand.
Yep, and I saw Corey take one of his 2 get outs off of that sleight of hand. That's going to be excellent here because Steven's deck is so reliant on resolving one of these high mana cost elementals, and if Corey can just answer that preemptively, it could potentially, you know, take the wind out of Steven's sails or force him to set up, you know, a whole second time before he can really get his game plan underway.
I've come up with a new name for this slick shot.
Okay,
It's
what
a
is it?
slick plot show off.
Slick plot show off. Yep.
Yes, ha. See? Innovation. Anyway, slick shot show off plotted there for Corey Burkhart. He'll be aiming to get a really, really powerful turn with a bunch of spells. But for now, he's just going to keep sculpting this hand with sleight of hand. Taking a look, was it a burst lightning and a blue spell, perhaps a flow state? And quite catch what that was, the second option.
Yeah, same here. We should maybe talk a bit about the plot ability of Slick Shot Show Off, because if you're seeing this card or this deck for the first time, you might think, well, you know, why didn't Corey just cast it? He could have attacked with haste, got some damage, he's even played sleight of hand this turn that would have pumped it up. The power of having Slick Shot Show Off plotted is it changes the dynamic of the game, especially from the opponent's perspective, because they know any turn that they tap out and put the shields down, you can unleash that show off from plot and attack for, you know, 7, 9, 11 damage all in one go. So it really changes the way that Steven has to play the game, and it's a lot more valuable for Corey to play it this way rather than just, oh, I'm going to get in for 1 damage before you untap and burst lightning my creature.
Yeah, precisely. You know, a plotted show off cannot be killed. So Corey will keep it there and, you know, plan his turns so that when Steven does let his guard down, which, you know, might be difficult to do, but he has to make proactive plays too, otherwise he just dies to whatever else Corey ends up doing.
So you might see a lot of unintuitive, you know, slow, paced out kind of plays in a matchup like this. It's very much not the type of matchup where you're just playing all your cards at the first opportunity. You want to, like Corey is doing, set up, pick your spot, wait for the shields down moment. Yeah, so here he is, more development in terms of like making that third land drop, plotting the show off. And even though these decks can be fast, the setup stage is really important here. So Corey actually missed a land drop for 1 turn. That is more painful than it might seem in a deck full of cheap spells, again, because you're setting up for these big turns, picking your spot, you know, making sure that you are ready to win the fight when the key moment comes.
Absolutely. Steven, on the other side of things, loves to get them spells in the graveyard because his creatures really are supercharged by that. So Eddie Merc Crab could well be in hand if he gets 1 more spell in there. He has the capability to pay it, you know, just 2 mana crab, tap down these slick shots, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it here if that's where we're going.
So here comes Remember the Get Out that Corey picked off of that very first slate of hand, but Steven is prepared there with his 1 spell snare. So this is exactly what I mentioned about setting up for the big turn, the big exchange. Corey thought maybe he was going to be ahead with the double Slick Shot Show Off and the Get Out, but Steven had exactly the cards that he needed to win the exchange, get through this turn, and now let's see if he can untap and have perhaps some burn spells to neutralize the show-offs, or Sunderflock would be decent here, but in any case, the action is coming now, and it's coming fast.
Oh, yes. Corey Burkhart now has to hope that he's not just dead here. You know, there's not really any way for Steven to power out a whole bunch of damage with this deck, but, you know, just the fact that he has the crab on the board now, he has the spells needed to make everything cheaper. Sunderflock could be on the cards for him, too. So this is dangerous territory for Corey.
Yeah, most definitely. Big moment for Steven.
Sunderflock it is. There go the birds. And now 2 massive creatures on board here for Steven. If he has another way to tap down anything Corey redeploys, we're going to go to game 2 pretty quickly.
Yep, not trivially easy for the Izzet deck to remove these 5 toughness creatures. So Corey, he could be in a mode where he's trying to lean on his own Eddie Merc Crabs to get through a turn. He might have to block with Slick Shot Show Off. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, certainly has the spells necessary in the yard to get the discount on the crab, but turning to Roaring Furnace now, does Steven have a way to protect his creatures? Not fighting over it, or didn't have anything to do so the big bird taken care of.
Yeah, really, really good for Corey to get that to resolve.
They cut a magic card. Blasphemy.
So Corey not redeploying Slickshot Show Off. Steven not flashing in another Eddie Merc Crab in the end step. This is good news if you're a Corey Burkhart fan.
Okay, crab on crab action here. As Corey's Eddie Merc takes care of the threat of Steven Snilson.
Wow, so Steven like really fought himself to a very powerful open window where he resolved Thunderflock. He had a really dominant board position, but he just had no follow-up. If he got to untap and play Flow State there or had another Eddie Merc Crab, the game is totally different. But as it is, I think he's just stagnating, and this could be Corey with the stacked hand full of cards being able to just grind it out. We'll see.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, he has a massive hand right now. Roaring Furnace, taking care of that Eddie Merc Crab after being bounced back to hand with Boomerang Basics, and now he's the one getting feisty. 5 damage down from Steven.
Championship qualifier competitors, that is time in the round.
So yeah, that was a dangerous moment. Corey, you know, might be feeling very relieved that he got away with that one, but do we have a follow-up here with another crab?
Or Burst Lightning.
Burst Lightning would do it.
4 is a critically low life total, but looks like Steven does not have it.
Wow. That would have been clutch for Steven, but Corey's still in it now. Can he stay alive at 4? Because, yeah, we got 1 plotted bird. We have the other bird in hand. So that would be 2 mana to redeploy that one, plus the plotted one. I mean, it's very dangerous to go for it in the face of 5 open mana, but maybe he gets lucky.
Yeah, I mean, certainly one of the cards you would think about when deciding to go for a big Slickshot Show-Off turn is Burst Lightning.
Yeah,
Corey can logically rule that out because he would have been dead if Steven had it.
Precisely.
So, you know, a big card that he would be thinking about is another Eddie Merc Crab, and the question is, does he even have a chance of beating that regardless? So these are the judgment calls that Corey Burkhart is making right now.
Tense stare down here between the 2 players. Steven says, sure. Full send. Or flunge, as some folk like to call it. So 7 damage thus far. Burst Lightning.
So that adds everything up to 13, so Corey would have to play 1 more spell. Opt, so that is lethal if Steven doesn't have an instant. Good
gravy. Yeah, just 2 lands in hand. Pesky islands.
Holy cow. It's these games it's crazy how it can be decided by like the presence or absence of just 1 key spell. If if Steven had that strong follow-up, Flow State or a Hearth Elemental, he could have easily pushed his advantage and gotten a win there, but instead he was not able to get over the finish line, and Corey's card advantage and stacked hand ended up taking the day.
He went for it. Risky, but like you said, if there was nothing when he was absolutely shields down, chances are that Steven's sitting on just a dead hand. So let's look at the sideboards here now for the players. You'll see pretty similar options between the 2 of them. Steven's got a Null, Broadside Barrage, Color Storm Stallion, Get Out, Hydra-Man, Octopus Form, Return the Favor Seer, Spell Snare, Sun, Spine, Lynx, Thunder Magic, and Winter Night Stories. What do you like for Steven?
It's a great question. I don't think he really has the power to restructure his deck, so to speak. I think he's more looking for a couple of marginal upgrades here and there, like Broadside Barrage is a useful card in the matchup, again, because it's traditionally pretty tough for Izzet to deal with 5 toughness creatures. So get anything to get a leg up in the, the crab on crab battle. This is one of the key cards from both sides of the matchups. That would be nice. Spell Snare, I love. We saw how good it was against Get Out, also excellent against Flow State, so I would bring that one straight in. And he may choose to go heavier on stuff like Winter Night Stories if he decides he wants to play a long game and make sure that he has gas in the tank and doesn't run out.
Corey's side, very similar cards, like we said. The only major difference is he's got Ghost Vacuum and Practical Joke and Negate, and then 2 Slag Storm as well as the Spell Pierce, and Legend of Karuk, Avatar Karuk. 1 Shitan as well.
Yep, so I would say Broadside Barrage in, Get Out in. Beyond that, you start to get into, like, you know, flexible options. Is he going to turn to Ghost Vacuum? Is he going to go for Negate, Spell Pierce? Even, you know, Legend of Kuruk would play the same role as Winter Night Stories if you really believe the matchup is going to slow down and come down to those big card advantage haymakers.
So those are the sideboards, friends. If you see any cards you fancy there, you know. And in the main deck configuration, plenty of them come from Secrets of Strixhaven. So if you want to go and check out the coolest set, I think, from this year so far, go and check out starcitygames.com/MTG-SOS and go pick up some of the coolest that you can. While our players are sideboarding, we'll see if we have another feature mats to take a peek in on. Head on over to Jacob Pablo versus Maxim Bakhvarov. Mono Green Landfall versus Prowess. All right. Landfall getting the job done in the first game here between these 2 players. Game 2 just got underway.
Jacob Pablo, a big Magic Online player, a big innovator in terms of this Izzet color combination. I know he played a lot of Lessons, but kind of telling for him to be playing a more traditional Prowess deck rather than the Lessons deck that he's kind of known for.
It's kind of similar when I see you playing in a Pro Tour and you're also playing the Izzet colors. Where's the Jund, Reed? Where is it? Where's Golgari?
Well, we talked about this yesterday that, you know, at the Pro Tour level, like, it's really good form to be willing to play a wide range of archetypes. And so, you know, I don't think of myself so much as an Izzet mage, but when those are the best cards, you got to be willing to adapt.
Yeah, when the need arises, I'll play anything. I'm going to assume mid-range is your preferred, you know, archetype to go for, but if not, what do you prefer to play?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, the way I approach the game is very much about value and, you know, like reliable, profitable exchanges of resources. So yeah, you know, more playing a deck that's like kind of classic removal and creatures fits my comfort zone more than these Izzet decks where it's like, you know, lots of unintuitive stuff and setting up for big turns. But it's fun, you know, that's why Magic is fun, is it can give you such a wide range of experiences, especially if you're willing to try decks outside your comfort zone.
Absolutely, you might find something that you really love. Ghost Vacuum to kick things off here for Corey Burkhardt as we get game 2 underway.
And how about you? What would you be playing if you were competing this weekend?
Probably the Momo deck, Azorius Momo.
That's a nice one.
Even Mardu Discard. You know, I enjoy little idiots that get real big, and Practice Offense has killed me so often in the limited environment. I'm just like, yeah, give me that card. It's so fun to play.
Yeah, Practice Offense is definitely one to keep an eye on. That sort of had a breakout in the Mardu Discard deck, but now it's finding its way into, you know, various Selesnya decks, and it's one that, like, I think the potential is not fully explored on a super, super powerful card like Practiced Offense.
Yeah. Decks that offer too many decision points for me, I get a little flustered. So, you know, if it's just simple, cool, have creature, play creature, attack.
Yeah,
I'm there for it.
I can respect that. So meanwhile, I wasn't sure, but Corey did elect to bring in Ghost Vacuum, and having it on turn 1, that's just when you want to have it. You know, that's one of the reasons that Ghost Vacuum is in question. Yes, Izzet Spellmentals relies a lot on its graveyard, but honestly, if you draw Ghost Vacuum on turn 3 or 4, sometimes it's just too late because you can't really outpace the fast flow of spells hitting their graveyard. But on turn 1, like, look, Steven has not been able. I mean, has Steven even played a card?
He hasn't. No. Yeah. What's going on?
Certainly has not been able to stock his graveyard.
Yeah. Nothing's been bounced. It's just Storm Chaser's talents. So what's he holding on to there? You know, being on the play, you would think you'd want a proactive hand. Huh. Curious and curious. Boomerang Basics to bounce Storm Chaser's talents. So Corey getting value off of his 1-mana spells. And yeah, with Ghost Vacuum, if it does pitch up late, then, you know, your opponent already has spells, perhaps already has a Crab down, and then with a Crab down, Sunderflock, you know, is not far away, so. Definitely a bit of a stinker later on in the game, but showing up right on time. Steven, what you got? Corey's looking at him like, can I do things still?
Wow, and still no play.
Wowza. Okay. Sleight of hand. Let's see if Steven can find something here. Ghost Vacuum treats. River Pyre Verge for Steven. Opt. I mean, I guess there is also the ability for Steven just to play every single 1-mana spell he can.
That might be what's going on, is he just wanted to save his cards to play a bunch of cantrips in the same turn to try to overload the Ghost Vacuum, and as you say, just, you know, set up to sneak in an Eddie Merc Crab or a Hearth Elemental so that he can enact his game plan.
Storm Chaser's talent redeployed here for Corey Burkhart. Now, let's see what he wants to do with this turn. Storm Chaser's talent number 2. So we have a 3/3 otter and 2 buddies that are just a little sleepy still. Steven takes an uncontested 3 points of damage. Put your hands just a little further in, man. Let us see. What you got?
I see that he's holding on to Burst
Yeah, I
Lightning,
see that.
which invites the question of why not Burst Lightning the first otter? Could it be he's holding it for a possible Slick Shot show-off? Could it be he's trying to answer these otters with a Board Sweeper or a Sunderflock? But boy, just, I mean, the theory about saving the cantrips for a flurry of action didn't really come to pass, because he just played two spells. They both got eaten, and he's back to square one.
Yeah.
If even that far.
Yeah. My goodness. Okay. So, Corey doesn't have a lack of options. Plenty of things to do. And lines to take here, so let's see how he kicks things off. It's going to be Get Out, and there's going to be Spell Snare.
Okay, that's one that makes sense for Steven to have, because Corey Burkhart has not yet presented a 2-mana spell as a target.
Yeah. Before combat. Is this in response, or are we doing it? Okay.
Yep, so always important for the players to clearly communicate about the game state, and an important question here is, have the prowess triggers resolved from the otters yet?
Okay, so the otters are now 2/2s. This must be such a reactive hand that Steven's got. In come the team. 4 points of damage. Steven goes down to 13. And now what game plan does Corey want to enact? Is it protect my little guys? Or do I just keep jamming spells?
Could even level up a talent. You know, it depends on the pacing that he expects out of this game. Could be an opportunity to spend your mana on a value play, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah.
So he's going to probably pick up Get Out. He's probably going to eat something with Ghost Vacuum right here on his main phase. And then Steven will get to resolve something, but he's far enough behind that, you know, the question of if it's good enough.
Yeah. Not looking too good here for the Spelementals player right now.
And especially, like, now Steven knows about Corey with Get Out in hand, so there's a tremendous amount of pressure to play your creature on your own main phase to play around the counterspell, but wow, and nothing, even in the shields down moment, no play at all from Steven.
Holy moly. Huh. Well, he wasn't a Malta 6. But, I mean, maybe a 5 would have been a little better here, so he can actually contest this matchup. Flow state now for Corey. Able to go dig in, get 2 cards off of that.
Round 4 are now live on Melee and making their way to the pairings board on paper. Please find your seats.
Thank you, voice in the sky.
Competitors, round 4 pairings are live.
So, Audra's in. 4 more points of damage. Steven gets his turn once again. Just land, go. I'm gobsmacked here. This is a rough spot for Steven to be in. And, you know, Corey basically just able to do whatever he pleases at this point. Two more damage, down to 7. Four mana level up, another Storm Chaser's talent. Gets back and up, plays Roar Pyre Verge, and then the turn passes back to Steven. What do you got?
Yeah,
These
Steven,
must be the most terrible draws in all of Magic.
he has not really participated in this game much, and I mean, I guess the threat of like all this open mana and possible interaction has at least made Corey pace out his plays in a responsible way. But this is the power of the Is It Prowess deck, is like, if you just have time to get full value out of your flow states and your Storm Chaser's talents and sculpt your hand, Is It Prowess will win any game where it gets to take enough action.
Yes.
So it's not just about waiting it out like a traditional control deck would. You have to really, you know, put them in the ground as well.
Wowza. Burst Lightning kick to try and kill one of these otters off. How would you like to respond, Corey? Get Out can't help there. So that critter is going to go die-die. Steven goes down to 5.
Championship qualifier competitors, welcome to round 4. You have 50 minutes. Please begin.
All right. Anything. Something helpful here for Steven.
Okay.
Maricharm, okay.
So making a decent run at filling his graveyard, perhaps setting up to do something.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world in which he can crab into Sunderflock if he's able to fill this yard up, but draw for turn, untap. What do we have?
Player announcement. Would 9:30 Super Sunday Standard
Sleight of hand to start things off.
Dakota Matterson, Sasan Batat,
And known Get Out in hand, so whatever he does here, he has to be able to back it up with Counterspell.
Again, Dakota Matterson, Sasan Batat, Country Sheets, and William Vasquez. Please
So 3 spells in the yard, 3 mana discount for an Edimer Crab.
Yeah, so, you know, let's think about it from Steven's perspective. Most of his best plays here are creatures against the known Get Out from Corey.
Yeah.
So that's a tall order right there. What's the alternative? Well, you could try to use a removal spell on the Otter token and continue playing this waiting game, but Corey has 6 cards in hand, tons of mana, the ability to play at instant speed, and even failing all of that, Corey could just level up Storm Chaser's talent to level 3, and then what?
Yeah.
So, you know, Steven is presented with multiple challenges here and multiple paths that he could take, but none of them are appealing.
Negate in response to the Broadside Barrage on the Crab. No, he's untapped. I'm assuming this is the upkeep for...
Correct. This is Corey's upkeep.
So now get out in response. Raise up the Storm Chaser's talents, being able to redeploy that. Unless Steven has a 1-mana bounce, we are not going to get there. So Crab and Flock in hand there for Steven, just unable to find a window in which to deploy them timeously. So that was very rough.
That was very rough, yeah. You know, I would call that a combination of an awkward draw from Steven plus the Ghost Vacuum coming down on turn 1, just making it very, very difficult for the Is It Spellmentals deck to operate the way it wants to. Nice, careful, you know, paced out navigation by Corey Burkhart. And Corey, you know, one of the best, most experienced players in the room, advancing to 11-2 with one of the clear best decks in Standard. So with 11 wins, he's now in prime position to score one of those Pro Tour invites and still very much alive for our top 8.
He is indeed. Let's take a look at one of our other feature matches to see who else is still in contention for a top 8 run. We'll head down there now and see what we got. It is Sam Bogue taking pictures at the table up against Michael Simonetti. Mono Green Landfall versus Is It Prowess.
Yep, of you know, the classic matchup in Standard, we can call it. So I don't get sick of watching this one because it is very close. It's very interesting, and it's not not obvious that you're going to get the same sort of patterns and outcomes every time you play it. So good start from Sam Bogue for sure, with the 2 Chocobos already up to 2-3 on the play. We know that that 3rd point of toughness is really meaningful in this matchup, since Burst Lightning is the key removal spell that the Is It deck leans on a lot.
Yeah, exactly right. So both little birds showing the otters how it's done. When we get our power and toughness increase, it stays. Haha.
By the way, if you're watching at home, you don't know Sam Bogue. Sam makes really cool content about competitive Magic, both as, you know, an active Pro Tour player like he is, but also like kind of aspiring and leveling up in the game. So, you know, if you have an interest in what you're watching here, want to know what it's like to be a tournament Magic player, you can check out Sam's content.
Yeah, I love it when the pro players share their insights and, you know, sideboard guides and tips and tricks on how to play different matchups. So shout out to everyone like Sam who does so. You know, you love to see people getting better at the game, because then you have more competition for longer. Aha.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the more people are interested and loving Magic in whatever form that takes, the happier I am.
Jeez. Look at these Chocobo.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be like a steamroll kind of game for Sam. At this point, Michael can't really answer these Chocobos with traditional removal, so that leaves him in a position where maybe he could try to race, maybe he could try to fog for a few turns with Eddie Merc Crab, but he's just so far away from either of those being realistic options that it's going to be tough.
Would you say those plans are too slow?
I would.
He's got slow tattooed on his fingers. I want to ask about that. Where does he go from here? Does he have 2 boomerang basics? The shake of the head there tells me not really. So doing some quick math. Well, he'll do something here, that's for sure. Whether or not it's enough remains to be seen. There's basics number 1.
Yeah, this is a card I was thinking about, because Boomerang Basics is a way to reset Asaz's Chocobo, but you can only really afford to make that play if you have a different way of getting ahead and making something happen.
Oh, Jerry Thompson's in our feature match area once again. Welcome back, bud. Couple more otters to block the threats that Sam Bogue has assembled. Oh, okay. Are we attacking? Huh. A big think here from Michael.
Yeah, for sure. As bad as the situation looks for him, he wants to, think about what are the actual paths that can get me to a win here. What does Sam have to have or not have in order for me to make this work? So, what he's doing here is he's basically taking the most ambitious possible route, where he's making a big attack. He's planning to chump block one of the Saz's Chocobos and hoping that Sam doesn't have a good follow-up. Even a fetch land or, let alone a Might Form Harmonizer, Ice Tail Explorer type thing. Yeah, even bossing Say was enough there to...
Yeah, he was... I like your choice of words. Ambitious. He was playing to win, not playing to not lose, basically. So he went for it. Unfortunately, didn't come out with a win there up against Sam Bogue. Picks up the first game. Let's take a look at sideboards now. We'll start with Michael Simonetti's. 2 Bounce Off, Disdainful Stroke, Eddie Mercrab, Elusive Otters, Get Out, Ghost Vacuum, Roaring Furnace, Slag Storm, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and Wild Ride.
Yeah, so a lot of people perceive that the Elusive Otters and Wild Ride give you a valuable level up in speed in terms of your ability to race in the landfall matchup. So given that Michael has access to those cards, I do believe that's going to be an approach he's going to take, at least for this game 2 where he gets to go first.
Yeah.
Additionally, bounce off if there's any matchup that's going to shine in. It's going to be this one.
Absolutely.
Eddie Mercrab, I think, is just generally a good card in the matchup. And then there are these counter spells like Get Out, Spell Snare. He could turn to those. He could try to do Slag Storm, although that's a little bit of a conflict with the Elusive Otter plan. So there's a few cards that I'm expecting to see, and then a few cards that are like, maybe if he predicts the game is going to play out in a certain way, he could turn to these weapons.
Yeah, and there's the one of Roaring Furnace and Steaming Sauna like you had, and you wanted more of. So
yeah, I love that card. I'd be bringing that in. Pretty much any red card. Honestly, any card that can get a creature off the battlefield is at least worth paying attention to. Bounce Off, Roaring Furnace, even Slag Storm.
Yeah. For Sam Bogue's side of things, we've got 2 Dragon Sniper, 4 Mossborn Hydra, Keen-Eyed Curator, Paw Patch Formation, Royal Treatment ×2. Bet those are coming in. Sapling Nursery, Soul Guide Lantern, and Surak, Elusive Hunter.
Yeah, interestingly, a lot of these are sort of duplicates or additional copies of cards that Sam already has in his main deck. He already has 1 Surak and 1 Sapling Nursery. So he could plausibly just stand pat. His main deck is clearly pretty well set up for the Is It Prowess matchup. There's no obvious need to change anything, but if he is to make small adjustments, he'd be looking at Keen-Eyed Curator, maybe Royal Treatment, maybe Sapling Nursery, Soul Guide Lantern, Surak. These are all like fine cards, but it's just kind of switching around cards with similar effects in the effort to optimize his deck for the next game.
Yeah. Friends, just want to say a big thank you to Heavy Play for sponsoring the Commander celebration here this weekend. You can see Heavy Play on Sam Bogue's side of the battlefield there too. So check out their products. I've seen Corey bring them to a couple of events. They seem really, really cool. They're the sponsor of the Commander celebration here. And if you want to pick up any of their products, go to starcitygames.com/heavy-play. You don't need the last dash, but if you want it, you can put it in. Game number 2. Looks like players ready to roll. What does your left hand say, Michael? I want to see. Got the cute little VV sleeves, very appropriate for the Izzet deck.
So there it is, Elusive Otter off the sideboard. Both players actually packing 1-mana 1/1s in their sideboard. It's not a traditional approach, but it makes sense given their importance in this very, very key matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Dragon Snipers. When you have 3 keywords on a 1-drop, it's got to be pretty good.
No love for the Elusive Otter? That one's got a lot of words on it.
Yeah, it does. It's cute. I like it. It's also a rare, so it's got that advantage going for it.
It's also kind of 2 cards stapled together.
Yeah. Aren't all Magic cards nowadays?
Yeah, no kidding. It is possible to use the adventure of Elusive Otter. There's one multiversal passage that could be put on green, but yeah.
Yeah.
That is certainly a corner case.
Yeah, it's not what he's here for. He's here so you can't block, essentially. And, you know, ideally, this is where Michael wants to be, with some removal potentially in hand here for anything that Sam Bogue tries to get on board alongside the Chocobo. Yeah, just clear the way and do as much damage as quickly as possible. Escape tunnel, trigger on the Chocobo. Let's see if Michael has anything to say about this. Nope, just gonna take the 2.
However, you can already see that the dynamic of the game is much different compared to the previous game where Sam had 2 giant Chocobos attacking before Michael had enough time to get his feet underneath him. This time it's Michael with the premier start.
Octopus form protecting a fight from Meltstrider's resolve, so looking good here so far for Michael.
Michael casting an unpowered flow state.
So, a slow state, not a flow state.
Indeed.
Spire Bluff Canal, gonna bounce Boomerang Basics. These otters are quite large now. Big chunk of damage, and down to 12 Sam goes.
Yeah, really kind of interesting how the same plays look really, really good under the right circumstances and really, really bad under the wrong circumstances, because with the help of the Elusive Otter and Michael Simonetti getting to create 2 meaningful attackers, this plan looks like it's working. He's going to put Sam Bogue, you know, in a tough spot where he's got to protect his life total earlier than he wants to.
Yeah.
However, in game 1, where Michael was on the draw, I feel like this wouldn't have worked at all, because the racing plan is only, you know, really going to work when you're on the front foot, not when you're the one who has to play defense.
Absolutely. Dragon Sniper hitting the board now, providing a bit of an annoying roadblock here, at least for one of the otters. Michael Simonetti needs to be wary of, you know, a potential Might Form Harmonizer play next turn, so definitely doesn't want to be tapped out if he's got any way to interact with the creatures on board.
Yeah, it's such a great point. The game has developed in such a way that now both players need to think about, well, both players' life totals. Can't just attack recklessly.
Okay.
But okay, Roaring Furnace going after the Death Touch creature. To me, that indicates that Michael is trying to unlock an attack and keep the damage flowing.
Yeah. So 2 prowess triggers on the otters. We're down to 6 now for Sam. 1 mana open. So I'm guessing that is playing defense for Michael's life total. Okay, no Might Form Harmonizer. But an Earthbender Ascension. Okay.
Okay, so Sam is having a really, really strong turn. He, I guess, is able to threaten a lethal attack and force the otter to chump block. He has to think that on the crackback, any 2 of these otters connecting could likely become lethal. Now, does he have something to cast for this 1 green mana?
Wow,
He does.
Meltstriders, okay. Get rid of the unblockable, in inverted commas, otter.
So if this resolves uncontested, the game is over.
Wow.
And wow, that's Sam Bogue winning and advancing, like Corey Burkhardt in our main feature, to 11-2.
Yeah, just moved that otter off the board. No blocker, thank you very much. Sam Bogue 2-0. Mono green, man.
Yeah,
Does some powerful things.
for sure. That game was like really remarkable because it almost felt like the landfall deck played out the way Prowess normally does,
Yeah.
where it's like, I'm going to have so many high impact 1-mana spells that I'm going to get to multi-spell on these key turns and flip the script despite being on the draw. So it was like double Chocobo, double Melt Strider's Resolve, Dragon Sniper, with the landfall deck able to deploy more meaningful spells than it normally can, you know, in those games where it's just playing one big spell per turn.
Who needs a Might Form Harmonizer when you have 2 Chocobo?
That's right.
I ask you. All right, friends, looks like we're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll have our next round of action for you. So we'll see you very soon. What's up, everybody? Hello, and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. We are heading into round 14. I'm Ailey, that's Reed Duke, and we've got lots of action for you, friends. So buckle in, sit tight. I hope you have a beverage, because this round's going to be pretty fun, Reed.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the end of it where, like, these last 2 rounds of Swiss, they determine what the rest of the tournament's going to look like in terms of players that might advance to our top 8, our elimination rounds, or the players that take one more loss and, you know, they're out of the conversation. So high stakes, and it's only going to get more exciting from here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our standings quickly before we jump down into our feature match area, just to show you the players who are still in the thick of things. The X and 3s, it's going to be a tough battle for them to crack the top 8. We're not even sure what the numbers need to be. I'm sure some math genius out there already knows if they have to be X and 2 or for an X and 3 will make it. But those players that are 11 and 2 thus far, they are sitting in very good spots to lock up a top 8 spot. So no more losses.
Yeah, remarkable that after 13 rounds, we have no one in the field with 12 wins. So I think there are actually some intentional and or unintentional draws near the top tables last round to put these players at 11, 1, and 1. But it seems to me like the target that most of these players are shooting for is 12, 2, and 1. You know, potentially, especially the folks with the best tiebreakers will feel good about getting a top 8 spot with that kind of record. As you mentioned, Ailey, whether or not, you know, some of these players at 10 and 3 can get to 12 and 3 and cross their fingers for that 7th or 8th place, we're not totally sure yet, but these last 2 rounds are going to determine that.
Yeah, indeed. So we're going to be watching some of these players in the feature match area. The plan thus far is to check out John Puglisi Clark versus Alex Hoxie. So we've got a bit of an unusual matchup here that we at least haven't seen so far, which is going to be Is It Spelementals versus Selesnya Ouroboros, my nemesis when it comes to pronunciations of words. John Puglisi Clark here on Is It Spelementals. This, again, pretty much what we've come to expect from this archetype. Any cards that you want to point out here as being like incredibly important for this matchup against the Ouroboros?
Definitely, and I am excited to cover this again because we had Is It Spellmentals in our feature match area last round, and it was kind of a disappointing showing. It just didn't really get to execute its game plan and lost to Corey Burkhart's Is It Prowess. However, there is a very, very real reason why players choose Is It Spellmentals over Is It Prowess, and it's to play against these green decks like Landfall, like Selesnya Ouroboros. And the key card here is Sunderflock. Basically, the entire deck is built around this concept of powering out Sunderflock in the most quick, reliable, and direct way possible. So the recipe is basically step 1, fill your graveyard. Step 2, cast Hearth Elemental or Eddie Crab at a highly discounted rate. Step 3, cast Sunderflock at an even more discounted rate. Make the green player pick up all their creatures, and it's almost impossible for them to come back from that. So, while Selesnya Ouroboros is an extremely scary deck, and I would never count it out in any matchup, John Clark's Is It Spellmentals here is probably one of the best decks in the field to prey upon it.
All right, let's take a look at the opponent's list. This is Alex Hoxie's Selesnya Ouroboros. Something that we don't see as much anymore, but it's looked pretty powerful each time that we've seen it. And Alex Kahn's also playing something similar to this, you know, the Bright Glass Gear Hulk. No Ouroboros, but a very powerful card that these players are relying on this weekend.
Yep, this one is very, very much in the mold of what Matt Nass used to make the top 8, top 4 even of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Matt's a teammate of mine, and the way he would describe this deck is it's basically pre-sideboarded against Is It Prowess, with Sage of the Skies being the key card to just one-up those Slickshot show-offs. And then the post-sideboard configuration is designed to go over the top of the Landfall deck. So this proved to be a really potent weapon for the Pro Tour. It's proving to be really potent for Alex Hoxie here this weekend. But Is It Spellmentals? I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it. Like, that is not the matchup that this deck is hoping or prepared to face.
I see a 1 copy of Crater Hoof Behemoth in the sideboard there, and that makes me very happy. So who knows? Maybe we'll get to see some hoofing in our feature match as it gets underway. But the players, they're just getting settled in, and we'll jump in as soon as they are ready to go. If anyone else is interested in the other regional championships underway, we're in the top 4, I believe, of the regional championship in Prague. There's 2 4-color control Spelementals and Mardu discards, so nice mixture of decks there. No prowess.
Yeah, no prowess, and is it also no landfall in the top 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's remarkable. You know, we have this storyline of Standard of is it prowess being number 1, landfall being number 2. These are the decks that you can always count on being represented at every single event, but they're not winning every event. So it is a healthy, diverse format where you can kind of do it your own way.
Yeah.
And we're going to see 2 players in the feature match very much doing it their own way this round.
Alrighty. It sounds like our players are ready to rumble, so let's head on down to the feature match area and get round 14 underway. Here we go. Land Gene Pollinator to start here for Alex. Passing the turn to John, who kicks things off with a sleight of hand. It's funny. It seems like every region has their own clock or their own cycle that they're on, because the Japanese Spotlight Series, they had 5 prowess in the top 8, also won by a prowess player. So it's very interesting to see how these the metagame at each region shifts over time.
Yeah, it is really fascinating because as both a player and a commentator, I want to latch on to some like really clear, crisp story that I can tell about the evolution of Standard, but it's really just not that simple. And if it was, then everyone would know the answer, right? Everyone would know what the best deck is to bring for next weekend. But the fact is, the story is a diverse, healthy format, you know, where every deck has strengths and weaknesses, and every deck can put up a good showing if you come prepared with the right list, the right technology, the right way to play it for the matchups you're going to get on a given weekend.
John doing a great job here of filling his graveyard and keeping Badgermole Cub off the board, courtesy of Impractical Joke. Paw Patch Recruit now joins the fray here for Alex Howie. Sorry, Hoxie.
Yeah, both players just doing their thing. Honestly, for Is It Spellmentals, this is not just the best thing to do, it's the only thing you can do in the early turns is spin your wheels with these cantrips in an effort to sculpt your hand and fill your graveyard, mixing in a well-placed removal spell to remove the Badgermole Cub and prevent the most explosive draws from the Selesnya deck. That's exactly what you want. Alex, on the other hand, had a really ideal turn 1 and 2. Then he missed his 3rd land drop, so struggling a little bit to develop, but, you know, still cruising along.
Yeah. 3 mana here available. Paw Patch Recruit kicked. So definitely deploying the go wide strategy here. If an Ouroboros pitches up with a 4th land, with a 3rd land, 4th mana source, then yeah, he could be off to the races. So John has a lot to answer here shortly.
You can start to see, though, Ailey, you know, all of these plays that Alex is making, they're good moves. He's putting threats on the battlefield. He's developing his board, but a Sunderflock will make them all look silly if John can actually get to that point. So it's kind of a racing situation of, can Alex get the game over with or get to some kind of overwhelming board presence before John can set up that little combo of discounted elemental into Sunderflock.
Yeah, I mean, Sunderflock will definitely be brutal, but this has to be a good sign for Alex. You know, not just a couple one mana spells. The Winternight Stories uses all of the mana up. There's now 1 land available for John, but he does have a very big blocker in the way. Hearth Elemental makes an appearance.
Yep. So Alex will want to remove this Hearth Elemental not just to keep attacking, but also to prevent a Sunderflock.
Yes.
The problem is the Selesnya deck is not great at removing big creatures. You know, it's got a couple Seam Rips, a couple Melt Striders resolves, but a 4/5 blocker is no joke.
Oh, okay. That's not a great turn for Alex. No additional land to come down, and Hearth Elemental into Sunderflock is a very real possibility right now.
Yeah, I mean, if John has Sunderflock, this game is a no
over.
contest.
Yeah. Winternight Stories played from the yard. Tapping down the only blocker, but I feel like we're going to get Flock in here pretty soon.
Well, if you're an Alex Hoxie fan, there's still hope. The fact that it hasn't happened yet it can only be a good sign.
Traumatic Critique and Spire Bluff Canal in the yard.
My guess about the situation is that John has Eddie Merc Crab, but not Sunderflock. That would kind of make sense. That would fit with the play of starting your turn by tapping your only blocker to dig with Winter Night Stories.
Limited championship qualifier players.
That feels like how things have shaped up here for John.
Please report your match result.
So where are we going from this point? No blocker down. We suspect there's a crab in hand to tap down 2 of the blockers at least. Land for turn.
I'll say the triple Paw Patch Recruit does make you think twice about tapping creatures with Eddie Merc Crab because it does trigger upon abilities. So
look at these chonkers. 2 4/5s now. Protecting Hearth and Home, I suppose. So Alex has a lot to work through here now. He has the flyers, which is cool. And that's the only attack that he can make right now. Just sending 2 in the air, gaining some life, and crossing his fingers and hoping there's no Sunderflock.
It's so funny. I had just kind of assumed that there was a Sage of the Skies copy token off screen, but no, he's mana screwed. He just played it for 3 mana. That was his only play. So John continues to dig. If and when he finds Sunderflock, the game is over. Even without it, I mean, he does have the biggest creatures on the battlefield, so the game can remain interesting if he, if he struggles to find what he needs.
Take 12.
Well, yeah, the forest can block pretty easily.
Yeah.
And then
just 8.
8 more damage.
All right. So, at least that land won't get Sunderflocked away. Alex untaps. Can we find land 3? The answer is no. Attempts to move to combat. I think John is deciding if he wants to do anything beforehand. I mean, at this point, he's so far ahead.
Yeah, like I said, you want to be careful targeting things with Eddie Merc Crab because it will allow your opponent to distribute so many counters with Paw Patch Recruit. I would almost rather just not tap anything and just play the crabs without targets. You know, you can even main phase them if you just literally want a 5/5 vanilla creature.
Yeah. I've never seen 3 Hearth Elementals on the board. This is a first. There's the crab. Hey, bud. Tapping down 2 blockers.
All right. If he has 2 crabs, he might just be saying, okay, I'm going to tap everything. It doesn't matter how big your creatures are because you're dead anyway.
Yeah. That's certainly what it feels like here. Now, what could Alex have if he has 2 mana up? He's got the Erode's main deck? No? No.
Yeah, there's actually no instance in the entire deck, so
wowza.
What you see is what you get.
Yeah. What Alex has gotten is a tapped board and 5 angry elementals coming on through. So, rough beats there for Alex, but top of the deck just didn't play nice.
Yeah, so I mean, there's kind of 2 ways you can spin that story. One is, oh, okay, Alex, was mana screwed, didn't hit a 3rd land, so his deck didn't really function. The other is, well, John could have won the game instantly with Sunderflock at any point. That never came, but he won anyway, just fair and square with his elementals. So, I mean, I just think this is a pretty lopsided matchup in favor of John Clark. And Alex's deck is super powerful. He's going to get to be on the play. If he has a fast draw, possibly John stumbles. Possibly he can mix in some nice graveyard hate like a Rest in Peace. So there are ways that he can score some wins, but I for sure am picking John's side of this matchup, especially after winning game number 1.
Yeah. Alex, I bet, is going to be going for those erodes, making sure he's got an answer for the massive creatures that he has to take care of. Where do you think he turns to Nature's Rhythm Crater Hoof Behemoth?
That's pretty much to go over the top of green creature mirrors. So the reason that, well, I can speak from the perspective of my teammate Matt Nass because we chatted a lot about this, but the reason that he didn't main deck those cards is because they're not particularly good against the folks that are just killing your creatures. Like,
Sure.
oh, okay, I'll play Spider Manifestation, and you burst lightning it in a turn where you're playing multiple spells and attack me with prowess creatures. Like, that's just not a great plan.
Yeah.
But if you play matchups like Landfall, where they have a lot less removal and you have more time to set up, and it's more about just who can make the biggest play, that's where Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof Behemoth is really effective.
All right. So, don't think I'll get my hoof this matchup, friends, but, you know, if you have a Crater Hoof Behemoth lying around and you're like, you know what, I'm not going to play this. I'm just going to sell my cards. You should go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. You get great prices and 30% trade-in bonus. So sell all the cards that are just hanging around, taking up space, and, you know, buy something else if you wish to go for the trade bonus. Let's take a look at one of our other feature matches here while our players consult their sideboards. This is Lucas Birch up against Corey Burkhart. Lucas on mono green, up a game thus far.
Limited championship
Corey Burkhart on our Is It Prowess
current player
Fiend, you should say.
5 additional turns. If you have a time extension,
This classic matchup in Standard, one of the important ones. You got to presume that both players have played this a number of times over the course of the
Thousands of
weekend.
times.
And honestly, the ones that we're still covering in the top tables have probably won from their respective sides a number of times. So that's what makes it interesting, is like they sit down and Lucas Birch is probably like, you know what, I beat Prowess 4 times this weekend. And Corey's like, you know what, I beat Landfall 3. So, you know, make of that what you will. That's tournament magic for you.
Esper Origins for Lucas Birch.
We are in the second to last round of Swiss, round 14 out of 15. And these players can't guarantee it, but for the most part, this looks like a win and in. You know, you get your 12th round, your 12th win. Hopefully you intentionally draw the last round, and that's good enough. Sometimes things get weird where maybe the folks with the weakest tiebreakers can't afford to draw. Maybe you get paired against somebody who doesn't want to draw with you. So there's always these question marks. But the 12th win is a major, major milestone. So Lucas Birch, especially having won game number 1, starting to get pretty excited.
Yeah, definitely. Corey Burkhart doing his best to keep the Chocobo from growing, courtesy of Roaring Furnace. Bounces back to hand there with Boomerang Basics. Turn passes back now to Lucas, and he recasts Esper Origins from the yard. It will come back as Esper Maduin. Surveil. Nice. Sapling Nursery found there off the top. It's not looking super hot for Corey right now.
No, but at least he's not dead.
Nope.
The Esper Maduin
There's that.
eventually goes away at Chapter 3. So this is actually a spot where if Corey has counter spells, they can be pretty effective. They're not my favorite game plan against Landfall, because sometimes if they just have that like really fast Llanowar Elves Saz's Chocobo draw, you find yourself far enough behind that you can't pass with open mana. But here, you know, Corey's got a high life total and even board, so he might be able to use stuff like Spell Snare, stuff like Get Out, if that's the direction that he chose to go with his sideboarding and the way he's navigating the game.
Keen-eyed Curator here for Lucas. Esper Origins once again. It's a really pretty version of that card.
Yeah, no kidding.
I like it. So this little buddy can start eating graveyards if he wants to. Eventually becomes very large. I don't think I've seen it survive to that point, though. Flow state now for Corey. Ugh. What is that, 2 lands and a spell?
And that looked like an unpowered flow state.
Yeah.
Corey just took 1 card, and Lucas didn't flinch to exile something with the Keen-eyed Curator.
Stormchaser's Talent. Gets himself an Otter Buddy and passes the turn back with 2 mana open. When is the sapling nursery going to hit? When's he going to go for it? Our main feature, they're finding their opening hands. As soon as they're ready to rock and roll, we will jump back in to cover that one. Meldstrider's resolve now takes care of the little otter. So Lucas doing a good job of answering the threats that Corey's presenting.
That's right.
All right, our main game is underway, our main match. So let's jump back there. Starting things off the way all green mages intend. Forest Land War Elves. Into Paw Patch, kicked, very nice. All right. Opt, the only response that John has. Doesn't like what's on top, so he'll take the next card.
Ooh, I saw John has Prismari Charm, so he can use that to kill off 2/1 toughness creatures. However, that would result in triggering the Paw Patch recruits, so...
Wouldn't actually kill anything.
Yeah, a little bit of a dicey situation here.
Yeah, because if he targets the 2 rabbits, they just give each other counters.
Yeah, that is funny.
Definitely want untargeted removal for those guys.
So instead, he'll probably just try to stock his graveyard and set up to try to turbo Sunderflock. But this game is a lot more of a contest because if John cannot get to Sunderflock in a timely fashion, you got to figure Alex's draw is going to be punishing enough that he'll get over the finish line this time.
Yeah. Great start here for Alex Hoxie on Selesnya Ouroboros. Gets in for some damage. And now Spider Manifestation makes an appearance.
Okay, so that actually did come in off the sideboard. I was wrong in my prediction there.
It's more threats. More things to say, hey, worry about this. Meanwhile, we're just flooding the board here as fast as possible. Prismari Charm now going to dig deeper into the library and try and find an answer for John. What does he have in terms of sweepers? He has a Slag Storm.
His best sweeper is the Sunderflock itself.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It is true. He, if he spiked the 1 Slag Storm here, he would win the game, but he does not.
He's got 3 mana available. He only has 3 spells in the yard. So Crab is not online just yet. I want to see an Ouroboros, man. There's a distinct lack of dice on this table right now.
It's true. It's like the longest we go in a game without seeing dice.
Yeah. Down to 9 goes John. Alex might not even need it at this point. He is just doing all right with his 5 creatures.
Note that Alex could turn to the Abandoned Air Temple to get some dice, but it would require tapping most of his attackers to do so.
Tap, tap, tap. 3 mana. What we got? Another kicked Paw Patch. Good grief. Now this might be eggs all in one basket here if John finds those Slag Storms.
Yeah, another thing John could do is, let's say, end of turn Prismari Charm gets the 5th card in his graveyard.
Yeah.
Then he can just play a Crab and a Sunderflock in the same turn, or a Hearth Elemental plus a Sunderflock.
Yeah. Ooh-wee. All right.
But if he doesn't have Sunderflock, then he's multiple steps away.
Yeah. So Hearth Elemental can be paid for. Yep, there's the 5 spells in the yard, so just 1 red mana needed for the Hearth Elemental.
So John's looking for untapped land, Hearth Elemental, Sunderflock.
Yep. Can
it happen?
Whoop. He's certainly seen enough cards. Does he have it? Yeah. Yeah. And get flocked, Sunderflock says. Bounces everything to hand, so Alex will have to redeploy all of that, and I don't think he's going to have a good time rebuilding.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to rebuild while you're getting attacked by 9 power worth of giant creatures. So this is it. This is the game plan of the Is It Spellmentals deck. This is the matchup that it's designed to have its greatest advantage in. And I mean, John is going to get a 12th win and be in a pretty decent position to maybe even draw into the top 8 next round.
Sitting very comfortably right now. Pop-Etch Recruit hits the board once again. And if we see another Thunderflock here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Alex scooping.
Yeah, this is kind of like I was saying all day yesterday with those Jeskai and 4-color control decks. It's not impossible to beat a Thunderflock or a Jeskai Revelation or one of these big Haymaker cards. But usually what happens is they reset the game and then John just continues playing more threats to push his advantage further and further, and there's just no way at this point.
Snowballing advantage here for John Puglisi Clark in our feature match area. Is It Spellmentals doing work here for him? He's a mainstay of the regional championship alongside his brother. So good to see him almost about to make another top 8, so very close to doing so. Tough spot for Alex to be in. Tough loss this is going to be as well.
Yeah, so he'll take his 3rd loss. You know, it's not impossible that he could get a win and be in the conversation with tiebreakers, but more likely he's going to be setting his sights on those top 32 Pro Tour invites, which honestly that's a reason why a lot of the people in the field are here, and that is an excellent finish that absolutely anyone could be proud of.
Absolutely. Here comes the team now. 3 Hearth Elementals along with Thunderflock, the big guy in the sky. Could be blocked by the Ricci Manifestation. Hey, we found an Erode. Okay. And Get Out will return Thunderflock to hand. And we'll see that redeployed shortly.
Yeah, at this point,
it's just
Alex
like
might just be like, these creatures are going back to my hand anyway, might as well block. But yeah, look, there's no way Alex can win regardless, so it's almost a moot point. But given that he did not block, there's no way he can win because the Thunderflock will come down next turn and remove all of his blockers, and the Hearth Elementals will win the game.
That's going to do it. John Puglisi Clark picks up the 2nd win here, the 2nd game, 2-0 against Alex Howie, and advances to 12-2. Congratulations. Nice. Pretty clean. That's exactly what the deck wants to be doing.
Man, you love it. Like at that stage in the tournament when you're like, I'm playing for top 8, it's the key moment, the most important match, and I draw the favorable pairing, my deck does its thing, execute the plan A game plan. It feels so good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be like just thrilled.
You know, we love to see a good fight, but it's also for the players personally when they just get to coast on in.
Hey, that's
Feels
what
good.
you get to have that experience at a Magic tournament. It's like, this is what I prepared for. This is exactly what I built my deck to do. Now it's time to do it. And preparation.
Kudos. Let's jump into our 2nd feature match. As soon as we have it ready to rock and roll, we'll get in there. So we still have plenty of players sitting at 11 wins. No one has cracked the 12th win just yet, barring who we've just seen play. John picked that up. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens because, we do obviously have intentional draws to factor in here. You have to be careful that your tiebreakers are good enough so that you don't accidentally draw yourself out of the top 8 and instead should have played. So how should players approach that when they find themselves in the situation?
Well, my most important piece of advice is do not feel entitled to anything. If you go in saying like, oh, 12-2-1 is supposed to make the top 8, I'm supposed to make it with a draw, that is a way to be very disappointed.
Yeah.
It's a way to, find yourself playing in the wrong mindset where you weren't prepared to show up and play your hardest in the most important round of the tournament. So the fact is that every tournament breaks differently. Your pairings matter in the random draw of maybe you get paired against somebody who doesn't want to draw with you, and that's their right. Everyone should show up ready and able to play every single match of a tournament. But yeah, I mean, the best you can do is just have a level head, weigh the possibilities in the face of like sometimes a little bit of uncertainty, and make the best decision you can about whether you're going to play or offer to draw.
Alrighty. Wise words there from Hall of Famer Reed Duke. We've got one more feature match to show you from this round, so let's head on down there and see who we got battling. It is Nicole Dubin up against Matt Shue. Is it prowess? No, it is not. That is a chocobo. We'll get that sorted out shortly, but it does look like we have a mono green, or at least a green base landfall.
Yep, that familiar matchup.
Seems like in Melee they are listed as having Is It Prowess, Matt Shue, but certainly not an Is It deck. This is probably just mono green landfall, so Chocobo, Badgermole Cub, attempting to get things underway here for Matt. Nicole, however, says no thanks with a Burst Lightning.
Yep, so that's a great start. That's exactly what you want on the draw, is just diffuse your opponent's first play and get to the mid-game on in a stable situation. All right, so
nice.
Slick Shot Show Off is definitely a different way to do it in the landfall matchup. It's, one way is you try to dismantle your opponent's threats, burst lightning here, get out here, set up for a long game with Eddie Mercrab. Another way to do it is just pure blitz them down, race with the hard-hitting Slick Shot Show Offs that are difficult for the landfall deck to either block or remove.
I am such a fan of Lumbering World Wagon. It is so fun. It cannot get Sunderflocked. Sure, it can, get like abraded or something to that effect, but this thing hits so damn hard, and it is so tricky to kill if the game goes long enough for Matt to be able to line up something with the Mightform Harmonizer. But speed of lining things up, Nicole Dubin is cooking here with this Slick Shot Show Off, and plenty of damage coming over the line here very soon.
Yep, so we're looking at between 3 and 7 damage. Probably still 2 turns off from assembling lethal, but these are always tricky games where Nicole wants to balance, pure damage output with how can I diversify my threats in case there's a possible removal spell, how can I set up to deal the most damage possible over the course of 2 or 3 turns. Maybe I want to hold up some interaction so that the World Wagon can't attack me uncontested.
So this mono green deck in an Is It Prowess overcoat is doing its best here up against a pretty potent threat. Looks like we are down to 11 now, unless I'm... There we go. 15?
Yeah, 7 damage taken, but now it's going to be grand total of 4 life gained across the Esper Origins. It's also a perfect size to crew up that Lumbering World Wagon.
Yes.
And
Go
wow,
wagon,
the Surveil milled another Esper Origins, so we know that Matt is going to have some pretty strong plays lined up for as long as this game lasts.
You love when you can use all your mana in one turn and get a big old chunk of damage in here.
Yep, so I presume Nicole is not going to be able to kill from 17.
Yeah, that's
which
tough.
means that she has to start worrying about her own life total, and it's looking tough. I mean, she's out-mana'd, outsized, and she did take a turn off to really sculpt her hand, so maybe she has some big plays this turn, but she's going to need them. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very tough for this iteration of Is It to kill at 17. If there was one of the burn together fling style effects that we see some people playing, sure, this bird could be lethal right now. But yeah, she's definitely going to want some blockers.
Eddie Merc Crab, probably the best card to set up for, you know, if you can attack for 3, stall for a turn with Eddie Merc Crab while putting some more power and toughness onto the battlefield, then maybe do the whole thing again for one more turn sequence.
Yeah.
That's a way to win.
Yeah, we've seen Boomerang basics on Crab plenty of times.
For sure. Oh, but no Crab this turn, so that's going to make it a little trickier.
Okay. What is the follow-up? It is but a tiny little otter friend. Just imagine this tiny otter like squeaking with his toothpick sword up against this lumbering world wagon coming down the pathway.
That's a tough way to do it. And wow, not even a land drop from Nicole. Like that was turn 3, sleight of hand, op, sleight of hand, draw for my turn, flow state, and still no fourth land after all that.
So the hand has to be gassed then.
Yeah.
She's got that going for her.
Yep, you would think so.
Oh, and 2 mana floating now from Esper Maduin. What can you do with 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, Matshu? That's Craterhoof Behemoth mana.
Yeah, so I see Nicole does have multiple Eddie Merc Crabs. Sometimes these turns start with Is It Prowess, where you're like, okay, the play I really want to make this turn is Eddie Merc Crab to tap my opponent's attackers. I have 3 mana, but I can't just do only that. So I'm going to start with Flow State, really hoping and praying that there's an untapped land in those top 3 so that I can do both while continuing to develop. But then, you know, sometimes you take that calculated risk and it's perfectly sensible and you just don't hit the land.
Yeah. It's always, it feels bad when it doesn't happen, but, you know, you feel real smart when your plan works out. So, this world wagon is a problem. 5 mana, it looks like. Nope, starting off with 3. Okay. Yep, I think this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, so you can, you're basically gonna have 2 landfall triggers. If you double the World Wagon and double the Esper Maduin, you're getting real close to lethal. Okay, with a third, landfall trigger, that's it. Because the World Wagon requires 1 Mightform Harmonizer trigger to be lethal. The Esper Maduin requires 2. And you have enough to just present 2 lethal attackers against only 1 blocker.
Oh, little guy, you tried your bestest, but it does indeed look like that Otter's going to be roadkill. So just making sure the math checks out, making sure it is in fact a lethal attacker. Sure is, and we're going to go to game number 2 here. All right, so, hey friends. We're going to jump into the second matchup here very shortly, or second game, I should say. But just to remind you that there is a limited time offer currently on at starcitygames.com/sale with a purchase of $100 reduce or more in singles. And I challenge you all to buy $101 cards and make a really cool commander deck. Why not? So if you do that, you get free shipping if you're in the domestic/lower 48 states. There's plenty of cool cards that are being printed coming down the pipe. Pre-orders obviously not included with the free shipping, but really, really looking forward to some of the upcoming sets this year and the cards. And I think Marvel's going to be quite fun.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that one?
We're just going to be cruising through the rest of the year with really exciting releases. Like Marvel is super hyped, including numerous fun tournaments. The Spotlight series, SCG Con Las Vegas, is using Marvel Superheroes Limited. We have Pro Tour, the Pro Tour in Amsterdam is Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, also featuring for the first time in over 10 years, 15 years or so, 20 years.
It's a long
the first time in 20 years is going to be, I'm sorry. Anyway, the first time in a long time, the top 8 of the Pro Tour is going to be Booster Draft with a fresh format. First time since 2011, I want to say.
That's a
so
long
15
time.
years.
Yeah, you had it.
But anyway, that's just Marvel Superheroes. Then we've got The Hobbit, we've got Star Trek, we've got Reality Fracture, we've got a couple of small releases as well. So it's a good time to be a Magic fan.
Absolutely.
I'm really excited about what the second half of the year has to offer. But you said Secrets of Strixhaven is your favorite so far.
So far.
What are you most looking forward to?
reality fracture, if I'm honest. Let's jump into the second match here, get that underway. We'll talk more about it because, yeah, Jace went and did some bad things. And
is it that rascal Jace was up to no good?
he's up to no good once again, you know. He's caused some shenanigans, and we get to see Strixhaven, but flippity-flopped, you know. So I think that's going to be really cool, you know, bringing in the rest of the color pairs with more names that we'll have to learn and throw Corey off with. But yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. Dragon Sniper.
Yeah, we've seen this coming in off the sideboard a lot against Izzet. It's a really powerful defensive creature that can answer Slick Shot Show Off or perhaps even block an Eddie Merc Crab under the right circumstances. The downsides are it is fragile and it doesn't actually output damage that fast, but hey, what more do you want out of a one-drop creature, right?
There is a lot that you can, in fact, get out of this card with Veggie, Reach, and Death Touch. So it's a good little inclusion here from the sideboard, and we just see the judges confirming that you know, there was a bit of a mix-up with the deck submission. So Matt accidentally submitted the Cincinnati list, something along those lines, but he is in fact playing a mono green deck here this weekend. So I don't know what happens in this situation.
Yeah, that's up to the judges and the tournament administrator. It also depends, like, you know, what was the process that led to the mistake. So there'll be an investigation. There'll be an investigation. Yeah, the normal outcome for a deck registration error is a game loss penalty.
Okay.
And that game loss penalty is basically instated at whatever point in the tournament the mistake is caught.
Got you.
So that's a weird thing that some players have a tough time grasping their head around. It's like, oh, I misregistered my deck. Shouldn't I get a game loss in the first round and not the 14th round when I'm playing top 8, playing for top 8?
Yeah.
Well, you know, in a perfect world, yes, but that's not the way that, you know, these things are actually vetted, and sometimes you get a deck check and things are caught later in a later stage of the tournament. However, like I said, there's an investigation. What happened? Why was there a mistake on the part of the folks who were, you know, intaking the deck lists? And there's going to be like reasonable discretion advised, and we're employed, and we're going to get to the best possible outcome that's most fair for the players. But it is tough. You know, you wish that those things didn't happen, but it's part of running a 1,200 person 2-day event is that you got to deal with some wrinkles.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I understand correctly, then he would take the game loss there, and then we go to game 3, maybe?
Yeah, that is definitely one possible way that the penalty could be enacted is, okay, you're in the middle of game 2 of this match. We caught an error for which the penalty is a game loss. So that means you lose game 2, and now the match is tied 1-1. You're going to go to game 3. That is one possibility, but that's up to the judges, not up to us.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can find a conclusion there for that matchup. But yeah, it's a pretty unique situation to be in. You know, when you see Sajish Chocobo with an Izzet Prowess deck tag, there's like, is it? No, it's not.
It's funny, like I saw them hand the deck list paper over the table, and it said SCG Con Cincinnati in the header.
It did, yeah.
So I have no idea what happened to result in a paper printout having the wrong tournament name, but anyway.
I bet Nicole's looking at that going, wait, hang on. Where am I? This is not Cincinnati.
No.
Alrighty, looks like we have some more Magic to watch, so let's head back down to the feature match area and see what shenanigans are in store. So there we see it. We have Match 2 with the game loss there. Nicole Dubin up ahead there, up at the top. So now we're fighting for all the marbles. Let's see which of these players leaves here with a 12th win.
Yeah, boy, that is a tough pill to swallow in such a high-stakes match. At least, you know, for the sake of Matt, for the sake of the broadcast, he was up a game.
Yeah.
It's even worse if you're like, oh, well, I lost game 1, and now I don't even get to continue the match because I got a second game loss. But now, you know, he's got a fair chance. He does get to go first, just the same way as if he had lost an actual like game that reached its natural conclusion. And he's off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, this is the ideal start here. Let's see if Nicole has an answer for the Cub this time around. Burst Lightning dealt with it in game number 1. Bounce off. Okay, just sending the land back, setting Matt back a turn here in terms of mana development. But you know what? This little Badgermole Cub, it can do some swinging, and it's going to do just that. Wow. Killing the Llanowar Elves, not the Cub.
Yep, pretty good discipline from Nicole there. You notice she took the 2 damage from the Badgermole Cub with the intent to probably, I'm going to Burst Lightning whatever your most important creature is during the end step. It's also possible she could have been holding up like a Spell Snare or some kind of other interactive card that she wanted access to. But wow, again with the missed land drop, Nicole has not had good luck in terms of finding what she needs off these cantrips in the key moments.
Yeah, no, that's rough. Saja's Chocobo hits the board here, land number 3, a second copy of Bossing Save for Matt Shu. 2 points of damage in now from the Cub, and Nicole Dubin needs to find land 3. There we go, for this to be a game. Hydroman, Fluid Felon. We saw her put this to good use yesterday in the feature match area as well. Paw Patch Formation. What are we doing with that?
That is a fine question.
It's not killing any flyers.
Draw a card and make a food.
Yeah.
So effectively cycling.
Sure, yeah. Don't see that used very often. That mode of Paw Patch Formation.
Yeah, not for nothing. Sometimes these games do come down to close races where, like, you know, if you're facing down a slick shot show off, you're trying to assemble an attack on the ground, that 3 life from the food could plausibly make a difference.
Fabled Passage now, cracked to get Saja's Chocobo. This Badgermole Cub is worrying me because as soon as he finds a second copy of it, he is accelerating so far in terms of mana generation.
I see your point. Yeah, that's one that you don't want to casually leave on the battlefield.
Yeah. This is, I mean, even just with Bossing Say activating a land, like, this Cub scares me if I'm the player on the other side of things.
Yeah, so Matt cast Ice Till Explorer. Nicole verbally announced, get out, so Matt just put it directly in the graveyard if you were confused about what happened there.
So he just stands up and leaves?
Yeah, get out.
If Magic cards actually created real-world effects, that would be so funny. And probably deadly, but you know. Hydroman Fluid Felon is a critter for Nicole's turn. Returns to being a land on the opponent's. Flow stating, opting, sleighting of hands, all of these cantrippy spells. Hydroman getting real large, but that life total is 9. That's not where Nicole wants to be.
Yeah, so a Fabled Passage could presumably, or could plausibly present a lethal attack here if you imagine the Chocobo getting up to 5, Bossing Say being activated for another 2/2. So Nicole has to worry about that, but she does have mana open, which could represent Eddie Merc Crab in the best case scenario, but also get out. We know that she has some bounce offs off the sideboard.
So pretty stressful moments here for Nicole Dubin. Matt Shu looking to push his advantage. Yeah, stretch. Hey, you at home, you haven't stretched in a while. Stand up, shake it out, stretch, and go hydrate.
Oh, he actually does have Fabled Passage.
Oh, he does?
So I think what's happening here is he's puzzling out what's the best move against Eddie Merc Crab. That would be my first question if I'm in his position. And then second, what is the best move against a range of outcomes that could possibly include a counterspell? So yeah, this is the best against Eddie Merc Crab, which is why I would make this play as well. You know, like if Nicole has Disdainful Stroke or Get Out or whatever it might be, at least you just get to make a big attack, and that's a perfectly fine outcome for you.
Yeah, and then, you know, the following turn, Bossing Say activation with something could represent lethal easily.
So here is the first land drop. It's Fabled Passage from the graveyard. We've got 2 mill triggers going on. The Sasa's Chocobo is growing giant. So it has to be Eddie Merc Crab, right? We should assume that that's what Nicole is going to do during the beginning of attack step, beginning of combat step.
Badgermole Cub. And land milled. Fabled Passage played from the yard once again. Cavern of Souls milled over. There's the crab. And there is
Wow.
Maelstrider's resolve to kill the crab.
Very, very
Woo!
strong turn from Matt.
Holy moly. Okay. Nicole needs some more interaction, and she needs it now. Jeez. What a game this has been for Matt.
Yep, nicely navigated there. Eddie Merc Crab is not an easy card to work around, but he managed to both develop his board and diffuse any counter aggression from Nicole.
Yeah.
One thing that's important in this game is Matt is at a high life total. He's at 16 with that food token. If he was at 10, it's a lot different story where maybe Nicole starts to think about what can I do with this Hydro Man, can I set up a surprise with a Slick Shot Show Off or an Eddie Merc Crab? But man, 16 or an effective 19 is just so much life points to work through.
Yeah. That is incredibly tough. And Matt sweating after his second round realization. Into the Floodmoor here, going to bounce Ice Till Explorer, it looks like. And I think we might have a royal treatment to bring into play. Some way to prevent this from resolving. Oh, or we're just going for the quick mill there before it disappears.
The Chocobo should pick up another counter.
Yeah. Don't forget your bird. Give it a counter. Please, sir, your bird. Ooh-wee. All right. Well, let's see if it ends up mattering or not here as Matt takes his turn.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be super material. Like, you got to figure if that Chocobo is connecting in combat again, then Nicole's going to be in really tough shape.
All right. 4 mana tapped. Ice Till Explorer once again. Get Out says, no thank you, I don't want to deal with that. Two mana left open for Nicole. So she's doing a great job here of preserving her life total and preventing repeat threats coming on in. Demolition Field hits the board, gets counter on the Chocobo.
Yep, that can go after the Hydro Man if necessary.
Tap and kill is Nicole's response with Vibrant Outburst. I'll show you a colorful insult. Tapped, dead, cracked, Demolition Field, killing off Hydroman, Fluid Felon. Basic Island takes his place. Forest takes the place of Demolition Field here for Matt. Damn, there's been some good back and forth in this game.
Yeah, great game.
Both players playing for so much on the line here.
But thus far, Nicole is just surviving. She
Yeah.
has yet to actually present a way to win the game herself.
Yeah.
And in addition to answering the Chocobo, Matt now has a big mana advantage with double bossing Say. So, she got to do something.
Yes. Definitely does. And, it could just be Crab and Boomerang basics for multiple turns until she's able to deploy some threats of her own. Bossing Say activates. Forest becomes a 2/2. Fabled Passage cracks now. And we are going to move to combat. Oh! I don't think she realized. She was like, oops, I'm just dead. As the Chocobo gets across the finish line there, and Matt Shue does as well. So, in the face of adversity and a mis-submitted deck list, don't know how that all happened, but good thing for him, it didn't come back to bite him in the butt as he picks up his 12th win.
Yeah, congratulations to Matt. Again, that 12th win is a huge milestone. He's going to have to take a look at the standings, see who his opponent is, decide if he's going to offer a draw or play out for the 13th win in the final round. But Matt has a wonderful shot at being represented in our playoff rounds. Absolutely.
So congratulations to him. Great run also by Nicole, still playing for you know, the top standings, top 32, that sort of thing. Just going to double check where we're going next, and we shall head straight to wherever it is we're going. I think we're going to an ad break, so we're going to switch out with Corey and Jim, and we'll see you a little later for our top 8. See you then.
welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. Jim, it's top 8, winning in time. Are you excited?
Best part of a tournament, as players, high pressure match, you know, it's not the most high pressure match, but it kind of is in a way, right? Because there's a sense of relief when you make top 8. So these players are going to be up against it, and we get to watch them squirm.
Yeah, and the way it's breaking out is going to be really exciting. I'm not going to spoil it quite yet, but let's take a look at the standings to see how this last round is unfolding here. So, Jim, walk us through what's going on, and do you know any results going into this already?
Yeah, so we have 5 players who could draw into top 8. Now, if my math is correct, that means that that's an odd number. So we're going to have one person in the odd person out. Our top 4 players have all drawn. Jordan, John, Alexander, and Matt. Congratulations, you are in top 8. You're playing for the world's invites.
Corey B's are never lucky.
Yeah, but Corey B, the better Corey B, Corey Burkhart, is unfortunately paired down and has to play. Now, there is a slight chance if he were to lose, he would still be the highest 12-3 player based on tiebreakers. And his breakers should be pretty good in theory to be doing so well, but that's... Don't want to leave it up to that.
Yes.
Of course. And then we have so we have 4 players locked and 4 winning in matches, which is about as good as it gets for the last round.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm looking at is basically what 1 through 4 is in, and then we got all the way down 5 and 6. That'll be 5, 7 and 8. That'll be 6. Sam Bogue and 10. That'll be 7. And then what? The 11 and 12s. So 1, 12, and 3 essentially is going to make it in the highest breaker.
Correct. So we have 3 pure win-and-ins.
Pure, yeah.
Where it's win, you're in no matter what. And then that last match, the tiebreaker match, where it's going to be 12 and 3. I mean, that's what we're saying with Corey, where if Corey loses and he's the best 12 and 3, he's in.
Yeah.
The winner of the 11-12 match could also be in maybe Matt and Steven, or maybe some miracle. You know, maybe James or Henry or one of these players who's a little farther down. Breakers swing the right way, and they win, and they get in. So they're still playing with a prayer.
Okay.
And, they got to win their matches, and of course they're looking for the Pro Tour as well, though.
So everyone's got a chance that's on this screen, but everyone on this screen almost assuredly locked up that Pro Tour invite. Let's take a look at the second page of standings, see who else is in the spot. Now, when it gets to this stage of the tournament, a lot of these players are probably drawn, right? Like I would assume maybe even 31st place and up. Can't make the top 8. If they lose, they're out of the Pro Tour. And if they win, sure, they get a little bit more prize money or whatever. But a lot of people shake hands at this stage, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It gets a little dicey there. We see in 32nd place, Benji at 10, 2, and 2. So that is 10, 30, carry the 1. That's 32 match points.
Yeah, if you draw one more time, you get a win, and it would be 11 and X, right? Like,
right. So
yeah,
11-4. So that would not be good enough to beat a player drawing above them, right?
Yeah.
So I believe, yes, these all players are all clean to draw and make those Pro Tour dreams come true.
Really awesome stuff. So that is the standings. Let's remind everyone what we are actually playing for, the cold hard cash. So up top, 20K World Championship slot, Pro Tour and Regional Championship. Finalists, the same invites, as well as $10,000. And Jim, we actually have a really fun wrinkle because, well, Alexander Kahns, who just took second last weekend at the Arena Championship, qualified for Worlds already, is in the top 8, and the World slots do pass down. So if he makes it to the finals, 3rd place would actually get it too. So a fun little wrinkle. What's the rest of the prizes these players are playing for?
Yeah, so we got cash all the way down to top 128. So as players we just saw, top 32 go to the Pro Tour, but players still playing for cash, playing for an extra regional invite. But yeah, top 32 is the big milestone. That Pro Tour invite, whether it's a first-time Pro Tour player or a returning Pro Tour player, nothing like it. And those 2 pass down also.
Yeah.
So for those players who are a little bit on the outside looking in, we had a few pass downs in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, Joe Demestrio, was in 35th place, and there were exactly 3 pass downs. So, you know.
He was winning or losing winning-ins for the Pro Tour like it was his professional job, too. So that's pretty nice that he got that one. That's pretty funny. So, all right, that's what the players are playing for. Let's take a look at our matchup. We're going to be watching 4 winning-ins. We're going to show you as much magic as we can. But let's take a look at our first one. And this is Sam Bogue, known content creator. Or I was asking Sam, do you prefer the creator of content? It was a shake of the head and basically told me to leave. Sam Bogue, of course, doesn't love that term, but I find it kind of funny.
Makes good videos on the internet.
It makes very good videos for sure. Very entertaining human and a heck of a Magic player. Walk us through this deck list.
Yeah, a little old school here. Esper Origins is a card that was in a lot of the early landfall lists. It's fallen out of favor a little bit, but back here, 3 copies, 1 Sapling Nursery, 1 Surrock. You know, for the most part, the usual Meltwater's Resolve and Harmonizer. The landfall thing we've all come to expect, and the mono green version is doing a lot better this weekend.
Okay, checks out, and let's look at the opponent. This is Bradley Schlesinger playing Jeskai Elementals, just the 2 Sunderflocks. We saw this when we were last in the booth, but walk us through this deck. This deck is just so sweet, and it's just gorgeous to look at.
Yeah, this is a little more old school. This deck, of course, we were saying broke out Pro Tour Lore and Eclipsed. Kind of got eclipsed by Spellmentals, but thank you. And but yeah, I mean, it's a powerful deck, and it's a deck that's kind of operating on a weird axis that decks aren't necessarily as prepared for. That being said, though, those 2 Sunderflock. I know you said it last time, but those 2 Riddler on the board, I wish that was Sunderflock 3 and 4.
Yeah.
It's looked so good all tournament.
That being said, Sunderflock looked unbeatable when we saw it the last time it was up against that Celestia or a Boroid Gearhulk style deck. Here it's Landfall. That's not as good of a matchup as up against like the green-white Gearhulks and stuff, right?
For sure. Against the Gearhulk Architects, it's an absolute home run. It's still very good as Landfall, too,
okay.
though. You know, pick up a creature is going to buy the time and get things over with. That being said, Mossbarn Hydra still floating around could be a thing too.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so who do you like, Bradley or Sam?
Ooh, man, that's tough. I mean,
close.
It's hard to say against the established player playing the most established deck. My heart's rooting for the Elementals deck.
Yeah.
But Landfall's pretty potent.
All right, well, it doesn't matter what we have to say about the matchup. It only matters how the games go. So let's jump on down. It's winning in time here in Washington, D.C. It's going to be fun. All right, so here we go. We got Sam Bogue on the bottom. Bradley Schlesinger on the top. There's the Nux. These players are having some fun and iconic, as Sam's videos are. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf. Let's see. No Burst Lightning to deal with it like we saw last time from Bradley. Big deal, right?
Instead, we have a reader. Sam, is that Restless Vines? Okay, Restless Vines dog, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
The blue-green Eldraine creature land.
Yeah, something that will never come up in this game, almost assuredly. Incoming, it's going to decide the game, 100%.
You just guaranteed.
100%.
Which is great. That'd be awesome. Escape Tunnel for Sam, Badger Mole, basically the perfect start. Of course, the Earthbending onto a fetch land, fantastic. Mixing a lot of mana, putting up pressure on Bradley. And Bradley now, if Bradley plays a 2-drop Mana Accelerator, that leaves Sam completely up to his own devices.
Yeah, and honestly, there's not that much interaction at 2 anyways. I still think it's Brad's best play. Like, sure, Bounce Off. I mean, Bounce Off actually is good, right? Because it hits the land, kind of.
No, you just sack it response.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
if it was a forest,
Yep.
Bounce Off is awesome. But as it stands now, it's not great. So if I have a 2-drop or a Bounce Off from Bradley's side, I just shrug, play Ashling, hope I live.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, this is the duality of Badger Mole Cub, where it plays so differently in the landfall deck than the creature decks, where there it's making mana dorks better. Here, it's giving you extra landfall triggers. Either way, though, extremely powerful card.
Yeah, it really shows the duality of I can win this way or I can win this way.
You can go with this, or
You can deal with that. Yeah. All right, so Badger Mole Cub does a little ramping. Starting off with 4 mana. Can play another land. Ice Till Explorer comes on down on turn number 3. One of the better draws. Gonna have some triggers.
Yeah, this has Sam all set up to kind of really do the thing. Turbocharged. Gonna put a lot of pressure on Bradley to have a really big play on turn 3.
Yeah, and what's the best one? I mean, so we can have 4 drops.
Yeah,
it's
honestly probably Roaming Throne to make it even bigger next turn. The problem is, will there be a next turn at that point?
Roaming Throne would be pretty solid as well.
Yeah, I mean, you get the one Ill-Time Explosion too. We've seen that case card come up a few times.
That'd be nasty.
And that would be pretty sweet.
That would be nasty. Okay, so here's the extra land drops. Great setup turn from Sam. Would not be shocked if this was not interacted with, that Sam just goes Harmonizer GG easily, you know?
Yep. And this is it's a cheeky attack.
I believe this is a cheeky attack.
This is actually not a cheeky attack. This is a pretty heads-up attack. So Sam is threatening land and a fight post-combat. So the fight can only deal 2 because there are only two power creatures in play. But yeah, and Brad was going to take it. So the risk here is land drop, fight spell, and the game is over.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. There's 4 of them in the deck, so.
And Sam has to have both the fight spell and the untapped green source, but too big a risk. I love Bradley's no block there.
Oh, yeah.
I love the attack also.
Yeah.
There are definitely times in Magic where both players make the right play.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And, I mean, there's times when, you know, I'm in an unwinnable game that it looks like, and, you know, you just got to get creative. Be like, I need this to go unblocked. I need my opponent to overthink it. And at a situation like this with the pressure on, players are great at overthinking things. You know, I mean, myself included at times in these big matches, for sure, I have talked myself into the wrong play plenty of times.
I believe you.
All right, so 2 black mana, Deceit, coming down. Let's take a look at the hand. Get a Harmonizer out of there, maybe. Okay, the resolve was there, but the land was not. Milled over the forest with the escape tunnel, so that was not available in the graveyard. Both players get to smile a little bit. They're like, you got me. But that's a Harmonizer in the back. You got to take it, right?
Yeah, otherwise the game ends. So,
Yeah,
like that choice. And then, I mean, Chocobo, Meltstrider, Llanowar Elves. You know, unfortunately, the Chocobo can get it to be big enough to fight. Yeah, so so Chocobo can kill Ashling, which is huge.
Yes.
Aside from that, though, you know, Sam's going to make a lot of land drops and do a lot of things, but not threatening to end the game imminently.
Yep, it's face up, though. So, you know, fight spell and response, you have a bounce off, something like that. That can be a big deal. And, of course, Bradley could Vibrance here or, I guess, Deceit to bounce. But if Bradley passes, I'm pretty terrified of the couple bounce offs in the deck when I go to Melstrider's Resolve. I mean, more than likely you just say whatever and do it, but it's something I'd be worried about.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting much better, and there's some value also in bouncing the Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. What's the draw from Sam? It is a demo field. Basic check.
2.
Okay.
1 island and 1 mountain.
When you can return demo field multiple times, though.
Yeah, that does go pretty quick.
That was actually quite the nice draw here.
All right, so maybe Restless Vinestalk won't have an effect on this game.
Now you curse it as well, for sure. So wait, demo field, we get to play it twice.
Yep.
And we get to activate it twice.
Yeah.
Still does not shut down any of the mana being available, right? Like the 2 options that were available to Bradley are still going to be available.
It does kind of, right? Because killing these multi-lands turns off black mana or various, you know, multicolor mana things. You know.
I meant for specifically this turn, the bounce off or burst lightning.
Oh, the actual interactive spell, correct.
Exactly,
yes.
yeah.
It can mess up Bradley's next turn. And then also Bradley's now in the spot where if you don't play a meaningful play next turn, you will never play another meaningful play in the entire game.
Yeah.
Because the lands will all be gone, down to 2 basics and only Ashling mana.
Yeah, demo field I feel is a pretty new addition to these decks. I'm not necessarily saying it's looked good so far, but this is a game where it's starting to look really good.
It's a good reaction to the multicolor control decks.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and I was saying early on day 1, you know, I think this might be a basic land check kind of tournament.
Yeah.
I expected to see more Price of Freedoms because that's a card that's been showing up in the lessons
Yeah.
sideboards. But here's Demo Field doing the same thing. So
Lessons not doing so great, and honestly, Control not doing so great here, but Control did just win RC Prague. I don't know exactly who, but it was a Control mirror in the finals. So so strange how our metagames are so wildly different.
Yep. Your Control is not having a very good weekend,
Yeah.
despite being pretty heavily played.
Okay, so deciding, is it there? Boom, it is. Bye, Chocobo.
Bouncing Bird.
Good disciplined play from Bradley.
Yeah, and, you know, that stunk a little bit for Sam, but
Yeah.
whatever. Just make 4 land drops next turn, you know?
Yeah.
So
All right, now this time the attack, the bluff is not going to work because as long as Bradley was paying attention, knows that the demo field was the draw. So he should know that this is able to be blocked.
gotta think it through.
Yeah. It's a block. Land Melstrider's Resolve.
That's Chocobo back.
Chocobo! Llanowar Elf coming down. Ashling gets to cook. And this is the turn for Bradley. Yep. You need it.
Far and away of a turn. Brad needs to make some serious moves this turn. You're mentioning the one ill-timed explosion.
Yeah.
One, I always think I want to do big work here.
Black as well. So here's Deceit, both mode, fully charged. Bounce. Get it out of there.
Huge.
Huge. No more demo field shenanigans. And we know the last card in hand is a demo field.
Yeah, so could have popped the tunnel to try and look for, one mill to try and find Esper Origins, but declines. Going to keep that escape tunnel around for future days.
Yeah.
And now that demo field is a Stone Rain, so can pull Bradley off of green mana.
Yeah.
That's not Ashling mana.
If Ashling was dead and you could take away green mana,
Over.
this game felt over. That bounce off, without that bounce off, this game was over. I think Ashling is going to do some heavy lifting here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of interaction in Bradley's deck. You have a 2 bounce off, 3 burst lightning, and then all the sorcery speed stuff, but very, very clutch there.
Okay, so here's an attack from Schleisinger. No, says go.
Pump fake.
Pump fake. Let's see, big drop for Sam. That looked like a Harmonizer at a first glance.
Nope, Melt charges off.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, removing Ashling here.
Yeah, arguably better.
Yeah, honestly.
So triggers, as long as Sam remembers these very valuable counters on Chocobo. That's 2 negative counters. Chocobo's dead. Sorry.
We don't make the rules.
We don't. Yeah, we just enforce them here.
Yep.
Okay, there goes Escape Tunnel as well. Chocobo's up to a 3/4, and it's ready to punch.
Did Sam get the land from the field?
Probably.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
That's coming untapped, so.
Yeah. If not, just
Whatever.
made some good content.
Yeah.
All right, there is Flame Braider. Another tap land.
All right, so at least keeping the mana going. Flame Braider again can turn things back on. Without these Flame Braider / Ashling effects, Vibrance, I guess you can cast Vibrance for the red side, Wistfulness can be cast for the blue side. Deceit can be cast for the blue side. Not as exciting without doing the black mana.
Yeah, would be another kind of sick Maelstrider's Resolve, but of course there's a lot of great cards. That's one of them.
All right, so a little punish there for sacrificing the Escape Tunnel, which was not necessary.
Had to.
Oh, had to, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Had to for the Chocobo.
Needed that third counter for the fight.
Yep. All right, Chocobo up to a big old 4-power creature.
Not a bad attack.
Yeah.
Bradley at 12 life.
You can tell Sam's played this deck quite a bit. Knows exactly what he's doing at all steps of the game.
Yeah, pretty smooth.
No blocks, I imagine. I mean, what, we're taking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Might be in Sunderflock or bust territory.
Yeah.
Even then, though, the rebuild's pretty good, too, so.
Yeah, just blocking Cub is meh. Blocking the land is horrendous. Chump blocking Chocobo, but looks like it's a bounce off. Poor Saz's Chocobo. Just keeps getting large and then just perishes.
It's trying to grow up to be a big bird,
Yeah. Back to Little Bird.
Stunted development.
Okay, here we go. Draw. Looks like only 2 cards in hand from Bradley. Are they winners? There's a lot of haymakers. Sunderflock would be great. Vibrance great. Wistfulness great. Deceit good. Beza good. I believe there's still Winter Night Stories in the yard. I think that was discarded right away to Ashling. Maybe forgot about from Bradley.
Yeah, you got the graveyard stack here. You see Sam's graveyard fanned out.
Yeah.
That way you can get a peek at all the cards, but.
Content creator showing us the content here for sure.
Yep, got to make that content.
Yeah. Bradley's like, you can look, but you got to ask. But I do think it was a Winter Night Stories essentially right away. But okay, Vibrance. Saz's Chocobo gone. Gain some life. Go get a land, which is very important too. Quarry Mountain Monastery is always an option, or just try to get some other colored mana in case we draw Maelstrider's Resolve number 3.
Yeah, the problem with that is you can't get 2 types. All these effects require 2 black or whatever else, 2 green.
Yeah.
So I think getting Monastery is pretty reasonable.
And you got to think that Winter Night Stories forgot about.
If it's there, because I forgot to.
Yeah. Yeah, I could be blending it together for a different game. That's possible.
Sam's looking for a big play here.
Yeah, Ice Till's a good start.
Yeah, the Landfall deck doesn't play great off the top because you kind of need to draw spells and lands to do things.
I think the best is Ice Till off the top because it can then put Esper Origins. That's like your one card advantage, you know. Or just Esper Origins itself lets you look a little and draw an additional card. So that's probably the best draw at these stages.
I mean, Ice Till's 4 land drops, double Stone Rain, and then a bunch of mills for Origins. So pretty nice.
That card's pretty solid. Looks like Sam probably announced attack all. And
I intend to block. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll attack.
yeah. That's like, I think we're doing it backwards here.
Yep.
The blockers phase and then the attackers phase. Interesting attack from Sam. And not, I mean, you don't really need the mana from the Cub anymore, but also could have just supercharged 1 land and, you know, attack for 4. That was an option, but deciding to go wide instead of tall.
Pretty big attack as far as trading damage goes. We're getting in for 5 and looking at, you know, 11 on the backswing. Of course, Sam is at 15, but it could be some combination thereof. Just an attack for 5, leaves you blockers back.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's a good sign.
The main phase, activation of Quarry Mountain Monastery. Now, you have till the end of your next turn to cast it regardless, right? Or is it at the end of this?
It's the end.
It's a end, that's for sure.
Yeah. Sam's going to check also.
Yeah, let's pull Quarry Mountain Monastery up. We'll get that confirmed here. I feel like whenever I play that card, I activate it at the end of my opponent's turn, and then I play it.
The end of your next turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is available for next turn.
Cool. So Deceit doesn't have to be played now. Starting town down. And man, you gotta think that this is looking really good for Bradley. I do want to see him fan out that graveyard, though. Should we go tell him?
Yeah, you can go tell him. I'll hold the fort. You go tell him.
Okay. I'm sure Sam would appreciate that.
So many forests to play.
All right, let's see. 2 mana. Is it Esper Origins? That'd be a great draw.
Yeah, fantastic.
Cub, less good.
Gain 4, make a 4/4, draw a card.
Oh
boy. I mean, that's actually not the worst, right?
Not the worst. No triggers. I mean, you can just like block with these forests, right?
Now you just change gears.
Yeah.
Where Sam's play last turn was very aggressive with Bradley going to 5. Now you just chill. Sit back, and now Bradley can't really attack because any attack will kill a forest, trigger a landfall, bring a 3/4 in with it, and just kind of upgrade Sam's board, buying Sam more time, and time is now exactly what he's looking for with the Sapling Nursery in play.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. So that was pretty nice. So here is Vibrance, 3 damage, upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Deceit available to bounce and answer the Nursery. So,
yeah.
Which I assume is the next step.
That makes sense. Let's see if that is the case. Looks good to me.
Yeah, I mean, Deceit is bouncing non-land permanents, so can't bounce the forests.
Bounce that and then take a peek at your hand. That card is templated where a bounce happens first. would be rough if it was the other way around.
Thought sees you, then unsummon something. Now, Sam could just sacrifice it. It does make forest indestructible, I believe, right? Yep, so...
Tree folk and forest. Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah. Decides not to. I mean, the forests dying would pump up the Ascensions.
Yeah.
But
is Sam trying to say, I want you to attack? Is that what this is?
Looks like it. The question is, Bradley might just be like, okay, I'll attack.
Yeah,
Sure.
There you go. Block with 1. It's back. Counters are up.
I like the dice shortcut.
Yeah, me too.
Whenever you're on 1 and 2, you just put the 1 up to 3 instead of putting the 2 and 3.
It's clean.
Yep.
Drop the. It's cleaner, you know? All right, let's see. Boom, fight. Get that one out of there.
Yeah, not the worst, but not great either.
Yeah.
And Sam has some work to do.
For sure. Big draw from Bradley. Look like, there it is. He didn't forget. He just had better things to do.
He didn't even look.
Yeah.
I love that.
Knew it.
Yeah.
Knew it.
That was for you, Corey.
Yeah, that was for me.
You didn't like go, what do I got in here?
Yeah.
You just like tapped the mana for it and pulled it out of the yard.
Exactly. Bradley's like, I don't forget this. I'm an absolute pro.
Yep. I love that.
Yep. I believe that's what the kids call a flex.
Yep.
Submit your result on milling.
2 mana, Ashling.
Looks like Fury.
Fury would be pretty good on this battlefield.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That would be a pretty good card in standard right now.
Yeah, yeah.
In the Smoke Braider Ashling decks.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Yeah, no kidding. Cub decks would be on the decline, to say the least.
Yeah. Nothing like good pyrokinesis.
So is Fury the savior we need?
No.
In standard? Yeah, I would tend to agree.
No, thank you.
Dealt with that one enough in modern, that's for sure. That card is busted. Ooh, look at that clean dice maneuvers there. Puts 1 up to 4. Llanowar Elf gets a little boost, but what's the draw that can even get Sam out of this at this point? Are we too late?
I think it's Ice Still.
Okay.
I still mill into a
Origins?
yes, Esper Origins.
Okay.
Summon Esper Manduin.
All right, 4 mana, probably just divination. Here's Sam's out. Discards a Sunderflock here.
Whoops.
Gets that, just accidentally spills your hand into the graveyard.
Ooh, whoops. Whoopsie,
Yeah.
drop that one.
Whoopsie daisy. We've seen Bradley play some really nice tight Magic, I must say. I've been quite impressed the couple rounds that we've been watching him.
Yeah, and really cool to see. You know, this is a deck that most players totally forgot about, myself included. And here making a deep run.
Yeah, Edgar Sajulik, I believe, top 8'd with this kind of version of Elementals at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. Team leader for Worldly Council and Limited Pro. Sam looking.
Sam's thinking, yeah. I mean, must have been an interesting draw. Unless he's just hamming up the content time.
Ice Still Explorer puts 8 counters on, right?
Yeah, and a bunch of cards in the graveyard.
Wait a minute. Oh, are we 1 short? You play the land, you get the 2 triggers from Ascension, with those triggers on the stack, you sack on Llanowar, and you attack for 4 unblockable. Oh.
Wow.
Or you sack it and it becomes 6, and then Ashling blocks, you take 3. So close, right?
Wait, it was 2?
Yep.
1 had 3 counters, right?
What did?
The one.
Yeah, so they would both be active.
So it goes to 3, unblockable, sack it, gets 2 more lands, 5?
You don't get the land because you have to sack it to make it unblockable.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
right.
yep.
Jim
wants it both.
I'm double dipping.
Yeah, you don't get your cake until you eat it too here, Jim.
But I like cake.
All right, so let's look at this. Sam Bogue, 1 life total, 1 life point away from winning that game, so very close stuff here. 2 Dragon Sniper, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 4 Mossborn Hydra, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Royal Treatment, 2 Sapling Nursery, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. So yeah, wow. Before you even get to that, the Ice Still would have just been lethal then, because you bring back an escape tunnel from the yard, and yeah, it just would have been GG. So.
Ice Still Explorer is the definition of having your cake and eating it too.
Yeah.
It just does everything.
Oh yeah, you get your ice, you get your tills, you get it all. So what do you like here from Sam?
Yes, of course, Mossborn Hydra is an elemental, although it's funny because there only are 2 total Sunderflock in Bradley's deck. So usually Mossborn comes in against Sunderflock stuff. There's 2. Probably still coming in. There's also kind of a light amount of interaction in Bradley's deck. Just a few Burst Lightnings and so on. So I can see Hydra's coming in. Aside from that, the nurseries, I mean, they look good against Spellmentals. I could see a similar sort of game playing out here.
Yeah.
But they are vulnerable to the Wistfulnesses, which is probably kind of rough. So
yeah,
an answer exists in Bradley's deck. It does not exist in Spellmentals. And we've seen a lot of that watching Bradley, where Spellmentals is the default de facto Elemental / Sunderflock deck. Vulnerable to a lot of things that Bradley's deck is not, which is really cool to see.
Okay, then from Bradley's side, 2 Broadside Barrage, 1 Dauntless Scrapbot, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Ill-Time Explosion, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Pit of Offerings, 2 Quantum Riddlers, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, and 2 Spell Snares with a Yigra, Eater of All.
Eater of All.
All.
Yeah, I mean, the Floodmaw is nice against the Earthbended lands if they're not fletched lands. Barrage is a pretty clean answer to some of the larger creatures. Can also take out a Mossborn Hydra, gets a little too big. Yeah, it's mostly it. Nothing else looks particularly appealing here. I mean, Ill-Timed Explosion can mop some things up. It might not be big enough. Yeah, nothing particularly amazingly exciting. Just some removal spells, flops. Definitely a little more interaction, which is good.
Sure.
So a little less vulnerability to like a big Harmonizer turn. But Not too much else.
Okay. Makes sense. So that could be a little telling that this might be a pretty good matchup, huh?
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, Jim, I want to know about everything related to Magic the Gathering. Is there a spot that I can just head to and just have it all?
No, you can actually have it come right to you.
No, really?
In your mailbox. Yep, with the newsletter. You go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter and sign up for all the news you need in the world of Magic. That's just baseline Magic news, what sets are coming out, sales, events coming up like SCG Con Los Angeles. We're going to Vegas. We're going to Dallas. We're going to all sorts of places, and you'll know about all of them if you sign up. And, of course, sales. You know, that feeling when you go, oh, man, Dual Lands were on sale this week and I missed it. Oh, no, I got to pay full price now. So
dang it.
Don't miss out on any of those. And I am someone who hates newsletters.
You do.
Hates them. And this is one of the few ones I'm actually on. I've been on it for over a decade, and you should be too.
Now, were you saying this physically gets sent to your mailbox?
In an electronic sense.
Okay. Close enough. Close enough. All right, let's take a look in on one of our other matches here, see how the other games are going. All kind of winning in, so high-stakes match for everyone here. Matt Sinkett-Johnson and Stefan Snelson. These are the players that were at the XN3 highest breakers, so the least likely chance out of all the people in our feature match to make it in, but still a solid chance, of course.
Yeah, a very, very good chance.
Yeah.
You know, they're high enough in the standings where their tiebreakers are currently the best in bracket.
Yep.
That can change. But you know what? Win, control your fate. And if you come in ninth, you got a great story to tell, and you're going to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, that's very true. All right, so Ice Till. Matt is getting his cake and eating it too here. Times 3 land drops.
So many land drops.
All right, so these creatures are getting swole, but Stefan, of course, playing the Spelementals deck where, I was going to say, you kind of need a crab, but doesn't look like enough spells. It's got to say huge advantage to Matt, and Matt's up a game, so this could be kind of it so far. A pass back to Matt.
Yeah.
That does not instill confidence from the Steven side.
Looks like Matt had a Soul Guy Lantern to wipe his graveyard out. So Graveyard Hate is extremely potent against Spelementals. Really, really powerful deck, but vulnerable to sideboard cards.
Yeah, would totally agree. Matt's looking great here. Besides that mismatch for us, probably added one at the last minute.
That's 2, actually. It's one on the far right.
All right, unforgivable then.
Yep.
All right, looks like our main match is ready to go. Looks like Matt's going to lock that up, and you're either looking at your person sneaking in at 8th or 9th or 10th or so from Matt. We've seen some crazy stuff for tiebreakers, though. Sam Bogue sacks the escape tunnel. No one drop. No one drop from Bradley. Bradley doesn't have any proactive one drops, though. Could react, and that's kind of exactly what you would want from Bradley. But no 2-drop from Sam. Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
It did look like a mulligan from Sam, down to 6. But still not great.
Well, sigh of relief there, as Bradley does not have the turn 2 accelerator.
Yeah.
The Elemental deck is night and day when they have or don't have an accelerator. And Demolition Field is back again, just try and cause a ruckus.
Love it, love it. Earthbender Ascension resolves. There was no counter spell. I guess there's not a single one possible for 1 mana, no annuls or anything. So into the Floodmaw sends the demo field back. That is great.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Now it doesn't get that double activation. And, kills the creature as well. So bounce spells on the land, especially when you have Badgermole come out, is awesome. Boomerang Basics, one card that doesn't do such a thing. Put into the Floodmaw and bounce off 2.
So what's the next step for Sam here? Demolition Field can be an endgame. It can. Bradley only has 2 basics, so it can be an engine you can kind of utilize to really kind of win the game and lock things up, but it's slow. So slow.
All right, looks like it is Demolition Field. Activate one of those. And when you're Bradley, when I'm playing against this style of deck, Field of Ruin, Demolition Field, Path, Erode, whatever, I'm like, every time I draw one of my 2 basics, I'm like, come on.
Right.
Come on, are you kidding me?
It is rough, for sure.
It's like you just lost a draw.
One important thing, though, is that might not look that important, right? Okay, kill a starting time, it's a mountain, whatever. Not true, because without the mana dorks in play to make double black, or whatever these other colors, you would need 2 multicolored lands to do that. A Cavern of Souls, starting town, and so on. So putting Bradley back down to just, blue-red lands. There's the 1 green land, so can still cast Wistfulness, which is relevant with the Earthbenders in play. But it is somewhat taxing on Bradley's mana.
Makes sense to me. So just Esper Origins here. Looks like either Sam is making a conscious choice to not throw one of his creature into what looks somewhat face up as far as a removal spell goes from Bradley, or just, hey, doesn't have that option. I think I might have saw a Sapling Nursery and a Fabled Passage in hand with a quick flick from Sam's cards.
Not too shabby.
That would be good. Let's see if that's the case. Elemental on the courtyard. That's going to be nice. If anything, flashing back the Esper Origins looks pretty good too.
Bradley's thinking it through. You're right. It does seem to be favoring those 2 mana being open.
Very
Yeah.
much so.
There are a couple of disdainful strokes on the board for Bradley also. Doesn't hit a lot of things in Sam's deck, but hits the really, really important ones, being Ice to Explorer and Mightform Harmonizer.
Yeah, it doesn't even hit the flashback of Esper Origins. That's kind of awkward.
Yep.
So that seems like a great play to me if I'm Sam. Like, my opponent's not going to do anything. Do the card that's like your mid plan, you know? Like,
Esper Origins is super mid, but it does really kind of serve that purpose.
yeah, it's the glue.
Yeah, I'm going to do this thing instead and make you deal with it. The important cards come later, but just going to fire the Hydra.
Triggers. So stack it in such a way that the Ascension gets put on first and then the double. And now, hey, that card is pretty tough to kill. And Sam could also have, what, some Snakeskin Veil type effect and no play from Bradley, not using his mana at all.
There are 2 copies of Royal Treatment in Sam's board, which would
Okay.
be pretty backbreaking. It would probably just end the game on the spot.
Yeah. It's a heck of a card. Cavern on Elemental, so all the Elementals are kind of ready to go. Here's... Okay, so the ability also stacks to deal the damage, right?
It creates
Okay.
a delayed trigger after the cards have been discarded.
Yeah,
So you have the information of what the mana value discarded will be.
That's so much better for Sam, as you can just wait to crack the Fabled Passage if this gets discarded. So something that would cost 8, Sunderflock, but this is only 4. You can crack him in response. This is going to get up to a 10-power creature.
This looks pretty lethal.
Yeah.
If there's Royal Roll, it's over. Without Royal Roll, Bradley still needs to have a bounce off.
I mean, either way, just discarding those cards in general, why, right?
Yeah, I mean, trying to set up some sort of like ruse.
It could just be, I'm dead if you do the thing. Do the thing and hope Sam makes a mistake.
Right.
Could also be a bounce off here.
Oh my.
It better be.
Wow, this is both sides of the ball here. The fast plan and the slow plan coming together.
A fast pitch, a slow pitch. Either way, it leads to a strike here for game number 2 from Bradley. And Sambug picks that up, and we're going to be heading to game number 3.
Yeah, and that was a game where neither player had their mana dorks.
Yeah.
And Sam made it look easy.
Yeah, really did. Bradley didn't have any of the payoffs, but man, I'm with you, Jim. Every time we see this deck on camera, every time I play it, it feels like I played 2 different decks when I start with an Ashling or a Flame Braider versus not. Like, it feels like, you know, I'm playing a very slow standard deck when I don't, and it feels like I'm touching into Modern / Pioneer when I do have that accelerant.
Yeah, very, very important. That's kind of the issue with the deck where decks are so built to kill a Badger Mokup and a Lana Werewolf or Slickshot Show Off. So decks usually are coming prepared to deal with a 2-mana creature.
Yeah.
And when that's the case, you know, Bradley's deck won't function as well, but obviously functioning great so far. And we'll see how game 3 here shapes up as both these players are on the edge of top 8.
Yep, no kidding. 1 game to keep playing Magic. Loser of this next game is heading home. Will, you know, be heading to the Pro Tour as well. Top 16 almost assuredly. Will be a great weekend regardless. But at this point, the loser of the match is not going to feel that immediate, this was a great weekend, you know? You feel the pain first.
Absolutely.
Any changes to the sideboard play draw?
No, I don't think so. Just
Okay.
kind of doing the thing.
All right, if you're having a lot of fun watching coverage as much as Jim and I are, come on down to our next event. We're going to be playing some Limited. Grab your buddies, grab your superhero friends, or grab your villain friends. You know, who cares? As long as they're good at Magic, right?
I want to watch those teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, the team up, you know, of I don't know, Captain America and Red Skull got to work together for some reason. I'm sure it was a comic for that.
Yeah.
You know, we'll call Krim or something like that and ask him. But absolutely.
It's going to be awesome. So June 26th through the 28th, it's going to be really fun. There's going to be that main event. This is a Spotlight series, so I'm going to be sending some players to the top 8, maybe sending some teams to, or excuse me, sending some players to the Pro Tour. Sending some teams to the Pro Tour. Hashtag Spotlight MSH and StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information.
Avengers.
Assemble! All right, these players are getting ready to go.
Or, if you're not an Avengers fan, to me, my X-Men.
That's fair, that's fair.
I don't know what the Fantastic Four, like rally cry is offhand. So.
No, neither do I. I watched a decent amount of Marvel stuff. I loved all the Iron Man ones with Robert Downey Jr. I thought those were great.
Doom.
Yes, yes. Okay, getting on ready here. Game 3, we got Sam on the play, or excuse me, Bradley on the play. How big is that?
Huge.
Yeah.
Most decks in Standard are pretty proactive, which of course makes being on the play fantastic. Neither deck breaks serve particularly well. You know, cards like Melt Riders and Bounce Off, you know, are fine, but both decks are really doing their thing. There's, you know, I guess there are some sweepers in Bradley's deck, which helps a little bit, but if Bradley's able to, if Sam is able to really establish a mana base and kind of be able to rebuild after a Sunderflock or a sweeper.
All right, let's take a look at our other match that's going on. Well, we got this. Wow, they're still playing? Matt lost that game?
Wow.
What?
Really?
How? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, these players are still getting it going here. Down to 15 minutes. Should be plenty of time.
That's astounding.
I am shocked.
Yeah, absolutely shocked.
Wow. How?
I can't answer you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, well, this game is underway. Llanowar Elf got bolted, Bolt the Bird. Lantern comes down to do a little graveyard check, and I love the song and dance between, okay, you're going to draw, you have 3 spells, you're about to play your 4th land, I better crack it. You know, like, you got to always have that timer ready because a good player is going to find any spot to get in a crab. So I would imagine Matt is going to fetch it right there. No! Dang it, we'll never know. We'll ask him later. All right, here we go. We're underway. Bradley, starting town, pass. Llanowar Elf, pass. We know Bradley mulligans, and there's the Burst Lightning. 4 more cards in hand. I saw 2 lands, Roaming Throne, and X.
Huge. As we discussed breaking serve, that is it right there. That's breaking serve.
The second town is here. I think that's a bounce off as well. Chocobo! Counter. Passing Say, and just a pass back. So not an amazing turn 2 from Sam, but still got something on the battlefield.
Yeah, Sam would have enjoyed an extra 1-drop there, beat a ladder off under the Chocobo.
Yep. Cavern. I'm going to guess Elemental.
You are correct. Corey, you are on your game.
God, I am just dialed into Standard right now.
Yep.
Holy cow.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Wait, we're getting paid?
I am.
Oh, come on.
Maybe after that they'll pay you a little bit.
Okay, okay. All right, so here is Deceit. Take a look at the hand. Take a Earthbender Ascension, some timely 3-drop. Esper Origins, Esper Origin, Harmonizer, Royal Treatment. What do you like? Probably not one of the Esper Origins, right?
It stinks because the hand is, it's a little ho-hum, and those Esper Origins are there to kind of smooth things out. And without Bradley having a 2-drop and kind of like having that forward momentum, these Esper Origins are both to be super relevant. So it's very contingent on Bradley's hand. Is there a removal spell that needs to push through for this Royal Treatment, or take the Harmonizer and kind of make the game go long?
Yeah. God, I hate leaving my opponent with a Harmonizer. That card is just so terrifying. But like you said, if you're trying to kill a creature, Royal Treatment is much more annoying.
Yeah.
We know Bradley has Roaming Throne in hand, but outside of that, some unknown information. Royal Treatment, no more.
All right, so, I mean, with a Throne in hand, you know, taking Harmonizer to kind of feel better. But, ooh. Look at this.
Spicy. Take that Harmonizer later.
Love that.
All right.
You ever turn your bounce off into a Thoughtseize?
I haven't.
Me either. Bradley has, though.
It's pretty expensive.
Yep.
Pretty expensive, but here is Esper Origins, the front side.
This is the kind of game that Esper Origins will shine in.
Yeah.
Just when you have time to kind of fiddle with your deck, look at some cards, gain a little bit of life, get some value, the card excels.
So now, top
All right.
from Sam. Chocobo comes on in, Bossing Say, presumably just land 4 on top to be able to do the Origins themes from the yard. So let's see. It's a perfect time for Roaming Throne. We haven't seen that card really do much, you know, at least in the rounds we've been casting, but could be great here. This is a terrifying card.
Yeah. This card goes.
Yes. And we know about Deceit, so that's already 2 activations. Now, the problem is no 6 mana to get the body to and get both sides. That's when it goes crazy.
Even then, the 2 mana double bounce, double Thoughtseize. Oh, so you can't do both.
Yeah, can't ever do both.
I still want to have my cake and eat it too, Corey.
God dang.
I just want it all.
Jim and I are going for dessert here after this. All right, Esper Origins from the yard. Which one of those cards you want? Double Harmonizer in hand plus Esper Origins. I mean, when you see that, you know what I'm putting on top? A Fabled Passage or a Escape Tunnel.
Just a forest.
I bet the card below it is a sneakier one, would be my guess. But you never know. We'll see. No Chocobo getting cheeky.
This is a big turn for Bradley.
Yep.
Untapping with a Roaming Throne is exactly what Bradley's deck is built to do.
I mean, the best possible thing for Bradley would be something like Vibrance, ice down one of these creatures, get a couple of lands, set up that Deceit for next turn, Wistfulness, exile the Esper Origins. I believe that is an enchantment on the backside.
Yep.
And draw a bunch of cards. That would be great as well. But just evoking a Deceit, way less exciting, right?
I mean, double Unsummit isn't like the stone worst here.
Yeah.
You know, like
yeah.
in absence of being able to have a better play, like it buys a lot of time. There aren't really a ton of ways for Sam to remove this Roaming Throne, so it's kind of like the world that we're going to be living in for the next few turns, presumably.
Sure.
So I don't hate it.
Yeah, bouncing Esper Origins is actually quite gas. Like you're not getting that back into play for a while.
Yeah, it's a 6 mana 4/4.
Yeah, it really is. Does some other stuff, but you are totally right. There's a land. One of the Harmonizers, maybe? Yeah, I love it.
I love this too.
Yeah. Put the fear in, Bradley.
Yep, so both players have their busted doubling 4-drop in play.
Yes, yes.
Get ready for some fireworks.
Yeah, get your calculator out, Jim.
That is land 6. Now, of course, the Deceit was already spent, so I had to use the Deceit kind of defensively.
Brad's got to have something good.
Another Deceit here would be unbelievable.
Yep. Just any of the elementals would just be great.
Yep.
Any of the big ones except Flame Braider, except Ashling. Even Ashling's not terrible.
Yeah.
Flame Braider is the only elemental that is not very good right now. Sunderflock still looks good, but just a pass.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. It could still be a Sunderflock in hand and just not wanting to do it this early.
You gotta get that bad boy in play, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Ice till...
Yeah, I mean,
and he lands, though.
I mean, the Royal Dreamer was taken many turns ago. We could see a Burst Lightning here or Bounce Spell. We're going to have to, probably. So.
Yeah, yeah. Triggers. Sam communicating how he wants to stack them. 3 triggers on the stack, each one of them.
I like the visual, like, of hand over hand.
That's how I do it, too.
Yep.
Like, I want this one to resolve first. Chocobo up. To 2.
What are they writing down?
4 power I see from Bradley. So Saz's Chocobo has 4 power.
Okay.
Now Surveil 2. Put a land in the yard. That'd be nice. No such lands. So do you just bin both of them to try to hit a land? I feel like you're at the stage. That's another Harmonizer and a Resolve.
Yeah, Resolve is cute but risky.
Too risky.
Yeah, like...
Not worth it, because you have to leave it on top and you don't even get to like put it in your hand. You have to draw it next turn.
Right.
So I like this. Yeah, and I guess you don't even get to look at the next card down or anything. But here comes an attack for 8.
Offering the doublers.
Yep.
Interesting for Bradley because Bradley didn't have anything to do with the roaming throw-in last turn. So this is a little tempting.
Yeah, if the Sunderflock's in hand, that is a no block for me. And that's probably the case. It's probably big old bird time. Let's see what we got.
Bradley's living on the edge here with those boss things in play also, so
Yeah,
there
God.
can be hasted attackers.
Exile the graveyard, right? Okay.
Pit of Offerings.
Yeah.
Exile 3 cards from a graveyard and then taps for that color. Gonna go for the full spread here. Taps for black, blue, red, and green.
Okay. Cool. We need more than that, Bradley.
The variety pack.
It taps for one of each of those, or I mean just one of the colors, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. I've only seen that card just eat cards in my graveyard and then never pay attention to anything else. So here is Biza. How many cards in hand? We get a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
How does this work now? Because we get 2 of them on the stack. How is this going to resolve?
Oh, as far as the doubling?
Yeah.
I mean, just going to want to resolve and check everything.
Yep.
So there'll be some fish here. Then the next turn resolve and just check again. So that time we'll see the fish in play. It's only get 2 fish. I'm not sure what the card in hand count is. You got 2 for Sam, and is it just?
I think Bradley has none.
Just
but
none? I mean, that's great then. So
yeah. So 2 cards for Bradley, 8 life, 2 fish.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That being said, Sam is untapping with a Harmonizer and an Ice Tail Explorer at present.
Yeah, no kidding. But we didn't have a fetch land so far, so it's hard to expect we're going to see like Earthbender Ascension, fetch land go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, exiling the Esper Origins is a pretty big deal because that's a way. I think it's 3 more looks at a fetch land too. So
Ashling comes down as well. The double rummage, get rid of a land. Drew another land, get rid of that one too. And a crunch in for 4. Big turn from Bradley. That's what we needed. We needed something good like that. Now this is the turn for Sam. You can feel the tension. The judges start to come around. This is one of the last matches going. It's been an absolute slog. Oh no! 2 non-land again? That's such bad luck.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, there is the Earthbender Ascension too. A Fabled Passage, and we were done here. Okay. Now, I mean, we get 2 land drops, so we're not able to play the Earthbender Ascension here, but man, Fabled Passage, and it was over.
2 more looks. There's Escape Tunnel.
Oh, and there, it would have been over if that was, it still might be.
Why? You gotta resolve the first chapter on the Esper, right? Yeah, so you have to, so
yep.
That should be put on top and then draw, so.
Well, no, you want it in the yard.
We put on top either. Sure,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure,
either way, this is it, right? Because Escape Tunnel, trigger on the stack, give Sauce's Chocobo unblockable, stack it in such a way. I think we have an unblockable lethal little baby bird here. Gotta be. I mean, I think it's
goes to 3 to 6 and then land again. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
It's going to go to 3 as an unblockable, goes to 6. Escape Tunnel comes back. You stack it twice where it goes to 8, then double. So 16, 32 unblockable. That's what I'm counting.
I see the same thing.
Okay.
Looks like Bradley sees it too. Not very happy about it.
Yeah. Needed the Escape Tunnel.
Now, that's on 3 right now, so the tunnel would have had to have been, Sam's explaining here, but the tunnel was first, then the Chocobo counter, then the double.
Yep. So it should be 6 right now with some triggers on the stack, and that's going to do it. Sam Bogue finds lethal here up against Bradley Schlesinger with maybe a bad matchup here, but doesn't matter. Sam Bogue is going to be in the top 8. I know Sam's got a lot of fans out there. I'm one of them. Sam's really, really cool. A great player, great content, and is going to be making more content here in the top 8 as well.
I'm looking forward to the video.
Yeah, going to be really exciting. That is for sure. So that's not it. That is 5 players into the top 8. We need to figure out 3 more. So let's head down to our B feature match, which is going to be Corey Burkhardt here in a second. And I believe this was an Is It Prowess mirror match?
I believe so.
Yes. So this is going to be Is It Prowess from both players. And looking at the deck list here to start it off. So I got some Stallions here for Corey's opponent. Drake Hatchers as well. Very low to the ground, no crabs. The crabs are in the board, so this is about as fast as it gets as a prowess list, huh?
It's a mirror, but very different. And
Yeah, what do you got over there?
Corey's on 4 crabs.
Okay.
No Stallions, no Drake Hatchers, just kind of a little more like kind of crab, slick shot, focus, a few more spells, a few more bounce elements, and the crabs are kind of the breaker.
Yeah,
in the
I was
mirror.
just going to say
So-
crabs are the mirror breakers, right? Like
Yep.
those, even the SCG in Richmond, the Spotlight, that was where people kind of started putting crabs in prowess decks, and that was a lot of the top 8. You know, I think Ross Merriam was one of them that did that, as well as a couple other players. So you got to think advantage, Corey, here.
Yeah, I mean, Drake Hatcher is pretty good in the mirror too, but yeah, the crabs are very, very nice. That was the event where we saw, like, 2 in the main, maybe a few in the board. Some players just boarding 3. And
Now 4.
Full 4 in the main. The card's obviously excellent. So going to be fun to see. 2 different flavors of Is It Prowess. Only one's going to top 8.
Absolutely. This is a clean-cut winning in. Corey could lose and make it in, but he doesn't want to leave that up to fate. So let's jump on down. Let's see who's going to lock up another one of our slots here. All right. We got Krishna on the down below. Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. Up against Corey up top. And let's see what we got. We got a Otter off the Storm Chasers talent and Drake Hatcher for Krishna.
Yeah, Hatcher's great. There's one clean answer in Roaring Furnace to it. Otherwise, a bunch of shocks in Corey's deck. And it's a card you don't want to let hit you even once. The tokens it makes block Slick Shot really well. So it is a really good card in the mirror.
A cheeky little 2/2 attack. Who got away with one? We'll never know. Corey could have had a Spire Bluff Canal, could have had a Burst Lightning. But hey, these are those little moments, those little attacks. That's what kind of separates those Pro Tour players, from just great players, the elite players from the great players.
Yep, never leave a single thing on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so here is Sleight of Hand. Drake Hatcher gets that pump. And whenever you can do 3, that's the magic number, right? Like,
wow, only 2 though.
Only 2.
Really tough here for Corey. Leaves an opening for Krishna to get the Drake Hatcher in and get that Drake going. Once Drake Hatcher makes 1 Drake, it's incredible.
Oh yeah.
And it keeps going from there. It's unbelievable. But all right. Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay. Second great Drake Hatcher. Pass over to Corey.
Drake Hatcher was a big card when Prowess was kind of popular a few months ago, where it was a big mirror card, all these shock effects, has waned a bit, but certainly one of the possible options, one of the many options for all of these Is It decks.
Yeah.
Which is, again, it's still just cool to see. These 2 players have been crushing through this tournament with pretty different decks.
Yep, no kidding. All right.
Important to note also that there are 3 copies of Secret Identity in Krishna's deck, where only 1 copy of that kind of effect in Corey's deck. So we're looking to protect these Drake Hatchers as well.
Corey snaps off an attack. Krishna snaps off no blocks. Can't risk it.
Super Sunday Modern players.
And there is a plotted Slick Shot. I'd love to see it if Corey just has no spells. Like the true bluff, like... Just like, all right, my hand is so bad. Like,
if you're a Corey Burkhardt fan, you probably would not like to see that, because it means Corey's probably not going to win. But I agree.
But the bluff would just be so worth it.
Love the gumption.
Yeah, all right, so there is Opt. Flow State was found, so no matter what, that's amazing. Flow State's online.
There are 2 Spell Pierce in Corey's deck,
Ooh.
which would be pretty monumental here against Flow State. Open deck list, of course.
And doesn't have it, because Krishna also had the opportunity to plot a Slick Shot, but didn't go for it.
Wow, yeah, and land talent here.
Yeah.
If these Drake Hatchers hit and they both make a Drake, holy moly.
Yeah. Okay, so Flow State coming on down. Pick some good cards.
We're at that point in the tournament where we're hearing players celebrate, which is so cool to hear.
Yep, absolutely.
Whether it's a top 8, whether it's a Pro Tour lockup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy.
Here is the Drakes. We're absolutely popping off here.
And the eggs, they are hatching.
Yep.
So at any point, instant speed, Krishna can move 3 counters and make a 2/2 flying Drake token, which blocks that Slick Shot show off pretty well.
Yeah. Can produce a total of, what, 4 Drakes? I mean, if you count the Drakes, the hatchers themselves.
They're just hatchers, they're not Drakes.
All right, fair, fair, fair. Only two Drakes.
The word Drake will be on the battlefield 4 times.
Okay, that's what I wanted, yeah.
Okay. Got a slow state here.
Slow state, that's pretty good. Yeah, either way, it feels like Corey has to kind of try to win now, but through double Drakes here, it doesn't feel that possible here. I would think huge advantage to Krishna, huh?
Monumentally huge.
Yeah.
If you told me that, just totally blind in this game, Krishna made 2 Drakes as Drake hatchers, I'd be like, I'd
Yeah.
bet 90% to win.
Yeah,
It's
over.
So
Storm Chaser's talent, number 3, yeah.
I mean, if Corey can go wide enough, they're mostly extremely good against Slick Shot in particular because it always has 2 toughness.
Yeah.
The Otters themselves are, they can push through.
Okay, here is 2 Drakes. Kill one of them. And we'll see. Players communicating the blocks there.
Right, so Drake came in, Drake blocked Slick Shot, Otters unblocked,
Take
deal
8.
4.
Yeah. 4
Eight,
each, right?
sorry.
Yep.
All right, I mean, Krishna down to 6.
Yeah.
If Krishna can get 2 more Drakes here, though, only take a few spells.
Yeah, and I do see Impractical Joke. I see the Stallion as well. So it's Stallion and then Impractical Joke on the Otter. What's that? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, okay. Has the Slick Shot as well.
Oh, boy.
Boom.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Get rid of that one. And then, attack for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's more than 10.
Yeah, that's great. And, the crabs, I think, are probably better overall.
Yeah.
However, in those first few, really important turns where you're docking for position, the Drake Hatchers was much better.
Yeah.
It's harder to kill, and it has such a high impact if it ever gets that first shot in, and it can get that first shot in before crab can come down and tap it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is these certain cards are better in air quotes, but the thing is standard's about inches, not miles. We're really figuring out the micro advantages, not just this is Simic Rhythm versus is it Spelementals from the Pro Tour, that kind of advantage. It is maybe 55% favored to Corey with, at the beginning of the match, not when we're down a game type thing. Nothing crazy though, right?
Yep.
All right, so sideboarding. Let's start with Corey B. 1 Annul, 2 a Broadside Barrage, 1 Get Out, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Impractical Joke, 1 Negate, 1 Seer, 2 Slag Storm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 The Legend of Karuk, 1 Wan Shi Tong Librarian. What do you like?
So Impractical Joke is great. Huge. We discussed how important the Drake Hatchers were and how Corey's main deck can't really kill them. 4 Burst Lightnings, there's 1 Roaring Furnace, that's really it. Now that Corey has access to a 1-mana removal spell where Krishna needs to think twice about just going turn 2 Drake Hatcher go, that's huge. Monumental, because if Krishna slows down for even a little bit, that gives Corey time to get those crabs online and really go here. Slagstorm could also kind of facilitate that role as well. I think even though it's a mirror, you're always looking at the card choices to kind of determine who's the beatdown. I think with Corey having 4 crabs, he wants the game to go a little bit longer. He has more copies of Flow State also. So we could see Slagstorm from Corey. Definitely a little different, though, because it's on the play.
Yeah, on the draw, I would expect it more,
So
right?
maybe on the play, we see the jokes come in. Maybe it could even be barrages, maybe, but just so kind of keep that offensive standing on the play, and then on the draw, kind of go full control.
Okay, I like that. And the other side from Krishna, 1 Bounce Off, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Eddie Merc Crab, 2 Get Out, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Roaring Furnace, 1 Seer, 1 Slag Storm, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Stock Up, and 1 Sunspine Link.
So Get Out, it's a really cool card to have against your opponent playing crabs. Because the awkwardness of a counterspell is often that, well, maybe I'm tapped out and they play a creature. Corey's going to play the crab on Krishna's turn.
Yeah.
So you'll almost always be ready for it when you're ready to go. So Get Out looks pretty cool here. You can counter some enchantments and stuff as well also, so pretty flexible. Barrage pretty cool too. You can kill a crab or a larger creature. I think it's kind of like what's coming out for Krishna. Yeah, I mean, not much. So most of the cards are really, really good. It's hard to say. There's a lot of seasoning here, not only to the cards your opponent has in the main deck, but also in the sideboard. Kind of what Krishna thinks the stance Corey Burkhart's going to take. Is Corey going to go control here for the game on the play? Is Corey going to stay aggressive? And then, of course, if there's a game 3, how will that change?
Okay, makes sense to me. All right, Gandalf, walk us through what our next really exciting event is going to be.
The road goes ever. So we got Spotlight the Hobbit happening at SGCon Dallas on the 4th through the 6th. An unexpected journey awaits you. This is going to be an amazing event. I love Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's fantastic. I also love the Hobbit. I also love Spotlight Series. And I also love SGCons. And I even hanging out with Corey. So
Whoa, you don't love hanging out with Corey? You loved 1,000 things, but you only
I said and hanging out with Corey.
You said, and I like hanging out with Corey.
Freudian slip there.
Wow.
But truth comes out. It hurts. It hurts, all right? But
yeah.
Listen, Dallas is so cool. The Hobbit's so cool. You're great, too. Don't worry about it, all right?
Okay.
But yeah, so you're going to want to come down to this event for sure. Go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information, and we'll see you in September.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. If I can ever get the knife out of my back here, I'll make sure to join you.
I'll pull it out later.
Okay, thanks. All right, here we go. We're underway. Sleight of hand. 1 too many cards there from Corey. Figure it out.
Corey taking sleight of hand a little too literally.
A little too literally, absolutely. So picks one of those cards, sends the other to the bottom. But starting with a sleight of hand versus starting with a Storm Chaser's talent is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, there only are the 4 1-drops in Corey's deck, so this is going to happen more often than with other prowess decks.
Okay. All right. So Krishna just plays a land and passes. Looks like we see Slick Shot, Burst Lightning, Secret Identity, and Get Out of Here. Great hand from Krishna.
Get out of town.
Get out of town right now. And any creature Corey would play, you know, kind of just does get wrecked by Burst Lightning, and I think Krishna would be happy to do so.
Yeah, and this is kind of like these games are very texture-based, you know. Sometimes it's really fast. Sometimes things kind of line up where there isn't a 1-drop and players kind of posture a little bit, and they're going to wait and find a better spot to play things. That's why Slick Shot Show Up is so good, because you can find that better spot and still spend your mana, which is great, and then that's a threat for future turns.
And it looks like such an easy card to play. It's like a hasty threat that gets large. It's not.
Right.
Like the when to plot it, when to not. You know, I mean, I find that actually very difficult, and we see people screw it up all the time.
Yep.
This, Krishna, did not screw it up.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Into 1 open red mana with Secret Identity in your hand. Don't play it on turn 2. That's that one's for sure correct. So good job, Krishna.
Yeah, we're going to see a much slower pace here. As now Corey needs to respect the slick shots, and Krishna's going to wait for just the right time.
This is devastating, though. Like, you know, this isn't any person pulling ahead on life total, but this is Krishna very much pulling ahead on mana efficiency. Corey is not being efficient, is not using up his mana every single time, like, did not use any of his mana on turn 3. Yeah, that's a big deal.
What Corey is doing is putting spells in the graveyard, building up to a crab, but Krishna has that get out.
Yeah.
So if Corey's defense for these show-offs is a crab, get out's going to come down and really mess things up.
Now, that being said, Krishna just has multiple lands, Burst Lightning, and Secret Identity, so hasn't gained much since we last saw the hand. So what do you do here? Do you just fire these off, fire a Burst Lightning upstairs? Like, I think I kind of like this, too. Like, play it a little defensive, but the more time you give Corey, that's rough, too.
Yeah.
Sick, 3 lands.
Yeah.
If Corey wanted that, that's great, but that's always tilting.
Yeah, I mean, making land drops here isn't the worst in this kind of game, where Corey has to be able to kind of do some stuff proactively, but also have mana available to deal with these slick shots. Once you go too low, Krishna will spell Blood in the Water and just kind of take advantage and possibly even just kill Corey on the spot.
Yeah, and this is the turn. Corey can have the old crabs, so... I mean, now if Corey were to go for a crab in combat, it would be a nightmare if these show-offs did come into play.
Yeah, the thing is the show-offs have to be in play for the crab to target them.
Yeah.
So that's part of the fear with Slick Shot is, like, you know, you want to play a counter spell like that, they respond to it, you defend it, but don't get the prowess trigger. Whereas in this case, there will be there. So
I think that's what Corey's thinking. He says first one resolves. I read his lips there, and it makes sense. In response to the second one, at least if a get out comes down, you only get 1 boost. And there is the Eddie Merc. Corey's got it. And it's not going to work out for him too well.
Yeah, you gotta try to tap both, I think, here.
Yeah. And, God, is he just dead if he does such a thing?
Yeah, it's going to be 3 spells. That's going to be 7, 14.
Yeah.
15, 16 from Burst Lightning. It's close.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Krishna's spells are very reactive, right?
Yeah.
You just fire
Probably just fire the Burst Lightning off and then hold the other one, right?
This Burst Lightning is good for 1 mana, 6 damage. Not bad. You know? And the Identity can defend. Would be a pretty good spot for Slagstorm.
Yeah. Oh, that was beginning of combat. I mean, that could have been That's kind of the moments where, you know, at least back in the day, like, well, you're in your second main phase now, you know, like that could have been a big little misstep there.
See, Secret is actually 18.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 16. It's with the burst lightning, it's 18. So.
Oh, is it? Okay, so this is just it, huh?
No. I'm saying that it's 18 including burst lightning, which means that Corey's at 20. So it should be putting Corey down to 2.
Sure. Okay. I wasn't sure if he had not taken the damage there.
Correct.
So Slick Shot Shaw's probably got to turn sideways there. They don't just, you know, do that.
Vigilance on the Vigilance on the secret identity.
Sure.
So it becomes a 3/4. It maintains all the pumps, so it's kind of like a +4.
Super relevant.
Yep.
Flag Storm from the top ropes.
Mop them up.
Okay. Is it a burn spell off the top? I think Krishna was just Hellbent. That's another land, like Hellbent in the sense that we just have land, so land pass.
Now, though, there's burst lightnings in the deck.
Yeah.
And any talent can just come in, buy back, and burst lightning. So
yeah. Corey just got the green light, though, that it's not there because he just essentially tapped out, played the crab. If Krishna had it there, it would have been fired off. It would have been GG.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 2 cards picked up. Looked like Opt, Boomerang Basics, and Land, presumably the spells.
Right now, Krishna's heart is beating out of his chest.
Yeah.
Whenever you're in a spot where you're up a game playing for top 8 and you know you have multiple draws, you know you can just win the game on the spot, it's a feeling.
Oh, it is a vibe.
Makes you feel alive.
It does make you feel alive. I feel alive just watching them. Is it? That's another land. And then when you do draw it, you go from that alive feeling to the opposite.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I got to think. Should I play this now, or should I wait, or should I upkeep it?
Yeah. Or it's just like, why? Mm-hmm. Why not, deck? Come on.
Yep.
All right, tap land. Opt. Selects that card. Eddie Merc continues to do its thing.
Yeah, Corey would love to up the clock here.
Yeah. Yeah, so attack here, have one more Eddie Merc would be great, but hey, flow state defined. Spell Pierce is not going to be good enough. Get Out, probably not good enough.
Well, Get Out turns off the talent angle.
Sure.
So now top deck talent can't get back the burst lightning.
Yeah, I like that. All right, burst lightning. The Stallion.
I mean, this eats the Get Out, so puts the talent out back on the table.
And is there a pressure to lock it up? No, it looks like we're going to have one more draw step to just be able to lock it up.
Looking for a slick shot.
Yep, there's a talent. I don't think that like closes any door from Krishna.
I can buy back Get Out.
But that doesn't close the burst lightning.
Right, it stops talent though.
Okay. Talent. Otter.
Krishna just...
He's like, I know what I need.
Yeah, got a grin here, you know. It just it is what it is. It's there, it's not.
Now, if Corey does have burst lightning, nope, we're mana short. We'd be one short of buying back Slag Storm. Burst lightning face, draw the game.
Ooh.
I love a good draw the game, don't you?
Me too. Here it is.
Boom. What is it? That's an island. That's not it. All lands. Krishna was 2 life points away. And really, you know, did exactly what he should have. Had no other real decisions. It was just top of the deck did not really cooperate, right? Any big changes here?
I mean, yes, honestly. So, like, it's interesting. Corey did bring in the Slag Storms even on the play. I'd imagine they're definitely going to have a draw. I mean, Corey taking a little more of a controlling stance because Corey has the tools to do that. Mm-hmm. You know, the Crabs are a great finisher. Slag Storm's a good sweeper. Extra removal spells. The Jokes are good too. And a little more card advantage in Corey's deck also.
Okay.
So I think Corey could take a little more of a controlling stance if he wanted to here. But it's very feel-based. You know, based on Corey's experience playing the deck, Corey's feel for how Krishna might have boarded for Game 2, how Krishna might board for Game 3. If Corey's watched any matches of Krishna playing or vice versa, there's a lot of this is much more of an art than a science when it comes to sideboarding in a game like this.
Okay, exciting stuff. Game 3 on the other side of this. But if you want to order some Strixhaven, here is the location to do it here at Star City Games. StarCityGames.com/MTG-SOS. Pick up some cards right now, and let's get right into it.
Sending out an SOS.
Is that Fleetwood Mac?
Probably.
I butchered that earlier in yesterday's broadcast. Okay, looks like Corey down to 6. Big old game. Big old game here. Let's see what's up. Corey on the play.
Corey in the draw.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Krishna didn't draw the burst lightning.
Yes. That's, of course, what I meant. All right, sleight of hand to start. Let's see what we got. There's a canal. More sleight of hands.
32 RC players. If you are not in top 8, your opponent is ready to pick it up.
Big game between these two players. Definite winning in for whoever wins, and possible lose and still sneak in from Corey. But right now, he's like, you know what? I think I'd rather win.
Yeah, no Ray Catcher. You know, these really fun song and dance in this matchup. You know, between deciding who's going to be aggressive, who's going to be defensive. It can be a very proactive game. It can be a very reactive game, like last game.
Yeah.
And players need to kind of figure that out on the fly. There's no one-size-fits-all script for how to play this deck in the mirror.
Yep, totally agree. Sleight of hand from Corey. Also in Corey's webcam, we got Greg from System Magic there cheering on his buddy Matt. Live in the same area in the Minneapolis area. Shout out to them.
Kevin Kong, Henry.
All right. Plays the steam vents, takes the 2, and passes. So presumably some interaction or a bluff. Kind of doubt it. We saw how valuable 2 life was in the last game.
We sure did.
You don't want to throw that one away. So the Stallion is able to be played. What card interacts with the Stallion for 1 mana? I feel like it doesn't. I want to jam that horsey.
It's got Ward 1.
Yeah. I mean, like counter spells, nothing. You know, no spell pierce.
Yeah. I'm interested.
Yeah. But Krishna's a naysayer, it looks like.
No,
but this is the reason why.
Gets immediately paid off.
Oh, God. Krishna's on another level here. And now might be good old horsey time. I love that card. It's quite good. But, yeah, has the get out as well. So has the ability to be patient. Has an Eddy Merc as well. Krishna's hand is awesome. Galloping on into the red zone. Putting Corey down to 13.
Yeah, now Ward 1's pretty annoying.
Slagstorm
looks like it could be an out to it, but of course any 1 mana spell would opus it up out of range, so it's a pitfall of Corey to watch out for.
Yeah, or that. That looks good. But you can just no spell. That's a big sigh of relief from Corey.
Yeah, that was a risky play.
Yeah.
Gets paid off.
Yeah, because you don't even need the spell to resolve from Krishna. So even if Corey had a spell pierce to back it up, doesn't matter. That horse lives, and Corey's chances at the top 8 probably diminish.
Right.
As it stands now, we have the horse, or excuse me, the elemental crab. We can take 2 and just cast it next turn. Not the prettiest horse by any means. You can also boomerang basic the otter, and then that's the same. And you can still cast the elemental. Is that tempting to do, or do you hang on to the basics?
It's very tough. You know, like, no land from Corey is interesting. So flush spells, light on mana. That makes Krishna want to play a little faster, I think.
Yeah.
Try and get this game over with before Corey can deploy all the cards in hand.
Otter. 1.
Yeah, Corey playing reactively.
Also has the Great Hall of the Biblioplex available, and that is going to be the play.
Corey has 3 copies of Get Out total in the list. 2 mana, 1 board.
And this is Krishna not playing into that. Saying, you know what? You probably have Get Out.
Wow, and the 1 copy of Seer, one of the few punish, actually maybe the only punish for firing up that hall that can kill it.
Yeah.
I think the Barrage could do it too, but.
Yeah, now he can't even cast Eddy Merc because he lost a land.
Yeah, and hand is full of kind of conditional reactive cards.
Yeah.
This is looking tough.
Is it Guildgate comes on down here?
Highland Lake.
Highland Lake, sorry, I forgot you prefer that.
Thank you.
1 more otter damage, but Corey's hand clearly very reactive. Nothing. Storm Chaser's talent. Players having fun. Corey is an absolute delight to play against. Whether he's absolutely crushing you or getting crushed, he acts the same. He is just a nice guy regardless.
Yes, I think talent resolving there is huge. Again, that would have been backbreaking.
whenever you have Boomerang Basics in your hand that are kind of like empty, aka nothing good to bounce, top decking that Storm Chaser's talent just feels absurd. And also finding second talent here when you have Get Out to bounce 2 talents at some point, that gets nasty too.
Yeah, so Christian went from having nothing to a lot pretty quickly.
Yep. And it only took probably the best card in Standard. Is there the Spell Pierce? Corey set this up beautifully. Eddie Merck comes down. These otters are tapped. Corey's got 6 damage min here. Can he piece together the rest?
Slickshot spell would be at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Right? Yeah. There's the joke. 7 damage.
Krishna's not laughing.
He has been laughing a decent amount, but not in this particular moment. They've been having fun.
Sure.
Okay. Looks like Storm Chaser's talent, Krabby Crab, red card, and that's it. Red card's Burst Lightning. He's like, where were you last game?
Yeah, the Crab's large and in charge, you know. The 5/5 body is pretty hard to deal with in this matchup.
Yeah. So Crab costs 3. Beginning of combat. Does Corey have another Crab? Is that that might be the door closer if there's another Crab from Corey, right?
Yeah, that looks really, really good.
Yeah, he might pinch his way to the top 8.
Corey's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Of course, there are get-outs on Krishna's side also. So.
Yeah. Thinking if there's any conditional removal or conditional counter spells that would get this. You know, quench, those type of effects. Not really in Standard right now. It's all conditional removal spells when it comes to spells. Spell Pierce, those kind of things. So, it's an attack for 2. There is Eddie Merck.
So Corey's saying that maybe you play another blocker and or don't want to give you prowess trigger in combat if you have a counter.
Yeah, just thinking any way I can die to 3 cards. So upkeep, I feel like Krishna has to do it, right? Like you can't allow Corey to top deck Get Out. Or maybe you can. But you have to, right? Like
I agree.
You got to do it now. Okay. Still a little bit of risk there. If Get Out was at the top, you know, Krishna would be kind of kicking himself. So maybe minorest of misplays. But here it is. Burst Lightning on the Otter with the prowess trigger on the stack. Clears up all the threats.
Not too shabby, honestly.
Not too shabby at all. And there is Slag Storm if there's a land to go untap. But I think Corey just played a land, right? Did he play a land for the turn? I feel like he's had 3 lands the entirety of this, but
right. I think so. I'm honestly not sure.
If he can play a land and Slag Storm away the Otters, though, that would be nice for him. So let's see. And a pass. Krishna has the ability to Storm Chaser's talent back a spell right now, and Boomerang Basics back plus talent. So, that's 3 spells. That's 6, 11. He has lethal on board. Corey has to do something about it.
Although Corey's been, land, light, and spell heavy the whole game, so Christian has a lot to think about and a lot to work through.
Yeah.
This is a risky spot where you really feel the weight of, should I go for it here? What if I don't get it?
Yeah.
How bad's the game look if it keeps going?
What do you get here? It's almost always basics. That's the case. Boomerang Basics. Oh, this would be the worst Spell Pierce ever because he has another land. Can he find Spell Pierce? This might be find Spell Pierce or lose the game. It resolves. Draw.
So Otters are now 2s.
So Otters can get up to 4s. We drew a sleight of hand. You can start with that. At this point, I think Krishna has to just accept I'm going for the win here.
Right.
So I would have started with sleight of hand, try to find Burst Lightning to make it so there's 0 outs.
I will remind again that Octopus Form does untap a creature.
Okay.
So that is a possible out for Corey. So Corey's giving the look right now.
Yeah. Oh, and he has it! Krishna advances to the top 8. Corey gave him the sweat. And oh my goodness, was that intense. So I think players for the top 8 are going to be ready. Any final thoughts before we head into the elimination round?
That was awesome. Well played by both players. Really cool
Yeah.
matchup. Whew, boy.
Let's all take a deep breath because we got top 8 Magic here on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm watching you. everybody. Welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. It is top 8 time. Jim, are you pumped?
Always pumped.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be awesome. Let's have some fun. Now, let's take a look at the final standings of this event to see who made it in. So, looking at the top 8, oh, man, Steven snuck in with Is It Spelementals. Corey Burkhart missing out on tiebreakers there. A heartbreaker for Corey fans. But, of course, big congratulations to Krishna making it in. Look at our top 8 here. How does that look?
Looks great. We got Momo, Spelementals, Prowess,
Yep.
Landfall, Selesnya, Landfall, Spelementals. Pretty good overall. And Prowess went from being the most played deck by a lot, only putting 1 copy in top 8. A virtual top 8 for Corey and Knight.
Yeah, yeah.
Mono Green Landfall just showing it never goes away.
Yep.
It really is the most consistent and one of the most powerful decks in the format.
Yeah, turns out was Cubs weekend so far. But let's not, forget Momo in first. All the good matchups for Momos are gone, but, I mean, we'll be playing up against Is It Spelementals in 8th place. Jordan was definitely rooting for Corey to get in.
Yeah, a lot.
So let's take a look at the second page here. These are going to be the top 32. All these players are heading to the Pro Tour automatically. There might be some pass downs as well. So even 33rd, those places, they might have a chance at making it out. So big congratulations to all these players. But let's shift our focus right back here to the bracket. Let's take a look at the top 8 and see what we got going on here. So Jim, walk us through exactly what we got going on here.
All right, we got our number 1 seed who will be on the play through all of top 8, which is important.
Yep.
Jordan Stelznick playing Azorius Momo against Steven Sneelson playing Is It Spelementals. And, as you mentioned, the racket is not so great for Azorius Momo, but it is a very powerful deck. It has some really powerful draws, turn 2 Riddlers, and so on and so forth. So being on the play, puncher's chance, no problems there. Our other bottom half of our top bracket is Lucas versus Alexander Khan's Mono Green Landfall versus Selesnya Aggro, a matchup we've seen a lot so far today, and one that Alexander is definitely ready for. Krishna Pai we just saw against Corey to come right to the top 8 with our only Is It Prowess player against Matt Shu with Mono Green Landfall, another classic matchup. And lastly, we have a very exciting match as our bottom match. John Puglisi Clark, Is It Spelementals versus Sam Bogue, Mono Green Landfall. That one's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, that's going to be a barn burner, and that is definitely going to be where we are starting here. That looks great. John Puglisi just won Spotlight Richmond not that long ago. What was that, like 2 events ago?
Yep.
That was right around the corner. So took that down, as well as took second at a regional championship last year. So the Puglisi brothers are absolutely crushing it, and Sam Bogue is also having a fantastic year as well. So let's take a look at the deck list from these 2 players. Let's start with John's deck list here. Is It Spelementals? Walk us through this one.
Yeah, I mean, just the classic Spelementals deck, leaning super hard on Sunderflock, get the crabs and the Hearth Elementals to get things all set up. Very similar spell base to Is It Prowess, but they're going to spend their early turn just casting cantrips and removal spells, setting up for turn 3, turn 4, start playing those elementals, get Sunderflock down, and try to win the game quickly. Really try and turn the corner quick. Try and make sure the Landfall deck does not get into its mid to late game. There are ways Landfall can kind of mitigate Sunderflock, so going to try and turn the corner quickly. Sunderflock is not the play this, win the game it is against some of the other green decks. So a lot of work to be done here, but the tools are definitely there.
And John is not horsing around there. 4 Color Storm Stallions in the board. Probably not coming in this matchup, but that's still some nice little tech. That card has been pretty tough to deal with, so it's kind of impressed me so far. Now let's take a look at John's opponent. This is Sam Bogue playing Mono Green Landfall. Anything spicy here, or is this absolutely the stockiest of the stock deck?
Pretty stock, kind of old school stock. Esper Origins is a card that was in a lot of the early Landfall lists. It's going to fall out of favor a little bit. We don't see it as much, so 3 copies there. Otherwise, just kind of the usual stuff. Harmonizer, Surrock, Sapling, Nursery and Friends, Meltstrider's Resolve. Resolves don't look too good against the large creatures of Spelementals, so that interaction axis is not great. Also, only 1 copy of Keen-Eyed Curator. Keeping the Spelementals graveyard under control is massive. So that 1 copy there, sure, the Sam wishes there were more copies, but in sideboard is Soul Guide Lantern and 1 more Curator. So not a ton of graveyard hate, and not the knockout graveyard hate like a card like Rest in Peace, which is really good against Spelementals. So for the most part, John's going to be able to do his thing, and Sam just needs to do his thing faster.
Yeah, one Soul Guide Lantern for interaction, but outside of that, not a ton. So the old school stock, is that just innovative now at this point, right? An old school stock deck, that's just being innovative.
Yep, it's old till it's new again.
All right, I like it. So it is top 8 time here at the Regional Championship. Players got to win this one, and then, of course, the finals makes it to the World Championship. So a huge round between these two players. John, the higher seed, so starting it off. And Sam going for the Chocobo. Maybe the second best of the draw, but hey, sometimes this Chocobo can really close out a game pretty quickly. And John goes with the end step opt.
Off a very nice Urza's Saga Island.
Yeah, very good. John, like I was saying, fresh off that W here in Richmond where he was playing Landfall. You know, was playing a more innovative take of Landfall, decided, hey, maybe there's more Landfall going on, and Spelementals was the deck to play. Ends up passing back.
It is fun watching these players kind of swap between decks.
Yeah.
You know, just trying to find the right deck for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And John has a brother that plays Magic as well, Joseph. No stranger to top 8s, no stranger to Pro Tour events. Took second on RC last year as well. It's pretty funny watching the story unfold from the World Championship last year. Both John and Joseph took second on RC, so both of them made it to the World Championship, which was really cool to see.
Really cool to see. That's a literal dream.
Yeah.
For, you know,
Oh, yeah.
You and Brad ever play Worlds together?
We did, but it was like the Pro Tour Worlds. We played, like, Rome was our first one, and that was our dream moment. We got to be interviewed by Rich and BDM in the Grand Coliseum.
I remember that was pre-beard Brad, right?
It was. It was pre-beard Corey, too, yeah.
Yep.
I literally couldn't grow one yet at that point. I was still a child. I was 17.
The babyface boys.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's maybe why I find it even more special to see brothers playing, because I know how much that changed me and Brad's life and our relationship. So really cool to see from John and Joseph. Comes on in for 4. Big old crunch.
Yeah, and John Puglisi is not really doing the thing here. So, like we were saying, the early game for Spelementals is not playing prowess creatures, it's just playing spells and putting things in the graveyard. And
interacting.
Yeah, 3 mana up and only 1 card in the graveyard is not great.
No. And we saw John, you know, not too long ago on coverage here where he was just absolutely flooding out and not really, you know, playing too much Magic. Let's hope that's not the case here for any Puglisi fans.
Wow, so we're going to see a Forest and an Escape Tunnel both go to the top.
Wow. Here is Prismari Charm.
Ooh, kind of a bad beat here where no spells were hit.
Yeah.
So you can't just kind of run that Thought Scour effect, just putting spells in the graveyard.
But instead found a Crab, which is usually one of your best cards. But hey, when that's not what you need right now, get to do a nice little preordained impression. Get those cards out of there, draw a fresh one.
Yeah, so only 2 spells in the graveyard so far. A lot of work for John to do to get kind of the Spelementals ball rolling here. I think that Sam leaving those 2 lands on top speaks to a handful of spells and action.
Okay, flow state. Clearly no sorceries.
Yeah, slow state, not so great.
Yep. Anticipate, or you get the dream of putting 2 cards into hand. An incredible card, but not as exciting here.
Yeah, Sam's draw is not exactly world-breaking at the moment. It's pretty good, you know, but John's had a lot to put together.
Is it even pretty good? I feel like it's definitely still on the low end, right? Like, casting the front half of Vesper Origins is like never what you want to be doing.
Basically ever.
You know, yeah, ever. You want that to be flipped over with your Ice Still Explorers and cast that when you're out of gas. But hey, it has the duality, and that's what makes the card, I wouldn't say amazing, but it makes it playable, is having that duality.
It's exactly fine.
Yep.
Is Esper Origins' life story. But again, if you can get it in the graveyard, if you could never draw it, it's kind of like Bloodghast.
Yeah.
If you could just never draw it and only ever have it in the graveyard, awesome. Fantastic.
Card's great.
Yep.
Okay, Saz's Chocobo is large. Crunching up to 5, and there is Ice Still. Only 1 mana available from John. Really no interaction you can have. Chocobo's up to 6, up to 7, and that will be as big as it'll get for this turn. But an attack for 7, I mean, this is great.
Yeah, and now out of range of everything but bounce spells. So we could see Prismari Charm bounce it, or of course Sunderflock, but has a way to go on Sunderflock.
Yep. No 1-mana interaction available for John, so this is just going to crunch.
Already at 5, wow.
And all Chocobo damage. I guess maybe some lands as well, but...
Chocobos are the antagonists of Final Fantasy, right?
No, Chocobos are all the helpers.
They're not the primary antagonist?
No, no, no.
Could have fooled me.
They're helpers. They help out all the main storyline characters. Yeah, they
I don't know. Could have fooled me.
yeah.
That looks like a pretty mean Chocobo to me. Suppose I'd want him on my team helping me out. But
Yeah. This one's definitely doing some kicking.
John's feeling very antagonized right now.
Yeah.
Stupid bird.
Stupid bird. Can't even fly.
They can't fly.
No, they can't fly. They just run really, really fast.
I mean, if you run fast enough, you're probably going to get in the air.
Yeah, that's true. We'll get Reed in here, the true Final Fantasy expert. I'm sure a Chocobo has flown at some point. But for the most part, they just run very fast. And kick.
John really thinking it through.
Yeah. And just a pass.
Now, there are 3 spells in the graveyard, so a crab is on the table.
Yep.
And looking at Sam's main deck, there are no copies of Snakeskin Veil-esque effects, where there's World Treatment, Snakeskin Veil to stop a tap. So,
So that's just going to happen if there is a crab, and I see multiple Sunderflocks. There's the Traumatic Critique as well, but I didn't see an Eddie Merc. I feel like there has to be one, right?
there's got to be something, otherwise John's very dead. So.
And we binned Eddie Merc very early, but that's because, well, we needed spells. But 2 Sunderflocks in hand, that kind of means, like, you know, John could lose this turn or whatever, but that's how close this game is. If you get to put a 7-drop creature onto the battlefield and it lives, 2 Sunderflocks will make some quick work of these aggressive decks.
Yep.
So now Sam's got to think, okay, how do I beat an Eddie Merc? Like baseline value. You got to think that that's got to be there. And can you play around it? I think the one way to play around it is something like Bossing Say or Earthbender Ascension to get a new hasty threat. That's where I would want to be starting. Counter, mill. Here is the Earthbender Ascension. So we're going to be able to search. We're going to be able to put a creature in, but can we get 3 lethal threats? And it looks tough.
Yeah. There are 2 get-outs in John's deck list, but a get-out now would leave John defenseless otherwise, unless there was like a combo of like get-out plus Prismari Charm or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're 1 short of get-out plus crab, huh?
Yep. You know, John's early game was not great.
Spell Pierce. A cheeky little Spell Pierce.
So mana neutral on the crab.
Okay, yeah. An Escape Tunnel is here. It's ready to attack.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah. Let's see. It all really hinges on if there's a crab. I mean, it feels like John's got one, but...
Well, I mean, if not, the game is over, so...
yeah. Well, I mean, you could, like, you know, Prismari Charm, bounce Saz's Chocobo, and there is only 4 coming in outside of that, you know?
Yep.
But John isn't gaining any traction if he does that. Like, you need the crab to be in play. There it is. Old Eddie Merc. Tap down 2.
Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
Now the Fabled Passage gets cracked. And land comes into play. Doesn't increase any power, so just an attack for 2. And now it's probably time for some old Sunderflock action. Maybe 2. I did see 2, so there were 2 in hand.
Yeah, Sam exposing the creature to the Sunderflock, which I think is fine to put John to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no!
Malstrider's Resolve here to deal with the Eddie Merc, those 2 Sunderflocks.
Monumental.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Wow, that was a big game.
Yeah. Now John really up against it. I mean, finding another crab is not even good enough either, honestly, with the Ascension.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
boy.
this is desperation. This is Cathartic Reunion. Just do the loot, no damage. And man, just like Jim was saying in the intro, Melstrider's Resolve is, of course, amazing against all these 5/5 elementals.
The most important card by a pretty wide margin.
Exactly. And you don't have to look back on it. Jim said it, okay? Just take our word for it. And that's game number 1. Going to Sam Bogue. Doesn't like the label of a content creator, but let me tell you, he just gave us some nice content.
Yeah, that was great. Definitely, John Straw was pretty uncooperative, you know?
Yeah.
I think John was leaning on that Prismari charm to hit a few spells, you know, kind of do that Thought Scour, kind of mill effect, whatever, and not in those spells there really slowed him down and not really give him a good chance to get into the game.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one, my man. So looking at the sideboards here, starting with John, we got 2 Annuls, 4 Colorstorm Stallion, excuse me, that's a tongue twister, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Hydroman Fluid Felon, 1 Magic Damper. I don't even know what that card does, I'm not going to lie. 1 Negate, 1 Slagstorm, 1 Spell Snare. Let's get Magic Damper on the stream because your eyes went pretty wide, you know, kind of telling me you don't know what that card does either. So we'll get that graphic up, and then let me know what we're bringing in.
I just know our audience is a visual learning audience. So
of course.
It's better than to see it first.
Yes, yes.
Audioly. So, yeah, so Colorstorm Stallion here. That's kind of like the sideboard juke plan against Graveyard Hate, which there isn't really a lot of from Sam. Flash Freeze, of course, is just counter target spell, which looks great. Stroke counters the important cards from Sam. You know, the Harmonizer, the Ice Explorer, and then out of the board the Sapling Nursery. So not awful, but not amazing. Otherwise, though, not a lot of great things here. You know, mostly just all about that Thunderflock. So
all right, it's Octopus form, I guess, right?
Oh, it's another octopus form? Okay, sure.
Yeah, John just really wanted his opponent to have to read it and ask, hey, what does Magic Damper do every time? And he just throws it over.
The line is 4.5 over, under, and how many opponents asked that card did?
This weekend?
Yep.
Over.
Over?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, like 4.5 on the day, I think I'd still say over.
Okay.
All right, so from Sam Bogue's side, looking at 2 Dragon Snipers, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 4 Mossborn Hydra, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Royal Treatment, 2 Sapling Nursery, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter.
You could make an argument for almost every card in Sam's sideboard. Mossborn Hydra being an elemental, of course, is very good here. Keen-Eyed Curator, Graveyard Hate, great. Royal Treatment looks great also. 1 big treatment can stop a target removal spell. That being said, not so good against Thunderflock. We've seen Nursery used to great effect against these elemental decks also. Sirach is almost fine against target removal.
Yeah.
Soul Guide Lantern, you know, it's good. It's hard to work because you need to know like when you want to use it.
Yeah.
But I think any one of these cards could come in for the most part, except for the Snipers and the Paw Patch formations. So a lot of flexibility on Sam's side of how Sam wants to play it and what Sam wants to take out.
Yeah, will be really interesting, that's for sure. So Royal Treatment can protect your creatures, but Heavy Play can protect your cards. Check out some sweet Heavy Play product here. If you are interested, we got that on the Star City Games website, starcitygames.com/heavy-play-. And they are sponsoring the Commander Celebration as well. So come on down to some of these events and check out what we all got going on, and check out that Commander Celebration package as well. So we'll get back in here. We're going to take a live look in on one of our other top 8 matches. Love these features here. So, all right, here's my guy, Alexander Kahns, fresh off the 2nd place at the World Championship, excuse me, at the Arena Championship last weekend in a crazy match right now. Crazy game. What's going on here?
A lot.
Yeah. Well said, well said.
So we got some big buys in play for Alex. Gearhulk, we got Leatherhead as well. And then Lucas is starting to put it all together with Ice to Explorer and Badger Mocub. Kind of how Boss Thing says, but not quite all the way there, whether it's a Harmonizer or an Ascension to kind of really profit off the extra land drops.
Yeah.
But at 18 life looking pretty safe. Esper Origins here can come in as a 4/4 as well with the land. So basically Lucas trying to figure out, you know, can I get things rolling here before Alex is able to rumble over and take me out.
I was talking to Alex here when he just won his winning in the feature match area, and I came up and I was like, hey, man, congrats on the great hot streak you've been on. And was talking about last weekend, talking about his play this weekend, and he was immediately like, all right, I want to talk about, that was a really close play in my top 4. And we started breaking down that. I was like, man, this guy is a gamer. He is not happy with taking second at event, top 8ing the next event. He's like, I could have played just a little bit better in the top 4 of my last event. That really shows to me the sign of a really great player that is staying hungry even when he's on a heater.
Yeah, that's the classic true gamer. Walk up to someone, oh yeah, I put some bad this round. I made a mistake. I remember game 1. Games you should sideboard differently, whatever.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're 1-1. No, I'm 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won. I just could have played better like 9 different ways.
Yeah, we call that the Gabriel Nassif.
Yep.
Yeah. I've had that literal conversation with him, which is hilarious. So sounds like our players are ready. We'll keep an eye on this backup match here, but our players are gaming. Sam Bogue starting with that Llanowar Elf. John starting with the opt once again. This is how the last game started, but of course John was on the play. You really want to kill that elf. They have an expression about it, I believe.
Yes, they do.
Burst Lightning the elf, right? Is that it?
Burst the elf, yeah.
Burst the elf, okay. Now, that being said, John had blue cards in hand, a lot of them. I was like, that's not an opt. Let's... It does get confusing, you know, especially... Those two look very close.
Yeah, you know, usually you have like the Portal Sleight of Hands and the 7th edition ops or whatever it might be, so.
Yeah, the sleight of hands that you got the promos from that look like, you know, posters.
Yep. That being said, John's doing what John wants to do here. It's just spend mana, cast spell, spend mana, cast spell, spend mana, cast spell. John wants to go into turn 3 or 4 with the ability to cast a 2-mana crab.
Yeah. But also, John does want that elf dead, and here's the Ascension. Is there a Null or Spell Pierce? There is. If you're not going to have red cards, make sure to have blue cards to stop the next play. And now there's a red card. It's a Hearth Elemental.
That's pretty huge. There are not a lot of Spell Pierce targets in Sam's deck. So a cheeky Spell Pierce, love to see it.
And there's a Null as well. So wow, John is very much prioritizing Earthbender Ascension cannot resolve type thing.
Yeah, I mean, a Null is good against Sapling Nursery. And that is, you know, a good way to stop that engine. There isn't really a lot of other things to hit. You can't. The backside of Esper Origin is actually a spell. It comes in as an enchantment, but it's not cast as an enchantment.
Yeah.
So it only hits Ascension, Meltwater's Resolve, and Sapling Nursery. But John says that those are enough, and I want to stop him.
Yeah, you can Spell Pierce that one, which is kind of wild. The flashback side.
Yep.
Can't Disdainful Stroke the 4-mana spell, but you can Spell Pierce it. It's an enchantment. You can't annul it. Like that one is very confusing.
You can Steam Rip it.
Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, so Flash Freeze in hand, a Null in hand, a Krabby Crab in hand. This game's looking much better for John.
Yeah, 4 spells already in the bin.
Yep. Sam checking out. Did I sideboard X out? Okay, I did. All right, let's see. Big turn. You got to play around some stuff, but you can't play around everything. That plays around the annul, but not the freeze.
Not much that Sam can do to play around Flash Freeze. I think it's the one Soul Guide Lantern is the only card that he can resolve through.
What are you talking about? It's on board. He could play around it. Activate Bossing Say, bro.
I mean, playing a spell. You know?
All right. I get you.
Maybe you can Flash Freeze Bossing Say. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah.
Card looks green.
Yeah, it sure does. Hearth Elemental. Island and a pass. The body's there. But maybe the card advantage is not. Like, we really want something for John fans is being able to see a flow state or multiple flow states. That card at this stage of the game is just incredible.
Yeah, this is a deck that looks like Is It Phoenix in Pioneer, but it doesn't have a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like we might be a little frozen here. Bear with us here. We'll see if we can get this adjusted.
Nah, Corey, they're just thinking.
Oh, deep in thought.
So you gotta understand, top 8 matches are tough.
Yeah.
And they are, top 8 matches are stressful.
Yeah.
You take a second, take some time, you just.
Absolutely, and just absolutely freeze. Should we? All right, let's not troll our audience here, huh?
If there was a freeze game, I won.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Just so you know.
You definitely did. So, all right, we're gonna take ourselves a short break. Make sure we can sort this out and bring you as much Magic action as possible. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. right, everybody, sorry about the slight delay. We got our technical issue all fixed, and we're not going to waste any time. Let's jump into this match here and see where our players are at. All right, so games has progressed. We didn't stop these players due to the freeze, and they're just getting it going. Jim, kind of what looks like to have happened so far?
A null. So Ice still looks like it's made a bunch of land drops, and more importantly for John, those elementals are in play. So buys are in play, Thunderflock is on, and pressure being applied. Summon Esper, you know, chapter 1 do a little bit of life gain, a little bit of stuff, but Sam's still putting it all together here.
Okay, absolutely. So let's see where we're at. Post-combat, it looks like, from Sam. That's the phase we're on. Get some lands going. I'd presume that. I think we just attacked, right? Okay, so this is heading back to John. Now we do have a large attack for 9. Seems to be coming in. If there's Thunderflock, you got to think it's just the door's closed, right?
Thunderflock is good at most points in the game.
Yeah, especially when you're ahead.
Yeah, gonna attack first though, and give Sam the option to block. So probably not flocking here, I would assume, but
yeah,
could also be a test to see, you know, if you want to block a certain way.
This could be a classic. If you block, I'm gonna do X. If you don't block, I'm gonna do Y, and they're both good options. Burst Lightning would come to mind. Like, you can either Burst Lightning one of the blockers if you double block, or just win the game by going upstairs. And looks like just a single chump block. If Burst Lightning was the card, that's probably the best option, right?
Yep.
Kind of works the same because you can then just Burst Lightning the Ice Till. But let's see if that is the card that John has.
Yeah, I think either way, John in the driver's seat here.
Yeah. But then again, mono green, you never really count the deck out. It has that explosivity. You can just win the game out of nowhere. And I do think I see Burst Lightning and a null. So yeah, okay. Has a way to interact. One card that doesn't have maybe the greatest answer to is like Harmonizer.
Yep.
I mean, you can kill it with some abilities on the stack. But now we have a land, so we have a null plus the 4 damage available with Sam at 7.
Yeah, the boss things being extra threats here, very, very relevant.
Yep. Soul Guide Lantern tried to come down to prevent some of the shenanigans, it looks like, while we were getting everything rebooted. Here's Ice Till number 2. Not amazing, right?
I'm going to guess the Lantern was milled over...
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, thinking back to that the Spell Pierce on the Earthbender's Ascension, how much different is this game with an Earthbender's Ascension play, you know? So, clutch from John, recognizing what cards are important, having cards that are a little narrow, but do the job John wants to see done.
Yeah, and now what just bossing says, let's see if there's anything that Sam has. This is John deep in the tank about this, thinking maybe Burst Lightning one of them.
Yeah,
Lots to play around. And the best players think about everything.
So bossing can kind of make these indefinite blockers, but I think the important thing for here is that Sam is now at a life total that's lower than the power that John has in play. Because John always has the ability to just Thunderflock and boom, come in for whatever power is currently lethal. So having that lethal attack available is very, very important and scary.
Very, very true. So here is the fetch. Double mill from the land coming back. Demo field. Maybe a little bit of the innovative tech here in an otherwise more stockish version of this mono green landfall from Sam.
Yeah, I mean, Esper Origin is just the innovation that matters here. Just milling through and trying to find a hit. You know, seeing 2 cards at a time here thanks to these Ice Till Explorer mills.
Okay.
Notably did not bossing on the fetch land, which would allow for more mills, more triggers. Looking for Esper Origins.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
got a decent amount of look at it. 4 mills, none. You see the little head nod. It's like, ah, dang. I milled over a lot of cards.
What if we were to do it again?
Let's try. And that's, what, just a bunch more mills. Bunch of basics, though, in John's deck, so the actual destroying of the land is not great.
Yeah. Interesting as to why you would choose Demolition Field over the Fable Passage. Demolition Field costs an extra 2 mana to use, and it's just a similar effect because hitting the land is so relevant.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused why Field over Fable Passage.
slowly get rid of those lands.
Yeah, unless you
and
know,
I mean, you rob red sources eventually, right?
yeah,
Like there is no mountains in John's deck.
correct. If you're like kind of playing for the long game in that regard.
Yeah.
You know, still looking for Esper Origins, still not finding it.
I think it's the classic Sam just does not have anything else in hand, too. Just absolutely flooded.
Yeah, Sam's in the stage right now where he's counting basic forests to see, see how many he has left.
Not the stage you really want. So that's Fabled Passage coming in. Triggers on the stack. Forest. We got 4 mills coming. And 4 more looks at Esper Origins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brick City. No summoning for you, Sam.
You build a house with all these bricks.
Yeah, no kidding. Has Llanowar Elves in hand. Has the Bossing Say. If I'm Sam, I'm like, all right, I guess I need to play as defensive as possible.
So get in the red zone.
Yeah, so get on in there. That's exactly what I meant. So Llanowar, Bossing Say on one of the lands. And now with just Burst Lightning and a Null, I don't see John with a clear-cut path to lethal right now. Do you fire off Burst Lightning at end step?
I mean, what, at face?
Yeah.
I mean, I might. I don't think John should.
And there's a land off the top. And, man, we came back where John looks like he was just, you know, at least in the driver's seat. I wouldn't say dominating, but now looking at this, the Llanowar, the Forest gets chumped. And what on earth can Sam really do about it? As long as he doesn't take any damage here. Now we're going to get some more mills. How many cards are left in his library?
At least 2 Esper Origins.
Yeah, no kidding. Could have sided him up.
True.
That's a big graveyard.
He did go peek at his sideboard earlier, so.
Well, the streak of watching, at least when you and I have watched, John, of him drawing like complete trash in the late game is continuing.
Yeah, 1 Winter Night Stories, even 1 Prismari Charm. Just something.
Yeah.
You know, got to get this ball rolling here.
I mean, a flow state would be amazing. Yeah, Winter Night Stories, like you were saying. There's 2 Traumatic Critique, and just unable to find it. Had the Sunderflux last game when, well, didn't have the Elementals to go with it. And now it's got the Elementals, and the Sunderflux are hiding. Mill. I mean, if he misses on the Esper Origins here, you know, bad news for Sam because he, you know, is not hitting the Esper Origins. Good news for his next video. I can see the clip already. He'd be like, you won't believe how many cards I put in the graveyard and I didn't hit Esper Origins.
I mean, the thing is that, like, in this current game state, just erase all cards from deck in hand, right?
Yeah.
Sam wins this game. Sam just keeps bossinging.
Yeah.
Can block both creatures, attack for 4 with the Ice Tills. If John slows down, then Sam gets to bossing even more.
Yeah.
You know, so, and then there is this Demolition Field kind of package going here where if this game is that slow, eventually John will run out of lands and red sources.
Yeah, and here's Keen-Eyed. That is just a 7/7. The 2 spells in hand here for John don't interact with that at all. It's not like you can say, in response to your 4th card activating, I'll Burst Lightning that. It's like, well, I have 8 other mana that I will then in response exile that. So some attacks. Bossing Say on demo field. And now it does get to the point where John might look to mill out the mono green landfall player. I mean, it's not a May, right, with Ice Still?
It is not. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have decked myself and limited with that card a number of times.
Yeah. That's fair.
That is a hefty graveyard. Oh, my, it just keeps going.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. You get to the point where you start looking through the graveyard to see what's left in deck. Bossing Say on demo field number 2.
Yeah, so the lower that Sam goes here, the less mana available for Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yep, very true. So could just fire off Burst Lightning here. Actually, you could fire it off at end step because, you know, if Sam tapped out, then you get to attack. Yeah, I guess then you don't have the Burst Lightning to finish it. So does Sam have Sunderflux? Or does John have Sunderflux?
I mean, end step Burst Lightning on Keen-Eyed Curator is kind of appealing, right? Because that would require Sam to tap everything, maintain a 7/7, and now Sam is dead to a bounce spell or some sort of like effect like that.
Yeah.
You know, I suppose that a bounce spell or a Sunderflux is good anyway.
You can just do that now, too, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a sorcery thing.
True.
Or it doesn't have to be an instance thing, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, more mana to work with on John's turn, but...
Yep. And now you got to think, now what does the crackback look like? 7 from the Keen-Eyed. 8, 9, 10, 11 from the ice till. That's 11. 2 bossing saves plus 4. I mean, this is 15 on the crackback. All of a sudden, John is now in the probably stay defensive. I kind of like just Burst Lightning on the Keen-Eyed right now, though. Like, I feel like that's the only way to kill it. And I don't think, wow, okay. Cheeky attack.
Big spot here. Of course, we see Burst Lightning. We've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Sam doesn't know that.
Yeah.
You know, and Sam needs to try and navigate how important is his Curator. Can I just chump block? Can I make some lands?
Sam did make that block with Esper Origins and not double blocking with the Ice Till. You know, that was kind of a, hey, I bet you do have that. So now, is there any double permanents that you can eat with Keen-Eyed Curator to start? That's a big deal, right? Artifact creatures.
I don't think so.
Enchantment lands, you know. I don't. There's no roaming thrones, nothing like that. Sorcery, instant, chomp, enchantment, and in response to the fourth one, it's probably time for lightning, huh?
Yeah. So exactly 4 mana. Have you had the 5th mana? Then there could be some counterplay here.
Yeah. All right. So John did top deck a not so bad card here. Top deck the Hearth Elemental to be able to actually activate the other ability. Get rid of a null, discard your hand, draw some cards, and then replay it. Not so bad. There's Burst Lightning. Keen-Eyed Curator is gone. Demolition Field is gone. Trigger. You must mill.
That deck is looking pretty thin.
Yeah. Esper Origin seems to be on the bottom.
It's bottom 2 cards.
And now here's the question. Do you just play Hearth Elemental and hold up a null, or do you activate the ability? If you get a land, you can play Hearth Elemental. But, like, what's the crackback look like?
I kind of like just casting it here, yeah.
Yeah.
Put another body in play. You know, it defends, and then
Yeah.
also can get aggressive next turn.
So we can have 5 2-power attackers here. So John is at a, you know, kind of a 4 life. There could be another bossing, say, in the yard, too, that you could play.
Yeah,
but once again, like, Sam could deck himself here.
It's also important to note that there might not be a forest left in the actual deck.
Yeah.
So these fetch effects are not necessarily a guaranteed landfall trigger. Kind of a crazy game.
This is a crazy game. Of course, what we always look for in this matchup is the mono green landfall deck decking, you know, as we see time and time again.
Yeah, 4 cards in library, two of which are Esper Origins.
I would say the most common way we see elementals win is Sunderflock, but second most common, decking the mono green landfall deck, hands down.
Yeah, so now every land that comes in mills 2, forced.
Yeah. So if you shock that demo field, like, that's a forced mill too.
Yeah.
We know the card in hand doesn't do such a thing, but
it's funny, we could see next turn these Ice Tills get into chump block mode, which in turn could put John into, I'm not going to attack mode.
Yeah.
You know, like, so the incentive for this game has changed kind of dramatically.
And to be fair, on that last turn, you know, let's say Sam goes down to 1 card in deck, you can then pop off with lands because you mill your whole deck anyways. You know, you got to win that combat. The turn he tries to win, he can mill himself out. You know, there's no way Sam's gonna draw the card to lose on the spot with too many Ice Tills.
Yeah, now with all these creature lands in play, John's got some removal spells here. It's a shooting gallery.
Okay, what does John find? Oh my goodness, looks like an Is It Guildgate to me.
Highland Lake.
Yeah, close enough. To each his own. So Bossing Say would create 2 more attackers, and that's still only 8 damage. So if anything, it looks like John is going to at least get 1 more turn, but you can't really attack, right?
This is a really interesting game because I can't imagine either one of these players has played many practice games in this matchup where it's come down to this particular board state, where what's actually important is completely different than what it usually is.
Yeah.
And you know what John said too? John's just like, can I just please draw a Sunderflock?
Yeah.
Can we just get a Sunderflock in here and end this? All right, 1 forest. And
is there another bossing?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, Sam's got some forest left. Sam has between 2 and 3 forests left, if I'm counting correctly. So By my forest count, 2 of the 4 cards left in Sam's deck are forests.
Okay. And the other 2 are Esper Urchins?
Yeah, I guess
They
so.
have to be,
Yeah,
right?
What else could it be?
Yeah, could have sided some out. Update from the back match, our D match that we got in there. Alexander Khans continues the win streak from the Arena Champs, heading to the top 4. And that adds a wrinkle, by the way. The World Championship slots pass down. You know, so if he were to make the finals, the person in 3rd goes to the World Championship.
That's a big sweat.
That is pretty exciting.
Yeah, so John here, with so many cards milled, has so much information to work with. With only 4 cards left in the library, it's not too hard for John to kind of just go through, go down the mental checklist, and just figure out what those cards are, and kind of play a game with perfect information, which is a thing you don't often get to do.
Yeah. And a thing that we really don't want to happen, right? Perfect information in Magic leads to some less than fun games, and it slows everything down. You got to figure everything out. Of course, our Crew Fix being the #1 card that led to a lot of perfect information, if you were paying attention.
Yeah, they made them innovate via, you may look at your top card rather than
there you go.
revealed. However weird that feels, though. You're just like, you just speak whatever you want. Just
Yeah.
boop, boop.
Said Corsair. I think Reed, you know, ears perked up. I think he's cast that a couple of times.
John really thinking it through.
Yeah, it's rough. And I mean, if it is just a land in hand, plus the spell that we know about, the Annul.
Yeah, and then any attack here can open up the possibility for Sam to just block with Ice Toe Explorer.
Yeah.
And just kind of say, you know what, let's not be in this mill game anymore, and still might deck.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you attack, two of them have to be blocked. And Sam might say, all right, I need to block with 3. What if you have another Burst Lightning? But playing the land there has to signify it is a pass of the turn, heading to Sam Bogue's turn.
Yeah, what John was able to do there was figure out and count how many Mightform Harmonizers do you have left, how many of this do you have left, how many of that. We couldn't see them that well. You know, if there are other Harmonizers left or not, are there lands left or not? If you have a Harmonizer, can you actually use it profitably to double power? So
realistically, if you have a Harmonizer, you can still make 3 land drops.
Yep.
You're going to mill your whole deck. That's gone. There's no point a draw spell at your opponent, though. Had to double check Prismari Charm, make sure that isn't target player.
I wasn't going to say nothing. You were taking a peek.
Okay, so what do we do if we're Sam? Because here's the thing, if you go for lethal, which I don't think it's available right now, you know, I still count 8 damage that we can sneak through with Bossing Say. If you're wrong, you know, 2 lands get blocked, they must come back. It's not a thing you can just be like, you know, I don't want my land back. They come back, and then 4 cards get milled, Sam will deck.
Yeah, I mean, and Sam can kind of keep just like bossing, make 2 guys go. Bossing, make 2 guys go.
Yeah.
And try and get over for the 12 damage.
Well, that's literally next turn. You bossing twice this turn, next turn you bossing twice again, and you can go for lethal.
You know, I don't think that's true. Because every time you bossing a land, you lose a mana source. So you're bossing a land, and now there needs to be effectively 10 untapped lands to do it again. So you got bossing.
Yeah, but the next turn, you can play lands from your graveyard. You can play forests from your graveyard.
I guess if you're going for the all-out attack, you can just deck yourself and say it's now or never.
But as it stands, you know, you're right. You can literally do the bossing play and have 1 untapped. You know, 1 attack. The second one would put on a tap land. But then again, you could just play 1 forest from the yard. You're about to draw card 3. Now you'd mill the last 2.
Yep.
So yeah, if you'd want to go for it, you'd have to risk it all. And John has drawn.
Yeah, it was a Prismari Charm.
Okay.
So that's a lot of options. Could use the optionality. The bounce spell could stop this, you know, where Sam thinks, okay, I have exactly enough for 6 unblocked attackers. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Now bounce it. Or
3 looks at Sunderflock, right?
Exactly. So 3 looks is a lot. So it's a sure thing to be able to stop the next turn's attack.
Yeah.
And if Sam goes for it and mills the library to go for the kill, that wins the game. But the top 3 cards could be anything. It could even be another Prismari Charm.
Yeah. Okay. Also, is there any aspect, like if you attack with the team, let's say 2 forest gets blocked, you know, 2 Ice Tills and a forest gets blocked, and you just instead bounce your own crab so that an Ice Till doesn't die, the land comes back, mills 2 cards, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, very cool.
There's some spicy things there.
Yeah, the bounce has modality all over the place too, because you can bounce a Hearth Elemental and draw cards. I guess it's the same as looking at it. I mean, you draw 2, not 1. So
true.
You can bounce a Hearth Elemental and draw 2 off that as well. So
you can bounce Crab at instant speed to tap down some attackers from Sam.
Yep.
So it is a wild game. And anything could happen. Man, the only mode I'm pretty positive is we're not dealing 1 damage to any permanents here.
Yeah.
But the other 2 modes are both great.
Yeah, and then the force blocks here are interesting because if the lands die, they mill. If the Ice Tills die, there aren't enough 2s to come in with the Crab bouncing and then happening to more things.
God, and it's so tough being in that situation. Like, it's easier for us looking at what we would do, and we're looking right now, and I don't know what I would do. So it's even tougher for John, but if I'm in John's position, I'm casting it. I'm looking at the top right now. I don't have it in me to be patient here. Personally, what would you do?
I honestly don't know.
I know.
It's really, really tough. 3 cards is a lot of looks.
Yeah.
You know, and there are so many huge draws. It could be another card draw spell to take for Sunderflock proper. You know, Winter Stories, another Charm's the same thing. You know, but Dramatic Critique. And John got to think it through here. It's the luxury of top 8. Top 8 is untimed.
Yep, but at some point, you know, you do gotta kind of get it going. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we would do. What would Reed do? I think that's what we really need to know here. God, this is a tough spot. I don't envy John at all.
It's crazy because Sam's, I mean, except for deciding to go for it and mill himself in 1 turn.
Yeah.
Sam's board is so binary. It just like makes you guys with haste go. Makes you guys with haste go. You know.
Oh, God, tough spot. This is the big moment. Sam could be heading to the top 4 here if John kind of gets it wrong. And realistically, with what knowledge we know, you could Prismari Charm, see 2 lands, put it to the bottom, draw a land, game's over, Sam could win, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the fear.
And otherwise, if you hold on to the Prismari Charm and you say go, the odds that you lose next turn is basically 0 because I love it. I love it.
You gotta live. You gotta feel something. Land.
Spell Snare. Oh my God. Got it. And what is it? It's Eddie Merc.
Ooh.
Okay, wait. Now you Eddie Merc the 2 Ice Tills. It's got to be GG, right?
Yep. So that forces the blocks. The things are gonna die. I believe that does it.
Because things have to die. The lands have to come back.
So it's so interesting. So
wait, was that a go?
It is. I'm not totally surprised because John's probably been thinking so much in the last 5 minutes about staying alive, decking.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that wins the game.
It did, right?
But but you're so locked into a certain line or methodology of winning the game, you kind of like don't get a chance to recalibrate.
Yeah.
You know. So like it's still probably good enough either way. But
I don't know. I felt like it was lethal even through like
it was. I agree it was.
Like even through a royal treatment or whatever, right?
Right. I agree it was. I'm just saying I can see where the mistake would come from.
Yeah. Are we missing anything? Any blocks that lands wouldn't die and be forced to come back?
I do not believe so. Yeah. Even if there was a royal treatment and it only tapped 1 of them, it's still a force block on at least 1 of the lands. There's 2 cards left. It's still a mill for 2. I guess one
royal treatment would actually be enough, right?
1 ice still dies, so there's only 1 mill and then a draw for turn, empty library, attack and win. It's so funny how the clock here is the number of cards in Sam's library.
So now, I guess, is it safer where John just goes during your turn, tap down 2 Ice Tills?
Where's Sam's library go?
It is in the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
No library, so this is the turn.
So land played. All right. So the crabs would work out either way then.
Yeah. We're going to probably hear the words beginning of combat. What an absolute crazy game.
Found the Origins.
Oh, right on time. Right on time. There you are, Origins.
Sounds like I've been looking for you.
Yeah. Man, the Origins on the flip side, the rare time it would miss. You don't have a library to hit.
That is true. So unlucky.
Yeah. So you tap the Ice Tills. You have 3 attackers. This is 8 damage coming in. If there's a royal treatment, it's 9-10. I don't know exactly what Sam has, but 2 royal treatments would be lethal. Right?
Yes. Agreed.
And we know just the card in hand from John. is just the annul.
Here's
There
one.
is the royal treatment. Wow, what a play from John. If he would have went for that proactively, I don't think it wouldn't have worked, unless Sam just drew it, of course. So now the Ice Tail gets protected. That's the creature that can get blocked. There's the 3 attackers. I count 10. And that is presumably it, right? I think this is Sam scooping and them just unpacking the match, but we got another game to play. That's one of the games that, you know, you look back on and you check it out, huh?
Wow. Yeah, that was...
Wow.
Holy moly.
I'll be watching Sam Bogue's video on breaking down Game 2 of the top 8 for sure. So, all right, let's start. Everyone just take a deep breath, because that was wild. That was absolutely insane. And what a heads-up play from John. If John would have went for that proactive play and the royal treatment was in hand, I think John loses there.
Yep.
So, I mean, everyone in chat who was saying, what on earth are you doing? You can win the following turn and still win the game, believe it or not, Jim.
Right. It still looks really, really good. You know, where you're just having two things down, and once Sam decides to go for it, that's it. Only gets one chance at it.
Yeah.
And that's the stopper. So.
And when you look at the graveyard, when you're John, and you see one royal treatment in the yard, you know you're good to go. But not good to go to win on that turn, because you could have the case one. But you know you're good to go if you wait the next turn.
Right.
No matter what, because you couldn't die type thing. So, all right, really awesome stuff. Jim, any sideboard changes here going into the third game?
No sideboard changes, but I think our players need to kind of like take a breath.
Yeah.
That was an extremely long, crazy, weird game. And you need to recalibrate, you know, for both players, if you're Sam especially, but for both players, kind of recalibrate, like, all right, still got a game to play here. That was a wild one.
Yeah.
That game felt like the conclusion of the match.
Yeah.
It was not.
Yeah.
So for game 3 here, our players are going to lock in and try and advance.
Yeah, those two players could have really talked about and thought about that game forever.
Right, and
they'll have to talk about it later. But, man, just going back to that Prisvari trap, looking at Spell Snare land.
I know.
The ultimate sweat there. That was really awesome. So, all right, if you are betrayed by your Esper Origins and you want to get them out of there, you can sell your cards. Get those Esper Origins out of there right now. Pick up your Prismari Charms. And you can, of course, trade them in for 30% trade-in bonus as well and pick up more Magic cards. So
Whenever I have a bad draw, I just immediately go to a dealer and sell my cards.
sell your cards, yeah,
you know
immediately.
I can't deal with this card. Get out of here. You're done.
Yeah.
It's the true punishment. Someone else can deal with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get back into it.
Limited championship qualifier players Orion, Moffett, and Tyler.
All right, so Matt Shue took down the backup feature there. Let's see. These players are ready to go here. Game number 3. Let's get ready. Sam Bogue on the play. Llanowar every single game so far. Is there finally a red card to deal with the Llanowar elf? No, there's not.
Llanowar lives. It's tough because I feel like I'm still in the last game.
I know, me too.
Still unpacking it, and these players have to get through that.
Oh, that was huge. So Sam had the draw, but the card right here, Spell Snare to deal with the Cub, was gigantic. And oh my goodness, is that a one of?
2.
Oh, 2, okay.
Yep.
All right. Oh, 3, actually. 3 in total, probably all in the deck. 2 main, 1 side. So here is Sleight of Hand. I mean, I'm with you. I'm still in that other game too. I'm like still thinking about the plays, but let's shake that off, as this is a big game between these players. Winner goes to the top 4.
It's funny because usually that effect is reserved where you like make a mistake to lose a match.
Yeah.
And you go into your next match with kind of still hanging over you.
Yeah.
Doesn't often happen from game to game in a match.
For sure. But yeah, that was one of the all-timers here. So Escape Tunnel gets sacrificed. Sleight of Hand. And now an island into play. You got to believe that you Sleight of Hand for that island. Ice Till Explorer. It resolves. Sam's got to be careful about milling himself, though.
Library count, Judge. Library count.
Let's start a dice there. Get that library count going. Here is an op. Take a peek. And now, Ice Till was a liability for Sam, but for the most part, that was a very much outlier aspect. This is still a must-kill threat right now, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I have not seen a game with Landfall end up like that.
Me neither.
With a player decking to Ice Till.
Legitimately the first for me, too. That was so cool. Magic is just the greatest game in the world. Spire Bluff Canal comes on down.
Yeah, there are a few Broadside Barrage in the sideboard. Sorry, one Broadside Barrage in John's sideboard.
Okay.
As a way to kill this Ice Till Explorer. Also,
yeah, no seer or anything,
seers,
huh?
Yeah. No, it's just a Barrage.
Yikes. So the Ice Till is going to stick around.
And John's thinking, you know what? I could play a Thunderflock this game.
Yeah.
we could see a Thunderflock at some point.
I mean, we haven't seen it from him in a very, very long time. That's for sure.
All right, there's your Barrage.
Okay. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. And there is a mill. Sam's like, okay, come on. Esper Origins one time.
Or I'm selling you to the dealer.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Might have sold him mid-game, mid-match.
I got to go to the bathroom and just go to the dealer, sell 3. Sell 3.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm siding them out. Might as well get them to the vendors before they close. So the Barrage still waiting for John to discard. And these players understand the gravity of this. This is a high-stakes match, of course, but you make it to the top 4, it gets even more high stakes. And with Alexander Khan's coming in, you know, if you're the highest seed and you play against Alexander Khan's, you're locked for Worlds.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. I only really saw that one other time, and it was Percy Fang who qualified via the Arena Champs.
Corvus is huge.
Yeah.
Keen-eyed Curator
Oh,
here.
my goodness.
This is, you know, there only are, I think there's one Curator in the main, and there's
one
on
in the board. Yep.
Yeah, this is monumental. Just being able to get that Soul Guide Lantern effect of just like exile 4 cards from your graveyard, you know, is fantastic.
Okay, this is supercharged. This is 7/7 mode. So, you know, went with, it's also tempting to just take all the spells.
Right.
But when you untap, John has just 2 spells, so could go land 4 Hearth Elemental, and great. You know, that is getting an Elemental into play. But it's no Eddie Merc, and now the Keen-Eyed Curator can eat all the spells.
Yeah, there are 3 impractical jokes in the list, so playing around that, trying to get above size.
Yeah.
And this Curator is huge. The Graveyard Hate we've seen is so effective against Spellmentals.
Yeah.
Really turning off the threats.
Yeah, and there's like no way to actually get Keen-Eyed Curator off the battlefield when it's a 7/7 and you don't have any graveyard. So,
Prismari Charm. He bounce it.
okay, you're right.
So that's not a great angle, you know.
But I feel like you almost had to do that somewhat proactively. I guess not, you know. Oh, this is tough. That's a tough card to play against at this stage of the game.
Yep. This is the one weakness Spellmentals really has. This Graveyard Hate stuff is so good against it. Really neuters what the deck is doing.
Yeah, and if you're just flash freezing Saz's Chocobo, it's like, I really wish I could flash freeze the other card, but that's the squeeze that Ice Till Explorer put John in. Forced to kind of blink first. Tap for 3. Okay. Looks like this is just maybe a Bossing Say activation.
I think the mana wants to be spent on exiling cards, I would assume.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That's what I'm doing. I'm keeping Hearth Elemental and Eddie Merc Crab off the battlefield in any way, shape, or form, which would mean in draw step. I mean, this opt. Great play from Sam. And now what can John do?
Keen-Eyed Curator looking to go coast to coast here. Forget all those landfall shenanigans. How about just no graveyard and a 7/7?
Oh, man, I see Spell Snare. Can't pick out the other cards, but they look blue. And yeah, Impractical Joke and Eddie Merc Crab, Spell Snare, and a land, it looked like. And, man, those cards do not line up well with what Sam's doing at all.
Yeah, great play by Sam. The joke was there.
Yeah.
So really going for it with the Curator and getting paid off big time.
Yeah, my goodness. I mean, we saw this be the hot tech at the Pro Tour. you know, the weekend right before the Pro Tour, one of the big tournaments on Magic Online, the Mock Showcase, was taken down by 4 Keen-Eyed Curator mono green in the main. And it transferred into that tournament. Then Celestial Landfall was the new story, but man, this is so good against the Spelementals, this powerful 2-drop.
It's casual 7/7, you know?
Yep, no big deal.
Yeah, you can see John kind of a little bit of resignation. We ain't over yet.
To be fair, I think he's looked exactly like that even when he's top decked, you know, the Eddie Merc or whatever. That's just John's style. Very focused, very, very in the moment.
That's my face, sir.
Yeah. All right, and that was 9 damage to the face. Not using the mana for John. A sleight of hand to start. This feels like desperation to me. That's 2 big old elementals that are both uncastable. That's Thunderflock, that's Earth Elemental.
5 on Thunderflock, but not quite the right timing.
Exactly, and this is sleight of hand. You got to pick one of those cards that is just uncastable. You don't have time to get to 6 mana with Hearth Elemental. You know, here it is. Discard your hand. Sam can go in response, eat the sleight of hand. Discard,
Boom.
draw. That is the ultimate desperation mode. 3 spells to the yard. So there's no response yet for Sam. So John does have this one spot, you know, to play a spell with the cost reduction from the instance, but it's just not enough. Even land is only 5 for the Hearth Elemental, so you can't even get that into play. And that's it. Sam Bogue advances to the top 4 after, you know, losing an incredibly close game 2 and still being able to recover and take down the match. That was incredible.
Awesome. Really, really cool stuff, and really kind of exposing the weaknesses Spellmental's deck has. You know, the Graveyard Hate. And the tough part for John is that the sideboard juke against Graveyard Hate is, is Color Storm Stallion.
Yeah.
Against Rest in Peace, against other decks playing Graveyard Hate. But the Stallion lines up really poorly against Sam's deck.
Yeah.
A bunch of 2/4s, you know, a bunch of 4/4s. It just doesn't. A 3/3 haste isn't really good enough. So John can't really convert into that kind of a plan. It kind of just has to be in the spot where, hey, you have 2 of these graveyard eating Keen-Eyed Curators. I can deal with them sometimes, but if you line it up perfectly, I'm going to be in some pretty serious trouble. So awesome stuff from Sam. Congrats to John on a great finish, and really good stuff.
Yeah, that was a really awesome top 8. Sounds like, you know, you will not believe it, Jim, but that was the last match of the top 8 going on.
Really?
I know. In a modest hour? You know, yeah, those players were absolutely gaming. So, wow, that was incredible. We are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, it will be Ailey Loney and Reed Duke, explaining to you exactly who's in the top 4. And it's arguably the biggest match of the tournament here coming up next. This is going to decide who's going to the World Championship. It's going to be 3 out of the 4 players because Alexander Kahn is not already qualified. So only one of these 4 players won't be able to make it. So it's going to be really exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. It's semifinals time. We're going to send a couple people to Worlds, Reed. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is on. This is a huge match, and we're closing in on the end of the tournament.
We sure are. We have 4 players left standing. Only one of them can be our champion. But funny enough, 3 of them are going to go to Worlds. Let's take a look here at our brackets, see how things shook out in our quarterfinals. Jordan Selesnik victorious against Steven Snelson will be facing Alexander Kahns, who beat Lucas Birch in the quarterfinals. Then we have Matt Shu up against Sam Bogue, both of them taking down Krishna Pai and John Puglisi Clark respectively. What do you think about these matchups, Reed?
It's been a great top 8 so far. So amidst the diversity of decks, we had 2 copies of Is It Spellmentals, both eliminated in the round of 8. We had 3 copies of Mono Green Landfall, disproportionately successful deck, probably, at least amidst the top most represented archetypes. This was the story of the tournament, how successful Mono Green Landfall was. Started with 3, down to 2, and they're on the same side of the bracket.
Yep.
So we're going to have a Mono Green Landfall represented in the finals. Other than that, we have 2 sort of star players with their own unique archetypes, Jordan Selesnik and Alexander Kahns, also advancing, and they're facing each other to see which of these creature-based white decks will make it to the finals and go up against Mono Green Landfall.
Absolutely. Now, Reed, Alex has already qualified for the World Championship, so what does that mean for Jordan?
Well, we give away 2 slots to the World Championship at the United States Regionals. So normally that's first place and second place, right?
Yeah.
But Alexander Kahns, he punched his ticket just last weekend with a finals appearance in the Arena Championship.
Yeah.
So let's take a moment to, appreciate that level of success to make it so deep in 2 different tournaments on 2 different platforms in 2 different formats.
Yeah, that's insane.
But the World Championship invite passes down. So if Alexander is fortunate enough to make the finals, then the 3rd place finisher will earn a Worlds invite.
Yeah.
Now, 3rd place is decided not by a playoff match, but by the higher seed after the Swiss. And Jordan Selesnik is our number 1 seed. He's facing Alex. So if he wins, he's in the finals, he gets the Worlds invite. If he loses, then there's going to be one that passes down, and he'll finish in 3rd place in the standings. So he is basically win, lose, or draw going to the World Championship, which is a really nice, exciting position to be in.
That's a pretty good consolation prize if he doesn't manage to get there on his own steam there. But we do have our feature matches getting ready. You saw them sitting down in the break there. So let's take a look at the deck list as we get into this and talk about the matchup here. This is Azorius Momo. This is one of my favorite decks. I love playing it. I think it's incredibly fun. But how does this stack up against the Selesnya aggro deck?
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. This was your pick for the coolest deck in Standard. It is incredibly fun. And to be honest, this is a matchup I have not seen play out. Azorius Momo is like, one of the lower tier decks that you see with some level of frequency in Standard. And Alex Kahns has his own unique take on Selesnya Beatdown. So I don't know, I don't have much instinct for the way these 2 decks match up against one another. Now, given what we said about Alexander Kahns, just an incredible run. We've seen him in the feature match area a lot. He's been playing great. His deck has been super impressive. I have a hard time betting against him. So he's going to be my pick to win this. However, I recognize it's sort of silly to talk about a player having a great run because obviously both of these guys have done a lot of winning. And Jordan, in fact, is our number 1 seed. Plus, he gets to go first in a fast, volatile, creature-based matchup. So I think this is going to be hotly contested. It's going to be interesting to see how these 2 decks match up against one another. And given that you're forcing me to pick, I'm going with Alex Kahns. But I am very well prepared, and I will be happy to be proven wrong if that's what happens.
Absolutely. This should be a fun match between these 2. Just taking a look at their records up to this point. They both had good success against the other opponents, or against the opponent's colors, but not specifically this Selesnya aggro deck that Alexander Kahns is playing. So tell me why you think this has been so successful in the field. He's absolutely obliterated every mono green landfall deck that he's come up against.
That's true. Every time I watch Alexander, I'm like, all right, like this, it's got to end somewhere. The music's got to stop. surely this game will be the one that he finally loses with Selesnya aggro, and yet he always seems to find a way. I watch him, game after game. One of the key cards here is Bright Glass Gearhulk, which this gives him such a level of control over the game. 3-for-1 card advantage right up front. Selection amidst a variety of, sort of silver bullet, one-drop permanents. And in a creature matchup like Landfall or like the Momo deck he's about to face, it can just get him 2 removal spells. So it's like the world's best Ravenous Chupacabra, where you get a 4/4 trample, you kill their 2 best things. So that's a great way to come back. The other key card to highlight here, and what makes Alexander's deck different from some of the other takes on Selesnya that we've seen before it, is Practiced Offense.
Oh, yeah.
4 copies. No graveyard shenanigans, so this is just intended to be cast from the hand, and it's just that good. You might notice, if you take a close look at his creature suite, that there's a very strong emphasis on trample.
Yeah.
So being able to create huge trampling double strikers is a quick way to victory, but let's keep an eye on Bright Glass Gearhulk and Practiced Offense specifically as we get into this match, in addition to, of course, Badger Molcud, which is one of the more notorious cards in Standard.
Yes, and crazy good all on its own, but certainly, the go wide, smack face approach that Alexander Kans has been employing the whole weekend has served him well. We are in the semifinals of the regional championship. Our players are almost ready to rock and roll, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top here. I have a feeling that this match is going to be the quicker of the 2 semifinals, especially given how aggressive both decks are.
Yeah, certainly if Alexander's winning, it's probably going to be pretty quick. I haven't really seen his deck go beyond, call it turn 6 or 7 of the game, just because, he sets up and he drops the hammer with one of his big cards, the Gearhulk, the Practice Offense, whatever it might be. But he's really looking for that quick opening with Llanowar Elves and Badger Molcub, much like the Landfall decks, whereas Jordan with the Momo deck is looking to assemble some of his interesting combos, like Daydream with Quantum Riddler, is looking to have that uncontested turn 1 Momo, which is kind of his version of Llanowar Elves. But, both decks are capable of delivering really impressive draws and some explosive stuff, so we'll see.
It's going to be great. I saw the Azorius Momo deck in action in the quarterfinals, and there were like 3 Quantum Riddlers on board. Corey would have been so happy to see that, but he got stuck in that hour-long quarterfinals match. The players have been playing an incredibly long time. This is a grueling tournament. It's 2 days, 15 rounds, and then they still have to do the top 8. I even heard one of the finalists or the semifinalists being like, "I'm so tired."
I mean, how can you blame them? It's round 17 that these players are playing, untimed top 8, and like you said, Sam Bogue is coming off a over 1 hour quarterfinals with very little break, going right back into it. So that definitely plays a factor. It's hard if you're watching from home or even from our seat to kind of like understand what the players are going through, but it is a marathon.
Yep, it sure is. Speaking of getting right into it, friends, our players are ready. So let's find out who we are sending to the World Championship as we head on down to our feature match area. Jordan Selesnik up at the top of your screen on the Momo deck. Alexander Kans down below. Selesnya aggro. Jordan gets the play. And he gets a multiversal passage. Momo, the ideal start, like you mentioned, Reed. So he's going to be very happy about that. No 1 mana answer like a Burst Lightning for Alex in this matchup.
Yeah, there's 2 seam rips, but usually there's a roundabout path to get there via fetching it up with Bright Glass Gearhulk. And both players with the dream opening here.
Yeah. Kicking things off with Mana Dorks in inverted commas, as Momo Friendly Flyer gives you a discount on the first flyer to join him. Where do we go first? Okay, nice. So Starfield Shepherd goes to fetch up a 1-drop creature or a plains. Howdy. How's it going? How you doing?
So spending 1 mana on the 5-drop creature. Great start.
Yeah.
Jordan could be setting up for a Daydream. He could be playing another Starfield Shepherd. Springleaf Drum, okay.
Which could also still lead to a Daydream if he has that. In for 2. And we do go to the warp zone.
But it's pretty interesting to think, you know, of course we have no idea, but Jordan could have plausibly kept a one-land hand. And much like these green decks, he's exploding out and could have now have access to, you know, 4 mana or even more if you count Momo's discount ability by the 3rd turn after keeping a 1 land and using Starfield Shepherd and Springleaf Drum to develop.
Gene Pollinator here for Alex. And Llanowar Elves number 2. So plenty of dorks down. I bet he would love to have a Badgermel Cub into something ridiculous follow-up.
Just a subtle observation is Alexander could have used Starting Town to cast Llanowar Elves and attacked for 1, which would have resulted in both players taking 1 damage down to 17. He chose not to make that exchange, instead tapping his Llanowar Elves for a painless green mana. So just like a little bit of insight into the way each player is approaching the game and what they value, Alexander not wanting to trade damage at this stage.
Yeah, life points certainly matter here, as we've seen Cosmogran Zenith, probably my favorite card from Edge of Eternities. Love the art, love the ability, you know, playing multiple spells a turn with this on the board just feels so good.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing opening, an amazing turn for Jordan. So he's going to start making tokens, drawing extra card. Oh, no, not making tokens, adding counters.
Whoa, nice.
Oh, and you know why he might have done this, Ailey, is putting the 5th toughness on Cosmogran Zenith really cuts the number of ways that Alexander can remove it, because his best way to kill that creature is with a fight spell like Melt Strider's Resolve.
Yeah.
Really sharp, thoughtful play there. I love it.
Keep your best things as big as possible in a deck that likes to fight. So Alex now has some pretty tough questions to answer here. Just has a bunch of mana dorks at the moment, but can he advance his board state with something powerful like a Bright Glass Gear Hulk? What's he got in hand there? Just sneak it a little forward, friend. Come on. At times like these, I wish we had a cam over the shoulder. I wish we could be over their shoulders, but we couldn't really commentate in that situation. So.
No, I was over their shoulders last round.
Yeah.
I mean, even on my off rounds, I've been glued to this tournament. It's been so exciting.
There is a Bright Glass in hand. So, makes me wonder where Alex wants to go.
Alex's draw is very, very good. The one missing piece for it to be like absolutely perfect would be a Badgermel Cub. If he could sort of double his mana and then use the Bright Glass Gear Hulk and deploy everything at that much faster a rate, it would be great. But instead, it looks like he might be restricted to just playing 1 spell on this turn.
It's got Leatherhead, the pesky alligator, who's put in some decent work here for him this weekend.
So that, of course, is an option.
Leatherhead, Bright Glass, just a bunch of lands, I think.
I'll also note the Hushwood Verge is only tapping for green mana right now. Okay, so the Starting Town does unlock the Gear Hulk without having to use Gene Pollinator for white mana.
Yeah. Sure hurts, though. All right. Tap, tap, tap. Here comes Leatherhead. All right, so not taking any damage then, just using it for the colorless. And down to 14 goes Jordan with a cheeky attack from a mana dork.
So this could be part of a plan to, you know, put a 5-power creature onto the battlefield and then grab the Melt Strider's Resolve next turn. But in order for that to work, it would require Jordan to not double spell and add more counters.
I'm pretty sure he's going to do his damnedest to do that this turn.
Yeah, so it's really like I believe that you're right. I think that's the most likely outcome, but it's hard to be sure because his hand is kind of fresh from a Quantum Riddler. So it's not like we can deduce from a previous turn like exactly what's in his hand. It's kind of dependent on how strong or weak his last couple of draws have been.
Yeah. He's got his 2 warped 5-drops, which could be cost for 4. That seems like a very expensive way to spend the turn. Let's see if he's got any lesser mana spells in hand, or if we're just going to go for a Riddler, for instance.
Yeah, if you have an untapped land, you could also do the Starfield Shepherd and get a 1-drop creature, you know, maybe Flitterwing Nuisance as one example.
So using... Yeah, looks like we might be going for a Plains here, using the Cosmic Grand Zenith as mana there with the Springleaf Drum, finds the land, and gets to flicker, essentially, daydream out the Starfield Shepherd. Get a counter on it too, get some creatures this time.
Okay, yeah,
All
this
right.
time he's not going for the 6th point of toughness.
All right, that's going to come back to haunt him, perhaps, if Alex decides to go for the removal spell on him.
Okay, now an additional trigger for the Starfield
Yep.
Shepherd.
Let's see what he finds this time. Pixie. No, another land. Okay. So that at least tells me that he has no other lands in hand.
This is a big 4-point attack from Momo. All right, so Alexander, pretty high likelihood he uses Bright Glass Gearhulk and finds Meltstrider's Resolve. He can also connect with the Leatherhead, maybe to destroy Springleaf Drum. Jordan's doing a pretty good job developing his mana, but notably, Springleaf Drum does represent the 2nd source of blue mana. So there's some hope of stranding Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone. But let's see. Let's see what Alexander goes for here. He also has to worry about his own life total against these flyers.
Yeah. You know, that's not nothing. You know, it might even be a case of leaving, well, leaving the Zenith. Is there a world we can get 2 fight spells off alongside? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, that's possible.
Yeah. 2 fight spells, kill the biggest flyer, kill Cosmogrand. In our other semi-final, just to keep you guys abreast of what's happening, Matt is up 1 game so far. Once we're done this side, we'll jump into the mono green Landfall Mirror.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, you tap Llanowar Elves, Hushwood Verge, and 2 starting towns. You play Bright Glass Gearhulk, and you get 2 Meltstrider's Resolves. You play 1 on the Leatherhead, you fight the Cosmo Grand Zenith. You play 1 on the Bright Glass itself, you fight the Starfield Shepherd.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if you have a land drop to give, you could do even better by getting Nurturing Pixie, which could then pick up the Meltstrider's Resolve, get a similar outcome, and
a flyer as well.
And a flying blocker as well, yeah.
That could be important. Bright Glass Gearhulk resolves. No counter magic to worry about. And it looks like Pixie was grabbed, and has to be Meltstrider's Resolve as the second option. And funny enough, even if Jordan had gone for the pump across the board, the Cosmic Grand Zenith still would have died, but Alex would have had to attack it or fight it twice.
Yeah, okay, good point.
So, I guess that way he would have kept the flyer, but, you know. Either way, this Zenith is not long for this world. Ouch. Meldstrider's on the hexproof crocodile.
So we have a 5/6 crocodile.
Let's see where he wants to point it at first. Oh, okay. Changing the target here.
Yeah, now, there is a reason to be thoughtful in this type of situation. Like, it's easy for us to just shortcut, oh, okay, you're going to fight twice, you're going to attack this and that, these creatures are going to die. But because it's a fight, it does leave damage on your creatures. So here's a way that you could kind of blunder this. Imagine you go Meltstrider's Resolve on Leatherhead, fight the Zenith, Pixie, pick up the Meltstrider's Resolve, attack with Leatherhead. Now your Leatherhead is a 5/4 creature with 3 damage on it, and Jordan can just block with a 1/1.
Yeah.
That's a super, super easy play to miss because of the, the combination of damage hanging onto your creature and its power and toughness changing throughout the turn. It's easy to miss. I have seen Alexander, of course, this is his 17th round with this deck. He's a super sharp player. I think he's aware of this, and he's going to navigate in such a way that he doesn't like plainly walk into that.
Yeah.
But here, for example, Jordan could block with the Starfield Shepherd and make a trade.
Yeah.
That's an option available to him, which would then mean Alexander can't pick up the Meltstrider's Resolve with the Pixie.
But
Alexander,
the Bright Glass will
yeah, he
bounce
could
with
pick
Bright
up
Glass.
the Bright Glass Gearhulk, which might even be better, but there's just, it's a long way of saying this situation is more complicated than it looks.
Yeah.
And it's worth these players being thoughtful about the best way to sequence and actually execute on these plans.
Yeah, absolutely. Hexproof counter comes off, Springleaf Drum taken care of. Now we'll see Pixie hit the board, tapping the Meltstrider's Resolve, courtesy of Gene Pollinator. Pick that up. Nothing blocked, so Leatherhead stays alive. And Nurturing Pixie now in the air as a 2/2 blocker. We'll redeploy the Meltstrider's Resolve. Bright Glass Gearhulk fights the biggest threat in the air. Nice.
All right, so Jordan's battlefield has been decimated. We know he has a Quantum Riddler and Warp without access to a second blue mana
Yeah,
on the
that's
battlefield.
big.
He has 1 Plains in his hand. He has 2 other cards, and then whatever he's freshly drawn here. But if he doesn't have a good turn, this game is going to slip away from him despite his fast start. He really needs to try to close it out with flying damage in the air, because the Leatherhead and the Bright Glass Gearhulk, those are the scariest threats on the battlefield.
Yep. Trampling threats. Small creatures. That's not a good recipe for success. Oh, hello. Never mind. Parting Gust into practiced offense. Momo, the big flappy flyer, is going to get through here.
Okay, so Parting Gust is removing the flying blocker. Practice offense is making the Momo a 3 power flying double strike. That's 6 damage right there. And then the human soldiers on the ground also pick up counters, and Alexander can only block 1 of them. So Jordan found a way. That's why he didn't make, he didn't block and lose extra material there.
Yeah.
And it's also why he set himself up. Remember how carefully he was searching up those extra planes? Perhaps he knew he wanted access to 5 mana, including triple white, including after his Springleaf Drum might get killed with the Leatherhead.
Wow.
So a lot of forethought and a lot of like really, really careful navigation from both players in that
Absolutely.
game. That was cool to watch.
Yeah, Jordan worked his way very carefully indeed to a victory there. It kind of felt cheeky, but, like he was planning that the whole time. So
Hey,
at least I'd like to think he was planning it the whole time.
one good turn deserves another.
Yeah.
Both of these players have practiced offense in their deck, so we could see Alexander return the favor with stealing a win in one of these post-sideboard games.
Absolutely. Looking at the sideboards here now, let's start with Alex's side. He's got the 2 Balustrade Worms, Erodes, Gold Vein Hydra, Rest in Peace, Restoration Magic, Sheltered by Ghosts, Soul Guide Lantern, and Zac Fair. What do you fancy?
Well, the most interesting card here is going to be Sheltered by Ghosts. I think that's an example of a card that would be really, really strong for Alex in game number 1, especially when there's less removal on both sides and players are just kind of trying to race. It's not perfect given that Jordan is going to bring in a bunch of interaction of his own. There are some ways it could go badly for Alex, but I still think this is a card that he's going to at least very strongly consider. For the most part, game 1 is just 2 ships passing in the night, trying to curve out and do the most powerful thing you can. And then after sideboarding, these players are going to be looking at everything that interacts with opposing creatures and the question of, like, how can I break serve and how can I beat the opponent's very best draws?
On Jordan's side of things, he's got access to Avatar's Wrath, Disdainful Stroke, Enduring Curiosity, No More Lies, Pyrrhic Strike, Requisition Raid, Rest in Peace, Seam Rip, Spell Pierce, and Spider Sense.
Seam Rip is a pretty obvious one for all the reasons we mentioned, just trying to throw a stumbling block and make sure your opponent can't have their very best draws. But the cards I want to keep a close eye on, first, Pyrrhic Strike. This has a potential to destroy 2 of Alexander's permanents in one for 1 card, because it could destroy a Seam Rip, it could destroy a Shelter by Ghost, it could destroy a Bright Glass Gear Hulk, in addition to killing off a big thing on the other side. So if Jordan leaves up 3 mana on a big turn, keep an eye out for this one. The other one, which could potentially be the most powerful and dramatic card on either side of the battlefield, is Avatar's Wrath.
Yes.
That is a way to totally decimate a go-wide board full of tokens and Sheltered by Ghosts and whatever it might be. That's kind of be Jordan's kind of come from behind mechanism if things start to look bad for him.
On the other side of things, our backup feature match have tied things up. So Sambo won game 2. They're going into game number 3 now. So they are motoring. Here I thought this was going to be the first one, but these players, you know, taking their time, making sure they have the best line, the best plays before finishing off this first game here.
It's interesting, if you reflect back on that first game, I mean, that ended on, what, turn 5?
Yeah.
But it was extremely dense in really complicated, challenging plays. Like, you know, Alex cast 4 spells, made an attack, numerous triggered abilities, all on that one turn. So it's like, you know, that single turn takes a long time to execute within the game, but you're still talking about the pacing of the game being really, really fast, and things potentially ending or being decided in the early turns.
Friends, if you would like to take advantage of the latest limited time offer from Star City Games, go and check out their singles, starcitygames.com/sale. You can get free shipping on your singles with a purchase of $100 or more. This is for the domestic and lower 48 only and excludes pre-orders. So if you see any of these cool cards like, I don't know, Practiced Offense, which is really, really good in plenty of formats, yeah, maybe go pick that up.
Yeah, Balustrade Worm,
yeah, get your
Zac
worms.
Fair, Flitterwing Nuisance, all these cards that we did not expect to see in the semifinals of the United States Regional Championship, but it's time to get them. Add them to your collection.
Here they are. Like you mentioned, Reed, yesterday, like Standard is a brewer's paradise right now. I bet you that there's going to be something else that pops up out of the woodwork in the next couple of events coming up.
I wonder what are the chances that Alexander, in building his deck, did a Scryfall search involving the word trample. Because he has really dug deep in terms of like the most obscure Selesnya creatures that have trample to pair with his practiced offense.
Oracle, trample, color, what? While these players are shuffling up, hello, you get to look at us for the meantime. And talking about cards that have trample and are in Selesnya colors that are also legal in Standard, I guess we should do that. Yeah, I don't know. There's Diadrene. That could be fun. You know, we saw that in the Selesnya deck that Christopher Larson and Nathan Stoyer played.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Earth King's Lieutenant will not fit in this one, that's for sure. There's not all that many options, actually. But these are just, there's plenty of options, friends. Scryfall's great. Learn how to use the search functions, and you can find some really cool cards there in the Standard.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite things about preparing for a constructed Magic tournament.
Yeah.
Is like those moments where you identify a problem that you're trying to solve, or like a quality that you want, and you're like, let me really go deep for what card can solve this very specific problem, or what sideboard card fits the criteria and does exactly what I need. So yeah, you know, you'll see me doing these obscure Scryfall searches every once in a while.
Yeah, let's get aggressive Mammoth in Standard, huh? Trampling 8/8 gives everything trample. It's great. Seam Rip here on Momo. That's exactly what Alex wants to be doing with his start here. He'd love to have some creatures on the board. He did go first, so let's see what he follows up with. Surak. Hey, all right, that's a good one. Also tramples.
Yeah, so Alexander sort of missing his dream opening. No Llanowar Elves, no Gene Pollinator, no Badgermole Cub. But the reason he is allowed to play this way is he had the Seam Rip to sort of equalize things and make sure that Jordan is not able to run rampant with his own busted draw. And look how much it slowed him down. It's like turn 2, he's just cycling a Quantum Riddler to draw 1 card. Turn 3, he's playing Sage of the Skies. Naked with no, no follow-up. So the Seam Rip was really exactly what the doctor ordered here.
Yeah, it's always sad when Sage of the Skies enters without his buddy. But nevertheless, Jordan finding the powerful flyers that his deck relies on. Whoa, sheltered by ghosts now on Surak. Some life link to add a little insult to injury here as Surak gets in for a big chunk of damage.
Hey, I'll take this, get that very, very dramatic life total buffer after seeing how game 1 ended. That's a pretty big deal. Note that there's a lot of ways Jordan can free up this Sage of the Skies to come back.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering, you can only duplicate the Sage if you cast it.
Yeah.
So when it comes back from Sheltered by Ghosts, it won't matter if Jordan has played another spell this turn or not.
Yeah. The only downside to it. So this Sage of the Skies giving some real headaches to the slick shot show-off players in recent weeks.
Yep, it is one of the scariest cards to face if you're a prowess player.
Silly bird, why doesn't it get a toughness boost too, huh? I think they don't be too busted. Whoa, Avatar's Wrath, that's one way to get your creature back. Okay. So, the creatures now, or at least Surak, is airbent. I think airbended is the preferred term that Wizards likes to use, which is funny.
So yeah, Avatar's Wrath, that this was one of the premier sideboard options that Jordan had available. This is, I think, a pretty modest use of it. Like he's kind of buying time, freeing up his creature from Sheltered by Ghosts, but maybe that's enough, especially if you take a look at some of the other things going on in this game where Jordan is working his way towards that warped Quantum Riddler. Alexander's missing land drops, having a little bit of trouble developing.
Yeah, and Avatar's Wrath was a 2-for-1, getting that life-linking enchantment off the board too, as well as Surak, not targeting it, so no extra card there for Alex either.
Great point, yeah, circumvents the targeting clause from Surak.
Yep. Practiced offense in hand for Alex. Bright Glass Gearhulk stranded with only 3 lands in play. Oh, nice. Okay. We got Abandoned Air Temple now. There's the second copy of Momo for Jordan. And here we go with a big ol' flyer, Quantum Riddler.
And I will say, Ailey, that Alexander does not have a comparable reset button like Avatar's Wrath. So especially choked on mana, he's going to have to try to fight through these threats one at a time.
Yeah.
It's a tall order, and it's not necessarily getting better when you think about Quantum Riddler drawing all these extra cards. You think about Abandoned Air Temple.
Yeah, this is the only thing that he can do. Practice offense, put a counter on Surak, and give a double strike.
All right, so attack for 10. Potentially put, okay. For starters, Jordan can actually just trade Quantum Riddler with this Surak.
Sure.
Which that is a perfectly respectable move. You leave your opponent with nothing on the battlefield. But let's say he does decide to take 10. He goes to 7. Now he's trying to claw back up with the lifelink of Sage of the Skies. But he has to worry, of course, about the practiced offense being flashed back.
Yeah, there is that. That is the concern here for Jordan Selesnik. He's gone down to 7. He's got a sky full of flyers. But does he have a practiced offense of his own? All right, we have a result from our second semifinals. Matt has won 2-1 against Sam Bogue. Congratulations to Matt.
Yep, if you're just joining us, that was a mono green landfall mirror. So we knew no matter what that landfall would be represented in the finals, but it is in fact Matt Shu who is waiting in the wings for the winner of this match.
Who do you think he would prefer to face?
I think he would prefer to face Azorius Momo.
Yeah, I think so too, given Alex's track record against mono green. Cosmic Grand Zenith. Whoa, Pyrrhic Strike now. Targets, trigger. Let's see what can be found here for Alex.
Okay, so the stack right now is 2 triggered abilities. Alexander is going to get to draw a card off of Sirach's ability, and Jordan is going to get to resolve Cosmo Grand Zenith for 2 1/1 tokens.
Nice.
Then the Pyrrhic Strike will destroy the Sirach, leaving quite a lopsided battlefield here where Alexander has to try to rebuild before setting up again for a potential practice offense win.
Holy. That's a lot of damage.
And again, like, Jordan's representing drawing an extra card off of Quantum Riddler. He's representing Abandoned Air Temple. So even, you got to think about, like, what's even the best case scenario for Alexander? What can he realistically expect Jordan to do when even activating the land on the battlefield is so powerful?
Accidentally passed through his turn.
Yeah, I mean, that has
It's a long
happened.
shot, but maybe. I've done that accidentally. No misclicking here, though, as Jordan Selesnik gets the turn back. Sirach, Elusive Hunter, and Llanowar Elves hits the board. Sirach being cast from the airbended zone, so only costs 2. All right, Jordan, what you got? You got lethal? Let's see.
It doesn't look lethal on the board. Now, the Sirach can comfortably block one of these human soldier tokens. Assuming everything else goes unblocked and Abandoned Air Temple is activated, that's going to be 10 damage in the air, plus 2 plus 3 is 15. So Jordan, he doesn't want to make a reckless, non-lethal attack when he's so far ahead in the game and could potentially lose to practiced offense. So let's see what he comes up with. If he can double spell, that's going to look really good.
Oh, nice. Cosmic Grand Zenith number 2 hits the board. This is going to be like double counters, double critters.
Yeah, I mean, if he can double spell with two Cosmogrands, that is definitely something.
Oh, but he's tapping 4. Is that just an activation for the temple?
Could be another Quantum Riddler. Could be a Starfield Shepherd. Remember the Momo discount.
4 mana, plenty of options. Oh, Quantum Riddler. Lovely.
So now we're up to 14 damage in the air. I think this is lethal because the flyers are going to go unblocked, and Alexander can only block 2 of the ground creatures. Something is going to get through. If my math is correct, I think we're about to see Jordan Selesnik advancing to the finals.
Oh. This is why I love this deck. It does such ridiculous things in such short bursts. Man, Lanet blocks, do the math. Alex is on 16, no lifelink on his side of things. Just quickly checking the numbers. And there is the handshake congratulating Jordan Selesnik, making it through to the finals and to the World Championship. Congratulations to Jordan Selesnik, piloting Azorius Momo. He gets to face Matt Shu in the finals now against Mono Green Landfall.
Yeah, you know, a matchup he's presumably faced a number of times along the way. He gets to go first, so amazing job to all the players that were still represented in our semifinals there. World Championship slots, Pro Tour invites for everyone.
Heck yeah.
But we still got one big match to play.
1 to go, friends. We're going to take a short break, come back, and then we're going to crown a champion. So don't go anywhere. It's finals time here in Washington, D.C. It is the regional championship. We have 2 players left standing, and you know what, Reed Duke? I think we should make one of them a champion and give him a pretty trophy. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan to me.
We've got Jordan Selesnik and Matt Shue in our finals. They're shuffling up, getting ready to rock and roll. Take a look at our top 8 bracket here. Jordan Selesnik victorious against Alexander Kahns. Matt Shue victorious up against Sam Bogue in a mono-green landfall mirror. Now, we talked about this matchup in our previous round, and Matt Shue would prefer to face off against Azorius Momo, given that the Selesnya aggro deck, yeah, it's been doing some beatdowns to the mono-green deck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at Jordan's track to get here, he faced 2 kind of like off metagame decks in the top 8, and we haven't seen exactly, we haven't seen how many times his deck goes up against the menace of mono-green landfall. Now, presumably, he's got a good plan. He's done a lot of winning over the course of the weekend. Yeah. He's on the play. He's got some powerhouse sideboard cards like that Avatar's Wrath.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this is anybody's game, but the comment about not wanting to face Alexander Kahns, that was after seeing Alexander's Selesnya practiced offense deck win some games in very dramatic fashion over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely. Certainly, it seemed to be the faster of the 2, but Jordan Selesnik overpowering Alex in the semifinals. So taking a look at Jordan's list here, he has gone up against Mono Green Landfall 3 times and has beat them 3 times. So is 4 times, just the cherry on top, perhaps? We'll see.
It could be. I mean, he's had a near flawless run in this event, the #1 seed. He's only lost 1 time in all of the Swiss rounds, just seemingly crushing everything. You mentioned how good Sage of the Skies is against Is It Prowess, which of course no longer represented in the tournament, but that was our deck to beat, our most played deck. And if he can also have a 4-0 run against Landfall, then we got to start talking about Momo as a very, very serious top-tier deck in this format. Absolutely.
Let's take a look at Matt's deck list here. Now, it says Is It Prowess, but please do not be alarmed. It is actually a mono-green deck. There's a slight technical error. Don't worry about it. It's all good. This deck is everything you would expect to see in a mono-green landfall deck, with maybe the Lumbering World Wagon being, the flex slot choice there for Matt.
Yeah, keep it simple. 1 color, all of the best, most focused cards towards this linear game plan of landfall beatdown. You usually get to, 54, 55 cards, very familiar, and then these players get to customize the last couple of slots. But Matt has chosen the full 4 copies of Melt Shredder's Resolve, which will probably serve him quite well in this creature-based matchup. Full 4 copies of Esper Origin, and your favorite, the Lumbering World Wagon. 2 of.
I like this card. It's really cool. So it gets around Avatar's Wrath. The players are ready to rumble, so let's head on down to the feature match area and see which of these players is going to go home a champion. Jordan Selesnik up at the top of your screen gets to start things off as the #1 seed up against Matt Shue, Springleaf Drum, and Saja's Chocobo, respectively.
Yep, both players with nice openings. Jordan, if he doesn't have Momo already, he could grab it off of a Starfield Shepherd, alternatively Quantum Riddler. Does he have another 1-drop to play?
Looks like it. Oh, the dream, the daydream, if you will. Turn to Quantum Riddler. Have a 5/7 to deal with, Matt.
Daydream has really unlocked a lot of cool stuff for this Momo deck, reminiscent of what this style of deck does in Modern with Ephemerate. But in addition to 8 5-drop warp creatures, 4 Quantum Riddlers, and 4 Starfield Shepherds, there's also 8 ways in Jordan's deck to facilitate doing this on turn 2, with either Momo to discount the mana, or as we see, Springleaf Drum to get that extra burst on turn 2. But either way, he's drawn a lot of cards. He's got a 5/7 flying way ahead of schedule.
Oh, yeah. The 4-turn clock here, maybe even shorter if he can follow this up with another big 1-2 punch. Parting Gust I see in hand, another copy of Springleaf Drum. So he's pretty set up here to just run away with game 1. Oh, nice. Halia, Guided by Light, one of my other favorite cards from Edge of Eternities. What an absolute banger of a set that was.
Yep, Halia, yet another nice warp card. Could daydream it if he wants, but
sure.
might see him do something even more powerful this turn.
Yeah. card advantage off of Halia. Flitterwing Nuisance hits the board now, so if we get one more critter enter, we'll get Halia's trigger, and I think we're going to see just that as we get Springleaf Drum number 2 on the board.
Yep, and
What's
Halia does
next?
count artifacts for what
Yes,
that's
it
worth.
does. It does. Yeah, so Jordan able to capitalize on another very powerful warp creature. But none so powerful as this, oh, and a Seam Rip. Oh my gosh, this is just the perfect start. I love this deck so much. It's
End of
so
turn,
good.
trigger Halia, but draw 2 because of the Quantum Riddler. I mean, this is just a master class.
I'm just gushing over this. It's just,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
No.
To be in the finals of the tournament, you've steamrolled everyone, and then you're just showing off in a game like this. Like,
Look at him smiling. He's so pleased.
d-
Dude, I'm pleased for you, man.
spent so much mana, drawn so many cards. He's got overwhelming board presence. And Matt, he's got a 1-1 and a 1-2.
And he didn't have a bad start. It's just a slow start.
No,
but here
yeah,
comes Badger Milk Cup
not
number
at
2.
all. I mean, Matt has like an excellent draw. You know,
Oh.
two copies of the best card in Standard,
Yeah, yeah.
Badger Mole Cub. Started with a 1-drop creature, and Jordan is just thrashing him. You know,
Storm Chaser's Talon would like a word. I think that's a hotly contested spot there for best card in Standard with the Badger Milk Cub.
I don't see any Storm Chasers talents around here.
You know what I mean either, Reed. Good point. Take that, you silly otter. Earthbender Ascension peeped in hand there for Matt Shu. But yeah, he's got a lot to deal with. That Flittering Nuisance, what's it, a 3/3? A 5/7?
It's actually a 1-1 because it's a minus counter.
Oh, yes, sorry.
But you can remove the minus counter for additional shenanigans
Yes.
when he's ready for that.
Thank you for the reminder on that. But either way, a nuisance. Especially, we know this deck likes to pump things up with, either Cosmic Grand Zenith or with practiced offense. Either way, it's not looking good here for Matt Shu at the moment, as Esper Origins pads his life total just a little bit.
I would say that for this game to go well for Matt, both he and his Badger Mole Cub need to survive this turn because he's not going to win by spending 2 and 3 mana on his turns. He needs the doubling effect of the Badger Mole Cub's mana boost in order to play multiple spells and get back into this. You know, maybe some way to fight some of these flying creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Jordan has played so many things ahead of schedule here. Like, it's seemingly insurmountable at this point. But yeah, like you mentioned, a well-placed fight spell could help Matt's Shu stabilize. Ooh, Cosmic Grand, let's go. All right, followed up with?
We already know he can play Halia
Yeah.
off of Warp if he wants to, but might have something even better.
Where's Momo? We haven't even needed him in this game. So we have a mana floating. I'm going to guess it's a white mana. Oh, nice. Okay. So warping in Starfield Shepherd. And we're going wide.
So presumably going to grab a Momo. I don't know that there's much else he'd be interested in. Oh, Nurturing Pixie?
Yeah, Pixie would be cool. Let's see, he'll reveal it to us. I believe that's a Momo there, legend. Legendary critter. Yep. So Momo hits the board. Starfield Shepherd used for the white source, and here we go.
Well, another great turn for Jordan. He continues
Absolutely.
to progress his game plan. He makes a big attack, but Matt does get to untap with the Badger Mole Cub, which that was step 1 for him to remain competitive in this game.
Yeah, 3 blockers. That probably won't end up blocking here for Matt. Sorry, for Jordan. Yeah, that's a tough spot for Matt to be in. Is there
Yeah.
any way to survive this next turn?
So let's say he's got 6 mana to spend. We know about the Esper Origins in the graveyard. Pretty unlikely he's going to be able to assemble any kind of, presenting lethal attack.
Yeah.
So what I would want to think about is, okay, I'm looking at currently 7 power flying. Very, very realistic that the Cosmogrand could distribute counters onto them.
Yeah.
And then Momo can start getting pumped with additional flying creatures. So Matt would love to be able to kill something. He would love to be able to gain some life, which Esper Origins from the graveyard does do that trick. But let's see what he comes up with.
4 mana tapped. Earthbender Ascension. Lands in front. I'm going to tilt everyone, but the lands are actually creatures in this instance, so 1 green floating. Bossing Say. Activated. Or turn into a creature, I should say. Saja's Chocobo. Getting real swole. And we're going to get plenty of counters on Earthbender Ascension.
Yep, so an amazing turn for Matt, and then he could end with his 1 green mana floating by using the Esper Origins from the graveyard.
Yeah.
That will put him up to 13, so, not dead to the cards that are showing, but certainly a precarious situation where he can't block any of these flying creatures.
Yeah, for sure. Because, 3 creatures on the ground with the Zenith as well, if she wants to get frisky. 3 on the ground, 3 in the air. We know about the flyer in the warp zone. I believe I saw a parting gust in Jordan's hand. So it might all just be over and done with next combat phase.
Okay, so Matt has 3 creatures on the ground. If Jordan can remove 1 while pumping his whole team, then I think that's still only 12, but if he can also trigger Momo's ability and or remove the counter from the Flitterwing Nuisance. So it looks like there's some possibilities that he could put together a lethal attack if you are right that he has Parting Gust in hand or any other way to remove a ground blocker.
Let's find out, shall we? Jordan Selesnik untaps, no attack from Matt Shu. He is on blocking duty. Drawing some cards. And as soon as his hand gets to empty, or almost empty, Quantum Riddler is going to do what it does best and just fill his hand even further.
Yep, he had 1 card, so he drew 2 during his draw step.
Yeah, he's mathing it. Leave the math up to the controllers of the critters. Yeah, he's saying, can I get you dead here? I think he can.
So he's got to remove a blocker.
Yeah.
He's got to trigger the Cosmogrand Zenith for counters, and he has to do basically 1 more thing.
Yeah.
And he has 4 lands on the battlefield, plus the Springleaf Drums, but when you start tapping the drums, that means you're, removing attackers from the equation, so we shall see.
Yeah. He hasn't played a land yet. So, yeah, he can do this, where he just Springleaf Drums, the Starfield Shepherd gets a land, plays Parting Gust, Bob's your uncle, right?
Looks pretty good. So Plains, and then taps Springleaf Drum and Starfield Shepherd. Oh, he got Nurturing Pixie.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
he already has a land.
Yeah, sure.
But then remove a blocker, add counters to everything, attack, you're looking at 6, 7, 8, 11 in the air. And yeah, I think you've done it, Ailey. That is a lethal move. Alternatively, okay,
I may not have seen correctly, but
he could pick up Starfield Shepherd and replay the Shepherd for 1 more trigger on Momo.
Nice.
And just try to win with the Flyers without removing a blocker.
Here we go. Counters for the team. I like it when the players, the opponents, help distribute all the counters along this long line of critters. All right. Okay, it bounces the drum.
1 more flying creature, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps. There's the Parting Gust. There goes Saj's Chocobo. Hey, it learned to fly.
Yeah, and the mana works out because if you remember, it was 4 for the Starfield Shepherd,
Yeah.
1 for the Nurturing Pixie, and then both Springleaf Drums tapped to use the Parting Gust. So this is going to remove one of Matt's blockers. Everything gets in. The Flyers deal a bunch of damage uncontested, and it just takes one of these human soldiers going unblocked to actually get the game over. So if the players agree, that is game 1 going to Jordan Selesnik.
Sure is. Extremely wide board there. Just so much pressure from Jordan so early with turn 2 Quantum Riddler. You love to see it if you're a fan of this Momo deck. So sideboard time, let's take a look and see what Matt has to work with here up against these pesky Flyers. Demolition Field, Dragon Sniper, Mossborn Hydra, Paw Patch Formation, Royal Treatment, Sapling Nursery, Soul Guide Lantern, and Surak. What are you going for first?
Well, I like anything that says reach or destroy a flying creature, which somehow is a lot of Matt's sideboard.
It is.
2 Paw Patch Formation, I mean, that's just Doomblade in the matchup. It can kill whatever he wants for the price of 2 mana in addition to some other versatility. Dragon Sniper, really effective blocker. That would have been great in that game to just neutralize the 5/7 flyer that came down on turn 2. And then Sapling Nursery looks pretty good too. If he can create a stalled game where he's just making those big reach creatures, that's a way to actually go long against the Azorius deck.
Yeah, for sure. And for Jordan's side of things, how does he get this game over or get this match over done with in a quick 2-0? He's got 2 Avatar's Wrath, Disdainful Stroke, Enduring Curiosity, No More Lies, Pyrrhic Strike, Requisition Raid, Rest in Peace, Seam, Spell Pierce, and Spidey Sense.
If it's me, the 2 Avatar's Wraths are going straight in, and then we'll figure out the rest as an afterthought. I mean, certainly Seam Rip and Pyrrhic Strike, those are cards that can remove creatures, so there's some appeal there. A kind of healthy mix of counter spells would make sense, especially if you anticipate your opponent reaching for those Sapling Nurseries. Maybe you want a Disdainful Stroke or a couple No More Lies. That is up to Jordan's discretion. I'm sure he has a ton of experience in this matchup. But, you know, his main deck is pretty tight. It's somewhat optimized for the matchup already, so I think it's basically 2 Avatar's Wraths and some little optimizations based on play and draw and exactly what he expects to face from Matt Shu.
Well, that is how things are shaking out so far, friends. If you've just joined us, Jordan Selesnik is up a game in the finals here of our regional championship. It's been an awesome tournament so far. We've seen some incredible decks on display and some really, really good play this weekend. Reed, I think we've been treated for sure.
It has been awesome, you know, both in terms of the level of gameplay we've seen in the feature match area and the healthy, diverse metagame of expected decks, plus even some cool brews and unexpected technology that made it pretty deep into the event.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, seeing some sweet innovations from players and, you know, winning with their home brews. So plenty to discover still in this format, and I'm here for it. It only gets better from here. As the players are shuffling up and consulting their sideboards, just a reminder that if you want to stay up to date with all the latest Magic and other TCG news directly to your inbox, go sign up for the Star City Games newsletter. You won't miss out on anything coming up. If you want to know about sales or events that are happening soon, if you want to know about the latest sets, go sign up, starcitygames.com/newsletter. I don't think I've ever willingly signed up for a newsletter, but I like that one.
Yeah, it's makes more sense when you love the content.
Yes, for sure. I'm one of those people that the only unread mail I want in my inbox has to be stuff I have to reply to. Just so I know, okay, I need to go look at that one. It's important. Player shuffling up here. Let's see if we can get a good 7 from them as we come back to say hi to us in the booth here, friends. It's been a really great weekend, like we've mentioned. We've seen some incredible players through to the Pro Tour and through to the World Championship. Lots of money on the line here, too, for the players this weekend. So what do you think is going through their minds besides the opponent's sideboard?
Well, what I certainly hope for both of our competitors still in the tournament is that they're having a great time.
Yeah.
Because they've done a wonderful job to get here, win or lose. They have a lot to show for it in terms of prize money,
Yeah.
Pro Tour invite, and World Championship invite. One of them is going to be the United States regional champion. And, you know, this is just what you're here for, is to play high stakes Magic, hopefully get some good games. And so far, that's what these players have delivered for us. In addition to that, you know, turning on the competitive lens, I would be really focused on like what is going to make this game different from what each of them might have faced previously. So, you know, highest possible level of competition, very experienced player across the table from you. You got to think about play and draw. You got to think about your opponent's exact configuration, and let's not slip into sort of autopilot modes, even if it is a familiar matchup, especially from Jordan's perspective. You know, we know this is the 4th time he's faced mono green landfall over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's put an absolutely, you know, stellar performance on for us here so far. And also the other thing that's important for these players, you know, as they go into this game too, is the player opposite you isn't your average random competitor on Magic Online or Magic Arena. So yeah, very important not to be in autopilot mode and to put yourself in your opponent's chair, being like, okay, if I was my opponent, what opening hand would I want to keep? What's the most likely thing I should expect as we go into the second game?
Yeah, you know, if you're sitting at home and you want to know, like, what is the difference between playing high-level tournament Magic against great players versus what you're used to, you know, on the Magic Arena ladder or F&M or wherever you might play. The thing that I normally say is your opponents are going to start doing what you don't want them to do. You know, so the moves that work reliably, like, oh, I know what to do against landfall when I play against it on the arena ladder. My plan works. Everything goes smoothly. Suddenly you face an elite mono green landfall player like Matt Shu, and he's going to know how to work around your tricks. You know, he's going to have seen it before. He's going to make the careful plays. He's not going to run into your Eddie Merc Crab or your counter spell. He's going to have Cavern of Souls or Surok when you hold up the mana for the counter. So it's kind of this leveling game of like who can be a step ahead rather than a step behind.
Absolutely. You see our players there in the feature match area, table judges, Nick Miller eagerly awaiting the results here to interview our eventual champion. Just want to give a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes who puts these events on as well. You know, it's no small feat. Like, there is a lot going on here. There's plenty to set up and do and manage and maintain and problem solve. We had a pigeon walking across the table here earlier, and we managed to get rid of that one too. So, you know, shout out to everyone at Star City Games who puts these on. And yeah, big thank you to everyone who watches, who comes to play. Like, it's great to have coverage of these events, and it's not possible without the people here who make it happen. So yeah, thank you. And if you want more of it, keep watching.
Absolutely well said. This is a really special thing. I feel lucky to be involved. And, you know, it's just because there's so much passion and love about, you know, this tournament Magic scene from everyone, from the organizers to the players to the viewers at home.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we love this game. We love to watch this game, you know. We're a little bit obsessed with it, which is fine because, you know, it's, for some people, this is their life. This is their goal, their dream, their passion. And it's just great to see, you know, people being rewarded for that. Like that to me is the coolest part of this, you know. We'll see what this means to the eventual winner here. You know, both of these players going to the World Championship. We get to check them out, you know, at the Pro Tours, the upcoming events. So, yeah, it's going to be great to see their journey from here.
So how about if you're at home, you're glued to your TV screen, you're having a great time watching, what are the play opportunities available to someone? Of course, you can come out to you know, an SCG con if you're from the United States or your local tournament organizer. There's great events all across the world in terms of live Magic, tons of different formats represented. Or, you know, fire up that Magic Arena or Magic Online account, and there's everything ranging from casual play to tournaments that can get you qualified for the Pro Tour and Worlds.
Yeah, I've done my bestest in every one of the Arena Championship qualifiers. It's gone not great, but, you know, it's so much fun just having that high level of competition available for people who can't get out to those events. So that's a bug? It is a bug. No, it's actually a named insect on Cavern of Souls. So we have a plan here for Matt, and it involves a Mightform Harmonizer or an Ice Tool Explorer, no doubt. Off to an ideal start here. Chocobo into Badger Mole Cub. Momo and Springleaf Drum on the other side. Spells danger, though, so can Jordan capitalize on this?
Yeah, the players, I think what I said a moment ago, that they're having fun, they both really seem to be having fun. Like Jordan's giving some, some laughs, some facial expressions, like, and sometimes that's all you can do when you see your opponent in a high stakes match like this, and it's like, you know what, I'm on the draw. They had this busted start with Badger Mole Cub, but honestly, Jordan is giving as good as he gets here with equalizing it. 6 permanents on the battlefield on turn 2.
Yep. Plenty of cardboard down here so far. Saja's Chocobo number 2, Demolition Field. Okie dokie. So these little birds are going to be bigger than the flyers in the sky here very soon. And you know what? Another great skill to learn, I think, is to recognize when your opponent is playing extremely well and enjoying it. It's great to see your opponents, your friends, whoever you're watching, do something cool. Magic is a great game. There are so many different ways that games can play out, and just seeing the standard format, we've seen it plenty of times this weekend already.
Yeah, we talked about how exhausting these events can be, how it's a marathon. These guys are at the end of 18 really tough matches, and the sort of mental fortitude and mind state required to make it this far in a tournament. The best thing that these players can do is, you have fun and you have confidence as you're playing. So like the more you can enjoy it and the more you can love what you're doing, the better a chance that you're going to be able, that you're going to be on top of your game. Yeah,
you're going to have a much better experience all around. As we see Saja's Chocobo take down the Sage of the Skies, the original thereof, so that no pixie shenanigans can occur with that if Jordan has that as an option. The copy left behind, Momo and Springleaf Drum, and Demolition Field took out the second blue source there in terms of mana from the lands for Jordan. But let's see what he's got here now, as I feel like we might be getting a Quantum Riddler on the board. No, okay, Avatar's Wrath. Woo! Neat. Goodbye, creatures.
Yeah, so this is the most powerful card. Reset button against Matt Shu's really fast start. And, you think about, like, okay, eventually those Chocobos and Badger Mole Cub can come back, but they're all reset. And it's going to cost a lot of time and a lot of mana for Matt to do it. You can't even do it this turn. That's a specification of Avatar's Wrath.
Yeah, they hang out there, and, the one-drops, all of their costs are doubled because you can't pay them for cheaper out of the exile zone. So Ice Still Explorer now hits the board. Demolition Field back from the graveyard, and taking out that abandoned air temple will look pretty good pretty soon. Quantum Riddler, jeez. Talk about game actions.
Yep. And that's the dream. It's like, okay, I play a super powerful card to wipe the board, then I empty my hand with the last card being Quantum Riddler, setting up for next turn. Even if the top of his library doesn't deliver, he's got the Abandoned Air Temple. So really, really nice setup for Jordan Selesnik. But at the same time, uncontested Ice Tail Explorer means big things for these landfall decks.
Yeah.
And actually, the Demolition Field on the Abandoned Air Temple is going to be a move that Matt strongly considers here, depending on what exactly he wants to accomplish this turn.
Yeah, certainly that could do its best Cosmic Grand Zenith impersonation in a pinch. So he's thinking about it. Having a good long think about this turn. Where does he go from here? How does he claw his way back into this finals?
So he has one card in his hand.
Yeah.
Let's assume, for the sake of argument, he doesn't have any way to contest these flyers. His priority is going to be to build back his own battlefield and probably hit that Abandoned Air Temple, because that could be the difference between 3 turns and 2 turns if Jordan is able to get even one activation off of that.
Here come the Chocobo. Back
but
on
no,
board.
he's not going to go after the Air Temple this turn.
Okay.
He's just going to play everything
He
and
possibly can.
get, I guess, quadruple landfall triggers on the Saz's Chocobos.
Yeah, big birdies. They're back.
And then he can hope to find something like Earthbender Ascension or Might Form Harmonizer to present a lethal attack next turn, or he can hope to mill Esper Origins, which would at least get him a little bit of life total buffer and more value.
For sure. Jordan has 3 flyers. Momo, Quantum Riddler, and the copy of the Sage of the Skies. So that is a big chunk of damage if he goes for the activation on the Air Temple next turn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least, without anything else. Matt says go. Jordan untaps.
So he went for the escape tunnel rather than the fabled passage. One possible reason to do that is to set yourself up for a Might Form Harmonizer.
Yeah.
Imagine you play or award Might Form Harmonizer, you make Badger Mole Cub unblockable, then you get, what, as many as 5 landfall triggers to start doubling and present a lethal attack. I mean, that's definitely a way to do it.
Yeah. That seems like the way to victory here for Matt, given what we can see on the board state and the actions he's taken. Starfield Shepherd now for Jordan Selesnik. What's he going to go find? Pixie? Yep, Nurturing Pixie it is. And what's the bet? He really wants to get these 2 power creatures off the board. Here comes Pixie. Gonna return the Starfield Shepherd.
Yep, he's going to get a lot of triggers on the Momo for extra damage.
Yeah. Let's see, 3 power now. Oh, jeez, like that's so many creatures.
All right, Ailey, are we at Might Form Harmonizer or bust?
Yeah, I think so. Because he can't survive another attack like this, that's for sure.
I think the only way Matt wins this is if he can combine Might Form Harmonizer with either an unblockable or a trampling creature. And he did set himself up with Escape Tunnel.
He did.
If he either has or draws Might Form Harmonizer.
Yeah, I think all this math that Jordan is doing will be for naught, but let's see. Because he doesn't have lethal right now.
No, there's no...
It's a big Momo. It's what, 5? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, just attacking with that guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get the life linker in there.
So Jordan's priority should be to unload as much damage while leaving as few vulnerabilities as possible. I think he's worried about a big trampling creature. The escape tunnel means that, you know, he's dead to the combination of Might Form Harmonizer and Ice Steel Explorer if that's what Matt has. But he could be thinking about, well, Earthbender Ascension with a bunch of landfall triggers and these Saz's Chocobos, maybe I have to just soak up damage that way. But in the end, he decides he's just going to attack as aggressively as possible. And it looks to me like this game is going to be over one way or another in one more turn cycle.
I agree with you there, Reed. Down to 5. And Matt's just sitting there going, Harmonizer, Harmonizer, Harmonizer.
Okay,
Harmonizer.
so I think Jordan said go, and Matt is deciding if he wants to crack the escape tunnel in the end step.
Don't do it, man. Harmonizer's coming. Believe. Believe. Give us one more game. Eek. Draw. Yep. He did the rub. Is it? Is it the Harmonizer? It is not. Jordan Selesnik picks up the victory here in our feature match area in our finals. He is our regional champion. Congratulations. Look how happy he is.
Amazing.
Love to see it.
Yeah, just what an admirable run. #1 seed after the Swiss.
Yeah.
Doing it his own way with this sort of off, lower tier deck in Standard, not well represented in our field, but he just cruised through. He beat up on the Prowess decks. He beat up on the Landfall decks. He even won some off-meta matches against Spellmentals and Selesnya Beatdown in the top 8. And
Whoops.
all right.
Cut away. All right. So
But yeah,
Jordan
great,
Selesnya, congratulations
great
to
sportsmanship,
him.
friendship from the players. I think they both had a great time. And Matt Shu, you know, I hope there's no bitterness or disappointment in taking second here, because
Not at all.
he had a great run. He achieved all his goals, qualified for the Pro Tour and the World Championship. He put on a great show for us. He played great all weekend. So congratulations to Jordan, to Matt, and to really everyone else who showed up and played and did a great job this weekend.
Absolutely. We had such a great time covering all of these matches, you know, and we had some excellent people in the feature matches to, you know, just having a great time, enjoying Magic, and putting on an absolute showcase for us, you know, showing how the best decks in the standard metagame currently, just how good they are, you know. And, you know, little level ups that you can pick up from all these players. So just watch, go and see all the tiny decisions that they make that get them to these positions where they can now walk out the door as a champion, which is pretty sweet.
Yep, for sure. Great job. You know, everything that goes into a Magic tournament like this, from deck choice to the 15th sideboard slot, to your gameplay, your mulligan decision, your sideboarding. So yeah, great job to those guys who got through a marathon weekend.
Yeah, it's been a really, really long, grinding tournament. That's how these regional championships go, you know, close to 1,200 players that we had. And if you've just caught the tail end of the broadcast here, if we've got the bracket, we can show you how things shook up here with our top 8. We had plenty of regional championships happening all around the world. I know Prague was happening this weekend too. There's been some showcases in Japan, you know, lots and lots of data now for everyone to go and look at for you to prepare for your next event.
Yeah, Standard has been a great story, flashing back all the way to you just maybe heard over the loudspeaker, but big round of applause when they announced the champion for the whole convention. I love that.
That's cool.
But yeah, what were we saying? The story of Standard has been a great one since the Pro Tour, won by Nathan Stoyer with Selesnya Landfall. We've had a number of decks able to sort of stand the test of time and show up weekend after weekend and have a great chance. But it's not the same story every tournament. You know, you go one weekend to the next, one region to the next, and you get a different result with, you know, different players coming, doing it their own way, whether it's Prowess, Landfall, something else like Azorius Momo. There's a lot of ways to show up and have a great chance in a Standard tournament.
Yeah, and when your deck performs as beautifully as Jordan's did in that finals, you know, you've got to be happy on so many different fronts. Like, all your hard work, all your effort, being the last man standing in a field of 1,186 players, or however many it was. Yeah, that is an awesome feeling, and pretty soon we're going to hear from him. Nick Miller has grabbed him. We're going to send us over there in a little bit as soon as they're ready to go. But yeah, dinner's going to taste real good tonight for Jordan, I bet.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see his interview, because he's given the impression of a guy who just really had a great time, good sport.
Absolutely.
And again, like doing it his own way with the Momo deck. I really want to hear what he has to say, and you know, what Nick can sort of coax out of him in terms of his preparation and his experience this weekend.
Absolutely. So as soon as we're ready to rock and roll there, we will head on over to the interview with our champion, Jordan Selesnya. I hear his surname and I'm like, he must be playing a Selesnya deck, right? No, it's Momo. It's our buddy Momo. We love to see the little guy from as Jeremy Knoll is running around frantically with the cable.
Talk about all the behind the scenes
stuff for the
broadcast.
Yeah, if we had our pigeon year, we'd show you, but alas, that he flew the coop. Oh, man. Any final words before we send things over to Nick Miller, Reed?
Boy, like where to even begin in terms of takeaways from the tournament. Of course, it was Jordan becoming the champion with that really cool Momo deck, so that's going to be one that will probably have a greater presence in Standard going forward, but also the technology from lower down in the standings, Alexander Kahns with the practiced offense deck. So like really great stuff. You can kind of go to any of the top finishing players, any of the rounds, and find something to latch onto and be like, that's really cool, and I want to try that myself.
Hell yeah. All right. Our champ is ready. Let's go hear from him. He's with Nick Miller now.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard. One last time here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Con, Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside our new regional champion, Jordan Selesnik. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Utter dominance in this top 8, #1 seed, no hiccups it felt like. This deck just performed beautifully for you. How would you say?
Yeah, no, it performed amazingly. I knew what type of draws I wanted in all of those matchups. I felt like I needed to mulligan aggressively, find those right hands. With a deck that's capable of scamming Quantum Riddler on turn 2 and recouping all of that card disadvantage, you kind of have that flexibility there, and I feel like it was just performing just as I'd like it to.
Right, we saw, you know, as you mentioned, that draw game 1 of the finals. We just had the value plan game 2 with the Sage of the Skies. You know, you got your opponent down low and you said, hopefully I'm not dead here. Didn't have the answer, and just the beatdown plan worked.
Yeah.
This deck, you know, popped up the last cycle of regional championships. Seems like it has an all-star prowess matchup, and when the field is 25% and almost 30% is a prowess, you got to like your position.
Yes, no, that's exactly right. It's very interesting because obviously last weekend 4-color control was a bit of the top dog, and even the weekend before that, Momo does not have a good 4-color control matchup, but my hope, and you know, watching a lot of the metagame swings in the last couple weeks, I've noticed that the top dog is often taken down week to week. So my prediction was just that the prowess decks were going to get faster, the mono green decks were going to get faster, and the Mardu deck was going to pick up, and that they would be beating out a lot of the 4-color control players day 1, and day 2 would be mostly prowess and these other matchups that I mentioned, and Momo's good into all those. So I was trying to, you know, be one step ahead, and you know, I played against prowess 6 times. I played against Landfall, I believe, also 6 times, including the finals there, which is a matchup I've liked. So yeah, feels like the prediction was right and it paid out.
I gotta say, you nailed it, because you know, 4-color picked up in, you know, metagame share coming into this event, but its day 2 performance was not as strong as it was 2 weekends ago.
Yes.
These prowess decks, a lot of these blue decks had Spell Pierce and were kind of really punishing those decks.
Yes.
And then there you were, just capitalizing on all of these other decks that were trying to beat it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I mean, I was just trying to dodge the 4-color control matchup as best I could. I also got to say, I found a card on Friday, Parting Gust in my deck. It used to be Erodes and then Get Lost, and I realized that card, you know, it's a removal spell you needed, but it also blinks until end of turn, which is quite nice against Day of Judgment, and also, you know, Deadly Cover-Up out of Excruciator. So a little bit of tune in the list, a little bit of finding the right cards, and yeah, and all that is the recipe for success.
Just the perfect plan. The deck just looked great. Would you think this deck's going to continue to be well positioned? As you said, this meta just continues to turn.
Well, I'll say I really like the deck. You know, I think that the standard metagame right now is super duper balanced. I mean, as I said, it's been churning a ton, which makes me have a hard time believing that it's going to be incredible next weekend or the weekend after. If prowess picks up and people see that prowess did well, which it did, then maybe it's good next weekend. But if that changes the weekend after, who knows? So yeah, I just say, you know, be flexible and be on top of the metagame for your deck choice with that.
Well, this was a huge win for you. You've been beating down the door at these top finishes. You said you've had a handful of 10-5s at these regional championships. You broke through here as the #1 seed. Sailed all the way to the championship. You got the trophy. Would you like to shout anyone out? You had a whole rail out there.
Sure, yeah. #1, my girlfriend, Becky Davidson, by my side this whole time. You know, this is the first RC that she came to, and just having someone to talk to in between rounds and chill you out that is not, you know, like, super, like, anxious about the whole tournament can be really nice, because it's easy to get in your own head about this. My closest testing partner, Richard Freed, for sure. Krishna Pai, also in the top 8, a good friend of mine. Really, really glad with that finish. My friends at the Bookhouse Bays. And also, I got to say, I had never really done much Magic coaching before. This week, I was like, you know, I could get a coaching session before the RC. I got one from Arna Huschenbeth, and boom, here we are. So shout out to him as well. Very helpful, and yeah, I appreciate the help.
Well, Arnie can't ask for better advertisement than that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got it, Arna.
Fantastic finish. Congratulations to you one last time.
Yeah.
We're going to ship it over to Ailey and Reed to close it out here in Washington, D.C.
Cool.
I love the candid interview there from our champion, Jordan Selesny. Congratulations once again to him, and I bet Arna's going to raise his rates after this performance, huh?
Yeah, he should. Boy, can I just say, like, that was an all-timer winner interview for me.
Yeah,
I loved it. I loved the passion, and to synthesize a couple of like the competitive tips that Jordan gave. Number one, the concept of the winner's metagame. He said, I didn't want to play against 4-color control, but I chose a deck to beat the stuff that I believed was going to rise to the top tables.
Yeah,
it's
smart.
exactly how it played out for him, so that's a great concept to keep in mind. I loved how he said, in the top 8, I knew what kind of draws I needed for each different matchup.
Yeah.
That's a really important concept of, you know, knowing the matchup, not just, okay, what are the good cards in my opening hand? It's what do I need to do? And then in terms of preparation, tapping into those resources, you know, his trusted playtest partners, the coaching session. I loved all that stuff. And, you know, just getting to hear like what his process was like from pre-tournament all the way up through the finals was super cool for me.
Yeah, just had all the right ingredients, a recipe for success here this weekend. Congratulations once again to our regional champion, Jordan Selesny. We're going to see more of him, Pro Tour, World Championship. So very much looking forward to seeing how he prepares for those. All right, well, friends, that is going to do it for us. Reed, it's been a pleasure as always. I always feel so much smarter about Magic things sitting next to you and hearing your takes on all of the action. Big thank you to Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis as well for taking us through the other half of the tournament. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes bringing you the tournament. And thank you to you for watching, everyone. It's been great to have you here. And we look forward to seeing you once again as we bring you SCG Con Las Vegas in June. So until then, we'll see you later.